A crap game is usually one that is uninteresting or unbalanced, has terrible controls, or is overly difficult. The VR game, Tower of Trials, just happened to belong to this category of games. As soon as the game came out, players who loved to beat the developers gathered together to beat it. For this, they sacrificed sleep and energy 365 days a year. But time passed, and after 3 years, people finally realized that this game was simply impossible to complete. And it was all about the practically invincible guard, who from the very beginning of the game made it clear that everything would not be so simple. Or the polar temperature of -60, which was capable of freezing anyone in just an hour. A labyrinth more than 10,000 kilometers long in which players get lost forever. In other words, this is not a game for entertainment, but for torture. Therefore, many players, due to the fact that they could not complete it, simply stopped playing. Thus, the popularity of the game began to fall sharply. The game practically died, but there were those who continued, despite everything, to play this game and try to pass it. Congratulations, you are the first to reach the last floor of the test tower. This is the message received by one of those most persistent players. The guy's appearance and well-being left much to be desired, and he himself could not believe that he had managed to do it. Unlike others, he conquered the tower in a new way, regularly clearing the tower, learning the intricacies of the levels to the point of automatism, and all this was in order to get the long-awaited achievement which took him 11 whole years. He still couldn't believe that he would actually be able to get to the top floor, and now he really regrets that he didn't start a stream so that as many people as possible could see it. On the other hand, it seemed to him that it was not too late to upload a video walkthrough to YouTube, because he believed that even such a game could get views. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he saw that he had received a message. In this message, the developers wanted to express their gratitude for playing their game, and also to inform him that in 12 hours, a game restart update is scheduled to be installed, followed by a server reboot. But for the guy, it was a little unclear, because as it seemed to him, the game was with zero profit and doing something like that didn't make sense, although he didn't rule out the fact that perhaps they had a plan. In any case, he understood that no matter what update they came up with, he was no longer going to play this game, and from today on, he was also stopping streaming. Even though he didn't need to feed anyone, even in that case he understood that living on 500,000 won was simply impossible. He also decided to tell the coach that he would take a break from sports for now, although he was once told that he could wrestle professionally, but now he is sure that money is much more important. But first he launched a stream where he ate on camera and chatted with viewers. At one point, he finally decided to tell them something. However, his viewers started laughing at him and making jokes, so the guy hesitated and said that he did it only to make them laugh a little. He mentally decided that when he closed the channel, he would simply write about it on the page. But now there was no point in even thinking about it. Against the backdrop of these thoughts, he drank a little too much and therefore fell asleep like a baby. And when he finally woke up, the first thing he thought about was that he had an incredibly bad headache. But even in this case, he needed to download a video of the passage of the test tower. But when he turned on the computer and saw the main news of the day, his health suddenly faded into the background. And the whole point was that the test tower appeared in real life. People started discussing it, and many who played the game noticed that there is exactly the same tower in the game Tower of Trials, which was released 11 years ago. The guy watching the broadcasts noticed something more. Looking at everything that was happening, he realized that at the moment all this looked like a prologue, when you first enter the test tower. Suddenly, a message from the system appeared in front of him, stating that the installation of the first update for the test tower restart was complete. And then, over the loudspeaker, they informed all the players that they had to advance to the next floor of the tower within 90 days. Otherwise, in case of failure, humanity will completely disappear. The first update of the test tower reboot version, people quickly adapted to the new realities, and in the guy's head, there were only thoughts that he needed to immediately cool his head. After all, he understood that if the testing tower became real, then he couldn't just sit and wait with folded hands. He immediately decided that he needed to act quickly to get to the place where he could get this item first. Even though he had thoughts that humanity might disappear, inside he was still incredibly excited, At this time, people had already begun to gather in the capital, wanting to know when the trains would finally arrive to Busan, where they hoped to find salvation. But many believed that they could not stay in Korea at all and needed to immediately flee to another country. Although the news spread that this tower appeared in all countries and there is simply no point in fleeing to other countries, Jin Hyun-hak didn't waste any time. He purposefully tried to get to the place where the object was lying, which in his opinion could save his life. He approached one of the entrances to the dungeon and thought that now, in fact, is not the time to escape, but the time to fight. Jin Hyun knew very well that on the Korean server this place was chosen as the area outside the tower, and there are about 30 of them around the world, and this is the closest one. As soon as he descended into the underground market of Seoul, the system notified him that he had entered a special area. There were already people there, and Jin Hyun understood perfectly well that all the people here had played the initial levels of the test tower. They all knew too much about each other here, so they looked at each other, but for now it was the only thing they could do. The number of items that will appear here is limited. Getting at least 5 pieces will be incredible luck. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some person who somehow knew the name of Jin Hek. And when the guy turned around, his interlocutor was very glad that it was really him. Although, according to him, he was not surprised that Jin Hyuk came here because he spent whole days in this game. This guy was a streamer and partner of the Paprika channel. This is a YouTube channel that has 500,000 subscribers. His name was John Soo, or as people call it, a celebrity. And also, by a lucky coincidence, he was the president of the company he had a contract with. So Jin Hyuk confidently told him that now was the time to start streaming. John Soo didn't think so. He asked the guy to just look around. What's going on? People definitely don't have time for streams now. After which he finally decided to find out what he had approached Jin Hyuk for, namely what floor he had managed to reach. Because as far as he knew, he had been playing it all the time. And before Jin Hyuk could answer, John Soo immediately suggested taking advantage of it. Since they were colleagues, Jin Hyuk was disgusted even to talk to this man, because he deceived streamers, forcing them to sign unfavorable contracts. Even with a large number of streams, they went into the minus. Since the contract had already entered into force, the streamers could do nothing about it and were forced to follow its terms. In the end, the comrades with whom they started working together from the very bottom left the company one after another. And now this person tells him that Jin Hyuk plays well and has interesting streams. Therefore, John Soo agreed to change the terms of the contract, and in return, he would help him get out of this horror. But Jin Hyuk did not fall for his tricks, and immediately told him that the world had changed, and therefore he suggested that Jong Suk not to speak to him in such a tone, after which he hit him. He hit him hard enough that the man started yelling at him. But Jin Hyuk only felt better. He thought that he could even breathe easier after this. But in any case, you need to be prepared, because any minute now, what he feared most at this stage should appear. From minute to minute, a heavy rain began to fall from the sky. People immediately noticed this and started shouting that it was also in the game Tower of Trials, and Jin Hyuk continued to think that his memories were accurate, and it made him happy. Immediately after this, the system notified all players that the mangrove tree of greed was beginning to grow. The ripening fruits of this tree increased the level of strength, agility, endurance, and magic. Jin Hyuk, like no one else, understood that these were incredibly good items, but unfortunately there were only 4 of them. And not only Jin Hyuk thought about this, but also other participants in the game who immediately began to make their way to these fruits in order to capture them. This caused animalistic attitudes towards each other. People were ready to do anything to take this fruit for themselves. Even after he was hit, John Soo tried to convey to Jin Hyuk that if they united and divided the fruit between the two, they would still be able to benefit. Jin Hyuk continued to look at him with disdain, while Jung Soo yelled at him that the fruit was already ripe and he was late, so he also lost. However, over time, a smile began to appear on the guy's face, because he knew perfectly well that it was not yet time, and it would only get more interesting. After some time, one guy finally managed to pick one fruit from the tree, and he even managed to bite off a part of it, which immediately increased his dexterity a little. Only Jin Hyuk knew that the common citizens wouldn't even know that the tree was bearing fruit, Beginner-level players would try to eat the fruit, but players who had spent much more time in the game would enjoy the perverted and cruel process. After some time, the tree began to attack these people who were trying to eat its fruits. Here it dawned on most people that it was actually dangerous to eat all the fruits. The whole point was that most of the players hadn't played for so long that they had already forgotten everything. Amidst all this chaos and panic, only Jin-hyuk was calm, standing in the center and simply watching. He noticed that Jong-soo started to act rather strangely, which is why he decided to ask him, or did he accidentally not want to give up? Jong-soo angrily replied to him that he was only going to do this because he didn't want to die like that. Jin-hyuk replied that he felt so sorry for him because the reward of this scenario can only be received when all the fruits are eaten. Jong-soo didn't expect to hear this since he himself had never really played this game, but he still decided to clarify whether these words were true. This question angered Jin-hyuk a little because it seemed to him that everything was more than logical. If it were not true, then he would hardly be standing here. Now, Jong-soo began to understand why Jin-hyuk had completely ignored the fruits. Apparently it was only for this reason. However, this information only made him smile, because now he could clearly smell the victory. But he still continued the dialogue with the guy, and now he wanted to know what Jin-hyuk was going to do next. The answer was short and confident. Jin-hyuk said he was going to go inside. He also said that if they went one by one, they would only become easy targets, so it was necessary to move from both sides. Jong-soo realized that the guy was talking about how they needed to distract the tree and then they would have a chance. Jin-hyuk confirmed his words and added that he needed to remember that if they made even one mistake, it would be the end for both of them. Jong-sun assured him that there was no need to worry, since he had also played similar games. When they were both ready, they immediately began to carry out the plan. At least that's what Jin-hyuk thought, but in reality Jong-soo decided differently. He stayed where he was and started shouting that Jin-hyuk was a fool that no one was going to listen to. According to him, he simply made bait out of it in order to survive himself. However, the smile on Jin-hyuk's face did not disappear, and he only thought that, fortunately, Jong-soo remained the same as he was. But this would only play to his advantage, because in that case, the only real bait left is Jong-soo himself. He didn't have time to react before the tree eventually grabbed him and began to wrap around him like a snake. Jin-hyuk ignored him and simply continued running towards his goal. Jong-soo tried to shout to him so that the guy would save him, but in response, he only received the question, "Why?" Jong-soo couldn't answer, so Jin-hyuk decided to tell him that if he didn't like it, he could file a complaint through his law firm. Jong-soo didn't want to die so much that he started crying and still asked Jin-hyuk for help. But he understood perfectly well that he could no longer help him in any way, and a few seconds later, the tree finally crushed the guy. Jin-hyuk wasn't upset at all and just mentally said goodbye to this bastard. However, there was no time to relax because the tree continued to attack him. Although, judging by Jin-hyuk's movements, one could say with certainty that it wasn't that difficult for him to dodge. In the end, he saw what he needed so much. The treasured fruit that Jin-hyuk wanted to get appeared on the horizon. He immediately noticed the core of the mangrove tree, and thus once again became convinced that everything was as in the game, and now he needed to find a trajectory, provoke the tree to attack and get to the roots. Jin-hyuk decided to offer to speed up this process and suggested that this tree stop torturing him, and that he simply give peony. Since this is a special task, you won't even get experience points for it. The maximum you can do is stand on the honor roll for 24 hours. The mangrove tree did not fall for the guy's tricks, and immediately applied what he called the stem a bloodsucker. He understood that even though he was a player who had been playing this game for days, it was still quite difficult for him to dodge all the blows. However, what he can do infinitely is change the trajectory of the attack. Jin-hyuk repeated in his mind that there was no point in him being afraid and there was no reason to be afraid. He believed that he should become the one who could complete this game a second time without making a single mistake. Besides, he is the person who made a lot of mistakes in this game. Quite a lot of time passed, and Jin-hyun managed to advance quite far. He was almost at his goal. But everything will not be as fast as he would like. because the tree was not going to give up and used a skill called sleep butterflies. This skill sprays a pollen that puts the player to sleep. A newbie who doesn't know how to protect himself from pollen can fall asleep even if he takes a breath for a second. But Jin-hyuk was far from a newbie, and he knew perfectly well that it was easy to protect yourself. You just had to hold your breath. Therefore, in this way, at one point he still managed to get to that very core that needed to be destroyed in order to defeat this ominous tree. A few seconds after the impact, the system notified Jin-hyuk that he had managed to knock down the mangrove tree of greed for the first time. He couldn't even imagine that constant analysis and practice of defensive and offensive techniques would help him so much. He even felt gratitude to himself for everything he did. The system also notified him that he would be on the honor roll for the day, but he had to give his name, which made him immediately think that it was just a resemblance and the system was simply using the honor roll to find out personal information. So he decided not to name the person and thought it would be better to keep it confidential. He also realized that giving information to just anyone would not lead to anything good, because if they found out that he was a player who had completed this game, then he would immediately attract attention to himself. But it was also known that it was impossible to hide all the information in the system, because by hiding the name, they were trying to find a compromise, and perhaps Jin-hyuk would later be able to find a way to keep the data secret. But now, it is not so important. What he wanted most at that moment was to get the heart of the peony tree, which he managed to do. If each fruit increases strength, agility, and magic threefold, then peony gives 12 bonuses at once. And if we consider that 3 bonuses are 1 level, then in the end you can rise as many as 4 levels. In other words, by finding this heart, Jin-hyuk hit the jackpot because at this stage a better reward cannot be found. And most likely, throughout the entire journey, on all floors, there will not be a better reward. So he didn't think long before throwing this thing into his mouth and swallowing it. Immediately after this, a green light lit up inside him, which could only mean one thing, that his skills had begun to grow rapidly. When the assimilation was finished, he immediately decided that he needed to check the assimilation. Even though he was currently level 1, his stats were the highest for that level, so the guy was more than happy. 10 minutes later, the video of Jin-hyuk destroying the tree was uploaded to YouTube, and another 10 minutes later you could see a huge number of comments, and basically everyone was surprised and didn't believe it. They said that it was either luck or cheating. But in any case, now everyone believes that there is a player who is capable of completing this game to the end. Among those commenting, there were even those people who offered the guy millions for signing a contract. Jin-hyuk himself couldn't believe that it was so amazing, although he himself understood that it was difficult to overcome the Tree of Greed at the first level. But he didn't expect such a violent reaction. Although, on the other hand, many only got to the middle, so their surprise is quite natural. His criteria for assessing complexity are different. But even in this case, he really wanted to sign the contract, because before that he had a difficult life, in which he always did not have enough money. He didn't even have the money to pay for the room, and to buy food for the stream he would go hungry for several days, and if he had only been offered that kind of money earlier, he would have immediately agreed. But under the current circumstances, Jin-hyuk had no intention of sharing the information under any circumstances, because he was sure that the most important thing now was to keep all the information secret. Only then would he have a chance. In the game, the test tower has spread throughout Seoul. It has not brought any radical changes, except that all the relics have become real. Of course, at the moment the guy could only think about replicas of the relics because the original is in the tower itself, and it is these artifacts that have legendary power. But replicas are also not a bad analog of weapons that can be useful to Jin-hyuk. So he came to the place that had the most replicas, and this place was the National Museum. In the game, it was believed that if a museum contains a huge number of relics, then it can be considered a treasure trove. But on the other hand, he understood that in reality other people would also be hunting for replicas. For example, the tree appeared in 7 places, and the museum only in 1, and therefore it could be assumed that players would come from everywhere. And among them, there will not be ordinary players, but those who have spent many hours in this game, which will make it quite difficult for Jin-hyuk. But he decided that there was no point in waiting, So he first entered the museum and immediately noticed that it was too quiet. However, after a few minutes, he still noticed that there were those who arrived first. Jin-hyuk had believed all his life that one day people would change along with the world. But now he realized that his assumptions were too far from reality. Everyone started hunting for the relics that are kept in the museum, and they most likely come here in order to get one of them. It was clear that people certainly did not come to study the administrative districts of Korea. The ancient magic map contains information about the test tower, so everyone wants to get it. The location of labyrinths and historical places, the location of monsters and objects was also indicated there, and most likely, there is no person who would not be interested in this map. Even though it only contains information about 10 floors, it is still enough to become the item that everyone wants to get. But everyone also wants to get this map for the reason that none of them knows that the real relics are hidden below, underground. The fights between people continued until one moment they were stopped by a scream. It was created by one of the players who ordered them all to stop, and whoever did not listen to him would suffer at his hand. But the majority, although they stopped, still began to laugh at him because, in their opinion, he would not be able to scare them. And so they decided to tell him that since he was so brave, they would also play this game, and so they assured him that if his finger moved, it would cut off his head. After that, it dawned on the guy that words would clearly not be enough here, so he decided to try on his strength and show them who should behave normally here. The faces of those who spoke to him suddenly changed because they did not expect to see that this guy already had abilities. And while they were thinking, he repeated once more, telling them that the map belonged to him, so they had better move. It seemed that no one would contradict him, but suddenly at one point, they still disagreed with him, and it was an old man who told him that he would be forced to disagree. The boy looked at him with contempt and asked him a question in which he became interested to know whether the old man had gone crazy. The man answered him that he was far from being an old man, but Min Jong-woo, and if his words were to be believed, then it was in his name to live in friendship and brotherhood. But the guy didn't care. He asked the old man to assess the situation and understand that he was capable of twisting his head off in a split second. Min Jong couldn't help but notice that this guy had a tongue sharper than a knife and needed to slow down a bit. But before the boy could say a word, the old man decided to ask him a question, in which he wanted to know what he thought would be faster, if he broke his neck or if he burned him to the ground. The guy's face immediately showed surprise and fear, and that was quite normal because no one expected to see magic at such an early stage. However, to his great regret, it was already too late and the old man still used his magic. After a few minutes, only embers remained of this boar, and now he will hardly be able to threaten anyone. A girl immediately approached the old man and noted that since he possessed magic, this was a good reason for cooperation, and in response, Minjong asked her to finish what she had started. Besides, she had already received the item in her hands. Yuri, that was the name of this girl who treated this game with a smile, but was always ready to do what was needed of her. And in order to complete her task, she needs only one figure. And if someone interferes, he will do everything. A few seconds later, a huge monster appeared from a small figure, and the girl immediately told them that whoever moved from the spot would become her enemy. And to make it more convincing, she decided to remind them that this monster starts eating from the head. Therefore, she suggested that they not make any unnecessary movements and still cooperate. It would be much safer for them. Regular players didn't expect to see so many experienced players in this place, but they still decided to throw down their weapons and surrender because they understood that at the moment there was simply no point in fighting. However, this was only at first glance, because a few seconds later a guy appeared in the center of the hall, walking slowly and telling them that they had made too much of a mess. Jin-hyuk didn't understand them. Did they really have no respect for art? But it's good that at least the card didn't tear. The girl immediately started to get nervous and call the guy names, telling him that he was apparently stupid because he didn't understand anything. Without thinking twice, she ordered her pet to destroy Jin-hyuk to show everyone that she was not joking and that all this was quite serious. The monster and his huge spear immediately rushed into attack. At one point it seemed that soon there would be nothing left of the guy. But Jin Hyuk was not a simple player, and the girl did not think about this, and this gave him the opportunity to parry the blow. The people around were shocked that the guy managed to block the blow, and he did it with just one hand. Jin Hyuk understood that they were reacting this way because they didn't know how many bonuses he had in total. He decided to irritate Yuri a little and ask what her puppy would do now that he was completely unarmed. She immediately reached into her backpack and laughed at him along the way and then declared that he was a fool if he thought that she only had one statue. Within a few seconds, she had already summoned several more of the same soldiers. Jin Hyuk was so interested in watching this, even though it was a replica of the Anubis Awakening skill. And when the girl finally had a small army around her, she finally decided to ask the guy if he found it funny now. Now for Jin Hyuk, everything has become much more interesting. Even with a low level of magic, controlling 5 statues at the same time is not so easy. Apparently, there are quite a few people among the experienced players, for example, that old man with fire magic. Yuri wanted to know how he felt about this. Would he also resist now? Jin Hyuk wasn't afraid of her, so he said quite confidently that, to be honest, these puppies of hers don't look as scary and stern as she thought. Yuri thought he was too self-confident and therefore thought he was just bluffing. Jin Hyuk didn't argue with her and only wanted to offer to teach her a lesson that she would have to remember for the rest of her life. In this game, it is impossible to estimate the difference in strength theoretically, so he decided to demonstrate to the girl how big the gap was between them, and for this, he decided to use a skill called Tiger Among the Pines. When the tiger finally appeared, Jin Hyuk wanted to know what kind of jackal appeared in front of the powerful tiger, after which the tiger attacked and destroyed the first statue so easily that it seemed like they didn't even resist. The statues were destroyed one by one, and Yuri couldn't believe it. Although deep down she knew that the guy's skill was much stronger than her statues. She had of course heard that there were different ways to use relics, but this technique was definitely new to her. Plus, she saw that the guy's magic was much stronger than hers, which caused fear inside her. So at one point he made her sit on her knees and start crying. The fear of this guy won. Everything was so unclear in her head, because she was actually confident in the power of the statues. But now, when she looked at this guy, she only wanted to know who he was. Jin Hyuk, instead of answering, asked her to simply give him what she had hidden. She pretended that she didn't understand what he was talking about and what she was supposed to give him. In that case, Jin Hyuk had to get down on her knees and tell her directly that he was waiting for her to give him Tutankhamun's mask. Yuri started to get angry because she knew that this mask was actually useless in Korea. But Jin Hyuk didn't care about this at all, and in order for her to give him the mask faster, he decided to use the tiger. After which, the girl gave him a relic called Tutankhamun's mask. Jin Hyuk liked this because in such a short time he was able to get the second relic quite quickly. Yuri suddenly decided to ask the guy if it was true that he was hunting for the map. Jin Hyuk actually forgot about it, but told the girl that she didn't need to know it at the moment. After which he again approached his tiger and ordered him to stand here and make sure that no one followed the guy. With all the preparations complete, Jin Hyuk was finally ready to go for the Trial Tower's ultimate ability. A few minutes later, the guy stood next to the old man, while the man mentally could not understand how Yuri could lose to him at all. In any case, now they stood together in front of the first-level passage and both were ready to enter it. However, the old man, unlike the boy, saw such a passage for the first time. He noticed that neither physical impact nor magic could help to pass such a barrier. Although Jin Hyuk knew perfectly well that in this case, magic works in a completely opposite direction. Jin Hyuk tried to read this gate, and over time he managed to find a solution to this problem, so he confidently said that he knew how to destroy this passage. But he immediately warned the old man that he had one condition. According to him, it is not very difficult, but the old man will have to use flame magic without stopping. Only in this way will they be able to weaken the passage. The old man understood him, and immediately wanted to know until when he needed to do this, to which Jin Hyuk confidently replied that this needed to be done until he collected all the necessary relics and came back. In other words, Jin Hyuk was suggesting that the old man use his magic outside while he climbed inside, which the man didn't like very much. The guy immediately told him that it was impossible to use strong magic from the inside for a long time to weaken the passage. Although it was hard to believe, but at the moment this was the only way. But Jin-hyuk promised to give him the card for this because he really needed another relic. But the old man decided for himself that there was a lot of trouble, and absolutely no benefit for him. In other words, this was the worst outcome for him, but he still clarified, or would Jin-hyuk definitely give him the card? The guy assured him that this would be the case because he really didn't want to make an enemy in the form of a holder of cyclical magic. In the end, the old man came to the conclusion that no matter how much he thought about it, there was only one way out, and he basically had no choice but to take this guy's word for it, so he agreed. After a few seconds, he had already created a huge stream of fire. But Jin-hyuk didn't think for long and immediately broke through the passage that had been created after him. It was much more difficult than the old man thought at first, so he began to ask Jin-hyuk to do his business as quickly as possible and not delay. The guy answered him that he would try to do everything faster, but again he couldn't promise anything. As he walked through this sector, he thought that, unlike the floors below, there were no traces of other players visible here. Except for one. Someone did come here and stole Emperor Qianlong's iron sword. Moreover, Jin-hyuk guessed who could have done this, and most likely he also opened the passage. And for this person, it is absolutely unimportant whether people are fighting in other places or not, because this person simply gets what he needs and leaves, as always trying not to get involved in adventures. But in any case, Jin-hyuk was glad that that guy didn't take the relics he needed. The first thing he turned his attention to was the Li Dynasty coins. This relic allows him to use an ability that is only meant for him. To create the perfect skill, you need the final piece of the puzzle. Jin-hyun knew very well that if two relics were combined, they would begin to interact and create a completely new relic. Additionally, if the player wants an even more powerful relic, he can pay his own price, which is what Jin-hyun did, after which the system notified him that the interaction of the three relics was beginning. And then they received an even more pleasant notification that the almost impossible combination of elements was successful. Thus, he managed to obtain a relic called the Eye of Truth, thanks to which one can open another person's information window and recognize whether the words spoken are false or true. This item can be used 3 times a day. Jin-hyun also realized that the Eye of Truth was the most powerful among the 5 existing ones, but the reason he came to the museum was completely different. Because he performed this manipulation, he received a new skill as a reward. The ability to copy and save various abilities, combine them and create more powerful skills, this is a great opportunity to become the strongest, a weapon that belongs only to him. This skill was called Fusion, and now Jin-hyun became much stronger. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the same old man who had been releasing fire all this time so that the gate would not close. At that moment, Jin-hyun decided to test his new skill that he had received, and it seemed to him that the old man was just the perfect option. When he decided to do this, the system sent him a message, which said that Min Jung-woo had been wearing a mask and hiding his emotions all his life. So in order to copy his skill, he needed to expose his true self, or in other words, piss him off. The old man continued to shout at him and was already starting to get very angry with him. Jin-hyuk calmly told him that he could no longer use this skill. The old man didn't really understand what the guy was talking about and why he was suddenly asking him for such a thing. If you believe the guy's words, he had already stopped the effect of the magic a long time ago, so the old man did not play any role in blocking the passage. Jin-hyun smiled because he understood perfectly well that nothing could have happened to the passage from the beginning, because they couldn't even leave a scratch. But due to the fact that the old man had been using magic all this time, his mana was at 0. Now that he is more than sure that the old man cannot do anything to him, he is ready to move on to the next stage. That is, to start to piss the old man off. Besides, he knows absolutely everything about the tower, so he simply doesn't need a map containing information about 10 floors. But he also doesn't intend to give it to anyone, just like that. Therefore, he decided to burn it completely, because he had already said that he did not need it, because he understood that if the map existed, then someone would be able to master the information of 10 floors, then the secret of his ability would be at risk. This, of course, caused incredible anger and disappointment in the old man, which is why he began to shout and get angry at Jin Hyun. But the guy didn't care about him. He just decided that the best thing was to think only about himself and no one else. But the man could no longer be stopped. He continued to shout at the guy and say that he would now destroy him and tear him into small pieces. Thus, he helped fulfill the condition that Jin Hyun needed in order to copy the old man's skill, and now the boy has mastered the element of fire. Jin Hyun couldn't help but smile because he thought that this was just fine for a start. The old man continued to shout and say that now nothing could help Jin Hyun, and he was going to make him regret his choice. Jin Hyun only smiled even more and asked the old man to think a little about why the guy burned this map right in front of his eyes. But without waiting for an answer from him, he used the first-level fire element to show what his body was now capable of. At that moment, the old man only thought that the guy had the same skill as him, but the difference in power was simply unreal. So it dawned on the man that Jin Hyun was not just a person, since he didn't even need a card. The man's thoughts were interrupted by Jin-chan, who decided to tell the old man that if he wanted to calmly climb the floors of the tower, then he needed to listen to him. The number of players who came to the museum does not exceed 4, and the whole point is that many do not want to put their lives on the line. But they all want to be ahead of the rest and not take risks, but this will definitely not happen, and all because Jin Hyun understood perfectly well that he needed to master as many skills and abilities as possible. However, he told the old man that he would contact him soon. But for now, he advised him to raise his level together with that girl. Jin Hyun has been given the opportunity to act at his own discretion, but his path is very long, and he needs to determine the degree of importance of abilities and begin to collect the most necessary ones. But then he realized that since he only had one body, he would physically not be able to master them all. However, the important point was that this time he would be able to cope completely alone. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by his stomach, which informed the guy that he was quite hungry and it would be nice for him to have a snack. For this reason, he decided to pop into his favorite cafe, where they sold simply wonderful soup with rice, which helps to satisfy hunger quite a lot, but there were already quite a lot of people there. They all watched the TV screen attentively, where the presenter was saying that 23 corpses and more than 50 wounded had been discovered in the National Museum. But unfortunately, most of them have serious injuries, so the number of fatalities is unfortunately growing. Presumably, they were hunting for relics. The news also reported that not only Korea, but also the USA, Europe, China, Japan, and other countries are experiencing a similar story. Although this didn't surprise Jin Hyuk much, since he guessed that players from other countries wouldn't just sit still. Then the TV showed footage that clearly showed Jin Hyuk and his tiger attacking other players. People couldn't believe it. It seemed to them that an ordinary person was definitely not capable of this, although they still didn't rule out that this was the same person who was so actively discussed in the chat. But when they showed the video of the battle with the mangrove tree, people realized that this was definitely the guy the whole city was talking about, which clearly didn't please Jin Hyuk, because he understood that since many people already knew him, he should think about a disguise. The government is investigating the emergence of an unidentified structure. The testing tower, civil servants who possess abilities are united into a group, the Association of Awakened. This made Jin Hyuk even more disappointed, because he realized that the government had reacted much faster than he had expected. He understood that if they had already created a group with those who possessed abilities, then they were probably very serious. But one thing was strange to him. He thought that they would start acting only in a couple of weeks. But he decided to think about this later because now the report of the responsible persons would be shown on television. The first to speak was the association leader Han Sang-jin, who first said that he was here to gather all the awakened. Depending on the level, he and his team offered a minimum annual salary of 60 million won and the title of a 7th-level civil servant. However, he immediately added that the exception was the man who had just been shown on air. After all, they decided to provide Jin Hyuk with special conditions, which consisted of the fact that if he still decided to join them, then they would try to fulfill all his demands. Even though people didn't know who the guy really was, They were incredibly jealous that they weren't in his place. Although Jin Hyuk didn't intend to think so, because he understood perfectly well that the state was simply taking him for a fool, so he immediately decided that no matter what they offered, he wouldn't be interested in it. After all, he, like no one else, understood that one experienced player is more significant than 100 mediocre ones. And Han Sang-jin knows this, so he is trying to lure the guy. The name is an ace up his sleeve. But what was more interesting was that Jin Hyuk wouldn't mind knowing the reason why Han Sang-jin was leading the association. Was it because he had a good ability? Although, on the other hand, he did not rule out another option, that the man could have played the test tower for a long time, and since it turned out that way, Jin Hyuk wanted to check it, because in that case he would be able to copy his skill, if it was worthy. When the hour hand points to a new time, the test tower opens. And when it finally happened, an incredibly huge number of people gathered inside her, including Jin Hyuk, who could not believe that this reality was no different from the game. When players enter the tower, they immediately receive 100 coins. They can be used as currency, thus players can record videos and upload them to the network. For 10,000 views, 100 coins are given. However, the size of the commission depends on the level of the player. Viewing a video by a person outside the tower is counted as 1. The broadcast function can only be used when moving to the next floor. The system also immediately notified each player that cheating views and other illegal actions will be punished, and the punishments will be very severe. What connects the players climbing the tower and the people outside the tower is the streaming system. Spectators watch videos of those players whose capabilities allow them to climb the tower. This system is the most exciting feature of the test tower, because with popularity come those very coins that are so important in this tower. After the system notified each player of these rules, they all immediately rushed to the Goblin's Cave, because they thought that settling there and starting a hunt was the ideal option, because you can quickly take coins and have fun. Everyone was in such a hurry, except for Jin Hyuk, who stood still and kept thinking that they looked so funny when they wanted to attack as soon as possible and get ahead of the others. He thought that he could easily get the coins because he knew everything. But he was not going to be the first to upload the video. Sharing the information he possesses for a handful of coins would be foolish and irrational. Besides, his plan will be a little different, and he has already decided on the initial actions at this point. In his opinion, these actions are very different from the actions of other players. When Jin Hyuk conquered the 30th floor of the tower, there was a place where it was no longer possible to play. But to do this, the guy turned over the lower floors and collected parts to go higher. He repeated the path he already knew, and in the end, he finally found the answer in some ruins. And only then did he realize that all his actions regarding character development were fundamentally wrong. In the end, the result of his labors is the hero he raised for years. He is simply nothing. This happened several times, and the guy had to delete his character and start from the very beginning, promising each time that next time he would definitely get to the end. In the end, it took about 6 years for the guy to do it, so now, standing in front of the Minotaur's labyrinth, he thought that in order to overcome 30 floors, he needed to at least collect all the basic items. The Minotaur's labyrinth has everything he needs. But most of all, he didn't think about ever returning here. It was so long ago. For him it was not very pleasant and so exciting at the same time that he did not know what to do with himself. But in any case, he was more than ready to finally begin his journey, which he was going to walk without a single mistake. As he entered, everything around him reminded him of the past. The pungent smell and the beautiful view made him remind himself of who he was. But suddenly his nostalgia was interrupted by a group of people who stood in front of Jin Hyuk and remained silent, even after he asked them who they were. The girl in the center smiled at him and replied that they were trying to find something useful for themselves, but eventually came across this labyrinth and decided that entering it would be a good idea. But in fact, they followed the guy, because before that, they doubted that they should go into this labyrinth. But when they saw the guy and how he opens the doors without a key, they stopped doubting and decided to follow him. However, at first they were not so sure that they needed to go in, because they had absolutely no idea what class the labyrinth was, and the size was also unknown to them. The girl asked him to turn on his head and think a little, or at least listen to her, She wanted to remind them that the beginning in the test tower is still the most important. Besides, she thought that the guy was on the first level, and the labyrinth wasn't that dangerous since he was able to enter without a key, especially since the labyrinth was on the first floor. They understood this perfectly well, but they were still interested to know whether this guy would share with them. The girl smiled and answered with confidence that, of course, this would not happen. And so she decided to suggest that they make it so that this guy would remain in the labyrinth forever. And when they met, the girl told the guy that since they met, it would be nice for them to go through it together because she thought that it would be easier to do it in company. Jin-hyuk immediately used the eye of truth and saw right through these people, and if he understood correctly, then this girl is their leader. Her name was Hanna, and she introduced herself. She was 22 years old. In the past, she reached the second floor of the testing tower. But what interested Jin-hyuk most about this girl was one of her skills, which was called communication, which allowed her to get close to any person very quickly. Jin-hyuk understood that this skill would help him in the future. The problem was in the copying condition. The guy needed to spend 240 hours with this girl in order to copy her skill. While Jin-hyuk was thinking about this, the other guys from this group began to introduce themselves little by little. One of them was called Jan, and he admitted that he abandoned the game without even getting past the first floor. Next, Hee-min and Jong-mi introduced themselves. Their situation no better than the guys, who also couldn't get past the first floor. There were also two guys there named John Min-guk and Do-gwan, who had never heard of this game before. Jin-hyuk realized that he would do his best to obtain this skill, so he introduced himself with a smile. Although in his mind he thought that they would soon become enemies, so there was no point in remembering their names. Hanna interrupted his thoughts when she came closer, hugged his hand, and wanted to know how many floors he had walked before getting here. Jin-hyuk understood perfectly well that at that moment she used her communication skill and was thus trying to find contact with him. It was surprising to the guy that this skill worked exactly like this, and he probably would have succumbed to it if he hadn't known that it was a skill. But still the girl was unable to use it, because Jin-hyuk answered her quite coldly and said that he had gone as far as he could. Hanna smiled, although she didn't understand in her mind what was wrong with this guy, because she was almost sure that the effect of the skill should have already taken effect. In any case, she asked him to tell them about this labyrinth, about its features, and about the monsters that live here, to which the guy nevertheless agreed. He began his story by saying that this labyrinth periodically changes its structure, and these words caused a corresponding reaction. At first it seemed to them that he was talking nonsense, but their doubts were dispelled immediately after they felt that the labyrinth plates began to move. Hanna didn't understand what was going on at all, because it seemed to her that this was just a first-level labyrinth, and this shouldn't be happening. But this was only the beginning. They had to be extremely careful, because due to the fact that the labyrinth began to move, the guys could easily be crushed. They immediately realized that if they stood still, they would most likely be crushed, and then there would definitely be no chance of survival. After some time, they still managed to cope with this misfortune, and thus they survived. At least it seemed that way from the very beginning, but in the end they discovered that Hanna was missing. But they were more worried that there were such difficulties on the first floor of this labyrinth, and what would happen next, they were even afraid to imagine. Jin-hyuk was surprised that they had never been in a labyrinth that changed its terrain, although they thought it was just crazy. They immediately decided that it was too dangerous for the first level, and they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. The first thing they wanted to do was ask Hee-min to use her skill to find a way out of here. But she wanted to say in tears that while the labyrinth was changing its terrain, her skill stopped working. So, in this case, she would not be able to help them. In other words, she wanted to say that they were stuck here and couldn't get out. Jin-hyuk was curious to know why they entered the labyrinth so calmly, but now he understands that all they were counting on was navigation skill. These newbies went into the labyrinth thinking that it would be no more difficult for them than going to the store. But now it was clear to him what was wrong with these guys. He was more interested in the fact that that thing should soon reveal itself. Suddenly, Hanna turned to the guy and started yelling at him that he was a scoundrel for not warning them that the labyrinth could move. She also decided to blame him for the fact that they received so many wounds, even though they tried to dodge all this time. The other guys supported her, saying that he was indeed to blame for deliberately hiding the information, and Mina disappeared only because of him. He sighed heavily and answered them that he did not force them to go with him. Hana immediately froze because she didn't understand how he even found out about this. Jin Hyuk added that it was entirely their idea, because he didn't drag them here. One of them got even more angry and started shouting that he didn't want to hear anything more from a scumbag like Jin Hyuk, especially since he was now in a bad mood because they ended up stuck. But suddenly the guys' words were interrupted when they heard the cry of a beast, and when they turned around, they saw a monster. It was a huge minotaur. Hana, looking at this monster, already then understood that they were most likely finished, and now they had a good chance of staying in this labyrinth forever. However, she was a little mistaken because she didn't think that Jin Hyuk could attack this monster. A few seconds later, he entered into battle with the monster, and thus he had to dodge the monster's attacks, in the process of which he was able to obtain a new skill, which was called a jump. The system also notified him that in a battle with a stronger opponent, the difference in strength is reduced. But with a weaker one, on the contrary, it increases, and Jin Hyuk knew this very well. The guy clearly understood that thanks to this it is possible to develop even now, at the first level. Through repeated trials and errors, he finally found this only path to victory. In addition, while he was playing this game, he encountered attacks from this monster a million times, so he managed to learn all the attack patterns during this time. During the fight, Jin Hyuk also managed to increase his strength and jumping ability. But he also understood perfectly well that no matter how strong the attack was, it would still be of no use if he couldn't hit the enemy. The guys, watching all this, could not believe that they were trying to deceive such a person. Hana now understood that they had no chance of taking the rewards from a monster like Jin Hyuk. The guy, meanwhile, decided to make fun of the monster a little and tell him that he was somehow too slow and he clearly needed to speed up, because he was sure that the monster would definitely not be able to hit him if he just waved his weapon. The monster apparently understood the language the guy was speaking, so he became even more angry and started screaming. After which, he again went on the attack against Jin Hyuk, who at that moment was thinking that it would be very easy for him to become strong in a short time. After all you need to do is put your life on the line, and all that remains is to receive an equal reward. But the bigger the reward, the more dangerous it will be for Jin Hyuk, although this did not frighten him at all. For just one drop of spilled blood, Jin Hyun received 1 point, and it seemed like a good exchange to him. He decided that he would continue in the same spirit. But all this time he remembered that random mistakes could lead to death, and he should slowly finish. At some point, he turned his attention to the guys who were standing to the side and apparently were about to run away. Hana decided that if they constantly walked along the wall, then sooner or later they would still be able to find a way out. Suddenly, she was interrupted by Jin Yun, who approached her quite unnoticed and wanted to know where they were going, which frightened the girl. But before she could answer, Jin Hyuk added that if she wanted to get a reward, they had to fight with him. He also told them that if they dodged the attack of this monster, they could get secret points that would clearly be useful to them in the future. And according to him, it was easier than they thought. However, looking at their expressions, it was clear that they had no intention of joining the fight and helping Jin Hyun. Besides, Hana simply couldn't answer him as quickly as she wanted, because the monster attacked her and tried to destroy her. Fortunately, Jin Hyun managed to save her, after which he subtly hinted to her that it was better not to stand like that in one place. It was better to hide or move away. The giant monster was not going to stop there, so he decided to continue his attacks, until suddenly he saw how the labyrinth began to change its terrain. Then he looked again at the guy who raised his hand and started waving at him, signaling that they would most likely see him again, but it would be a little later. Even after the danger had passed, Hana still could not recover from what had happened for a long time. She tried to convince herself that the monster would not follow them anymore, and that all this horror was long over. And then Jin Hyuk spoke to them again, wanting to tell them that the pollen of the sun moth is very attractive to the minotaur, and what is most surprising is that, according to the guy, the minotaur will follow them to the very end. The girl sincerely did not understand why he was doing something so crazy. Jin-hyuk thought the answer to this question was too obvious. He was doing all this to improve his skills. He also added that while the labyrinth is moving, they can calmly rest and gain strength. And when the calf comes again, they will be ready to play the game with it again. Hana clearly didn't like these games, so she wanted to find out as soon as possible how long they would have to stay here. Jin-hyuk forgot that these guys apparently knew absolutely nothing, so he had to tell them about this. According to him, they would be in this labyrinth until they managed to get out, and this would be about a month. She couldn't believe the fact that they would have to stay in this hell for 30 days, so she decided that they would separate and each of them would go their separate ways. They thought that if they didn't go with the guy, they would most likely be able to avoid being chased by that monster, and Jin-hyuk confirmed this. But then, with a smile, I decided to ask them in which direction they were planning to move. Before they could say a word, Jin-hyuk added that thoughtless actions would bring great danger. Then they wanted to know as soon as possible how to find a way out for them. Jin-hyuk already told them that he knows everything about this labyrinth, so it is logical to assume that he knows where the exit is. Even after Hana heard this, she still continued to search in her head for a way that would help her and her friends cope with this on their own, but she couldn't find it, so she was already ready to tell Jin-hyuk that she agreed. But he interrupted her in order to tell her that in this world you have to pay for everything. And for leveling up weak players, of course, too, because that's exactly what the guy will be doing. And to begin with, he wanted to get from them all the money they had. Otherwise, he would not tell them anything, and also promised them that they would suffer. Meanwhile, other players also continued to fight and did everything to increase their level. Many of them tried to post as many videos as possible about how they clear floors and destroy monsters, so that at least one video would gain views and give them the desired views. One guy with a strange hairstyle, people started to like the video, which made him so happy that he simply couldn't describe it. In the whole conversation, only his name was mentioned, and so he decided that it was not in vain that he fought with these goblins until his nose bled. Moreover, having calculated the approximate number of coins that he could get, they realized that this amount would be about 1,000 coins. This made him even happier, so he decided to thank his friends once again who helped him in this difficult matter. One of them decided to say that everyone around them thought that it was only his merit. But in fact, the video was well edited, and they thought everything out cleverly. All that was left was to hope that no one noticed that they used additional skills. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a man with the nickname Big Head, who wrote that 15 hours is not so fast, because he knows a player who did it in only 5 hours, but the guy was not going to get upset because he thought that all this was just to annoy him. However, these were not just words, because a few seconds later, they saw a new video uploaded to the network, which immediately broke all the ratings and their video remained in the background, which instantly spoiled the guy's mood. The new video was about someone for the first time being able to boost an item by 10 levels, which seemed on the verge of fantasy. 10 minutes before this new video was uploaded online, Jin had asked his new friends to listen to it carefully. He wanted them to, first of all, not stand like idols, but to do their job and do it as well as possible. To begin with, he asked them to prepare a place to spend the night. Then they needed to find logs for kindling. In other words, they had a lot of work to do, and they needed to start doing it urgently. This, of course, could not help but anger the guys, because while they were working, the guy was resting at that moment, and was only giving them his instructions. When Jin had sent them, the system sent him a message that said it welcomed them to the exchange. The guy quickly figured it out, although it would be more correct to say that he took advantage of what he had seen 100 times already, and therefore knew so well what to do next. After a few minutes of thought, Jinhei decided to buy himself the magic tarot cards, the ancient bronze key, the remains of the wooden wheel, and the scroll of strengthening in the amount of 10 units, because he understood that even though it looked like worthless trash, that no one would buy. But the guy knew that the most important thing was their application. So immediately after these items were in his hands, he immediately decided to combine them and create something completely new. And when the fusion was successful, the system notified Jin-hyuk that he had successfully received a new item called the Queen of Luck, which increased luck to the maximum for 10 minutes. Even though he received such an item, he is in no way going to forget that relying too much on luck can lead to trouble. But even in this situation, he knew the limits of what was acceptable, because he remembers everything, and therefore his luck level increased again. The probability of a successful enhancement is less than 1%, although the enhancer has such a probability, but he has the maximum level of luck, so he decided to direct all his luck to the dagger. Thanks to this, the enhancement was quite successful. Thus, he became the first person on the Korean server who managed to create an item with a gain of plus 10 units, for which he received 5,000 coins as a reward. And this achievement will also be uploaded to the Hall of Fame. Jin-hyuk was very happy that he finally got something useful, and not some junk that no one needed. 10 days of torment had passed since then, and the boys had already begun to think that they would rather die than live such a life. The whole point was that they had to make a fire out of twigs every day. At first they slept on the floor, but then they decided to make a sleeping bag out of moss, which, although it was better than the floor, was still far from what they wanted. And for food, they only had mushrooms and moss. But it wasn't all that terrible, because the most terrible thing was the Minotaur, who periodically appeared in their lives. Each time, for them, it is a one-way race that borders on their life. And the only one who takes the situation calmly is Jinhead. With each passing second, they thought more and more that they would soon die, and also assured themselves that Jinhead was simply using them, and then at one moment he would take and abandon them. In the chat, people also couldn't find anything about this guy because he was constantly getting an error, but some of them were sure that he was a person who had passed at least 10 levels. And Hannah, reading all these comments, began to understand that all these people were left outside the tower only so that they could sponsor the players. But she still had one hope in the form of the Raven Guild. But in the chat, she was immediately upset when they said that she would have to wait 3 whole weeks, because the road to this labyrinth is not that short. All this forced her to propose to her friend a plan, which in her opinion was the only one that could help them. Namely, she wanted them to destroy this guy and then take his things and hide in a recently found cave until they came for them. But in this regard, she believed that they had only one problem, and it was that she had no idea how to get rid of him. The guy who was sitting next to her suggested that she smash his head in while he was sleeping. Thus, he believed that he definitely would not be able to survive. But at the last moment, right before the blow, she still stopped him and asked him not to do it because, according to her, it was a bad idea, because this guy had incredible reflexes, and if he noticed the swing, it would be the end for them. After which, she said that if they attack directly or carry out a quick attack, then they have no chance of winning. Perhaps, as soon as they are about to attack, he will be able to carry out a lightning counterattack, and then they will definitely not be able to do anything. At that time, he did not understand what she wanted to offer him, because he believed that they could not simply continue to suffer like this. In response to these words, she told that her brother was a member of the Black Crow Guild, and he once gave her something in case of dangerous situations. It was a poison, a drop of which could eliminate as many as 100 trolls, that is, the poisonous saliva of a giant bee. She assured her friend that if they were to do what they had planned, they had to do it for sure so that they would not regret it later. After some time, Jin-yun, looking at their food, already wanted to vomit. The thing was, they were eating mushrooms and moss for dinner again, and he had the feeling that they were filming a survival show. But the girl did not understand his surprise because it seemed to her that it was too stupid to expect good food here. And if he still wanted something better so much, then he could easily hunt rats or moths, which irritated Jin-hyuk because Hannah had recently begun to be rude to him too often. He endured and asked her to bring him some water, which was standing behind her, and he asked Chol-sik to add some more mushrooms for him. He was absolutely not against it because he thought that it was not food, but a complete horror, so he constantly told the guy that since he wanted them so much, he could eat as much as he wanted. Hannah, at this moment, mentally thought only about how they would get rid of this guy, and the last straw for her patience was that he made them pretend to be servants, which they are not. But Jin-hyuk still ate the mushrooms that the guys had deliberately poisoned. Smiles immediately appeared on their faces, and they were already waiting for the guy to feel bad and for them to finally be free. Suddenly, Hannah's thoughts were interrupted when she saw Ka Cheol-sik start to choke after eating some mushrooms. And a few seconds later, he died completely, which the girl simply could not believe. At this time, Jin-hyuk laughed at them because they thought that he would eat what they prepared for him. And the girl was even more surprised because she realized that apparently Jin-hyuk knew that they had slipped him poison. The guy confirmed this and told her that he had switched the plates while they were not looking. But it wasn't even this that angered him the most, but the fact that they turned on a hidden broadcast, and this, in his opinion, was a very cruel violation of the rules. She pretended that he was talking complete nonsense and asked him to provide her with proof since he was so sure of it. Jin-hyuk continued to talk to her absolutely calmly and suggested that she think a little, because they both know that the broadcast can be turned on when a person fights with a boss to move to the next floor. And for cheating and other violations, certain measures are planned to be applied. But if it is established that there were no violations, then the complainant will be punished. And while Jinchun was filing a complaint, he noted that Hannah could at least control her facial expression because everything is clearly visible on her. Well, when the complaint was officially sent, a strange circle appeared around the girl and all the comments from the broadcast appeared behind her, and Jinhead turned out to be right. The viewers who watched this broadcast were also fined. They will not be able to watch the video for a month. And after 2 similar violations, the users will be banned forever. And as for the player, today she will find out what a cruel fate is. Immediately after these words of the system, the monster that had been chasing them for so long appeared. He was so angry that he was ready to destroy everyone in his path. Jin-hyun suddenly stood in front of Hannah, and so she had hope that he would fight the monster this time too. He continued to ignore her, and she continued to try to call him and find out which way she should run this time. It was so surprising for him because he did not understand how she could be so shameless. A couple of minutes ago, she tried to poison him, and now she asks him to help her. She didn't know what to answer him, so she decided to remind him of what he had been telling her all this time. Suddenly, Jinhead, looking at the girl, saw a message from the system, which notified him that the copying conditions were met, and now he could use the communication skill, after which he coldly told her that he no longer needed her. She didn't have time to ask what it meant before he left, and all that was left was to shout after him that he would regret it because her brother was in the Thieves' Guild. After these words, she heard a response from the guy who told her that time would show who would need to be afraid. And then he demonstratively dealt an incredibly powerful blow to this monster. The guy felt that even though it was small, he still had some damage, so he was glad that he had not pumped up the skill called Power Surge in vain. But even in this case, he understood perfectly well that he would not be able to destroy this monster. Then he decided that he should attack a little differently. So, to begin with, he decided to use the first level fire element to see how this monster would react to it. In this way, he was able to slow it down a little, which caused the monster to even drop to one knee. Gina Hain continued to mock this monster and tell him that if there is too much muscle, the meat will become too tough. And mentally, he understood perfectly well that just a little more, and he was practically at his goal. According to his feelings, there was little left to reach the monster and destroy it. Jin-hyun understood perfectly well that the moment would soon come when he would have to reveal his trump card, and as soon as he thought about it, the system immediately notified him that the Minotaur had activated the 10th level Berserk skill. The monster's form has become completely different. Its power has been revealed to its full potential. Now it is not just a bull that can be taken by the horns. Now it is a real machine of destruction that Jin-hyuk will have to cope with. Hannah, looking at all this, could not even approximately imagine how a guy could defeat such a monster and what he needed to do for this. The Berserk skill lasts for 5 minutes. The strength and speed of attack, as well as the speed of movement of the Minotaur, increases by 30%. Mental abilities are also enhanced, and, most surprisingly, the ability to speak appears. But his first words were not so good, because the first thing he did was to threaten the guy and tell him that he would smear him on the walls and not leave even a wet spot of him so that he could not run away from him again. Jin-hyun immediately noticed that his magic had improved significantly, and he liked this skill more and more. The berserker's blows were much stronger. Jinshin had to apply a lot of force in order to somehow block them. As a result, their fight dragged on for quite a while. Jinshin continued to confidently repel each attack of the monster, and the berserker continued to advance. Hana also noticed that the monster had completely stopped dodging attacks and preferred to fight with full force. The dungeon boss, who used a level 10 skill, had become incredibly strong. So she was confident that even if all the members of the Black Crow Guild came, they would hardly be able to win this battle. But what was the strangest thing about this situation for her was that this madman Jin Hyuk was smiling in this situation, which was completely incomprehensible to her. The whole world froze, no matter how the guy ran. In reality, it seemed that he was walking in place. He felt helpless in the frozen reality. But now he realized that it doesn't matter whether it's reality or a game, life is still hellishly difficult. But the world he's in at the moment rewards his efforts. It was with these thoughts that he destroyed his opponent, who was trying to tear him to pieces. At least that's how it seemed at first glance. But a little later, it became clear that this monster is not as simple as it might seem. He decided to strike back and shouted at Jin Hyun that he was trying so hard, but still couldn't make even a small scratch. Suddenly, his words were interrupted when he realized that he was no longer able to strike. His arms and body literally did not obey him. And Jin Hyun at that moment happily noted that his 5 minutes in which he should have managed had successfully expired. The Berserk skill gives the creature incredible strength for 5 minutes, but the skill has one important nuance. The one who used this skill loses consciousness for 24 hours. Thus, Minotaur, immediately after the end of this skill, fell into a coma for 24 hours, and Jin Hyun was happy that he was able to increase the power surge by 57 units. He also did not forget that there were only 20 days left, and if he continued as he planned, he would be able to increase his statistics to the first 100 points. Hana was still there and watching everything, so at one point she decided to ask the guy if everything was over, to which he answered her that this monster had simply fallen into a deep sleep and would return to normal in 24 hours. In other words, he wanted to tell her that the labyrinth would change again and in about a day he would hunt them again. After which he turned to her and reminded her that they still had 20 days left to spend in this place. As he had said earlier, they would definitely need to spend a month here. Exactly 20 days had passed since then, and Jinhen still had to fight with this Minotaur who had been hunting him all this time. But on the good news, Jinyun was able to increase his strength to 100 points while fighting this monster. Therefore, with each subsequent day, this monster seemed weaker and weaker to him, because of which at one point it simply became uninteresting for him to fight with him. Their last fight didn't last long. Jin Hyuk was able to quickly destroy this bull, after which he turned his attention to the girl with whom he must decide what to do next. She thought in her mind that he would finish her off, but then he suddenly told her that he was recruiting trainees for his squad, which surprised the girl greatly. Hana stood and just looked at him, not understanding what was going on and what kind of squad this was, and he could only notice that she was behaving too sluggishly, and apparently she was simply not interested. But the girl immediately changed and began to say that she was very interested in this and that she would incredibly like to get into such a group. Before accepting her into this group, Jin Hyuk wanted to ask her how she could be useful in his group, to which the girl almost immediately responded that her ability to communicate would definitely be useful to him for managing people. Although the guy himself understood that this skill was no longer relevant, since he himself had it, so he asked the girl to come up with another reason why he should take her. She decided to promise him that she would never, under any circumstances, betray him. But Jin Hyuk thought that this was too weak. Hana fell silent, and Jin Hyuk decided to announce his decision, but she immediately stopped him and asked him to give her some time. The guy immediately stated that he was not going to wait for anything. Besides, time was up, and it was time to finish with her. Therefore, the girl had to reveal her last secret, which was that she had Bram's ring and she was ready to give it to the guy, if only he would spare her. She fell to her knees and began to tell him that her brother wanted to exchange the dynasty's ginseng for him, but now she wanted to give it to the guy, just so that he would not touch her. And then the guy froze, because he couldn't believe that Bram's ring had been with the Ravens all this time and he was looking for it in a completely different place. Bram's ring is one of the best artifacts on the first floor, increasing movement speed, resistance to magic, and can also block monster magic, 3 properties that no other artifact has. Jin-hyuk decided to use the Eye of Truth and check if Hana was telling the truth, and this skill showed that Hana was not lying, which made the guy smile because he understood that the girl was not bluffing, and she was really ready to give up that artifact. So, after thinking a little, he still told her that she had passed the interview and was now a full-fledged member of his group, and she was glad that she had managed to survive. He immediately warned her about 2 conditions. The first is that they do not pay wages to interns, and the second is that she will have to appear at his first call, and it does not matter to him where she is and when he wants to see her. And now, when the girl heard these 2 points, Jin-hyuk offered her to sign the contract, which surprised the girl a little. She didn't think that she would have to sign the contract. Jin-hyuk didn't understand her surprise because they really had to sign this contract. But before that, he wanted to combine 2 skills, the element of fire and Hana's skill, which was called communication. Eventually, he obtained a skill that was known as the Brand of Destruction, and with a smile on his face, he noted that from this skill, she might feel a little pain. She expected to see a completely different contract in front of her, definitely not like this, but Jin-hyuk, with a crazy smile on his face, assured her that they would definitely not sign papers or anything like that. He was going to engrave the mark of destruction on Hana's face and then festively announce that she had been accepted into his group. The peculiarity of this skill was that the one who was engraved with this symbol could not disobey the engraver. A few hours later, they left the labyrinth and the system notified the guy that he had passed the labyrinth for the first time, and congratulated him on it. Also, each player who managed to pass the labyrinth was given a reward of 5,000 coins, and the girl considered that this was the very reward for all her torment. But apparently she was so happy in vain, because right after the coins appeared on her account, Jin-hyuk approached her and politely asked her to give him all the coins. Now, Jin-hyuk had more than 10,000 coins in his account, and it warmed his heart that there were no other players with more coins than him. He also did not forget to tell the girl that she had to bring him Bram's ring within 3 days, although she immediately told him that it was too little. But Jin-hyuk didn't care about this, and to make her hurry he reduced this period even more, and gave her only 2 days, which was catastrophically little. Hana realized that it was better for her not to argue with him and to do what he told her. After some time, news appeared on all the news that the strongest guild in Korea was planning to defeat the boss of the 3rd floor. The Tangun Guild is the strongest guild in Korea, and the stakes are very high for this guild, even though the tower is fought by players from the USA and Europe. Some were waiting for China's help, but one of the main experts kept saying that instead of waiting for help from the outside, it would be better to capture the tower on their own, especially since he believed that the Tangun Guild would be able to cope with it. Jin-hyuk didn't support such zeal, because he understood that with the current development, going to the boss of the 3rd floor was too dangerous. But on the other hand, he understood why they were in such a hurry. They wanted to get as many resources as possible that were located on the floors of the tower. However, the thing is that 90 days are given for each floor. In other words, there is no need to go to the 3rd floor, and even to the 2nd there is no particular point. After all, if they do not strengthen the rear but constantly move forward, then sooner or later they will not be able to cope with the difficulty of the level, because of which they risk losing, and then there will definitely be no second attempt. Therefore, Jin-hyuk decided not to rush into this and first decided to collect all the necessary information for the last month. To find the truth among the lies and gossip, he decided to turn to people he could trust. It was not one person, and they were all so different. Among them was a man with the nickname Bald Head, and his real name was Tae Min. Also in this group was a girl nicknamed Fire Fist, whose real name was Yu Yeon Hwa. When Jin-hyuk saw them in real life, he was a little surprised because they looked completely different. He played with these guys 2 years ago. He would never have thought that his first band would be created exactly like this. The only thing that didn't change was the skills that the guys got, as Jin-hyuk expected. This time, Tae Min got the title of King of Machines, The guy didn't have any serious shortcomings and his magic was powerful. As for Yanhua, her ability was called Taekwondo Master, and her ability helps in close combat. He also noticed the fact that they were almost the same level, and most likely they hunted together. And this did not surprise Jin-hyuk much because they had gotten along well with each other before. The conditions for copying their skills were quite unusual. Since the system found out that they were longtime friends of the guy, then the condition for copying was that when they reached the 20th floor together, he would be able to copy their abilities. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Tai Mi, who tried to tell him that it was Captain Boring's turn, which made him a little angry because his name was Jin-hyuk, and he asked everyone to call him that. Although he understood perfectly well that he was also to blame for this because his nickname was Captain Boring, and he came up with it himself 11 years ago. In any case, he decided to introduce himself once again to his old friends who had not yet met him in this world. He told them that he was 27 years old and that he once streamed on Paprika TV. Hearing this, Tae-min remembered who he was and immediately told the guy that they could all relax since they had actually played together for so long. Those who wanted to use him, those who wanted to betray him. Jin-hyuk was so tired while he was among these hypocrites. Finally, he got into the company of people with whom he felt so comfortable and good. He learned from them about what happened while he was in the labyrinth, the development of the world's main guilds, streaming trends, and of course about the group of miners who created a certain factory and kidnapped people. Tae-min wanted to know in response where Jin-hyuk had been for the last month, since there had been no news from him. And before Jin-hyuk could say a word, Tae-min decided to ask him if the guy had taken the test, which surprised him because he didn't understand what kind of test they were even talking about. A few minutes later, they were already riding in a taxi and the couple was telling him that when the tower first appeared, a stream of players rushed inside, but from the second floor, the number of deaths increased. Therefore, in the end, the association set a limit, and now only those who pass the test can go up to the second floor. Also, after passing this test, each player is given an individual code, like the one on Yanhua's hand. The head of the Awakened Association, Han Sang-jin, under the guise of reducing the number of victims, gathers people with powerful abilities. At least that's what Jin-hyuk thought. And since this had already happened, he decided that he would use the system created by the association, of course, for his own benefit. After the association was created, players who received a rating below F lost the opportunity to advance to the second floor. However, players with high scores immediately receive offers from the best guilds in the country. So 3 types of people gather at the testing site. The first are those people who are madly eager to gain the right to enter the tower, and those who want to show their right of entry to the whole world, such as Park Ha-jin, who is a rising star of the Raven Guild. Also, no one forgot about Kim from the Father of Wrestling Guild, who was an idol for many and everyone wanted to become like him. But Kim was not so kind to his fans. He considered them all to be retarded people who just came to gawk. They always explained to him that this was absolutely normal, because many people want to get rich quickly or become famous, but he always replied that he did not have time for this, so he always asked to clear the way for him. Because of his request, the guards immediately began to clear the way so that they could pass, but not all people obeyed. One of them was Jin-hyuk and his friends. At one point, they started yelling at him and telling him that he had to immediately move away, otherwise they would use force. But he immediately answered them that he had received his number for the test and was not going to leave here. And besides, he didn't care who was there. At this point, Pak Ha immediately intervened because he didn't understand what was so difficult about getting this guy out of the way. The first thing he did was start telling Jin-hyuk that the guy was making a big mistake and he was giving him one last chance before it was too late. The people around watched this closely, because no one had dared to oppose Park Ha-jin before, and Jin-hyuk finally realized that this was Hannah's brother. So he decided to use the Eye of Truth and see what kind of person he was. He was 26 years old, he was at level 8. The conditions for copying his skills were unusual. Jin-hyuk needed to raise the target's interest to the maximum. Then he would be able to successfully copy the ability. The system also notified him that if he raised his hostility to the maximum, he would be able to copy another skill, which certainly interested the guy. Park Ha continued to say unpleasant things to Jin Hyuk, and of course it didn't go without threats. Everything continued until Hannah approached them and saw the man with whom her brother was arguing. Looking into his eyes, she immediately realized that things were bad for them. But she didn't have time to do anything, or even say anything before Jin Hyuk broke Park Ha's finger. Everyone around was shocked by what they saw, because most were afraid to even talk to Park Ha, and this guy broke his finger, which made him even more angry, after which he didn't think for long before going on the attack. But his attack ended in failure, due to the fact that Jin Hyuk instantly dodged and even managed to launch his own counterattack. Everything happened so quickly that most didn't even have time to see how Jin Hyuk managed to strike. It seemed to everyone that Park Ha just fell in one moment, and that was it. Hannah realized that it was better for her not to show herself in front of Jin Hyuk in front of so many people. But she was most worried about what he was doing here at all. Kim stopped the whole mess and ordered the boys to calm down immediately, or he would have to use force. Upon seeing this guy, Jin Hyuk immediately used the Eye of Truth to read his skills and understand what this guy is capable of. But in the end he failed to do it because the system showed him an error. The whole point was that the skill could not be used due to too big a difference in levels. Jin Hyuk heard that this guy had already reached level 20, but in any case, he wasn't going to be afraid of him and told this Kim to his face that Park Ha didn't need a nanny, to which he immediately received a sharp response from Kim that he was a pretty useful guy. This made Jinshin smile because he knew very well what the word useful meant. After all, this guy was doing everything to deliver some forbidden things to China. From the expression on Kim's face, it was immediately clear that he didn't understand how this kid even knew about such information. Jin Hyuk thought that Kim was asking him the wrong questions because in reality it didn't matter where he learned this. What was important was something else. For example, how to get rid of the side effects that these drugs cause. This was the last straw. Kim used a skill called Dungeon, and thus protected the two of them from other people. He did this so that their conversation would remain confidential, and Jin Hyuk was completely prepared for such a conversation. So he immediately asked the man for 10 dungeons. But for Kim, this was quite a lot, so he asked Jin Hyuk to first prove that he was not lying to them. The item needed to restore stamina and mana is the Goryeo Dynasty Ginseng. But if you just eat it, there will be a side effect. Or in other words, magical poisoning. Jin Hyuk assumed that Kim was currently suffering from this, but he hastened to assure him that 3 items could help with this: Carassian juice, moonstone, and most importantly, the mandrake root, and according to his feelings, they cannot find the mandrake root only, so he was ready to happily tell them where it can be found. Everything that Jin Hyuk just said matched the words of the scouts and researchers who spoke with Kim, so he began to trust the guy. But still, he doubted some things and he wanted to know who this guy was. However, he had to believe him, even though he took out his sword and immediately warned the guy that he had to do everything as he said without tricks. Otherwise, the consequences for him would be irreparable. And in his mind, he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that this guy had asked for as many as 10 of the most valuable dungeons, and that this was an excessively high price for him. So at one point, he decided that he would do things a little differently and finish everything they started here. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when at one moment he felt incredible pressure on his body, and then, when he looked at Jin Hyuk, he heard from him that if Kim had not yet understood, then his life and their deal were currently in his hands. Taemin and his girlfriend were currently fighting with other players who were trying to interrupt Jin Hyuk's conversation. As the conversation suddenly ended and the dungeon skill ceased to operate, Jin Hyuk asked Yeonhwa to calm down first, as she was obviously already on edge and ready to destroy anyone. They both immediately ran up to the guy to find out how he was feeling because it seemed to them that he had just been kidnapped. But he immediately calmed them down and assured them that he was actually fine. He also added that he and Kim actually found common ground, and now everything will be different. Meanwhile, Park Hui pestered Kim, not understanding why the man suddenly decided to leave so quickly when he needed to punish Jin Hyuk. Moreover, according to him, he was ready to do it himself, if only the man would give him a chance. But his words and vows were suddenly interrupted when Kim approached him and grabbed him by the neck, then lifted him up and said only that it was time for the guy to finally understand the fact that he was not his equal. After which he warned him that if he did something like that again, he would greatly regret it. He almost strangled him, but in the end he heard the answer he wanted to hear. Until the very end, Hannah's brother could not understand what had happened in that dungeon that made his master so angry with him. Anger was overwhelming him at that moment. He incredibly wanted to wipe this guy off the face of the earth because he believed that he had just been very badly humiliated. The copying conditions were successfully met. Jin-hyuk managed to raise his hostility towards himself to the maximum, and thus he was able to copy the skill called stealth. Well, now that he had completed this task, he decided that the time had come to take the test for which he had come here in the first place. Arriving at the main arena, Jin-hyun immediately noticed that his trainee was in first place on the main scoreboard, so he assumed that she might have drunk mountain ginseng. Before the test began, he was told that it was actually quite simple. You just need to hit the magic stone, object, skills, you can use everything. The hidden power of the stone is revealed during the attack. After hearing all this, the guy decided that he would use a dagger, which surprised the examiner a little because it seemed to him that this was too little, but the guy assured him otherwise, so he decided that he would not interfere with the guy and told him that as soon as he was ready, he could begin. Jin-hyuk went to the middle-level stone first, which confused the examiner, so he asked him to go to the starting stone. After all, he was sure that ordinary players couldn't even activate a mid-level stone. But when Jin-hyuk activated his skills and decided to show what his torment in the labyrinth was worth, the examiner immediately realized that the guy was not just a player. At first, he reacted like everyone else. It just seemed to him that it was impossible, because most of the players do not pass the selection because they do not have enough magical power to attack the small stone. And now he sees a broken mid-level stone in front of him, which simply shocks him. As a result, after such a blow, the examiner noticed that the guy had an S rank, which he needed to immediately report to his superiors, so he immediately began to pick up the phone. But he was stopped by Jin-hyuk, who asked the guy to report back in a week. It was very important for him, although the man did not understand what was so special about it and why exactly in a week. Jin-hyuk assured him that he had his own personal reasons for this, which is why he wanted the examiner to report this in a week. He understood perfectly well that most likely words simply would not be enough, so he decided to subtly hint to him that he needed to do as he said, and if someone found out about this, the examiner would have a hard time. On the way out of the testing room, Jin-hyuk met Hannah, who, as it turned out, was already waiting for the guy. According to her, she stood here to give what she promised. She had in her hands that very ring of Brahm. Jin-hyuk was glad that she finally managed to do it, even faster than she promised. But the girl wanted, first of all, for Jin-hyuk to remove his brand. But he assured her that everything would not happen as quickly as she thought, and he would take it off if she behaved well. When Jin-hyuk came out after the testing, the guys couldn't believe their ears that he only had an F rank. They were sure, until the very end, that his rank would be much higher than theirs. Although he told them that this was a temporary result, and that he would have to take a re-exam in a week, in any case, he asked them not to worry about him and to go to the tower. The first test determines rank based on magical family, and whoever passes this test moves on to the second. The task of the second test was quite simple. You just had to go through one of the tower's dungeons. There was also no difficulty limit. You could choose any opponents. But the place that Jin-hyuk chose was the Trust of the Ruins on the first floor. Neither in the 11 years that they played the game, nor now that it appeared in reality, has anyone been able to pass this zone. Mountain Ruins, first floor of the Trial Tower with a rank of F. He can't get there alone because the guild guarding these ruins won't let him in, and the best option in this case is to go on this journey as a porter. Jin-hyuk did so, saying that his main reason was that he needed money to survive. But he was not alone here, because his colleague was here to feed his family. Although Jin-hyuk was there for a different reason, he understood that this man was one of those who went to such places for money, in order to somehow survive. This man kept repeating that they and their F rank must be extremely careful, that they must go where they are told, that the equipment inside does not work, and the ambulance will not come. But Jin Hyuk assured him that there was no point in worrying because he was confident that those who were here would at least return home unharmed. The man, of course, took all this as a joke, because he did not understand how the guy could even know this. But he was still grateful to him for the fact that the guy was much braver than the others. At one point, they arrived at the place they needed, and now all they had to do was wait for the raid group. At this point, Jin Hyuk received a notification that the first person to pass this dungeon would receive a special reward. And as far as Jin Hyuk knew, he had already received it. He received an increase in some characteristics, but what is most important is that he managed to get a cold heart. It gives the ability to remain calm even in a critical situation. He also received another skill called monopolization, which will work when the guy goes through the quest himself. Then the reward will be increased to the maximum possible level. Although there are an incredibly large number of awards in the tower, getting one of them is already a big victory, so the guy simply did not need luck. But suddenly his thoughts and joy were interrupted by a teleporter, which worked, and the raid group arrived at the site. At the center of this group was their leader, who had an unbearable headache, but he still came to this mission. It was a raid group called Parhe, and that guy was apparently the leader, at least that's what the guys thought. Jin Hyuk used the Eye of Truth and immediately saw that this guy's name was Song Jung Hwan, and he was the first to start giving orders. The conditions for copying his abilities were very difficult in Jin Hyuk's opinion, because he had to earn Song Jung Hwa's trust during the raid. The guy understood that at the moment they were in different groups, and it would be incredibly difficult to earn the trust of such a person. Suddenly the guy noticed for himself that the head of such a guild, which is among the top 10, has such a low level. In any case, it was time for them to move out, and one of the magicians asked them all to follow him closely, because if any of them got lost, then no one would come back for them. After some time, they finally entered the ruins they had been talking about. There were bodies of monsters scattered around that had been destroyed by the raid group. It was immediately clear that there had been a massacre here. But Jin Hyuk drew his attention to something else, that among such a large number of losses on the part of the monsters, the people in turn lost absolutely no one. And the strategy that their leader used immediately seemed strange to him. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when his new friend approached him and asked the guy not to stand like a statue, but to go do his job, that is, distribute food and groceries. Jin Hyuk completely forgot that he was now performing the role of a porter. Moreover, according to the man, he had to help foreigners today. When Jin Hyuk turned around and looked at the foreigners, he immediately noticed their sign. After digging around in his memory a bit, he remembered that this was the sign of the Zion Guild. However, he had an understanding that they were all fragile creatures, but he still decided to make friends with one of them. And this guy turned out to be one of the knights of that very guild, to whom the guy brought water and said that he had worked incredibly well, so he deserved to rest a little. At this time, he activated the communication skill and was already ready to gain the trust of this knight. The system almost immediately notified him that there was a slight interest in Jin Hyuk. But when this knight took off his helmet, the guy realized what was going on and why he managed to get this knight's interest so quickly. The whole thing was that she was the youngest daughter of the aristocratic family of Laurentia. She was a versatile player who was connected with divine power. She also had attack, defense, and healing skills. Laurentia was the hero who saved Amsterdam from chaos, one of the most famous players in Europe. Seeing her, the guy realized why the human side hadn't suffered any losses at all, because according to rumors, Laurentia shows herself best in battles with the undead and other evil spirits. But on the other hand, Jin Hyuk had even more questions when he saw her. He didn't understand why she was even here if there was currently a raid on the boss of the 3rd floor. He decided to find out about it, so he immediately used the Eye of Truth, but it didn't work, and the system again showed an error that the use of this skill was impossible due to the difference in levels. But suddenly this message disappeared and a new one appeared, which said that luck compensated for the difference in levels. In other words, the guy was now able to use the 2nd level Eye of Truth, and thus he was able to see the target's status, as well as the copying conditions, which were that the guy had to rescue her from a dangerous situation, Then he would be able to copy one of the abilities or skills. The report also said that Teresa was actually one of the top 100 players in the world. And as for her characteristics, it was amazing. Now Jin-hyuk understood why this girl was admired so much. After some time of studying her profile, the guy at one point noticed that she was currently on a quest to choose a profession, and most likely, that was why she went to these ruins. Having read up to this point, his thoughts were interrupted by Laurentia herself, who wanted to thank the guy for the water. Although in his mind, the guy was only thinking that, in fact, he should thank her, because soon he would be able to copy the ability that was highly valued by warriors. He had a huge chance to receive the patronage of the heavens. All he had to do was find out what kind of situation could be dangerous for this paladin and what he needed to do to save her. Because in fact, this is one of the most difficult conditions. Yonghua was suddenly urgently called by his colleagues, who asked him in a frightened voice to come over and take a look. When he arrived, he saw that the sentries had all already died, and what was most important was that it was completely incomprehensible how this could have happened. The system notified all players that the guardians of the ruins are watching the trespassers, but this will not always be the case. Or to be more precise, they only have 10 minutes left to escape. Otherwise, the ruin's security system will be activated and then the guards will come out. But if they manage to leave, then nothing will happen to them. Yonghua immediately grabbed his head and started screaming, because he couldn't even imagine what kind of idiot activated it. And he also understood that now they had no choice, because this system was already in combat mode and would most likely destroy them. The 10 minutes that this system gave the guys to leave was too little. And if they stay, then most likely they will all die, because he was well aware of the fact that fighting the guards with their forces was suicide. At least half, or even more, would die. But on the other hand, he understood that if they evacuated innocent people in 10 minutes but thoughts were creeping in one after another, he didn't know what to do in that case, because he had actually been working so long to become the head of the guild, and he only needed to finish one raid successfully. But apparently, luck was not on his side today. In the end, he made a rather strange decision. He announced to everyone that they were still continuing the raid. This obviously caused surprise among the other players, who simply couldn't help but notice that they weren't even halfway through and the guards would soon start attacking them from all sides. And so they thought that this was a pretty bad idea. But he wasn't going to listen to them, so he immediately asked them to stop chatting and follow him. If something happened, he would definitely take full responsibility. Besides, he believed that even without a second team, they had a great chance of success. At least he wanted to believe it because St. Teresa was with them and she would help them in any case. One of the players started running around the dungeon and talking about how the guards had woken up and that they would all come to them soon. But everyone he told this to believed that there was no point in worrying because such a huge guild as Parhi would not act without countermeasures. The loners believed that all they had to do at the moment was obey the leader, and then everything would definitely be fine. But suddenly one of them fell silent because he heard a strange pressure hanging over him. It was a huge hand of one of the guards, which ultimately crushed him, leaving the guy no chance. Then they finally realized that they were not in the most advantageous and safe situation, and they urgently needed to come up with something. As soon as they saw the guards, they immediately began to prepare for battle. They sent tanks forward, porters back. Thus, they created a formation. All tanks received various kinds of improvements, and Sun Zhonghwan activated steel protection. Also, when they finally gathered into a full-fledged structure, he activated a skill called second-level combat concentration. The magicians also took an active part in this resistance, and the guards were getting closer and closer to them. And a few seconds later, the battle with the dungeon guards began. The battle was not easy. Many guys asked for reinforcements on their flanks, because they understood perfectly well that they might not cope. But everything was so difficult that the leader simply could not give them additional people, which is why many could not stand it and eventually died. Yonghua was well aware of the fact that there would be casualties in any case. In his opinion, it was inevitable. Besides, at such a moment he thought about solo players last of all. First, he wanted to save his people. Unlike guild players who act in a coordinated manner, solo players in such battles immediately get lost and therefore quickly die. The solo players were shocked at how much the guild leader didn't care about them because they asked him for help several times, and he ended up simply ignoring them. And now apparently because of this, they will die. But suddenly, hope appeared when Laurencia rushed into the battle, using a skill called the 4th level cross, and thereby destroying several guards at once. She immediately realized that 2 guards had passed through the raid group's positions, so it was obvious that the non-combat units were in danger. Laurencia immediately decided that she needed to hurry up and cover the rear. The guards of the dungeon, meanwhile, reached the carriers, who understood perfectly well that they would not be able to defeat even one of them, so they realized that most likely it would be the end for them. And as soon as one of the guards swung, his body fell apart into small pieces, and then Jiken appeared in front of the man's face, who reminded him that he had promised him from the very beginning that they would all return home alive. After which he used the element of fire and again began to destroy one guard after another. He did not destroy them completely in order to give the guild the opportunity to do so, because he understood perfectly well that he could not destroy them because he needed to remain at level 1. But still, he couldn't get the thought out of his head about what could have awakened the high-level guardians of the ruins, because in his opinion, there was absolutely no point in it. Suddenly, the porter Jinyuk was talking to disappeared right before his eyes, and when he turned around, he saw Laurencia, who moved the porter away from the guy, and then said that she considered the guy a good person, but he ultimately decided to threaten others with his knife. And so she decided to assume that perhaps it was Jinhyuk who woke up the guards, but first she wanted to arrest him to find out. Jinhyuk definitely didn't expect things to turn out this way. He didn't expect that he could be accused of something like that at all. But he won't be able to just stand there, because Laurencia decided to attack him right away, but he was able to dodge the attack in time. This made her even more angry, and she asked him not to resist, because if he continued to do this, then she would have to harm him, which she really did not want. Jinhyuk, in response, tried to convey to her that there was a misunderstanding between them and suggested that they calmly discuss everything. But she was not going to do this. She believed that first she needed to arrest him, and only then would she listen to his excuses. The guy realized that she was too angry with him and therefore was not even going to listen to him, so he simply had no other choice, except to engage in battle with her and punish her, and then explain that it is she who is wrong in this situation. When she was disarmed, he pointed his knife at her and once again, in a convincing tone, told her that it was not he who woke the guards. Moreover, he tried to convince her that if he needed it, he would destroy them all with his own hands. After which the same man intervened in their dialogue, who did not understand why Laurencia was doing this, because Jinhyuk saved his life and did not try to intimidate her. At that moment, she realized how stupid a thing she had managed to do. She immediately stood up and began to ask him for forgiveness for this, although Jinhyuk assured her that everything was fine because his actions looked suspicious and she had the right to do so. After a short time of conversation, she found out that his name was Jinhyuk and that he was hiding his identity, which was not entirely clear to her, and she wanted to know the reason. But the guy answered her pretty quickly. He said that his reason was very similar to the girl's reason because he knew that she invited the Zion Guild for cover, but, in fact, she secretly wants to get the contract of St. Peter for the quest to choose a profession, and he needs one item, the receipt of which no one should know about. He also told her that he knew absolutely all the strategies for passing these ruins, and then even suggested working together, because their items were in the same place. The guild leader at that moment was shouting that they should go forward, coordinating their actions, and he did not support the fact that they wanted to go alone. Laurencia told him the opposite, and added that, according to her map, there were only 20 kilometers left. Besides, the strategy was known to everyone. Moreover, she believed that nothing would change if she wasn't there. Besides, according to the agreement, before the battle with the boss, all squad leaders had the same rights. Thus, she successfully pressured the guildmaster and he agreed to her conditions, but only immediately added to her that she must return before they reached the boss room, to which she agreed and promised that she would join them before the battle began. She would also like to take one of the porters, to which the head of the guild immediately agreed, saying that she could actually do whatever she wanted, he only asked her to return on time. All the porters who were there immediately realized that if they went with Laurencia, it was most likely a one-way ticket. So they looked away and tried to do everything possible that she did not choose one of them. But suddenly from the crowd of porters a hand was raised. It was Jin-hyuk who proposed his candidacy himself. According to him, he would not mind going with her. He was immediately attacked by other porters who believed that he, as an inexperienced person, should not do this, because they believed that there is nothing more important than life. And no matter how sacred it was for him, he still did not need to do this. Jin-hyun understood perfectly well that no matter what he said, they still wouldn't understand him, so he decided to go a little different way, and for this he wanted to ask them if they had ever had such a situation when they were so fired up by one idea that they were ready to do everything in order to bring it to life. They didn't know what to answer him, when suddenly the guy himself started screaming about how right now his love was burning inside him. According to him, it was so big that he was ready to lose his life. After these words, he simply left with Laurencia, and the other porters fell silent and were unable to say a single word. After some time traveling through this dungeon, they came to a place where they came across a huge number of monsters. Taking a closer look, they realized why so many monsters were concentrated in this particular place. It was because of that sarcophagus. They understood that the things they needed so much were located there. Jin-hyun himself understood this. He wanted to make sure that the girl understood it. She answered him that she was perfectly aware of everything. And as soon as she said this, a notification from the system immediately appeared in front of them, or rather a warning that the owner of the abode of the fallen was watching them. Jin-hyuk was sure that they were talking about the boss at the moment, because he had never been interested in the players. But now he decided to show himself. Laurencia suddenly interrupted his thoughts to point out that these words were definitely from the boss. But she didn't quite understand what these words could mean. She didn't want to believe that the boss saw them as enemies. But Jin-hyuk immediately convinced her that this was far from true, because he was more than sure that the boss recognized him, although the girl did not quite understand where he got such confidence in all this. So she decided to talk to him a little about it. She reminded him of how he told her that he knew the way to get through, and he confirmed it again. And when he did this, she wanted to ask him what she needed to do then. What was her role in this game? After a while, Laurencia jumped right into the center of the crowd of monsters and activated a skill called the Song of Battle, which increased all of her stats by 3 times for 3 minutes. Sometime before, Jin-hyuk told her that her task was actually quite simple. According to him, she had to attract the attention of the undead as much as possible. He understood in advance that if she released divine energy, then all attention would be focused only on her. Which is what she did. First of all, she activated the 5th level Saint skill and began to destroy one monster after another. And while all the undead were running towards Laurencia, Jin-hyuk continued to run over their heads with the understanding that if he ran over their heads, he would not engage in battle with them and would not accidentally increase his level. However, his plan was not as perfect as it might have seemed to him, because at one point, something appeared before his eyes that the guy definitely did not expect to see here. The thing was that because of such powerful attacks by Laurencia, the elite undead were released, and after them, the elite merci rose up. But in fact, Jin-hyuk was not upset and was quite happy to see a mini-boss who could carry a lot of useful things inside himself. Suddenly, he was attacked by a guard who appeared out of nowhere. Fortunately, the guy was able to dodge in time, which was a bit strange for this place because the guy had absolutely no idea what this creature was doing here. He assumed that perhaps the matter was that the conditions had changed due to Laurencia's presence. In any case, he tried to quickly assess the situation. He immediately noticed that the fox was using his usual black lightning, and it would not be difficult to deal with him. But as for the flying monsters, he was clearly not sure, and he would definitely need to be as careful as possible with them. Overall, it didn't take him long to deal with these monsters, and he got even closer to the sarcophagus. He felt that Laurencia would also finish soon, and then there would be only one left, the skeleton. The guy didn't have time to start attacking this very skeleton, when suddenly someone cut his body in half, and the blow was so strong and clear that the cut was not visible at all. And then Jin-hyuk heard a painfully familiar voice that told the guy that he had been looking for him for so long, the one who reads monsters like an open book. A few seconds later, a guy with a sword appeared in front of him, who said that he was sure that Jin-hyuk would appear here, and that's why he was waiting for him. The guy pretended that he had absolutely no idea who this guy was and what he wanted, and this made this stranger even more angry, who was ready to burst because the guy didn't recognize him. Jin-hyuk decided not to interrogate him, and so used the Eye of Truth to find out who this guy was. This guy's name was Jong-song. He was level 29, and the conditions for copying his skills were that he had to defeat this guy in a sword fight, thereby breaking his self-confidence. But what the guy noticed was that in the guy's hands was a sword from the Qianlong dynasty, and this was the very item that had disappeared from the artifact museum. Back when the test tower was still a game, Jong-xiong had already lost to Jin-hyuk several times, after which he pursued him wherever he was and tried to take revenge on him, but he was never able to win. He couldn't believe that this warrior eager for battle was Jong-xiong. This guy was incredibly angry because Jin-hyuk underestimated him so much, because the game had only recently become a reality, and he had already managed to forget him so quickly. Jin-hyuk actually remembered this guy back when he was in the museum, but it didn't make him too happy, because more than anything in life, he dreamed of this guy finally leaving him alone. However, Jong-song assured him that this time things would be different, and he was more than ready to fight Jin-hyuk in a fair fight and defeat him. He thought so because he was sure that they were both at the very beginning of their journey, and he did not yet have the advantage of a huge number of skills. Jin-hyuk answered him quite calmly. He told the guy that if he wanted to fight so much, then he wouldn't interfere with him, but he still wanted to know from him if he was sure that he would definitely cope with this task. While he was thinking, Jin-hyuk pointed his finger at his partner and subtly hinted that she definitely wouldn't just stand there and watch them fight. Jong-song was not afraid of Laurencia, moreover he was quite interested in fighting the saint. But still, he didn't come here for this, so first he wanted to do everything so that no one would interfere with them. And for this, he decided to use a skill called Level 5 Battlefield Selection. Laurencia, seeing this, immediately began to worry about the guy and therefore wanted to do everything to help him. But she was stopped in time by Jin-hyuk, who was holding a small ball in his hands and saying that there was no need to worry, because they would definitely see each other soon. After which they disappeared along with Chon-sun, and Laurencia was left standing alone. They both moved to a completely different place, which was apparently prepared in advance so that they could both fight without any problems. Jong-xiong even decided to give Jin-hyuk an official invitation to a fight in which no one would interfere with them. He also activated a skill called a Level 5 Duel. Thus, all of this guy's stats increased by 10%. But the problem with this skill was that it not only increased the characteristics of the one who used this skill, but also reduced the power of his opponent's skills. In other words, Jong-sung's special ability greatly reduced Jin-hyuk's skills. Therefore, he understood with a smile that the situation at the moment had become too unfavorable for him. But the smile on his face was because when the copying situation is unfavorable, the conditions are adjusted in accordance with the changing situation. The conditions were so simplified that Jin-hyuk was able to copy Jong-sung's unique ability instantly. He copied a unique ability called the Sword Song. This skill increased the swordsman's skills by as much as 200%. Jong-sun didn't understand what was going on there and became even more angry because of it, until at one point he finally broke loose and ran into battle. But Jin-hyuk was already more than ready for this, so he began to gradually summon his sword. Jin-hyuk blocked Jong-sung's blows too easily, but at that moment, Jong-sung turned his attention to completely different things, namely that they were fighting him at a medium distance, and this guy was only using a dagger, which was not entirely correct. Although Jin-hyuk thought that this was enough for him to win, because if he had fought with the sword, this fight would have ended long ago. All these words made Jong-sun more and more angry. At one point, it seemed that he was about to burst from anger, and therefore he successfully activated the skill called the Soul of the Sword, after which he delivered almost his strongest blow, which Jin-hyuk was able to dodge with incredible ease. After which he couldn't help but ask this guy a question, in which he was interested to know if he was trying too hard when he used the highest techniques in a fight with a newbie. This question could not have caused any other reaction except anger, and Jong-sun could be understood, because few people would dare to call Jin-hyuk a newbie. Jin-hyuk was worried about other things at this moment. If he wasn't wrong, then if he continued to parry his opponent's attacks, then his dagger would come to an end. Therefore, he decided that it was time for a skill that could counter the sword. In this way, he successfully combined the Sword Song skill and the skill called Demon Soul. Thanks to this connection, synthesis began to take place, and thus the creation of a new ability began, which was called the Sword Graveyard. This skill was incredibly powerful, as it was capable of increasing a swordsman's skills by 500%. Thus, the body uses only the most effective sword techniques, perception at its maximum. But even though this skill was now in Jin-hyuk's arsenal, he still couldn't use it to the fullest, because for now, it only gives out 1/10 of its full power, and all because he doesn't have enough mana to control this power, so he thought that he needed to increase its supply as soon as possible. Jong-seong immediately realized that something abnormal was happening, since a strange flow of mana began to flow from Jin-hyuk. He tried to understand what this incredible power was, because until the very end he was sure that this was the most convenient battlefield for him, and he also tried not to fight at his usual distance. The conditions around him were maximally favorable, but even taking all this into account, he still couldn't win. He tried his whole life, but in the end, both in the game and in real life, he couldn't defeat this guy who always seemed incredibly strong to him. Jong-sung spent so much time but still couldn't figure out why he couldn't beat this guy. But he was not going to accept his defeat. So, having collected his thoughts, he again ran into the attack. However, all of his attacks were blocked again by Jin-hyuk, who did it quite quickly and immediately went on a counterattack, which Jong-sung clearly did not expect. Suddenly, he heard Jin-hyuk's voice behind him, telling the guy that he had already fought with someone who was much stronger and faster for him, so he was tired of this fight and really wanted to finish it. A few seconds later, they clashed sword to sword again. Resisting such a huge force was too much for Jong-seong. Therefore, at one point, he could not stand it, and his sword flew away. And Jin-hyuk could only acknowledge the fact that he had won again. He had already lost count of how many times he had managed to defeat him, but Jong-sung kept count and knew perfectly well that this was already the 138th fight that he had lost, which made him so sad that he asked Jin-hyuk to destroy him on the spot. But instead of this, Jin-hyuk told him that next time it would be the 138th victory, and he would not destroy anyone. After that, he reminded Jong-seong that the test tower is no joke, and even the strongest nerds sometimes die here due to carelessness. But he still believed that they needed strong players, and those who are as persistent and hard-working as Jong-sung, even more so, so he extended his hand to him, which signaled a desire to be friends. Although in his mind, he was thinking that he actually just needed to wait 60 days in order to copy the player's abilities again. Therefore, he decided that it would be wrong to waste his energy searching if there was an excellent target to copy that could always be nearby. Jong-sung decided to listen to him, so this time he admitted his defeat but immediately decided to tell Jin-hyuk that next time the outcome would definitely be different. After which he decided to tell the guy that during all this time he still hadn't found out his name, although Jin-hyuk didn't quite understand why the guy needed to know it at all. Jong-sung didn't insist and decided that if Jin-hyuk didn't want to give his name, then he would continue to call him the same as before, which definitely didn't suit him. But Jong-sun couldn't be stopped, so without thinking twice, he called him a stinker. Unfortunately for Jin-hyuk, this was heard by Laurencia, who already had a huge number of jokes in her head. One of the players noted that they apparently did not kill all the monsters, although before that, each of them was sure that they did it. But he thought so because the scanning artifact detected something. But in theory, nothing should have remained there. At least that's what they thought, because when this object came too close, they realized that it was a huge iron golem. But he was in no hurry to attack them, and apparently it was all because there was a vampire sitting on top of this golem, who elegantly descended and introduced himself as a higher vampire named Belus. According to him, he is here because his main role is to accompany the owner of these ruins, the Lord. The guys immediately pointed their swords at him and wanted to know why he came here at all. Belus, looking at them, almost immediately determined which of them was the leader of this group. So he decided to tell him that he came here in order to provide him with one very interesting proposal. After which, he began to talk about how he was now going to give them a choice, which would consist of either they all following him without arguing, or there is a second option, which is that he will destroy them all with the help of his wonderful skill, which is called Plague, the level of which is completely unknown. The leader of the group froze in one place, and only heard the cries of his people asking him to help, but he continued to stand and pretend that nothing was happening. It was clear that at that moment fear was taking over the guy and he wanted to run away. But the vampire clearly wasn't going to give any of them such a chance because, according to him, only half would be able to go with him. The other half would leave this world in this dungeon. Meanwhile, Laurencia finally got her item that she had been dreaming about for so long, and as soon as she had it in her hands, she immediately used the skill Holy Power. Everything was in order to finally obtain an ability called Frozen Tear, which, when absorbed, strengthens magic, but it could not be used immediately after receiving it. At least, that's what Jinhyuk thought, but in reality, Laurencia had skills that helped her make it so that Jinhyuk immediately received plus 12 points to each of his characteristics, for which he was grateful to the girl. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when a message appeared in front of the girl that the owner of the monastery was inviting them to his place. Of course, if she wanted to save the members of her group, then she needed to go to the farthest room. Laurencia couldn't believe that this was serious because how could the entire squad suddenly end up as hostages? She immediately made the decision that she needed to act as soon as possible, because she believed that if she could save even one, then she should not hesitate and should do everything she could. But still, having such power inside herself, she was far from sure that she would be able to defeat the Lord, because she knew very well how strong he was. Moreover, no one insured them against the fact that they could fall into a trap prepared for them. She was almost certain that without a raid group they could not even think about defeating the Lord. So she began to slightly regret leaving her squad, because it seemed to her that if she had stayed with them, the outcome would have been different. By joining the party as a paladin, she simply wanted to protect the players, but was it really the wrong choice? Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Chan Song, who decided to tell the girl something that, in fact, had nothing to do with it. So he decided that he would go there himself. And he decided to give Laurencia advice that would help him make decisions quite quickly in the future. He turned his gaze to Jinhyuk and said that this man has no honor at all. In Jongsun's opinion, he is just an egoist, and for this, he simply hates him. But on the other hand, he knows him very well, so he can guarantee that if anyone can defeat the Lord, it is only him. After these words, he left, and Laurencia stood for some time and thought about the guy's words and at one point smiled and thanked him for the advice. And when she decided to do this, she immediately approached Jinhyuk and told him that she accepted his invitation. He was glad to hear this, but still immediately noted that his services cost quite a lot. Laurencia immediately answered him that she was ready to pay as much as he needed, she just wanted him to help her. Jinhyuk understood that it didn't matter what answer he gave her. The girl would go for it anyway. So he made a decision and agreed to it, and the system immediately notified him that the quest was accepted. A few minutes later, they arrived at the lair of the lord of this dungeon. And the first thing the girl noticed was the volume of mana that was in the air. It was simply enormous. Although Jinhyuk believed that there was no need to be afraid, because now they had an idea of the enemy's strength. The guy was surprisingly calm, which confused the girl a little, especially after he said that the strongest does not always win in a battle. He also asked her to remember one very important thing, which was that no matter what happened there, she must believe him, and do it until the end. After these words, they entered inside this huge castle. Coming a little closer to the throne, they saw that same lord, whose name was Alice, and, according to her, She was already waiting for them. The first thing Jin-hyuk wanted to know was if his people were safe. Alice raised her hand and asked him to take a look himself if he was interested. Among all these people, Jin-hyuk at one point noticed Park Ha-jin, who apparently awakened the guards who attacked them. Anyway, at the moment, it's not that important, and now he's talking to Alice, who was telling him that she invited them here because of the smell that was coming from him, which surprised the guy a little. Alice told him with a smile that the guy had an incredible smell of sweetness that she had smelled for the first time when she saw him. She gently bit her finger and repeated that the smell of his blood was so wonderful that she could not compare it to anything, a sweet aroma that excited her. Jin-hyuk heard such words from her for the first time, and he couldn't even imagine why she suddenly started talking about some sweet blood. Alice smiled and said that the guy seemed worried, given his facial expressions. Jin-hyuk believed that when a vampire talks about blood, a person cannot be calm. Alice assured him that he would like it, because she always eats tasty food very slowly, and according to her calculations, he could live another 60 years. Jin-hyuk knew perfectly well that this meant that she would insert a tube into him and keep him with her, so he thanked her for her concern, but immediately replied that he did not want to live as an expensive dinner. Immediately after these words, he was wounded by a small blow to his cheek, and Alice added that his opinion did not matter at all. In other words, at the moment he has no choice. He answered her with a smile that he was so scared, but still he asked her not to forget that he was not just saying this. Then he dropped to one knee and said that he was here to give her something that would be much sweeter than blood. This clearly interested Alice, but she immediately told him that he didn't have to suck up, because for them, for vampires, there is nothing more important than blood. In other words, she believed that no matter what the guy proposed to her, her opinion would not change anyway. Jin-hyuk continued to smile and tell her that she shouldn't be so confident. After all, he was here to offer her freedom, and from the look on Alice's face, it was clear that she was interested in this offer. The other vampires immediately started yelling at him and telling the guy that he simply had no right to talk about this. However, Alice immediately calmed them down and ordered them to shut their mouths while she listened to her guest. After which, she turned to Jin-hyuk again and told him that it would be better for him to back up his words with actions. The guy immediately told her that if he didn't stand behind his words, he simply wouldn't have come here. And when he told her this, she was ready to listen to him. First, he introduced himself and said that his name was Kang Jin-hyuk, and he, as a representative of the Mains, vowed that he would do everything possible to free her. Main is the master of the abode of the fallen. He is the one who, because of money, revenge, personal convictions, turned away from people. Mains prevented players from climbing the tower and helped monsters located in labyrinths and ruins. Alice had of course heard about the Mains, but she didn't quite believe that the guy was one of them. Instead of evidence, he told her that he had established a connection with the temple on the 27th floor. And according to him, he was told there how to deceive the barrier covering the ruins, how to find Alice. He learned all this right there. Laurencia, watching and listening to everything the guy said, wondered what all this could mean and why he said that he was Main. Besides, she didn't quite understand why everyone around started to worry so much when they heard about this temple. But Alice still thought that it didn't matter to her whether he was Main or not. She reminded him that they had been locked up here for centuries. So all this was just empty chatter. And she dislikes chatterboxes the most. Moreover, she never believes them. And immediately after these words, she activated a skill called Blood Sphere. Although she still felt very sorry to destroy the guy because she liked the smell of his blood incredibly much. But after he lied to her, she was simply forced to destroy him. However, Laurencia came to Jin-hyuk's defense, using her new Saint's defense to block all of Alice's attacks. It was incredibly difficult for her, and she could only hope that the divine power would cope with this attack. Alice at this moment simply could not stop laughing. She was amused by the fact that the girl was trying so hard against her usual attack. But at the same time, she hated everything sacred so much that she wanted to destroy Laurencia as soon as possible. So she added power to her attacks and was going to destroy her with just one blow. Laurencia herself understood perfectly well that at this rate she definitely wouldn't last long, and something needed to change. But on the other hand, she had a smile on her face because she believed in Jin-hyuk to the end, who, according to her feelings, was supposed to save them all. However, apparently this was a mistake, because a few seconds after these thoughts, the guy stuck his blade right into the girl's back, after which he turned to Alice again to tell her that if he could prove that it was not just a bluff, then she would be able to believe him. It was interesting for her, because she didn't expect that the guy could betray a comrade who had just protected him. But it still wasn't enough for her, and she wanted him to do something else. Laurencia was slowly dying and trying to tell Jin-hyuk that he promised her to save all the members of the squad. But instead of a normal response, he dealt Laurencia a few more blows, which finished her off. So he got quite a loud laugh out of Alice when she told him that he had done a pretty good job of it and now she was sure that he was on her side, so she decided to give him a chance to explain himself. He thanked her for this and immediately began to tell her that in order to deceive the barrier that was hindering her, he had prepared a special spell. At that moment, he had Bram's ring in his hands, and according to him, if they placed her soul in this ring, then they would be able to deceive the barrier for a short time. It was the first time Alice had heard of such a thing, because she understood perfectly well that she needed to seal her soul. The reason why Jin-hyuk gave up all the experience points and stayed at level 1 is because of the soul transfer skill. After all, the peculiarity of this skill was that only a first-level player could activate it. Therefore, he complied with all the conditions in order to now use this skill, which can be used once a year and can only seal one soul at a time. And when he started doing this, he told Alice that in exactly 1 minute, this magic circle would disappear forever, and if she gave her consent, the spell would work, and then she would be free. So, at the moment, the decision was hers. Alice, at this point, decided to contact Bellis, her loyal servant. Telepathically, she told him that it was very difficult for her to completely trust Jin-hyuk. So, she decided to ask him to destroy Jin-hyuk immediately after he did something suspicious. She understood that she had one last step to take. But on the other hand, she did not want to give her life into his hands as much as she could, but she had lived in captivity for too long. More than 1,000 years had already passed. And if she did not do it now, she was not sure that she would ever have such a chance. So she decided to ask him one last time, can she trust him? Jin-hyuk immediately assured her that if she trusted him, she would never regret it. At that moment, the guy activated the first-level communication skill, which helped him convince Alice of the truth of his words. And it worked, and Alice eventually allowed the soul to move. And after just a few seconds, the system notified them all that Alice's soul was being placed in Bram's ring. After a short period of time, Alice was already in the ring, and it seemed to her that it would be quite uncomfortable, but it turned out to be cozy there. Jin-hyuk took the ring and told her that he was very glad that she liked her new home, which made Alice a little confused that a guy called this place her new home. Well, after a few seconds, he heard Laurencia rise up behind him, using the skill of heavenly patronage. Jin-hyuk turned around and told Laurencia with a smile that he was very happy to see her again. Patronage of the heavens is a skill that allows you to bring back to life the fallen. Instant death is an exception. After which, Jin-hyuk began to take off his mask and say that he would not need it anymore, while Alice meanwhile yelled at him and said that he did not dare to treat him like that. The lord of this place immediately ordered Bellis to destroy this vile deceiver. Laurencia was certainly not in the best condition, and she had a lot of questions for the guy, but she immediately realized that it would be better for her to ask them a little later. Meanwhile, Bellis was seething with anger and continued calling all these people stupid. After all, he believed that they simply did not understand that after what they had done, they would not remain alive, and he would definitely take care of that. The first thing he did was activate a level 13 blood wave and thought that it would be more than enough to destroy the guys once and for all. But Jin-hyuk also had no intention of standing still, and so activated his fire skill. A few seconds later, the battlefield was all on fire, and Jin-hyuk was fully prepared to fight this guy. And while he was doing this, he asked Laurencia to immediately get all the team members out of here. The head of the guild was so happy to see her he believed to the end that she would come to their aid. And he was also interested to know what happened to the vampires. He certainly didn't expect to hear from her that one of the porters was fighting them all alone. Belus calmed down a little, because he had never encountered people who were able to repel his attack. Jinhyuk decided to open his eyes and told him that his magic and his fire had extinguished each other, and the guy also wanted to convey to the vampire that he apparently still did not understand that at the moment his mistress was imprisoned, they had successfully lost at that moment. After these words, he activated a skill called Sword Graveyard. But Belus was definitely not going to give up, so he shouted back at the guy that he should shut his mouth, because if he couldn't destroy him with magic, then he would do it with a sword. And while he was doing this, he ordered his monsters to break the ring and immediately free the mistress from captivity. The battle was not as long as it might have seemed at the beginning. Over time, all the vampires were destroyed, and only one Belus remained who was kneeling before Jinhyuk. At this point, Laurentia realized that since Jinhyuk was still wearing a mask, he simply did not want to reveal his identity. So she told the guild leader that they met by chance and she knew little about him. When it was all over, Jinhyuk first went to Laurentia, who told him that it was painful enough for her to die like that, and it was the first time she had died at the hands of an ally. But she was still very glad that they managed to cope in the end. She even shed a small tear and once again thanked Jinhyuk for the fact that only thanks to him they were able to stay alive, and the system notified the guy at that moment that he was able to save the life of the owner of the unique ability of heavenly patronage. In other words, it could be said that the guy still managed to fulfill the conditions for successful copying, and now he also possesses the skill of patronage of heaven. But, at that moment, he was more interested in finding out why the girl suddenly started crying, and then it finally dawned on her that he knew from the very beginning that she would be able to be resurrected. Jinhyuk did not answer her directly, but only said that he was very glad when she managed to survive, and now he offered to take the relics and finally leave here. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the leader of the group, Son Young-hwa, who wanted to point out that the rights to the relics obtained during this raid belonged to the guild. Jinhyuk was surprised by such impudence, so he told this guild leader directly that it was not very nice to ask for relics from someone who had just saved his life. Although Song Jung-hwa, as it turned out, didn't mean that at all, he wanted to tell Jin Hyuk that they were willing to pay him money for all these relics, or if money wasn't enough for him, then they were willing to provide what he needed. Although he did well, Jinhyuk still thought that even after his defeat, this leader was still acting too self-confident. But he still decided to tell him that if they needed these relics so much, they could take them without any problems. Song Jung-hwa was so happy about this that he immediately ran to take these relics, ignoring the fact that these relics might not satisfy him. The leader of the group did not listen to him at all, for the reason that he only thought that even though most of the raid group was taken hostage, they would still be able to restore their authority while bringing good loot. But as soon as he tried to pick up one of the relics, he immediately felt incredible pain. And when I looked at my hand, I saw a strange seal on my palm, without understanding what it could be. Jinhyuk thought to himself that this was actually a curse because even though Merlin's staff was a precious relic, it still had a curse on it. And it will only disappear if Alice disappears completely. Then it will become safe. But Alice is now locked in the ring. In Seoul, meanwhile, an association of awakened people had gathered, and among them was a manager named John Jen-hyun, who wasn't sure if they could trust that guy. Although the department head, Kim Tae, believed that they should at least wait a little bit before drawing conclusions, besides, they had received a message, so he was sure that they should at least receive something. Jen-heng reminded him that experts had said the raid would last at least 3 weeks. In addition, all the members of the association told him that the seizure of the ruins would soon be completed, but Kim Tae was only worried about the fact that he was not a member of the Parhae Guild. But suddenly, all his thoughts disappeared into thin air when he received a message from the system that the ruins of the abode of the fallen had been successfully defended, and after a few minutes, players began to emerge from these ruins. But there was no delight on their faces, only disappointment and anger. Everyone around them took pictures and congratulated them on their successful cleanup of the ruins, and also wanted to interview them briefly. But when they saw the head of the guild, All their attention was focused only on him. Because no one expected to see him bald and without eyebrows, apparently the ruins were so frightening and unpredictable. Also, coming out of the ruins was Laurencia, who was the first one to smile among all these players because she wanted to announce with great joy that the ruins were actually cleared not by Son Younghua's raid. Everyone immediately assumed that it was the Scion Guild that she was from, but she assured them that it wasn't her either, then pointed at Jin Hyuk and told them all that the man had done it almost single-handedly, and everyone else, according to her, literally watched from the side as he destroyed all the monsters. The guys from the association immediately assumed that they urgently needed to call the leader of the association and tell him about what had happened here. The next day, Jin Hyuk didn't have time to read the news. There was so much written, but even more people just wanted to know who this man in the mask was. Jin Hyuk knew full well that this would become a topic of discussion, but even he didn't expect it to end up being blown out of proportion like this, and now he was even more glad that he was wearing a mask. The only one who eventually saw the guy's face was Laurencia, but she immediately promised him that she would keep it all a secret and there would be no need to worry about it. And when he figured all this out, he decided that it was probably time for him to talk to that very vampire that he had locked inside that ring. Before he could turn to Alice, she began to shout at him and say that he had no right to put her in an empty and smelly pocket. Jin Hyuk didn't argue with her and just started waving the ring around to help her calm down a bit and come to her senses. She immediately realized that she was wrong and asked the guy to stop shaking her immediately. When Jin Hyuk finally stopped shaking her, she asked him to put himself in her shoes and think about how she felt, and also asked him to remember that vampires never forget a grudge. The guy thought that it was too little for her and that she needed a little more, but she immediately decided to take her words back and order him to stop doing this. This was a fatal mistake because Jin Hyuk was not going to follow her orders, so he began to spin her as hard as possible. He did this for about 3 hours straight, which made her so ill that she could not say a single word. At one point, Jin Hyuk decided to tell her to stop crying and immediately get out of Brahm's ring. And when she was finally free and left this prison, she immediately began to tell the guy that the very cherished moment of sweet revenge that she had dreamed of for so long had come. She was going to return to the guy everything that he had done to her, but at the same time, do it tenfold. But suddenly she noticed that she had become too small, and her strength had disappeared somewhere. Alice, of course, couldn't even imagine what it was, and Jin Hyuk laughed at her a little. But then he still explained to her that he had pulled out and materialized only a part of her body. In other words, she can now be called a mini version of Alice, because now she can only use 1% of her powers. Although mentally, the guy understood perfectly well that, even though he had imposed his restrictions on her, Alice, even in this state, was stronger than any vampire. But he still asked her to calm down and stop crying, because according to him, everything he said to her in the ruins were not empty words. However, Alice no longer wanted to listen to him and asked him to just shut his mouth because she really didn't want that kind of freedom. Jin Hyuk understood her. It was really hard to call it freedom, and so he decided to promise her that he would give her the real freedom that she was so eager for. She immediately calmed down and wanted the guy to explain to her in more detail what he meant. Jin Hyuk told her with a smile that if she helped him, he would gladly destroy those who had betrayed her once, and thus return her place as the head of the Ataraxia clan. The raid was supposed to fail, but the appearance of a masked player completely changed the situation. This is exactly what they were talking about for several days, on all the channels of the country, about the new hero of their time, an unknown player in a mask. Jin Hyuk himself had no intention of getting involved in the affairs of the guilds or the squabbles between them. He didn't give a damn about them. But on the other hand, he did not forget that they wanted to destroy him, and he was not going to forgive that. For such an act, he was going to tear them all to shreds. Meanwhile, in the upper floors of this building, Hannah's brother was kneeling, having been given a clear task to make sure that Jin Hyuk died in these ruins. But he ended up waking up the guards and achieving nothing, and because of some idiot he can't handle, their guild is losing its reputation and may cease to exist altogether. The head of the Black Crow Guild, Shin Gong-soo, told him about this. Suddenly, his screams were interrupted when the doors of his office were torn apart by fire, and then Jin-hyuk entered, who wanted to talk to the master of this guild. Singon didn't understand at all what was going on here and who this person was, so he immediately ordered the guards to seize him. At that moment, Hannah's brother understood perfectly well who this man was and what he was doing here, so he immediately decided that this was the only way to restore honor in the face of the head. So without thinking twice, he took out his blade and attacked Jin-hyuk, while thinking that he would again be called Park Ha-jin, the man with super arms. But then Jin-hyuk took off his mask and decided to say hello to Park Ha, who couldn't believe his eyes. Because he was distracted, he missed a fairly strong blow, which sent him flying to the side. Headmaster Shin Gong immediately realized that this was the same guy because of whom they lost their positions in the association, and so he decided to immediately tell the guy that he had no right to just walk around here. Jin-hyuk smiled at every word he said and also asked the man to stop yelling, because he felt like that wasn't what he should be worrying about right now. The leader didn't think for long, and immediately took his katana in his hands and then activated the skill called the Flash Sword and was completely ready to attack Jin-hyuk. The man was confident that his sword was so strong that it could easily pierce the heart of this impudent man, but still, deep down, he doubted it because Jin-hyuk was somehow too relaxed. And apparently he tensed up for a reason, because after a few seconds, all that was left of his katana was the handle that he was holding onto. After which, Jin-hyuk put his feet on the table and told the man that he should also sit down and talk to him anyway. From the conversation, the man finally realized that the guy came here only because he ordered him to be destroyed in those ruins. The leader believed that this reason was not so significant that he had to destroy his entire guild. Jin-hyuk certainly didn't like these words, so he immediately decided to punish the man and threw a small coin at him, but the force was so great that it was a great blow, causing the guild leader to fall off his feet. After which, he took another coin in his hands and told the man that such words were definitely not appropriate now, and that he should think twice before saying something like that, unless of course he wanted to die early. The boss realized that he was not in a position to set his own conditions, so he immediately told the guy to stop. The man began to ask him to be more objective. He wanted to remind his interlocutor that they had a lot of people in this building right now. Jin-hyuk understood what the man was getting at, but he still wanted to hear from him why he was saying this at all. The leader literally started shouting at him that even if he destroyed him, many people would start pursuing him to take revenge. Blood for blood. Revenge begets revenge. Until one side forgives the other, there will be no end to the bloodshed. That's what the man meant. Jin-hyuk noted that even though it sounded like it was coming from his mouth, there was still meaning in it, blood and revenge. It seemed to him that these things really interfere with normal life. So he still offered to finish as the head of the guild wanted, but the man immediately felt that the guy did not understand him quite as he wanted. And he was absolutely right, because Jin-hyuk got even more angry and literally started screaming that he would take revenge, and his side would forgive and end the war. That's exactly what the guy wanted to do. The chief asked him to stop and not be so rude because he didn't see any point in it, but it seemed like the guy couldn't be stopped. Jin-hyuk released all the coins that were on the man's table from his hands, and he did it with such speed that they could destroy everything in their path. When it was finally over, Jin-hyuk came closer to Park Ha-jin to tell him that he only spared his life because of his sister. But he still advised him not to catch his eye for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he would suffer the same fate as his boss. After which, he turned to the guard who stood behind him and was afraid to say even one word. Jin-hyuk decided to give him a chance, so he said that if he proved his usefulness, he would spare his life. But first, he wanted the guard to tell a little about himself. According to this guy, his name was Kim. He was 26 years old and he does general work in this guild. He also said that he studied at Stanford, so he is ready to do any work that Jin-hyuk gives him. The guy was very happy to hear this, so he noted with a smile that the guy was apparently quite diligent, but he was obviously more interested in what he thought about this situation. But before Kim could answer this question, Jin-hyuk added that it was not particularly profitable to destroy such a guild, so he wanted it to continue to exist, but it would have a new leader and it would be Kim. This obviously shocked the guy because he expected to hear anything but such things, but Jin Hyuk immediately told him that he shouldn't worry too much because he was offering him to become an official representative, nothing more. However, even in this case, Kim believed that if he became the guild master, no one would follow him, which Jin Hyuk agreed with. After all, if an ordinary member of the organization suddenly gets a high position, everyone will be against it. But in this case, everything will be different. Jin Hyuk immediately assured him that the guy does not have to worry about those who suddenly decide to disagree. But Kim was not entirely sure that Jin Hyuk would be able to deal with them himself. As it turned out, the guy had no intention of doing this from the very beginning. He never needed extra problems, according to him. He would give the guy a small thing that would do everything for him. Sometime after the end of another raid, the players of the Black Raven Guild returned to the headquarters. The first thing they noticed was that quite a lot of people had gathered near the main office. They decided to push these people away first to find out what had happened here and why there were so many people near their building. None of them expected to see the leader there, who had been thrown out of the window by someone. One of the main players of the guild immediately realized that the leader was dead, and he immediately ran into the office to find out who dared to give such an order. In place of the leader, he saw Kim, who was sitting in place and looking him straight in the eyes. This made him angry, because he immediately thought that Kim was to blame for everything. He grabbed him by the tie and ordered him to immediately tell him what had happened here. Kim began to speak in a quiet and trembling voice about how the guild now had a new owner, after which he turned his attention to a rather cute girl who was standing behind Kim. That's why he didn't believe Kim that this little girl could destroy everything here. It seemed to him that it was just nonsense. But this guy had to be extremely careful in his expressions because Alice hated being called a little girl. A few seconds later, an explosion thundered in the high-rise building where the guild office was located. Jin Hyuk couldn't believe his eyes. He gave Alice an entire guild to manage. And on the very first day, she managed to blow everything up. About 2 months had passed since the tower had appeared. The world had changed rapidly during that time, and people had quickly adapted to the changes that were taking place. A man in a mask was shown on the news because he was of interest, because he had single-handedly cleared the ruins that large detachments could not handle. Only 2 people know that the masked man is a former porter. One of them was Uncle Kim, who was the leader of the porters, and he did a great job of keeping it a secret. The second person was Laurencia, who also promised to keep his secret. Jin Hyuk decided from the very beginning that there is when he is wearing a mask, and there is when he is without it. This way, it will be easier for him to act. Thus, he prepared everything that was needed, and finally the time came to seize all power for himself. The next day, Jin Hyuk met with his friends who decided to brag to him that during their separation, they had managed to level up a little. But at this point, they wanted to know a little more about the people who were standing behind them, because according to them, they said that they knew Jin Hyuk. The guy carefully came down and said that this was indeed the case, and since they had already met, he was ready to introduce them officially. He introduced Alice first, who he said was a player from Northern Europe, although he knew in his mind that if he told them she was a vampire, there would be a stir. After which he introduced Kim Hee-woon, who currently serves as the manager of the Black Crow Guild, and Jin Hyuk also said that he will be exploring dungeons and helping them with leveling up. Kim could barely hold back his tears, because he was introduced as an equal player to them. He immediately thought that if compared to how Shin Gun-soo exploited him, then this treatment was just a reward. In any case, Jin Hyuk told them that if they needed anything, they could ask this guy, and the guys at that moment could not believe that Jin Hyuk had essentially become the master of the Black Raven, although he asked them not to talk about it so loudly because officially the master is Kim. In any case, the guys were very glad that they were Jin Hyuk's friends and not his enemies, because then they would definitely have a hard time. When the guys went away to talk to Kim a little, Jin Hyuk decided to ask Alice if she thought it was okay to destroy a building, just because she was called a brat, to which she responded with the same scream that she didn't want to go that far. And besides, according to her, they started it first. He reminded her that she had lived 1,000 years in this world, and that during all this time she still hadn't been able to learn to control herself, although according to her, no one dared to call her that. The guy no longer had enough patience for her, so he ordered her to go with him. Today, according to him, they would go on a driven hunt, where he needed her support. The girl didn't even think that there were still places left for hunting, which is why Jinhek had to tell her that the third floor had been cleared, and the fourth had not yet been opened. The most valuable dungeons were under the control of the guilds, and everyone thinks that there are no more good places for hunting. But Jin-hyuk was not one of them, because he always knew much more than other people. The first floor of the tower, or as the players called it, the Moon Lake, is a place that is famous for the most beautiful landscapes in the tower. But for this reason, no one has come here for a long time. Jin-hyuk himself hasn't been here for a long time. The fate of all humanity hangs in the balance, so he doesn't have time to enjoy the views. Alice, of course, also really liked it here, but she still wanted to ask the guy how he was going to hunt here. Instead of answering, he simply began to walk into the lake, which made Alice a little worried because it seemed to her that the water could get into the ring, and then she would drown. But the water, strangely enough, did not rise above the guy's knees. And while he walked slowly, he thought about the statues that decorate the calm, moonlit lake. There were 12 of them in total, but the guy only needed one of them. The statue is not just a decoration. It has another function that few people know about. In fact, there are only 3 players who were able to reveal this secret. Very few people talked about it in the community, but no one could find a suitable key. It wasn't strange, because it wasn't an ordinary key, it was moonlight. Jin-hyuk knew very well that using his fingers, he needed to adjust the amount and angle of light, and when the system began to react to the reflection of light, the statue would gradually begin to open. And it will also pull the opening of the passage to the lower floors. After some time, they were able to get to the underground floor of the testing tower, which surprised Alice very much, because she never thought that this was even possible. She walked from one corner to another, and all because she had never felt anything like this. This feeling of freedom did not give her peace. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Jin-hyuk, who suddenly became interested in knowing what she thought now. Was she glad that she had signed a contract with him? At first she blushed, but then immediately came to her senses and began to say that his words, spoken, then did not seem like a complete lie, and she was even ready to believe him. Jin-hyuk didn't respond to her words, but only used the skill Patronage of Heaven, and thereby launched the second stage of defrosting the frozen tear. Thus, he was able to increase his mana by 18 units. The guy at that moment was thinking that after reabsorbing the frozen tear, it became easier to control Alice if you think about it. Suddenly, he became interested in finding out if she considered herself just part of the game. So he decided to ask her directly, and she was ready to listen to his next question. And as soon as he asked his question, suddenly a strange gap appeared between them, which blocked the guy's words and caused Alice to panic a little. Jin-hyuk didn't expect that such a question would have such an effect. Now it was clear that everything concerning the tower, all such words would be blocked. Well, or at least, he understood that he could not discuss this with those who lived inside the tower and already something. Suddenly, Alice interrupted his thoughts by telling the guy that someone was approaching very quickly from behind. Jin-hyuk also noticed this, so he immediately used fire magic. After all, he, like no one else, understood that this hidden floor of the testing tower was much more dangerous than all the others. And the main reason for this thinking was that there was an endless stream of monsters here. Even though Alice was stronger than all these bugs, she was still very scared, and all because for her all this was incredibly disgusting. Jin-hyuk realized that she wouldn't be of much use in this fight, so he asked her to stand behind him while he destroyed each of these bugs. First of all, the guy activated a unique ability called Heavenly Patronage. With this ability, he was able to reduce the physical defense of monsters by 30%. Then he asked Alice to finally come to her senses and show all the strength she was capable of. But she believed that she, as one of the most noble vampires, should not fight with such nasty monsters. Jin-hyuk pretended not to hear what she was saying and started spinning the ring, hinting that Alice simply had no other options. She realized that it would be better for her to enter this battle and destroy these monsters. And to begin with, she decided to activate a skill called Bloody Paths. This was exactly what Jin-hyuk needed. He was just missing something like this. Therefore, he did not waste much time and immediately used the skill to jump in characteristics, thereby temporarily increasing his level and statistics, and then went into battle. He destroyed the monsters quickly and mercilessly, and all because it was incredibly difficult for him to restrain himself all this time. While he remained at the first level, he accumulated so much stress. So he didn't spare his mana and used his skills one after another. The sword graveyard was no exception. At one point, Jinhyuk began to cross the line and go a little crazy. He was literally screaming about how incredibly happy he was that they had appeared, because finally he could relax, at least a little. Meanwhile, absolutely everyone had gathered in the Olympus meeting room. The head was not in the best mood, and when the time came, he finally decided to start these preparations. This man's name was Frederick. He was the head of the Titan Guild, and he was in such a mood, at least for the reason that the 8th raid on the 4th floor ended in failure. According to him, out of 100 people divided into 15 detachments, only 9 people returned alive. And this was very surprising to him because he thought that the boss of the 3rd floor was quite ordinary, but his main feature was that he summoned thousands of statues, so they still could not defeat him. But the leader was sure that in this world there was a way that they had not tried yet. Tang Wei, the leader of the China Guild, was very disappointed when he heard this information, because he thought that they had failed even with the divine artifact. So he didn't even know how they could get rid of those damn statues. Maria, the head of the Olympus Guild, believed that the 2nd and 3rd floors were completed too quickly, and good players had too little time to level up, which is why it is currently so difficult for them to pass the boss of the 3rd floor. And Baek Jin, the head of the 3rd squad of the Tangun Guild, agreed with her. He believed that they needed more level 15 players, and that was the reason why they couldn't get past the 3rd floor. And he also wanted to touch on the topic of the China Guild monopolizing everything around them for the sake of controlling the magic crystals. Tai Wei immediately decided that this was not a simple statement, and thus it seemed to him that his guild had just been challenged, although Baek Jin believed that he had said nothing of the sort, only facts. Of course, an argument started between them. The head of the Guild China argued that they were simply going through the tower for the sake of humanity, and he would not tolerate insults. But Baek Jin continued to prove that this was just another excuse. Guildmaster Titan asked them to stop this argument because it seemed to him that now was definitely not the time for them to argue with each other. Besides, they all gathered here to solve another problem. Maria asked him to speak out and tell what he thought about this situation. He turned even paler and said that things weren't going so well at the moment, if you believe him, that a message had arrived from Maine yesterday. According to him, they told the man that if all the guilds got together and fulfilled one of their conditions, then they would definitely help them, which was unacceptable for them, because all these guys were wanted internationally, and they simply had no right to work with such worthless people. Laurencia was also at that meeting, and she understood perfectly well that they were all afraid to interact with Maine, and this was not surprising to her, because the influence of the guilds was already higher than the influence of the government. Moreover, in her opinion, the greater the influence, the more important moral character becomes, and they must act with this in mind. Head of Maine listened to their conditions and could not say anything else, except that they already knew perfectly well that they would definitely not be able to cope on their own. Everyone jumped up from their seats and did not understand where this creature had even appeared here. Baek Jin immediately started yelling at him because he believed that Maine had no right to appear here. But on the other hand, he was quite glad that this creature had come here, because he would be able to destroy it right here and now. The head of the Chinese Guild agreed with Baek Jin for the first time, so he also took out his blade and was ready to help destroy this monster. Maine laughed at their heated words, but still asked them to stop for a second and first listen to the proposal, assuring them along the way that after hearing it, they would definitely change their minds. After which, he told them with a smile once again that they could work together since they were the ones who could easily defeat the boss of the 3rd floor. Baek Jin thought that this was all nonsense and therefore said that if they did decide to unite, then in that case there wouldn't even be 100 people, which meant that they simply physically wouldn't be able to cope with a huge army. But the old man told him that in fact it was not such a problem, because they could always create the army they needed. After which he decided to demonstrate this and used a skill called the Guardian of the Black Cemetery. A few seconds later, monsters began to emerge from the ground, and the old man just continued to thank all the warriors who died in this place. In other words, he believed that there were a lot of useful corpses here, and as they could see, among the main, there were many strong ones. For example, necromancers. Guildmaster Titan couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible, until he noticed the staff that Maine was holding in his hands. The old man was surprised that the man even knew about this staff, because it can only be obtained if you collect 99 items, and this staff is called the Staff of Greed. As much as he didn't want to, the head of the China Guild put all these facts together and realized that in this way they had a pretty good chance of dealing with the boss of the third floor. Maria immediately started yelling at him and telling him that he was saying things he didn't understand, that these were the damn manhwas, and that's why she thought that they simply couldn't get involved with them. Black Jin completely agreed with her, and also believed that it would be more correct to destroy the leader of these monsters right here and now. Laurencia, watching all this, understood that events turned out completely differently than they should have happened, and cooperation with Maine, in her opinion, is complete madness. At one point, she really wanted Jin-hyuk to be here, then nothing like this would have happened, at least that's what she thought. And now she stands there and simply doesn't understand what to do next. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when the system notified the girl that she had received a request for a call from outside. And as soon as she picked up the phone, she immediately saw Jin-hyuk, who called the girl to find out how she was doing. But before the girl could answer, the guy immediately noticed the strange situation in which Laurencia was taking part. Old Man Maine heard another voice and asked the boy to appear since he had already cast his vote. Jin-hyuk didn't mind and switched their call to conference mode so that everyone else could see it. And then everyone saw the same man in the mask who cleared the dungeon on the first floor. Everyone thought that Jin-hyuk was an incredible player because he was able to clear the dungeon alone without anyone knowing, but even without that fact, all the big guilds from all over the world wanted to get this player. And now this super newbie has appeared right in front of them and is ready to talk a little. They had made such efforts to contact him, but they could not. And now that they saw him, everyone concerned was left with dry mouths from joy at his unexpected appearance. Among the people who were happy to see Jin-hyuk was Old Man Maine, who had actually also heard about the guy, about the player who was able to clear the first floor alone. But even knowing this, the old man still couldn't help but notice that this time the boss's capture would be on a completely different level, which made Jin-hyuk laugh a little, because he understood perfectly well that the old man was hinting that he was the only one who could defeat him. The old man did not hesitate and pointed to his huge army, which in his opinion would be enough to defeat the boss, and the guild leaders had given their consent to this. Jin-hyuk became even funnier, and he finally decided to ask the old man if he could really deal with the boss with this fake staff, which caused misunderstanding among everyone. The heart of a saint, a prison uniform anointed with oil. These are the two necessary ingredients that must be present during the creation of this staff, and as far as Jin-hyuk knows, the old man created the staff without them. Guildmaster Titan immediately asked the old man to give them proof that his words were true, and that he was not trying to deceive them. But before the old man could say a word, Jin-hyuk decided to also add that the real Staff of Greed has a red stone under the skull, and what is most important is that on the open floors, there are not some materials needed to create a real staff. After which he asked the leaders to also pay attention to the fact that the summoned zombies were too weak. These soldiers would not even last a quarter of a day in the boss's room. Therefore, the guy believed that if there was danger, he would simply abandon them, running away with the loot like a typical swindler. In response to these words, the old man could only say one word, which he called Jin-hyuk impudent. And then he began to tell them that they would regret not accepting his offer, and he also assured them that they would definitely not be so calm at their next meeting. After a few seconds, he disappeared completely, and now the only mystery left was what they should do next. Suddenly they heard Jin-hyuk's voice, who told the guild leaders that they could leave this task to him so they wouldn't have to cooperate with the mains, and he was ready to take responsibility for the operation. They couldn't believe the fact that he thought he could handle it alone, although the guy confidently confirmed it and assured them that it wouldn't be as difficult as they might think. Guildmaster Titan, at that moment, thought that even if the guy didn't succeed, he would at least be closer to them. Maria believed that, unlike the deal with the mains, this one did not have any serious downsides and they did not lose anything. The head of the Chinese guild was also glad that the guy suggested this to them because he always thought that they should not miss such good moments. The guy also decided to ask Jin Hyuk what kind of payment he was interested in, but he was immediately stopped by Maria, who wanted to say that Olympus would be happy to finance him. Other guilds did not agree with this. For example, Titan assured that they should provide financial support, and Baek Jin was the first to suggest that Jin Hyuk might not want money, and he was ready to give him whatever the guy wanted. But Jin Hyuk immediately assured them that he didn't need anything from them. The only thing he asked was to restrict the entrance to other players and allow him to go there alone. Then he wouldn't need a reward. Maria then wanted to know why the guy was doing this at all. If he didn't demand any reward for it, this made them doubt that he was doing it honestly. Jin Hyuk responded to them that he was actually doing this because he thought it was the right decision, and also for the sake of his dear colleague. Although at that moment he himself thought that he had put too much pathos into these words, which made him feel uneasy. Baek Jin, hearing this, began to shout throughout the room that he was simply delighted with such an act. After which he stated that he, as a representative of the guild, had nothing to add. He spoke with absolute certainty about the fact that the guy's words touched him. Ordinary players would ask for good pay, but here it is worth thinking about the prospects, which is what Jin Hyuk did. A player who sacrifices a reward for the sake of his comrades, thanks to these words, he will be able to receive much more than he would be paid for this work. He was also well aware of the fact that he simply couldn't conflict with the guilds, so he decided to upload the video, editing out the moment with Maine. His thinking about the plan was interrupted by Alice, who ran towards him very angry and screamed that he had acted vilely when he decided to leave everything to her again. Although he believed that since she still had the strength to argue with him, then she was most likely capable of finding the strength and finishing the fight. Alice thought that this was completely unfair and that they were not in an equal partnership, but rather in slavery. Although Jin Hyuk thought that she was accusing him without reason. Besides, he was just about to buy her a mana replenishment. But Alice immediately told him that it was not enough for her. According to her, this alone will not restore her strength. But if the mana runs out, then she does not even know how she can help him. So she suggested that the guy restore his mana in the traditional way. He didn't have time to say a word to her before she bit him on the neck, and it was incredibly painful. But in return, Alice ate some blood and thus fully restored her mana. Jin Hyuk didn't understand how much blood she had drunk from him, because he even started to feel dizzy because of her, although she thought that it was just one drop, and now she was able to fully restore her mana and was ready to continue doing what the guy told her. He was in no hurry and decided that they should first buy some supplies and then continue. After he finally finished his shopping, she noticed that he hadn't bought anything particularly useful, although he thought that it only seemed that way at first. But in reality, in this tower, even junk could become a secret weapon. In any case, he asked her to think not about this, but about the fact that from this moment on they had a lot of things to do. And he was talking about how they would have to clear the Sub-Zero floor in just one day. So he advised her to hold on to him very tightly. After which the guy jumped off the cliff without any hesitation, although Alice could not understand how he could do such things when he had absolutely no idea of the depth. He didn't want to tell her, but in fact, he knows the depth of this tunnel better than anyone in this game because he has jumped here hundreds of times already. In addition, he did not forget that Alice was an excellent user of the reverse gravity skill, which she used quite timely, which allowed them to land softly. After such a flight, Alice could not say a word for a long time. But then she still managed to squeeze out that the guy was absolutely reckless, and she still could not understand whether it was a matter of skills or whether he was just constantly lucky. She didn't particularly like this place, so she tried to be as quiet as possible, which couldn't be said about Jin Hyuk, who managed to set fire to the torch that stood in the very center. In doing so, he attracted quite a few different monsters who were just waiting to eat someone. But Jin-hyuk was confident in himself, and he didn't just light this torch, he needed it in order to see the boss of this minus floor. And when he finally saw this giant, the guy just as boldly told him that his insects couldn't defeat him, so he would like to fight him personally. The boss was surprised that the guy even knew him, which made Jin-hyuk smile because not only did he know this boss, he managed to defeat him in the game, which is why he was so confident in himself. And this big guy's name was Anubis. He was one of the strongest bosses in the initial stages. Anubis first decided to notice that the guy was actually the first person to come down here, so he would like to have some fun first. But Jin-hyuk brought his own death closer. The guy didn't talk to him, he just asked him to stop chatting, because he came here to fight, which made Anubis laugh even more because he thought that he would never enter into a fight personally, because the guy would hardly be able to cope with his subjects. Alice immediately stood in front of Jin-hyuk, who believed that Anubis was too strong for the guy, and she was ready to distract him while the guy left. Now there was a smile on Jin-hyuk's face because he didn't even think that Alice could care about him so much. But in any case, he wanted to do everything himself, so he asked her not to worry, but just watch how he would destroy this impudent fellow. After which he again turned to Anubis and told him that now he was going to show the big guy what kind of person he had made a contract with. Anubis was becoming more and more interested in talking to the guy, so he decided to continue this dialogue, and for this he used his special skill, which was called the Judgment of Anubis, to ask Jin-hyuk, or did the guy find out about it, from the vampire. Thus he asked the first question in his court. And Jin-hyuk at that moment thought that Anubis always uses this ability on the enemy, and when the enemy answers his questions, the absolute sentence is activated. While this trial was taking place, the system notified Jin-hyuk about the conditions for copying this skill, for this Jin-hyuk needed to destroy the incarnation of Anubis, and he understood that if he got Anubis mad, he would receive the power, thanks to which he would be able to ask questions. Therefore, he answered rather briefly and noted that there was no other way he could have found out about this which Anubis liked. So he asked a second question in which he wanted to find out, or did the guy come here for the hive? Jin-hyuk adopted the tactic of answering these questions quite briefly, so he answered this question in the same way, saying that it would fetch a lot of money on the black market. After which, Anubis decided to ask the guy one last question, in which he wanted to know if Jin-hyuk really thought that since he came to his territory, he would be able to stay alive. Jin-hyuk answered him quite confidently, saying that if he suddenly couldn't defeat him, then of course he would only have to pack up his things and give up. After this answer, the system notified everyone that the subject had answered all the questions, so Anubis's trial automatically began, and all of Jin-hyuk's characteristics were reduced by 50%. Now, a representative would be needed to pass judgment, and Anubis took up this matter first. He became a monster named Zyont Mentis, and it is this huge praying mantis that will pass judgment on Jin-hyuk. The guy noted that he was quite impressed by his representative, but he still assured Anubis that a mini gramophone that could play one song at a time and, most importantly, could not be turned off while the music was playing would be quite enough for him. For Anubis, this was a rather strange decision, because he assumed that the guy had simply decided to cloud the representative's mind. But as soon as the melody, the representative, began to suffer, his movements became constrained. But as for the guy, on the contrary, he became even stronger, constantly repeating that you need to give yourself completely to music. Only then can you know its true power. And at the moment the music that he found through trial and error was playing, the rhythm perfectly suited to every movement of the representative of Zyont Mentis. As always, following the rhythm of the melody, Jin-hyuk controlled this battle, not giving the representative a chance. Anubis couldn't believe his eyes when he realized that the melody allowed the guy to dodge every blow. And what was most surprising to him was that it was perfect timing and no luck. Well, as soon as exactly 1 minute passed and Jin-hyuk was able to use his skills again, he immediately activated the sword graveyard skill and, with 2 precise strikes, completely destroyed this monster. At least that's how it seemed at first glance, But then Anubis assured the guy that he wouldn't be able to destroy his representative because Zymont was able to recover in a matter of seconds. Jin-hyuk didn't argue with him about the fact that he couldn't destroy this praying mantis now, but the guy was sure that he could make him stop wanting to live. Alice, looking at this, simply stood in a stupor. Aura could not believe that Jin-hyuk was just playing with this praying mantis, although she guessed how strong this guy was. But she could never have thought that he had so much power. And then the thought came to her that such power as this guy had could help her take revenge. At some point, the mantis stopped actively attacking, and it was clear that he no longer wanted to continue. So Anubis had to yell at him to continue attacking. A proud warrior, a representative chosen by God. And at the last stage, Jin-hyuk still manages to destroy his faith in his own victory. He simply humiliated him and forced him to surrender on his own, which was signaled by the system message that Anubis was defeated. In other words, Zymont simply committed suicide, just to avoid continuing this fight, which shocked Anubis. After this, Jin-hyuk's level increased significantly, and the system also notified him that he could receive a new item, a magical tome of the Duchy of Peltaris, after studying which one can learn ice magic, which interested the guy quite a lot because he knew that this could only be seen on the middle floors. Without thinking twice, he used this opportunity, and after a few minutes he received a notification from the system that he was able to obtain the skill of creating ice. At that moment, Anubis had to admit that the guy was not a simple person, but he still believed that he had no chance if the guy suddenly decided to bet on this ability of ice. Jin-hyuk started laughing at him and then with great pleasure reminded Anubis that he couldn't even attack him directly, because in reality, he was sitting on the 42nd floor. Anubis was surprised that the guy somehow understood that in front of him was just an image, and not a real appearance, but then he was even more confused as to why the guy was challenging him. Jin-hyuk himself couldn't name the exact reason. According to him, he was just having fun, so that was enough for him to do such things. But this made Anubis even more angry, which is why he started screaming. He obviously didn't like the fact that he was just some kind of entertainment for the guy. And to punish the guy for such words, he even decided to use one of his most powerful skills, which was called a beehive, inside of which there were countless bees. After which he freed the hive and ordered all the bees to destroy Jin-hyuk. But he was more than prepared for such a development. Using both fire magic and ice magic at the same time, he destroyed the shoulders one after the other quite effectively. With this symbiosis, he was able to create a new skill called Daylight. This skill was incredibly rare. It allowed the owner to release magical power, had a fairly high power, and also limited the enemy's field of vision in battle. Anubis watched as all his bees flew away one after another, and he decided that he needed to change his tactics immediately. So he decided to use his secret weapon, which he called the Chosen Creature. Now, not just bees began to emerge in the hive, but an instrument for the destruction of all living things around. But apparently the guy was not going to retreat and continued to fight using all his new skills, with which he was able to destroy the monster that Anubis had summoned all too easily. But as it turns out, he calls this Chosen Creature that for the reason that it cannot simply die. After its death, it becomes even stronger due to the fact that it is capable of dividing. In other words, Anubis was trying to prove to Jin-hyuk that no matter what skills he used, he still wouldn't be able to win this resistance. The guy's smile never disappeared, which meant that he was more than confident in his victory. He decided to use the so-called enhancement pill, which by its action increased the definition of an object tenfold. But he will have to wait a little, because the effect of this pill appears after 1 minute, so he will have to hold out and not die during this time. Jin-hyuk managed to literally tame one of these bees. Anubis, sitting on his throne, could only scream and order his bees to immediately destroy this guy. The guy, in turn, understood perfectly well that they do not die, but only multiply, and this feature leads any enemy to despair because in terrible, absurd conditions, the enemy cannot sensibly assess the situation. But Jin-hyuk knew very well that through endless repetitions, one could understand the tactics and then correctly assess the entire situation. And as a result, you can come to a rather unexpected solution, such as using the 5th level fire element, as Jin-hyuk did. Before that, he managed to put all these bees into a small cube, which seemed to be of no help. But this was only at first glance, because when the enhancement pill began to work, everything became clear. After which he added fire and all these bees began to destroy each other, and Jin-hyuk received an improvement pill for each of them, while thinking that in order to become an equal opponent for the boss with a huge army, he needed the maximum number of these pills. By endlessly destroying monsters, Jin-hyuk received not only a ton of experience, but also an incredibly large number of items. Anubis was as if paralyzed. He simply did not understand what was happening here and how did this happen. Looking at this guy, for the first time in his life he felt fear, because he didn't even understand how the guy managed to find out the features of the hive and create a trap. But at one point, he finally realized that Jin-hyuk had been provoking him to do this from the very beginning. As a result, he had to destroy this hive himself and not let the guy get a huge level. Jin-hyuk decided to continue to bully him, so he wanted to know why Anubis suddenly decided to stop it, because he was just getting into the swing of it. Every word the guy said made him angry, because Anubis had never seen a person who dared to treat him like that. Absolutely no respect. He became so angry that he began to destroy everything that was under his feet, and after he calmed down a little, he told the guy that he had to survive and go up to his floor, where they could fight for real. Jin-hyuk smiled at this, then added that Anubis might not have told him this, since he himself knew about it very well and was going to do it. At this point, their conversation ended, and the system notified Jin-hyuk that the Anubis vessel had been officially destroyed and the copying conditions had been met. Jin-hyuk was able to obtain a new skill called Anubis's Judgment. This skill can only be used on one person once. If abused, the gods of Egypt will punish him. As soon as it was all over, Alice wanted to know what happened here. For Jin-hyuk, this was a strange question, because it was clear that Anubis was just a little tired and went to sleep. But what really made the guy happy was that for the first time he had risen to so many levels in this place. He understood that the unknown awaited him further, and therefore decided that he would pump up all his characteristics, when suddenly he was interrupted by an unexpected request for a video call. And the person who decided to talk to the guy was young Yu-sung. Jong-sung immediately noticed that his interlocutor was in some strange place, and Jin-hyuk immediately told him that it was none of his business and that he was listening to the reason why he called him. As it turned out, he called Jin-hyuk to tell the guy that he had a proposal for him. According to him, in 24 hours, a martial arts tournament will begin in the Awakened Association, and players of various ranks, including Jong-seong himself, have been invited. It was strange for Jin-hyuk because he didn't expect to see that someone would decide to organize a horizontal bar, although there are things much more important, like the boss of the 3rd floor. Jong-seong called him to ask Jin-hyuk to participate in this tournament and fight him again, but he immediately told his interlocutor that it was incredibly stupid and just a waste of time. But Chon-sun had a very serious argument. He took out a pass to the black market from his pocket, which, in his opinion, Jin-hyuk definitely needed. As Jong-sung explained, the black market is not a place where players can buy things with coins, but a secret market where invited participants can purchase items exclusively with real money. The test tower had become a reality, and now people were holding these auctions, and Jin-hyuk just needed the items to go to the boss of the 3rd floor. And he also knew that if this was a secret auction for the rich, then maybe he could buy a lot of good things. At that moment, the system notified him that his video had become a hot new item. The video was uploaded to a new channel created by an unknown person. Here you can see an unknown person in a mask, Laurencia, and the leaders of large guilds, and since Jin-hyuk edited the moment with Main, no one spoke badly about the guilds. In any case, it is not profitable to conflict with such large guilds. In his opinion, people will react too predictably, and the player who was hiding under the mask found himself in the center of attention, unknown, in front of the heads of guilds who failed several raids. Jin-hyuk confidently declares that he will go to him alone. Such a story simply cannot fail to interest. Considering that the same video can only be viewed once a day, 50 million views is a good figure. 100 coins for 10,000 views. Then for 50 million there will be 500,000 coins, and if you take into account the commission, which is 90%, then he will be able to get 50,000 coins net. This was all clear, but now he would like to quickly sort out this tournament that he had to go to. If he understood everything correctly, then the organizers selected 24 players of A rank and above. After several failed raids on the third floor, the Awakened Association and the major guilds decided to widely distribute the recordings of this tournament to show the people the strength and greatness of the top players. In short, they just put on a show, and that's okay, because it was too obvious that not everyone watches YouTube, and here such an opportunity to show off the player's abilities is a pretty good way to diffuse the situation. Before he came to this tournament, he spoke with Zhang Song, who offered the guy to participate in this tournament, and in exchange he would give him access to the black market, although Jin Hyuk immediately warned him that he had not yet reached A rank, and he could not even participate in the tournament. But Zhang Xiang still insisted, and continued to say that the winner of the tournament would be given a choice in which he could choose a replica of the relic from the National Museum. And according to Zhang Sun, the winner can invite a player who did not participate in the tournament to fight and fight him. All this time, he was leading up to telling Jin Hyuk that this time he would do everything possible to defeat him in front of everyone. The heads of some guilds closely watched the development of this tournament, and at one point noticed that they could actually sleep peacefully. Knowing that there were such players, there were many participants who could be easily recruited. But among them was also the head of the Black Fortune Guild, whose name was Hong Dok Pei, and according to him, he only liked one guy whom he would gladly recruit. And he looked straight at Zhang Xiang, who in his opinion has excellent control of the battle, a wide view around, which allows him to notice enemies before they attack him, and most importantly, he has many types of attacks. Besides, as far as he remembered, this same guy, who was the first in the history of the guild to refuse to join them, which made the man think only that he was an incredibly ambitious guy, not like these kids running around. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard someone from the side saying that he was too uneasy and could not watch it any longer. John Do-hyun, he was a member of the Black Luck Guild, and according to him, if he had participated, he would have dealt with everyone and would have forced the one who refused to join the guild to kneel. Hong Dok immediately asked him to talk less and not think about the fights at the tournament, but about the upcoming interview, because he invested in all this for a reason and wants to see the result. Although John Doe assured him that he knows how to shine in front of the cameras and will definitely show his whole self. The leader of Black Fortune knew very well that Do Hyun had every opportunity to rise to S rank, and if everyone knew that he had nurtured a rising star, the guild's prestige would increase quite a bit. While the man was thinking about this, the winner of the tournament was announced, and, as expected, it was Zhang Sun. And when the guy was finally asked what he would prefer, a remark or the right to choose. But before the reporter could finish speaking, the guy quite confidently said that he would choose the right to choose an opponent, which surprised quite a few people. Immediately after this, he extended his sword towards the stands and ordered his new opponent to enter the arena to fight him. Do-hyun assumed that he was pointing his sword at him, so he was about to jump up and engage him in battle, but he was stopped by the head of the Black Fortune Guild, who assured his student that no one had chosen him. Do-hyun was sure that no one except him and Do-pi could handle Zhang Sung, but he still rather persistently asks some guy from the crowd to come out. As a result, after a few seconds, Jin Hyuk stood up from the crowd and couldn't help but tell Zhang Sung that he simply had a talent, which consisted in the fact that he was simply great at annoying people. None of the spectators knew this guy, and this is understandable because he was without a mask. But the guild representatives immediately began to check him through various databases, hoping to find his identity. And they still managed to do it. The guy's name was Jin Hyuk, and what was most surprising for them was that he had an F rank. The head of the Black Fortune Guild understood that if Zhang Song had challenged Do-hyun, the fight would have definitely been quite spectacular. But in the end, he chose a player of rank F. It is only unclear to him, because in this case, he definitely will not receive any benefit. The man didn't want to believe the fact that Zhang Song simply decided to publicly mock the weak. Jin Hyuk finally came out to him in the arena, and the first thing he did was ask the guy to give up if he lost this time, because he believed that it was time for Jong-sung to finally learn to admit defeat. Jong-sung responded to him in his own way, saying that Jin-hyuk was talking as if he had already lost. Jin-hyuk realized that this guy couldn't be fixed, so he noted with a smile that the guy had definitely become stronger, and he was very happy for him. But this made Jong-sung even more angry, because he didn't stop for a second and did everything to catch up with him. So today, he was going to assure Jin-hyuk that the guy would have to fight with all his might to get that ticket. And right after these words, he used a skill called Sword Soul, and he managed to pump this skill up to the 6th level. Jin-hyuk realized that he simply had no other choice. So he decided to accept this guy's challenge and, as a result, accepted his invitation to fight. The fight was quite interesting, and as a result, Jong-sun was again on his knees from helplessness and from not understanding where Jin-hyuk got so many different skills from. But before Jin-hyuk could give him an answer, the guy fell unconscious. So he had to go up to him and pull out the ticket from his pocket himself, which Jong-sung had promised him before he fell. And when he finally found him, Jin-hyuk remarked that he would gladly take advantage of the invitation to the black market. Most of the spectators who watched this fight were amazed at how Jin-hyuk fought, but it was a shock to them, because the entire arena already knew that he was only an F rank. After the battle, Jin-hyuk approached his acquaintances, the old man from whom he took the fire and the girl with whom they passed the Tower of Trials together. The old man immediately noticed that this was their first meeting since that day at the museum. The guy understood perfectly well that their first meeting was a little cruel, but everything was in the past, and now he was offering them to be friends, and apparently they weren't entirely against it. Because on the other hand, they understood perfectly well that they didn't particularly want to be his enemies, and since they had already agreed to live with him peacefully, he suggested that they listen to his request. But first, he wanted to ask the girl for her phone number. He saw her doubts and immediately told her that if she suddenly didn't want to do this, then she didn't have to give him her number. The girl was about to say that she would probably refuse, but Jin-hyuk suddenly took out his phone and showed her the video, after which he added that she could of course refuse if of course she could cope with the consequences. She immediately understood that this was only a request in words, but in reality it was ordinary blackmail, so she had to immediately give him the number. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted. The one who did it stated that he thought that he, as a person who has an F rank, would quickly lose to a fighter like Jong-sung, but it turned out to be far from the case. Jin-hyuk immediately activated the Eye of Truth, and looking at this person he found out that his name was Do-han. There was quite a lot of information about him, but the guy only needed to find out the conditions for copying, which were that the object had hidden intentions and they needed to be solved. Then he would be able to copy. This time, after hearing the copying conditions, Jin-hyuk wondered how the system was able to determine the object's intentions and desires every time. It seemed to him that this was beyond its capabilities. But in any case, he needed to continue the dialogue with this guy, who said he didn't come here to fight. For him, everything was much simpler. According to him, they have the same field of activity, and he thinks that they will have to collide often. So he came over here to show his colleague the usual courtesy of shaking his hand. Jin-hyuk already knew in advance what was really going on, and the Eye of Truth helped him greatly in this. The guy saw right through Do-hyun. Behind such a calm face, dark feelings are hidden: anger, fury, hatred. Besides, there are a lot of reporters in this arena who were just waiting for this. In addition, the leader of the Dark Luck Guild was present at this tournament, and he was eager to see his best player defeat the newcomer, Jin-hyuk. In other words, the guy had just read their intentions like an open book, for which the system praised him and notified him that he had identified Do-hyun's hidden intention. In this way, he fulfilled the conditions of copying, and thanks to this, he received a skill called the Hand of Giants, using which one can obtain the power of a giant. When the trial tower was a game, there was no way to copy this skill because there were too few users who had this skill, but now that the game has become a reality, the skills that others have a hard time obtaining are just waiting for Jin-hyuk to come and take that skill away from them. After which, the guy noted that this was like a greeting on behalf of the Dark Luck Guild, which Do-hyun confirmed, and also immediately added that they knew very well that he was not a member of any guild, so they would be glad if he joined them. Jin-hyuk decided to laugh at him a little and asked if they would give him a deposit if he joined their guild. Do-hyun gave him a confident and quick answer that they were ready to give him any amount he said. Jin-hyuk was glad to hear this, but he still wanted to ask one more question, in which he became interested in finding out if Do-hyun really thought that he was capable of defeating the guy with just his strength. Do-hyun seemed to be prepared for this question, so right after Jin-hyuk asked him, he began to squeeze his hand as hard as he could and started talking about how he would literally tear him into little pieces. But suddenly he realized that his skill had absolutely no effect, which shocked him. But Jin-hyuk didn't waste time, and as soon as he had the opportunity, he immediately activated the skill that he had recently acquired, and it was about the trial of Anubis. After which he began to push Do-hyun with his strength, and at some point he simply couldn't help but notice that he was holding up quite well. Jin-hyuk also wanted to tell him that he seemed to be confident in his strength. But now he was kneeling in front of him, and so he wanted to ask the man if he was ashamed to stand in front of him like this and writhe in pain. Do-hyun couldn't answer because he was currently feeling incredible pain. At some point it became so huge that he overcame himself and started yelling at Jin-hyuk to stop doing it. But the guy couldn't be stopped just like that. He got a little angry, so he decided to punish Do-hyun for such impudence and attempt to deceive him. The guy decided to punish him for deciding to deceive him when he started lying that they were supposedly colleagues. But suddenly his words were interrupted when an explosion thundered behind him. Jin-hyuk used the third-level Eye of Truth again, and he did this to the head of the Black Fortune Guild, who was angry that the guy dared to beat up his student, in whom he had put so much effort for this day. Jin-hyuk didn't care about his anger at all at the moment. He just carefully read the copying conditions, which consisted of him having to break Hongdok-pyo's pride. So, without thinking for long, he told the man that he needed to behave a little more restrained and didn't have to be so aggressive. This, of course, angered the man even more, causing the area around him to become incredibly hot. Jin-hyuk, of course, understood that he could easily defeat this man, but he still decided to tell him that he did not plan to defeat the guildmaster yet, in order to anger the man even more. Hongdeok immediately activated his skill called Blood Rage Energy and flew into the air to destroy Jin-hyuk for his words. The guy didn't think long and immediately activated a skill called Daylight, because of which people in the entire arena stopped seeing normally. While no one was looking, he took out his blade and also activated the Power Surge skill, which would most likely be a surprise for the man. The head of Black Luck couldn't believe his eyes because he immediately noticed that the guy managed to reflect even his energy, which seemed impossible. And he thought so because he was one of those people who were in the vanguard in the fight with the boss of the second floor. And now some boy considers himself his opponent. But suddenly their fight was interrupted by some voice, which forced them both to stop fighting, because he believed that when the entire population was looking at them, they should show themselves with dignity. The owner of this voice was the head of the association, Han Sang-jin, who appeared in the arena quite unexpectedly. Jin-hyuk was also not prepared to see the head of All Awakened in Korea. The leader of Black Fortune immediately began to tell Han San that he came here at the right time, because this guy had turned a player who was in his guild into a rag. Han San responded by asking the man to calm down, after which he reminded him that this was a tournament and that there was obviously a possibility of getting hurt. Well, then he didn't listen to the man and as quickly as possible approached Jin-hyuk, introduced himself to him and said that he was glad to see him. The man admitted honestly that 20 minutes ago he knew nothing about Jin-hyuk, but the person responsible for this tournament contacted him. And the first thing he did was tell me that he urgently needed to come, and when asked what had happened, he simply answered that something incredible was happening. According to Han San, there were many inconsistencies, so he decided to double-check the test results and found the fact that Jin-hyuk had influenced the examiner after all. But apparently, no action will be taken on this matter because Han San bowed and began to congratulate Jin-hyuk on receiving the 16th S rank in Korea. And he also asked for forgiveness for the fact that they mistakenly gave him the wrong rank. Everyone in the arena started to run around that guy because it was the first time they had seen an S-rank player. The leader of the Black Fortune Guild was not entirely happy about this because he thought that this arena today was supposed to be a stage for his guild. But in the end, this guy came and trampled them. So he decided that he had to take control of the situation before it was too late. He grabbed one of the reporters to tell him that his guild was planning to attack the third-floor boss. But apparently no one was interested in this anymore. Just like this reporter, who immediately ran away from the man to talk to the new S-rank player. When Hyuk became completely disappointed in himself and began to leave this arena, the conditions for copying the skill were successfully fulfilled, and Jin-hyuk received another new ability to his collection. The reaction to the appearance of a new rank 16 player was good, and Jigheck obviously liked it. He was also very happy that the head of the association decided to provide him with a private jet on which he would fly to Las Vegas, and all this was as an apology. Now, Jin-hyuk understood perfectly why everyone wanted a high rank so much, because in that case, the attitude was completely different. His enjoyment of first class on the plane was suddenly interrupted by Alice, who asked him to pay attention to one guy. He stood next to the stewardess and spoke sweetly, and Jin-hyuk immediately noticed him. Alice wanted to say that this guy smelled really bad. She had a suspicion that there was something dangerous in his blood, which is why she was afraid to even taste his blood. Jin-hyuk didn't really want to pay attention to her words, but she asked him to take it seriously because she was more than sure that this was not an easy guy. He still thought about it because he understood that if Alice said so, then there was definitely something in him because she considered all people as an ordinary bag of blood. Therefore, he still decided to use the eye of truth, after which he saw that this guy turned out to be Maine. The conditions for copying his ability depended on the degree of closeness to the object. However, for maximum closeness, Jin-hyuk will have to join the Maine Association. He couldn't even imagine that that guy was one of the Maines, because he walks around with a rather imperturbable face, so it's quite difficult to believe. Suddenly, this same guy approached Jin-hyuk, because he recognized him as the same player who recently received S rank. At that moment, Jin-hyuk was thinking that this was definitely not a simple coincidence, and that this guy had apparently boarded this plane on purpose, which meant that after the news that he had an S rank, not only large guilds began to be interested in the guy. The guy kept praising Jin-hyuk and telling him that he saw him on TV and it was just amazing to him. After which, he realized that he had not introduced himself, and decided to correct this oversight by telling that his name was Alex. According to Alex, they met by a happy coincidence of fate, and since this had already happened, the guy decided to offer him a little drink, because he believed that on a long journey, nothing helps pass the time as well as alcohol. Jin-hyuk decided to play along with him, and so he agreed with Alex and decided to drink with him after all. Alex took out an expensive cognac and began to talk about himself, how his cosmetics business was progressing, what difficulties he had to endure after the appearance of the testing tower. At that moment, he couldn't even suspect that this smiling face of Jin-hyuk actually already knew everything about him. But at some point, he finally told Jin-hyuk that he actually came to Korea not to run a cosmetics business, but to expand it and start something new, for example, to do business with the Awakened. But no matter how hard he tries to do this, unfortunately, he has one problem that he has not yet been able to solve. After which he began to talk about that very masked player that all of Korea and some neighboring countries already know about. Jin-hyuk also supported this dialogue and said that he saw how that guy suggested attacking the third boss, and Alex immediately added that they actually also wanted to take part in the raid of the third-floor boss, but he unfortunately got in their way, which is why such an unpleasant situation arose. Alex didn't even want to take into account what the guy in the mask said about how all this was only for the sake of protecting his comrades, because he refused them with the words that he needed to do something alone, and so that they wouldn't interfere. Jin-hyuk, listening to him attentively, suggested that it seemed that Alex was personally acquainted with the unknown person, to which the guy agreed. But for the player, it was surprising that Alex was able to lie to him with such a calm face. That's why he wanted to ask Jin-hyuk for one favor, which was that it would be nice if he went with them to the third floor, to the boss's room. According to him, it would be a great help for them. Jin-hyuk immediately pretended to be surprised by such a proposal because, from what he heard, the unknown person said that he would fight the boss alone. Alex, in response, handed him a bottle of cognac and said that since S rank is given the right of freedom of action, this means that no one will touch them, In addition to everything, they will be able to get items from the 3rd floor. Jin-hyuk understood that even the big guilds allowed the unknown person to go through the floor alone, and they would most likely block the entrance to the boss room. But he still thought that this person's request was too serious for him, because he had only just received S rank, and he already wanted Jin-hyuk to go against the decision of the major guilds. Alex didn't think long before answering and immediately reminded Jin-hyuk that he was just a businessman. With this phrase, he wanted to say that if he asks for a lot, then he is ready to pay a lot for it. After which, a small bottle began to appear on his hands. According to Alex, inside was a substance that would be able to cure the guy from an incurable disease, or, for example, bring him back to life if he suddenly, somehow dies. Jin-hyuk couldn't believe his eyes, because looking at this elixir, he immediately thought about what the main association could have done to get this rare thing. These thoughts eventually led Jin-hyuk to tell Alex that he was actually interested. Alex continues to stir up Jin-hyuk's interest, saying that in fact, many people want to get this elixir, but today it was Jin-hyuk who got it, and if he's not lying, then this is an advance. After which he took out of his jacket a contract that needed to be signed. It was not just a piece of paper, it was Alex's special skill, which was called a contract with a dead person. While Jin-hyuk was thinking, Alex didn't stop and continued to talk about how such a chance comes along very rarely. On the surface, it was a normal contract, but the guy understood perfectly well that if he did not fulfill the terms of the contract, he would be cursed and then killed. But the solution to this problem was quite simple. He just needed to not sign this agreement, and then he would not need to think about unnecessary problems. So he decided to tell Alex directly that he could not sign because he was very reasonable, and it was dangerous for him to stand against large guilds. It was immediately clear from Alex's face that he was surprised to hear such an answer, because it seemed to him that this would be more than enough. But now he sees that he had completely relied on Jin-hyuk in vain. After which he tried to take back his elixir that he had just given to Jin-hyuk, but the guy pulled his hand away at the last second. Alex didn't understand why he was doing this at all, and for now he asked him politely for the elixir, to which he received an immediate response from Jin-hyuk, who stated that he was actually a reasonable person, but also greedy, so he believed that he must definitely get what he wants. Alex started to get angry and tell Jin-hyuk that everything he says is complete nonsense, which is starting to bore him. Suddenly his words were interrupted by a strange jolt to the plane they were flying in, and Alex immediately mentally wanted to understand what the guy was going to do with so much mana. He tried to convince himself that this sick man did not want to cause the plane to crash. His thoughts were interrupted when an announcement was made throughout the plane that the plane had encountered sudden turbulence, and all passengers were to immediately take their seats and buckle up. After which Jin-hyuk immediately began to stand up, because as an obedient passenger, he must immediately take his seat. Alex immediately started yelling at the guy and giving him advice, saying that it would be better for him not to irritate them, because he would make the unknown person pay the appropriate price for this situation. Jin-hyuk turned to him and said that he was incredibly funny because in fact the guy knew that it was a lie and even knew that he was kicked out of Olympus. And now he was trying to prove to him that he was on the same side with the unknown. Alex immediately stood in a stupor because he simply could not imagine how the guy could know about this. And was he really personally acquainted with that very stranger? But on the other hand, he also understood the fact that the big guilds might share information with him after he was given S rank. Jin-hyuk decided to anger Alex even more, so he told him that if he behaved well, then maybe he would share information with him. When they finally landed, Alice immediately decided to tell Jin-hyuk that she really liked this city, and he, in turn, asked him to lead her calmly and not attract unnecessary attention. As a thank you for her sensing mana, he decided to let Alice out so she could walk around a bit and look around. And with his current amount of mana, the limit for her was no more than a meter. But most of all, he was looking forward to landing in order to combine two skills called the Eye of Truth and the Energy of Bloody Fury. Thus, the unification was successful, and he was able to obtain a skill called Greedy Look. In addition to the fact that Jin-hyuk can view the status of any player, even hidden by a spell, he can now read thoughts. Jin Hyuk had wanted to create this skill for a long time, but he always wanted to do it with a safer spiritual skill. But on the other hand, he knew that he needed to do it urgently, so there was nothing he could do. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Alice, who was screaming and incredibly wanted to get into one of the local clubs, but Jin Hyuk immediately assured her that they would not go there, because they did not come here to have fun. However, the main reason was that this casino did not allow the use of skills, which was not suitable for the guy. Then she immediately wanted to know where they were heading now. Jin Hyuk decided to stir up her interest, so he started talking about how this place was completely incomparable to a regular casino. These words made the girl glow. She literally walked on the spot from the desire to immediately get into this casino. This place was called Tortuga Private Gambling House, and what Alice immediately noticed was the fact that those places were much better, at least in appearance, so Jin Hyuk had to remind her again that they didn't come here to have fun. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a man who shouted at the top of his lungs that he had seen with his own eyes how someone had used the skill, which was why he had managed to win. But no one was going to believe him. Moreover, another man began to beat him because he himself used the skills, and now he was trying to twist everything to his advantage. They did not pay special attention and decided to enter this very casino which Alice immediately liked, because there was so much interesting here, but on the other hand, she still wanted to know how it differs from other places. Jin Hyuk repeated to her once again that this was a casino where you could use magic, which is why they came here. But apparently Alice won't take part in all this because Jin Hyuk took her and sat her at the bar counter. After which he turned to the bartender and said that he would take all the expenses upon himself, and he could pour her any drinks that she wanted to try, which Alice did not like, because she had not gone out for a walk for so long, and he was forcing her to sit still. In addition, she wanted to know what he was going to do himself, to which the guy answered quite confidently that his additional income was already waiting for him. Approaching the gaming table, one could see magic there from the dealer who so masterfully dealt the cards while using the skill, blocking the bases which seemed to prevent other players from using magic. This guy's name was Pedro, and while dealing the cards this time, he immediately noticed that one of the players had a pretty good hand. The owner of this hand was Jin Hyuk, to whom the dealer had already managed to lose a whole $5,000. So he decided that this time he had to win, but before that, he decided to raise the stakes. Jin Hyuk was not afraid and decided to support the dealer, putting everything he had at stake, so there were about $5 million at stake. He wanted to know if the dealer was sure of this, but he immediately answered the guy that a dealer should always be sure of his actions. During a pause between bets, Jin Hyuk wanted to know who controlled this place, to which the dealer replied that the cleaning guild owned everything here. Pedro was a little unprepared for Jin Hyuk to start asking him questions, because before that he had been silent all the time. But now for some reason he decided to talk. Jin Hyuk, having read his thoughts, decided to ask Pedro if he could ask him questions at all, which scared the dealer a little, so he started waving his hands and saying that since the visitor was asking, he was literally obliged to answer them. Pedro immediately realized that this player had the ability to read minds, which caused him to feel afraid because he didn't know what to do next. But at one point he realized that it really didn't matter, and right after that, he decided it was time to reveal his cards. Because Pedro was sure that if he managed to change the cards at the last moment, before they were revealed, then he would not be able to do anything. And he was going to do it with a skill called Sleight of Hand. But apparently it didn't work the way Pedro wanted it to. He put the same cards on the table and immediately began to play out scenarios in his head about how this could have happened, since he had used the skill and changed the cards. But Jin Hyuk was confident of his victory. And so it happened, he had a pair of kings in his hands which allowed him to win again and ease his condition a little. In his mind, he thought that his new skill, which allowed him to read minds, was a pretty good skill. As Jin Hyuk was about to reach for his winnings, he was immediately interrupted by several big guys who said that although they didn't know how he did it, they decided to tell him that he had to follow them. The guy noted that they didn't behave very well with visitors, to which they replied that people like him were not visitors for them. After which, one of them started shouting that he wanted to immediately see this guy in the detention center, where they would speak to him in a completely different language. Before he could finish speaking, his friend, who was the strongest on their team, literally flew in front of him. And when he turned around, he saw Jin-hyuk looking at him and saying that when he heard these words, he remembered what he heard at the entrance. The fight went on for some time. Jin-hyuk, of course, could have easily finished it much earlier, but he wanted to have a little fun. One of them took out a gun and started shooting at everything he saw, trying to hit Jin-hyuk. So the guy had to jump on him and destroy him on the spot. While something like a catastrophe was happening there, Alice was slowly enjoying the cocktails that the bartender was pouring for her. She especially liked the cocktail called the Kiss of Fire. According to the bartender, this is not a simple cocktail, but one that can express the budding, passionate love between lovers. These words pierced Alice to the very heart. Although then she continued to drink and think that all this was nonsense because it was just a drink and that's all. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk continued to beat up everyone in a row, and the casino owners at this time tried to call the guild leadership so that they would deal with this guy. Their leader understood that there was something clearly wrong with this guy, even taking into account the fact that they were currently in a crime-ridden area, but even here it was incredibly difficult to find such an unstoppable destroyer. His assistant interrupted the man's thoughts, saying that he had found something and asked him to look at it, which at first seemed like complete nonsense to the man, because they had more important things to do right now, but then he looked anyway. And then he realized who they were really dealing with. According to his assistant, they were dealing with a person who had recently received an S rank in Korea, and this player's name was Jin-hyuk. Now inside him, there was only fear, because he understood that there were too few such people in the whole world. Even in America, there were only about 20 of them, and now one of them was right in front of him. The man understood that if this guy continued to destroy everything here, he would eventually simply destroy this casino into small pieces. So he made an immediate decision. He shouted and ordered all his men to stop immediately, after which he took off his jacket and fell to his knees in front of Jin-hyuk, and then began to ask the guy for forgiveness because he did not recognize him and therefore behaved so tactlessly and asked to spare them this time. Jin-hyuk had just started the fun, and then suddenly the man decided to end everything. So the guy became curious to know why he suddenly started apologizing. Was it really all because he found out what rank the guy had? The man immediately tried to justify himself, telling the guy that he didn't really mean it. But Jin-hyuk wasn't going to believe him because he knew very well that this place was originally like this, and the main proverb here was that the one who gets beaten is the fool. After which the guy noted that he made a bet, won an average amount, but they intervened, and then also caused moral damage. So if you count everything, then he will only need $10 million to cover all the winnings, as well as moral damage. Jin-hyuk thought he told them quite clearly. Either they pay him $10 million, or they will have to close their establishment. After some time, this amount was credited to the guy's account, and now he mentally understood that this should be enough for him to get the desired item at the auction. When he left the casino, a car was already waiting for him, the driver of which explained to Jin-hyuk that he had come to pick him up to take him to the auction hall. On the way, Jin-hyuk noticed that the car was so tinted that it was simply impossible to see what was outside, and so he came to the conclusion that the auction location was apparently being hidden. But this captivated him even more, and he wanted to get there as soon as possible. They arrived quite quickly, and as soon as Jin-hyuk got out of the car, the driver wished him a good time and immediately got ready to leave. The guy hadn't even managed to get far enough when Alice immediately started to address him, wanting to remind Jin-hyuk of his promise 1,000 times, but he asked her to wait for her, because he was specifically going to a quiet place. And as soon as he released her, she immediately began to talk about how this place was simply wonderful, and it was simply ideal for someone like her, just as noble. Jin-hyuk was glad that she liked him so much, but he still wanted her to draw as little attention to herself as possible, because they were already going to the auction. The guy told her that there were too many extra eyes here that could cause them problems. So, for this reason, he asked her to behave more carefully. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Alice, who began to cover her nose, and all because there was a simply terrible smell around. At first, Jin-hyuk didn't understand what was going on, but then he turned around and noticed the staff, from which the smell was apparently emanating. And the owner of this staff was Julius Zedrick, At least that's how he introduced himself, and he also added that he was the teacher of the guy standing behind him. And this student was Alex, who most likely got it for being subjected to no result and also lost the jar with the elixir. In any case, Jin-hyuk didn't wait long before activating his greedy eye and seeing who this Julius really was. As a result, as Jin-hyuk expected, this necromancer has simply amazing abilities. Necromancy and his abilities are combined perfectly, because with minimal mana costs, they can use a lot of magic, so everyone wants to get this skill. But the guy really liked the conditions for copying. Because Zedric was disappointed with his student's failure, Jin-hyuk would have to become his student and learn dark magic from him. And only then would he be able to copy his skill or ability. But first, Jin-hyuk decided to talk to him. He told him that he had a great experience flying with his student on that plane. The old man was glad. According to him, he came here specifically to clarify again about the information he had. It was about the unknown, because for them he was quite a big problem. Jin-hyuk was glad that this old man was so straightforward, this way they could save time, but still the guy decided to answer him that at the moment they were in such a beautiful place that he suggested the old man to discuss it a little later. Zedric stopped him and assured the guy that there would definitely not be another time, so he once again insisted that Jin-hyuk should tell him the information about this now. The boy took his staff away from him and told the old man that he seemed to have missed the moment when this became his concern at all. Well, after that, he successfully left, which angered Alex even more, who literally exploded with anger because of the way this guy was behaving. Zedric stopped Alex and asked him to stop, because in fact, there were other ways that would help him stop this guy and achieve his goal. At that moment, Alice was thinking about getting rid of these stinking people who were making her incredibly angry. But Jin-hyuk assured her that it wasn't worth doing, because that way they would make even more noise, and that certainly wouldn't make things any easier. Besides, he wants to buy just one item, and after that, they will leave here. They entered the hall just in time where the annual black market auction had already begun. The first item that went on sale was a meteorite that has been able to emit strong magic ever since the trial tower appeared. The price of this item started at hundreds of thousands of dollars. Jin-hyuk carefully watched the price of this item and also understood perfectly well that at the moment there was no craftsman who could process the meteorite. That is, this item could not be used at the moment. But on the other hand, he was well aware of the fact that this was a great opportunity to buy this item cheaply, so he decided to offer $300,000. Having named this amount, the guy was incredibly happy that he had managed to get this item for such a pittance. But suddenly the host of this auction shouted that someone had decided to offer $1 million. Jin-hyuk definitely didn't expect this, so he wanted to see who these people were. When he lowered his eyes down, he saw Zedric and Alex there. The bidding continued, and the following items were no less interesting. For example, a baked catalog of mental hospitals, the starting price of which was also about $100,000. Jin-hyuk decided to take part this time too, so he offered the same $300,000. But his bet was again outbid by Zedric, who offered $1 million. The people in the hall didn't quite understand what was going on and why the price was being raised so suddenly. In the end, the second item went for $1 million, to an old man from the front row. Now, the guy understood the tactics of this old man. He simply decided to buy out everything that Jin-hyuk had his eye on. The next lot, found in South America, is a relic of the Mayan civilization. But before the host could finish speaking, Jin-hyuk raised his sign and offered $500,000. Alice didn't quite understand the logic of his actions, because he hadn't even finished listening yet and had already decided to buy. But Jin-hyuk assured her that he had a plan. A few seconds later, the bet was once again outbid by Zedric, who again offered $1 million. This time, Jin-hyuk decided not to stop so easily and offered $1.5 million. Zedric also didn't skimp and immediately offered $3 million. And as soon as he did this, the guy lowered his sign and did not continue this bargaining. So the next item was sold for $3 million to that same old gentleman in the front row. All subsequent lots were sold to Zedric, who raised his sign every time Jin-hyuk did. At one point, Alex had to ask his teacher to slow down a bit, because otherwise they would have to pay too much. For such offers, he got it again. because Zedric believed that they could not allow the guy to get what he wanted so much. The old man was sure that even though they would suffer losses, they had enough money to take away everything the guy was aiming for, and then they would be able to exchange all these items for information about the unknown. The next lot, according to the presenter, was for true connoisseurs, after which he finally presented the first chessboard. All the people in the hall thought that it was just a trinket and no one needed it, and it didn't even come with any figurines. But Jin-hyuk didn't think so, and he raised his sign and offered $50,000 for the board. Following him, Zedric traditionally raised the stakes and in turn offered a whole 100,000. After some time, the bets reached $1 million, and then the old man offered 8 to definitely take the board from the guy. Jin-hyuk gave in when he heard the amount, and the people around him were already starting to worry that it wasn't just a simple board, since that sick guy was willing to pay $8 million for it. But apparently this was not the end. Jin-hyuk finally decided and raised his hand, offering $10 million all he had, but Zedric definitely did not know about this. After all, as soon as the guy suggested this, the old man immediately shouted to the whole room that he was ready to offer $30 million for this board. After which he turned to the guy to tell him that he had found his limit and it was $10 million. And now, in his opinion, he knew what the guy was really looking for and what item he came here for. He also stated that if Jin-hyuk wanted to get this thing, he would have to agree to his terms, and then he would think about giving the guy this board. Although Jin-hyuk's plan worked, he was still dissatisfied because the old man had already spent so much. But he still had so much money left. It exceeded his expectations. So he immediately started thinking that he needed to come up with a new plan that would help him win this strange battle. But as soon as the host decided to say that this board was being purchased for $30 million by an elderly man, Alice suddenly entered the game, confidently offering $100 million for this board. From the expression on the old man's face, it was clear that he would never in his life have paid so much money for some old board. Besides, he didn't understand who this girl was. The only thing he knew was that she came here with Jin-hyuk. He had the realization in his head that he had already spent more than $70 million on all sorts of trash, and if he stopped now, it would be a complete defeat. So he decided to continue this battle and eventually offered $110 million for the old chessboard. But it was not as simple as the old man thought, because as soon as he named his price, Alice intervened again and offered $200 million for it. The old man couldn't stand it this time and immediately turned to her to say that she most likely didn't have $200 million to make such bets. The host of the event also joined the old man's accusations and said that it was not that they did not trust her, they just wanted her to provide a certificate of the balance on her account. She didn't think twice and used her magic to show off her wealth, which was definitely enough to buy up all the items here. For people who understand, the crown alone, which was among all this goodness, is worth more than $500 million. Zedric realized that he was not dealing with an ordinary little thing, and she was definitely not just a person. But he couldn't shake the thought that the only thing more dangerous than this girl was Jin-hyuk, who was keeping this mysterious girl under his control. In other words, he understood that he apparently had an opponent who would bring him more problems than that unknown one. So he decided that their tactics had changed and they were now moving to Plan B. What Alex was waiting for, most of all, was that he was more than ready for this and could not wait for these words. In the end, Alice won and they were ready to hand over to her the first chessboard, which she won fairly. Alice didn't need her at all, so she asked to give her to Jin-hyuk. The guy thought she was being too kind to him, but she assured him that she had planned to sort out all this junk anyway, and besides, she couldn't stand to see these people looking down on her contractor. Jin-hyuk didn't even know that this little one was capable of saying words that were worthy of praise. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when an explosion thundered behind them. The place where this auction took place began to collapse literally before our eyes. People quite obviously started running away, and it was all accompanied by panic. But this was only the beginning, because Alex took out his scalpel and began to cut people, telling them along the way that they had nowhere to rush, because they were all just victims. Afterwards, he decided to activate a skill called Magic Melt. The hall literally began to sink, and most of the people were already ready to die, and among them there were children. So Jin-hyuk eventually had to intervene because he thought Alex had crossed all boundaries. The skill that Alex used was somehow disgusting to Jin-hyuk. Although Alex himself did not think so, in his opinion, the monsters he created from human souls were incredibly beautiful. On the other hand, Alex wanted to praise Jin-hyuk himself, who deservedly received the S rank since he was standing on his feet, even under the influence of such strong magic. The man also couldn't help but add that he clearly remembers how Jin-hyuk insulted him on the plane, and now that he has been given an order that allows him to no longer hold back, he is ready to show everything he is capable of. He tried to attack the guy, but Jin-hyuk was much faster than Alex expected. But this did not stop him from continuing to attack Jin-hyuk, and also at the same time, finding out where that small and impudent rich woman had gone. Jin-hyuk, without thinking for long, answered him that she did not like these nasty guys, so she ran away a long time ago. Although mentally he knew that Alice's body returned back to the pendant, since it would need all the magical energy. He understood that these monsters would gradually become stronger and stronger, so he simply needed to finish this fight as soon as possible. To begin with, he decided to use a skill called Sword Graveyard, with which he destroyed most of the monsters. Alex continued to actively talk to Jin-hyuk, telling him that he was simply amazing because he didn't even have time to keep up with him. But on the other hand, he said, it was so nice when the amount of resources exceeded expectations. Jin-hyuk was not stupid and immediately understood that in this way, the guy wanted to drag out the battle and exhaust him. Only in this way, in his opinion, he would be able to win. If he understood correctly, then these monsters feed on the powers of these people and remain in the ranks. And the enemy runs out of mana, and as far as Jin-hyuk remembers, this is their standard tactic. This is how necromancers like Maena's clan fight. But Jin-hyuk definitely wasn't going to give up. He decided that it would be nice if he could burn all these monsters before they recovered. And for this, he activated a skill called Daylight. Alex was very disgusted by this skill, and he hated it most of all when Jin-hyuk used it. But this time, he was more than prepared for it, because he had analyzed his technique by watching the video from the tournament. So he knew perfectly well that he needed to attack before the beams of light united. At least that's what he thought until he noticed that the beams that Jin-hyuk was using weren't moving at all. But the legs of his monsters simply froze and they stopped moving. It finally dawned on him that this was how Jin-hyuk decided to hide his ice skill so that Alex wouldn't notice and couldn't do anything about it. As a result, after some time all of his monsters that he created were simply wiped off the face of the earth, and Alex found it incredibly difficult to believe it. Jin-hyuk immediately approached him to apologize for the fact that his cuties were slightly blown into little pieces. Alex immediately began to try to escape from here. At that moment he thought that he had lost, although he had a huge advantage. But now it was no longer important, and the most important thing at the moment was that he needed to escape and find his teacher. But he apparently wasn't destined to do this because as soon as he started to run away, Jin-hyuk's blade passed right through him. When he fell, Jin-hyuk slowly approached him, wanting to tell Alex that after everything he had done today, he definitely wouldn't be able to just leave like that. Jin-hyuk also decided to tell the guy about how he would die today, because it seemed to him that the information was quite important. According to him, over the next half hour, blood will accumulate in his lungs, and when they fill with blood, he will begin to choke. It seemed to him that the worst death was to burn a person alive. But suffocation seemed to him no less an easy death. But still, Jin-hyuk did not consider himself a monster and was ready to make sure that the guy did not suffer for so long. He took out the elixir and told Alex that it would help him, but only if he told him everything he knew about the main association. Inside Alex, hope was born that he could survive. But the problem was that the blood filled his internal organs so quickly that he could hardly speak. But he still decided to find a way out of this situation and began to try to write with his own blood. However, Jin-hyuk didn't like this and stepped on his hand, not allowing him to continue doing what he had planned. And then he added that if Alex didn't want to tell him, then unfortunately nothing could be done about it. And then it finally dawned on Alex that Jin-hyuk wasn't really going to listen to him. The last gesture Jin Hyuk made before leaving was to throw the business card and tell the guy that he no longer needed it, after which he turned around and started to leave, saying that Alex deserved to die a long and painful death because he was a damn scumbag. But before leaving, he decided to do one more thing. He saw among all the junk that they wanted to sell at auction a safe that was created by Michelangelo, and in it most likely lay the heart of Ichthyosaurus. Jin Hyuk immediately took these items and combined them into one, and as a result, he managed to create a huge subspace for inventory. Suddenly, his celebration of receiving a new item was interrupted by someone's voice, and when he turned around, he saw a man standing there with his son and thanking Jin Hyuk for saving them. The little boy was so scared, but even he plucked up his courage and said thank you to Jin Hyuk. But the guy at that moment was thinking about something completely different because he understood that now he couldn't just take these items, but he really needed them. So he decided that he would just pay for everything and then take them. Suddenly, the man began to tell him that Jin Hyuk saved their lives and they were incredibly grateful to him. In addition, the guy saved the host's only son, whom he treasures so much. So he decided that he would not inform on the guy if he suddenly decided to take something for himself. Jin Hyuk decided to leave them alone, and his mood improved significantly because he was experiencing such a feeling for the first time. The third floor of the testing tower is the Cathedral of Hatred. It was quite a dangerous place. It was famous for the number of traps that were at every step. And Melina and her friend, who asked her not to complain every time they passed this place, felt this quite clearly. But this made her even more angry because she thought that she shouldn't worry about what kind of mood this guy was in. But he advised her to do it because otherwise she risked dying. Their sweet conversation was interrupted at one point by an unknown being who ordered them to stop immediately, and he also added that he simply could not believe that they had somehow survived 10 years together. He was always curious to know why they always behaved like cats and dogs. In any case, this is not the main issue now. According to him, he called them here because a new character has appeared who requires special attention, and his name is Jin Hyuk. Melanie thought that this guy was doing so well in the test tower only because he had played a lot before, but she felt that this did not mean that he was stronger than other players. But the man in the mask thought that they had to be careful, because in his opinion, there was a chance that this guy had already risen above them. Although this only made her smile, because she had not yet seen this guy rise to the 20th floor. Her boyfriend also thought that he was wrong to think so, because according to him, they chose an unpopular virtual reality, the test tower, to hide from the surveillance of the international police, and therefore they know the tower well. Millennia once again agreed with the guy and added that most likely this Jin Hyuk was just playing this game because he had nothing to do, and now he is a hero who is a little better at it, but, in her opinion, he is still not a threat to them. Moreover, she believed that only a mentally ill person could try to complete this game. This creature understood that the guys would not take his words seriously, but he was glad at least that they understood each other. But he would continue to think that this guy simply could not be underestimated. In the end, he decided that they simply had to eliminate this potential threat. So he ordered the guys together to follow Kedrick. They treated it as a joke, but still decided to fulfill the old man's request so that he would finally calm down. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk's friends were practicing wrestling, but at one point the girl apparently overdid it a bit and struck too hard. At this point the training ended, and Tae decided to show Nuna some rather interesting news. The conversation was about the very person who wears a mask and thereby hides his identity. Nuna thought that this guy was no different from other players and was bluffing in the same way. He agreed with her, but partly because he was sure that there was something special about him. They decided to turn on the news on TV, where they showed this man in a mask. When he finally came to the Temple of the Tree of Man in the room of the third boss, and this place is incredibly popular, because if you answer 3 questions of this strange tree, then he will give an item with a skill as a reward. But now absolutely every player understands that the main difficulty of this task is that this tree asks incredibly difficult questions, which are almost impossible to answer. He saw Jin Hyuk. The tree smiled and said that in fact, he hadn't had visitors for a long time and therefore he was very happy to see the guy. He assumed that the guy came to him to solve his riddles, and Jin-hyuk immediately confirmed this information, asking the tree to quickly ask him the most interesting riddles that he has. This creature agreed to these conditions. But before that, he reminded Jin-hyuk that if the guy answered 3 questions, he would give him the piece of paper that he would choose. However, he asked the guy to remember the fact that if he suddenly makes a mistake and gives the wrong answer, he will punish him. The first question, the essence of this question, was that the tree wanted to know from the guy what is the optimal depth and temperature for the life of kelhorns in seawater. These questions were impossible. Everyone who watched TV understood that the answers to such questions cannot be found out just like that. But they all fell silent when Jin-hyuk said the correct answer in a few seconds, which was 1.5 degrees Celsius, after which he immediately asked the tree to ask the next question, although the tree had not yet told him that this was the correct answer, but the guy was already sure that it was absolutely correct. The tree had to agree because in the end, it turned out to be the correct answer and he was ready to ask the next question, which, according to him, would be even more difficult. The second question was indeed even more difficult. It was that it was necessary to say the method of using the spongy body of Feliani, to which Jin-hyuk gave the same immediate answer, saying that it was necessary to boil the salt of the sunny desert and the holy water of the priest over a low fire for 5 hours. And that was the correct answer, which led them to the last question in which the tree wanted to ask the guy when the giant eagles from the celestial plateau mate. Jin-hyuk did not change the traditions and gave his answer almost immediately, saying that mating occurs when the first snow falls in the tower. The tree paused for a moment, but then began to laugh and say that it was actually true, and what made him laugh was that Jin-hyuk was the first one who could answer all his questions. And since the guy succeeded in this, the tree was ready to give him 3 leaves to choose from: yellow, red, green, and the choice was left only to Jin-hyuk. Red, as is known, was a fire modifier, yellow increased defense, but green increased movement speed. Nuna assumed that Jin-hyuk would most likely choose movement speed, since there would be a long fight with the boss. At least, that's what she would do. But Jin-hyuk decided to choose a completely different option. He went closer to the tree and asked to give him the black leaf that he hides from everyone. The tree couldn't believe the fact that it was hearing this because no one was supposed to know about it. But still, he answered the guy that he simply could not give him this black sheet, and since the guy was so persistent, he offered to give him an additional green sheet if of course he chose the red one. In response to his words, Jin-hyuk simply turned around and started talking about how he had promised to give him any sheet he wanted if the guy gave the right answers. And now he was talking nonsense to him, which made him feel disgusted. But he still decided to insist, and asked the tree to give him the black leaf, otherwise he would be considered a dishonest liar and they would never come to him again. In addition, the guy asked him to think about what would happen if the managers found out about this, which is why the tree had to fulfill its promise and give the guy the black leaf. Jin-hyuk was very happy about this because he was finally able to get the last piece of the puzzle that he could assemble. But first he had to deal with the tree guards, who were angry at the way the guy acted. 2 guys standing near the portal were talking about how the masked guy had already started raiding the 3rd floor boss, which was surprising to them because no one thought he could do it so quickly. Besides, they thought that they could go home peacefully, because no one would come here unless it was some crazy person. But they were still ordered, so they had to stand in defense. But suddenly the conversation between these 2 guys was interrupted when they noticed that they were the only 2 left near the entrance to the dungeon. Well, a few seconds later, they saw an old man in front of them who had bound everyone with dark magic and asked his assistant to do everything quickly, because the unknown man in the mask had already started, and they also needed to hurry. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk gradually walked further and further along the 3rd floor, approaching the boss. An incredibly large number of people watched this action, and watching all of this gave them goosebumps. But most of them didn't believe that the guy would ultimately be able to defeat this boss, although Jin-hyuk didn't care about their comments because he had his own plan, which he obediently adhered to. Suddenly he saw a stream of dark energy from the side, which appeared unexpectedly. He understood that apparently someone else had appeared here, although he asked the guild leaders to do everything possible so that he could enter this floor alone, but apparently they did not listen to him. Jin-hyuk came closer to see what was going on there. He saw that the army of necromancers was fighting with the army of warriors of the boss of the third floor. These were mains, and from Jin-hyuk's observations, they were a little stronger than the monsters from the third floor. So Jin-hyuk decided to even the odds a bit and began attacking the main army. At first they didn't understand what was going on, but then they finally saw that there was a person there who was actively attacking them. One of the main mages of the main army noted that there was only one of him here, so they should eliminate him as soon as possible and continue their offensive. But everything will definitely not be as simple as they planned, because Jin-hyuk activated the skill of heavenly patronage. The mains began to realize that they wouldn't be able to control him just like that, since he was using a holy skill. So Zedric started getting reports that most of their attack groups had been destroyed and they needed to do something. But he was not in the best mood, so he asked them to close their mouths because he himself could see perfectly well what was happening here. He understood that they had created 4 teams in advance to effectively control the undead. One of them was destroyed, and if the first one was destroyed and the network was broken, then the control would be completely destroyed. While Zedric was thinking about what to do next, Jin-hyuk slowly got closer and closer to them. After some time, he was informed that the first team had also been destroyed, and if this continued, they would simply be surrounded. Zedric got incredibly angry and started yelling at the guy because he always ruined everything. So he decided to deal with this guy here once and for all. And to do this, he decided to use a skill called Pyramid Guardian, even though he was warned that if he did this, then he would not have any mana left to fight the boss. But Zedric didn't care about this at all because he had already decided that he would concentrate all his mana into this skill and destroy the guy. That's why he managed to wake up the Guardians who, in his opinion, were supposed to destroy the guy in the mask. Using this skill, he instantly felt weakness inside himself because he used a huge amount of mana, which he would not be able to replenish for a long time. But he had one idea, so he asked his assistant to come closer. And when he did this, the old man simply pumped out all the energy from him, even life energy, just to replenish a little of his mana. Jin-hyuk noticed this, and although he understood what kind of person this Zedric was, he still had a hard time believing that he could absorb the energy of his comrades. But in any case, he was already in the ranks and ready to start a real fight. Now the old man wanted to ask the guy how he liked his army. According to him, she is capable of many things. His mummies were not simple, and were capable of doing things that ordinary monsters cannot do. He admitted that he had prepared these creatures for the third boss. But now his goal had changed dramatically, and he believed that if he could destroy Jin-hyuk here, then this risk would be justified, and he had not come down here in vain. So all he wanted to ask Jin-hyuk was to finally die, so that he would calm down and not think about it. Even though Jin-hyuk turned off the broadcast, this fight still had viewers. This was observed by Millennia and her partner, who immediately saw that this guy was simply amazing, because they had not seen Zedric give it his all for a long time. The guy noted that his plan to destroy the bases was, of course, good, but the fact that he didn't leave after that was at least stupid. It seemed to him that the guy in the mask had miscalculated the balance of power and would therefore pay for it. He assumed that he most likely saw the skeleton and the knights and therefore thought that he could cope, but he did not take into account that Zedric still had many problematic abilities. Based on everything he had just said, he could confidently say that there was no point in them interfering in this fight. Jin-hyuk certainly didn't think so. In his head there were memories of that very experience. His teacher always told him that his sword was strong and sharp, but on the other hand he was straining himself too much, and his mistake was that it was just a dissipation of power. He asked him to remember that a true master should always be able to deliver a good blow using a minimum of force. He always used his rope as an example, which, according to him, moves freely, like the wind is responsive and flexible and fickle. And what is most important is that he must release energy in time and create with it a certain blow. That was when Jin-hyuk first heard about it, and that was when the master first asked him if the boy wanted to learn his spiritual sword art, Chuhongomu. These memories allowed Jin-hyuk to recover part of his Chuhongomu spiritual sword art skill, and he could now produce it. Zedric was surprised when he saw such a picture, because looking at the guy and his spiritual art, one could notice that he was so strong that he attracted everything around him. At one point, the system notified the guy that he could now use the 5th type of sword dance, which he immediately did. Zedric couldn't believe his eyes because only half a year had passed since the world had changed, and this guy already had such enormous power. All these thoughts were interrupted when his staff exploded right in his hands and made the old man acknowledge the boy's strength. He realized that he had to run, because he couldn't win this fight. But deep down, he knew that it was already too late. Hysterically, he began shouting to his subjects that they should detain the guy and protect him. But no one heard him. At that moment, Jin-hyuk slowly approached the man and told him that he now understood where Alex got such habits from. He was just like the teacher. It was disgusting to him that he first boasted about his advantage, and when he realized that he couldn't win, he immediately ran away. Hearing these words, it finally dawned on the old man that he had already heard these words, and that it was Jin-hyuk who had told him this. But unfortunately for him, it was already too late, because Jin-hyuk used fire magic and asked the man to tell his student that he was worried that he would be bored alone, so he was sending his teacher to hell as well. After Zedric's death, the summoned creatures began to come to their senses, and the dark magicians immediately noticed this. It quickly dawned on them that if this had happened, then Zedric had most likely lost, which seemed impossible to them. But it was too late to change anything. All of Zedric's warriors had gone to the next world after him. After this fight, Jin-hyuk noted to himself that it was not easy to use soul destruction at this level. He did not even deny the fact that he was overtired. And to solve this problem, he decided to purchase a solution to replenish mid-level mana. In this way, he managed to restore his energy a little and is now fully prepared to continue the battle. On the way to the boss, he noticed a small shield on the floor, which made him feel nostalgic because he used to be incredibly fond of shields. And it will definitely come in handy when he enters into battle with the guards of the Temple of the Lord of the Four. These monsters could not speak. Their only function was to destroy anyone who came to them. But this was to Jin-hyuk's advantage, because he definitely did not come here to talk. So, as soon as they struck him for the first time, he immediately used his sword skill and destroyed them in just a few seconds. At least that's what it seemed like at first glance, but that was just the beginning. So the guy had to ask them to give him the key, because he was tired of beating them up. At some point, the key leading to the main hall reacted, and then the system notified the guy that the creature behind the gate responded to the call. Jin-hyuk understood what was happening, and it was unexpected for him that the creature behind the doors decided to act for sure. The thing is that they almost immediately decided to challenge their big brother to a fight. The big guy's first words were that it had been a long time since the 4 great heavenly kings had summoned him, so he didn't think that there would be a person among the visitors who would pose a threat sufficient to use the key. Jin-hyuk didn't say much, but only assured this creature that he was going to do everything to destroy the boss of this floor. Big Brother immediately noticed that the guy was telling him very interesting things, so he decided to point out that, although he was not sure about the rest, he definitely recognized his bravery. Jin-hyuk understood that the creature he was talking to was taking all these words as a joke, but he decided to repeat once again that he was very tired and therefore wanted to end all this as soon as possible, although his big brother assured him that he would still like to continue the conversation with him. But Jin-hyuk apparently wasn't in that mood, and he confirmed it with words, saying that chatting with statues was such a fun thing. Although the statue asked him to think again because every moment of life is the greatest gift, and whoever does not appreciate it is simply stupid. Big Brother thought that the boy would be better off enjoying this moment because when he died, he would be missed incredibly much. But since the guy wanted it, the statue simply couldn't refuse him, so it also started the fight. It was a pretty strong attack, but Jin-hyuk still managed to block it, all thanks to the shield he picked up. Mentally, he understood that his opponent's strength was simply enormous, and when he tried to block it, his body simply crumbled, but he still forced himself to endure it, Besides, he was sure that he would definitely have one chance, which he would have to use. Big Brother was surprised that his little opponent was finally able to resist the sonic attacks, something that hadn't happened for a long time. But this couldn't help but make him happy, because in this case, this fight becomes more and more interesting. Jin-hyuk didn't wait long and used the ice creation skill. In this way, he wanted to protect himself from the massive attacks of his enemy, after which he tried to attack his big brother with his shield, but in the end, he just caught it in his hand and laughed and told the boy that all these were such pathetic tricks. And since the boy was so persistent, the big brother decided to show him what real magic is. But suddenly he realized that his magic was not working, and there was a blade inside his hand. But it was not this that surprised him, but the fact that Jin-hyuk's poison began to work, which was literally impossible. The guy happily told this creature that this skill was called blood energy. The principle of operation was that if you wound once, you can continuously inflict damage. In any case, the big brother praised the guy for his efforts, but immediately told him that such a trick would definitely not work twice, and that there was simply no point in this technique. Moreover, as the guy himself sees, he managed to take away only one arm from his opponent, which is clearly not enough for victory. Jin-hyuk wasn't going to argue with this. He also noted that he knew that the same method couldn't be used on him twice. But in the end, Jin-hyuk decided to ask his big brother a question and find out from him if he knew that he had just received exactly what he needed. Now it dawned on the creature that the guy had not been fighting with him from the very beginning, but was trying to take away his hand with the precious stone. When the boy finally had the stone, he declared that Big Brother had only himself to blame for giving up one of his hands so easily. With the help of this stone, Jin-hyuk was able to obtain a book of magic that was written by the great Solomon, which contains a description of 72 demons, which allows one to reveal magical abilities to the limit. This was more than enough for the guy to start a real fight and finally destroy this creature, but first he decided to use the greedy look skill. The name of this creature was Avalo. The conditions for copying it were as follows. Jinhek had to irritate the enemy in 5 minutes, using ice magic, and create a beautiful statue for him. But the strangest thing about all this was that the system also notified the guy that, in order to fulfill the conditions, he needed suitable music and clothing. Jin-hyuk read what was in the message again, because it seemed to him that it was complete nonsense. Why did he even need a song and a costume? Now he had no doubt that the system was going more and more crazy every day, but he still decided that he would try to do it. The guy understood that even though the conditions were strange, he still couldn't give up, and if he took the lower 25 floors, then he could only get the mandala here. Jin-hyuk's preparations made Avalo very angry. He wanted to immediately find out what the boy was planning. But instead of answering, Jin-hyuk turned on the music, put on a completely different image, and asked Avalo not to ask him anything from that moment on, because he, in fact, was also far from delighted with what was happening here. Avaro became even more angry because he felt like the guy was going to play a joke on him, so he decided to destroy him using a skill called mandala. He was going to do everything he could to make Jin-hyuk feel the pain that comes with a millionth samsara. Jin-hyuk assumed that this would happen, so he immediately took action and tried to protect himself with ice magic. And this actually helped him, because the guy pumped this skill almost to the maximum, so he was delighted with the result. Millennia couldn't believe that this guy was fighting Avalo while turning on music, and it was all because she had a hard time believing that his ice magic had reached such a high level. She was also quite interested in that very wig, which looked like some kind of relic that was sold in the store for pennies. She understood perfectly well that his actions were simply impossible to predict, because this unknown person had defeated Zedric and was now fighting Avalo. Avalo's strength is great, and it is difficult to deal with her. Even after reaching the 10th floor, she is called the second boss of the 3rd floor, and he is essentially fighting this force. So it became obvious to her friend that he had gone beyond the capabilities of ice. Now they both weren't sure if they could defeat this guy if they both attacked him. At one point, Millennia decided to tell her friend Richao that they would be better off just retreating, since they most likely wouldn't be able to deal with this guy unless they got the support of the leadership. Rizhao thought differently, in his opinion, then their place in the hierarchy, which they so stubbornly defended, would be under threat. Then she simply did not understand what he was proposing to do. Should they really just go and die? He didn't appreciate her sarcasm, and instead of answering, he took out an object that, in his opinion, would help them deal with the guy in the mask. Jin Hyuk, meanwhile, was focused on his main rival. But that didn't stop him from noticing that a strong energy had suddenly appeared behind him. He turned around and realized that apparently the mains had sent more than just Cedric. In any case, he was not going to be distracted and continued the fight with Avalo. He gradually began to lose ground, and he urgently needed to come up with something, otherwise the battle would be lost. So he decided to use the element of fire. But he didn't stop there and added ice magic to everything else, with which he began his new attack. During the fight, Jin Hyuk repeatedly irritated Avalo with questionable phrases. For example, he told him that only thanks to this creature he began to worry a little. This, of course, made Big Brother even more angry, so he attacked more and more intensely each time. But Jin Hyuk, as if he had planned it this way from the very beginning, parried all the blows and waited for the right moment. Avalo, at some point, got tired of all this and activated his skill called Barrier Trap, after which he noted that the guy only knows how to defend himself, and it was time for him to start a real fight. But for now, he only sees that his confidence has disappeared somewhere. He also simply couldn't help but notice that it was useless for the guy to resist, and he had to admit that he had lost. Immediately after these words, he activated the Divine Spear, with which he was going to finish off Jin Hyuk. After the blow, a smile appeared on his face because he was almost sure that his blow was successful and his opponent was destroyed. But to his great regret, his smile quickly disappeared from his face because he heard the voice of a boy who wanted to ask his big brother if he was sure that the same attacks, twice, would not work. Before he could answer, Jin Hyuk used the ice prison and thus trapped Avalo. And when the guy managed to do this, he finally told Avalo that he was incredibly offended by the fact that his opponent did not like ice magic, because he liked to use it the most. Besides, he always couldn't understand why someone who had achieved nirvana through self-improvement was so biased. Every word Jin Hyuk said made his big brother angry, and he wanted to destroy him forever, although later he changed his mind, and in such an unfavorable situation for himself, he began to threaten the guy, telling him that he would force him to be reborn as an insect thousands and millions of times. All this anger and Avalo's words were only to Jin Hyuk's advantage, because in this way he was able to fulfill the copying conditions and get an ability called Mandala into his arsenal. After which Jin Hyuk was finally able to throw off that lousy wig that irritated him, and Avalo gave him advice, which was that it would be better for him to talk less and conserve his strength as much as possible. And as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately used his new skill called Mandala, which shocked Avalo because he couldn't even imagine how Jin Hyuk could even learn such a skill. After all, he himself needed an eternity of meditation before the mandala opened up to him, so it was incomprehensible to him how a simple person like Jin Hyuk could use it. All Jin Hyuk could answer him was to promise that he would make sure that the potential of this skill was not wasted. And with this, he decided to finish, so he dealt a fatal blow to Aval, after which he was supposed to disappear forever. And so it happened his body broke into several hundred small pieces. But what was most important for Jin Hyuk was to get the very key that he came here for. This key, regardless of the situation and the owner's level, could summon the boss of this territory. However, it can only be used on the 3rd floor. Jin Hyuk was in no hurry to use it, because he understood that in life, everything is much more difficult to go through, and, in addition to everything, all of this became quite noticeable. He had defeated too many strong enemies lately, so it was no surprise that he was a little overtired. He decided that he would spend his level-up points on mana so that his mana reserve would be much larger than it was now. Almost immediately, he felt the difference, although it was not enough. But he still decided that he needed to prepare something for mana regeneration next time. Suddenly, the thought came to his mind that there were still enemies not far from him, so he had no time to rest. The Tower of Trials is a place with a special atmosphere. With the onset of night, The temperature quickly drops, and the aggressiveness and strength of monsters increases. So at night, most players leave the tower or stop hunting and look for a safe place. But Jin-hyuk decided to do something a little different from what other players do. His plans included eating and sleeping as well as possible. So he started cooking. This time he managed to catch a giant shrimp, which was found only in the river near the temple on the 3rd floor. It was incredibly delicious for him, this taste. He couldn't enjoy it outside the tower, but now he can taste it again. At that moment, the thought came to his mind that it would be nice to copy some cooking skill next time. But suddenly he was interrupted by Melania and Richao, who asked the guy for permission so that they could join him and stay until dawn, because according to them, they had to leave before dark. But in the end, they were unable to do so. Jin-hyuk didn't mind and allowed the boys to sit down next to the fire, where, in his opinion, it wasn't as cold as in other places. They sat down and introduced themselves one by one, after which Jin-hyuk noted that from their appearance it seemed like they had suffered a lot, considering how hard it was in the tower at night. After which he noted that he had cooked too much today, and therefore invited his guests to help themselves. It was immediately obvious from their faces that they were incredibly hungry, and clearly wouldn't mind having a little something to eat. Suddenly, Richao intervened, and said that they were very pleased that he offered them, but they don't really eat what strangers offer them, especially from a person who hides his face. Jin-hyuk noted that he was surprised that they were bothered by the mask, but according to Richao, this is not surprising, because in their time, they put on a mask when they want to hide something. After these words, the guy noted that he could actually take off this mask if they were so uncomfortable. After all, they were sitting at the same fire. They definitely didn't expect such a proposal, so they were all for Jin-hyuk doing it. But before he took off his mask, he suggested that they play a very interesting game. It seemed to him that they were all very interested in learning as much information about each other as possible. So he suggested asking each other 3 questions, and if they answered all his questions, he would gladly take off his mask. Richao was carefully considering this proposal at this moment. He understood that on the one hand, this was an incredibly easy task, because they only needed to answer questions, but at the same time, no one was forcing them to tell the truth. So, in any case, he believed that they were in a winning position. These thoughts made him agree, and Melania was not against playing such a game from the very beginning. And once they agreed, Melania suggested using a coin to decide who they would start with. It was not an easy coin. It behaved as the girl ordered it to, so it was not surprising that Jin-hyuk would be the first to answer the questions. This coin was called Caligula. Its main ability was that you could choose a target and pour magic into this coin, after which you could influence the opponent's mind. Melania started by saying that if she asked the guy his name or guild, he most likely wouldn't answer. So she decided to find out if any of the guy's friends were nearby. It was a pretty normal question for Jin-hyuk to ask since she wanted to know what they were going to be dealing with. But unfortunately for them, he came here alone, so it was easy for him to answer that question. Now it was Jin-hyuk's turn, and he decided to ask them a question in which he wanted to know why they only watched the boss, although it seemed like they wanted to destroy him. The girl did not think long about the answer and immediately said that they were actually waiting for the right moment to enter the temple, and they also did not forget that this place had a bad reputation, and they believed that they needed to be as careful as possible. After that, it was her turn again, and she wanted to know the main reason why he came to the tower. Jin-hyuk also understood why she was asking this question, because if their interest coincided, then she would most likely want to lure him to her side. So he answered with a question, saying that if he told them his reasons, would they be able to help him in carrying out his plans? Melania didn't think long and immediately told him that they would try to do everything possible, and if their interest coincided, then most likely they would be able to help him, because according to them, they were capable of a lot. Then Jin-hyuk decided to ask his last question, and if they answered, he would definitely take off his mask, as he promised. The last thing he was interested in was whether the main association really thought that the 2 of them were enough to stand against him. They assumed that he would ask this very question, because they knew that he was incredibly strong and saw it with their own eyes, and the fact that he was able to deal with Avalo alone also amazed them no less. But they also understood perfectly well that he was quite tired, and most likely after such battles he was quite weakened. So, in answer to his question, they were more than confident that the two of them would be enough to destroy him. After these words, Melania was going to use that same magic coin and subdue her opponent. But to her surprise, nothing happened. Her boyfriend immediately started yelling at her because he just didn't understand what Melina was even doing. But their dialogue was interrupted by Jin-hyuk, who assured them that their Caligula coin was fine, and the reason for their failure was something else. According to him, the thing was that at the moment she simply couldn't use it, and all this became possible thanks to the guy using the skill Anubis's Judgment, which blocks all opponents' skills for a while. Richao immediately started shouting that they had been exposed and that they should immediately move to the second plan. So he asked her to immediately use her skill, but he apparently still hadn't realized that none of the girls' skills worked. While they were trying to figure out what they would do next, Jin-hyuk continued to enjoy his dinner and watched as the Anubis gods chose their victim. From the expressions on the boys' faces, it immediately became clear that they had never seen anything like this in their lives, and therefore were not ready to fight such enemies. Guardians of the Earth, the great commander, and next to him was the commander of the afterlife. That's who the guys will have to fight with. Richao realized at that moment that the sacrifice had awakened the pillars, meaning that those shrimp were not just food. While they were fighting, Jin-hyuk decided to lie down and rest a bit. Because he was pretty tired lately, the only thing he told his guests was that they better think carefully about how to move correctly, because they wouldn't be able to escape anyway. And so that they would not be tempted to do this, the Afterlife commander activated a skill called Exit Ban, which significantly limited the battle zone. Richao believed that he had found a solution to this problem quite quickly. In his opinion, he only needed to destroy the guy in the mask and then these statues would disappear. So he went into battle against him. But suddenly he felt an incredibly strong pressure behind his back, and all this was because he started moving. Although Jin-hyuk warned them about it, but they did not listen to him, and this is what came out of it. A few seconds later, due to his stupid mistake, this guy was crushed by a fairly huge force. Even his strange glasses were shattered into small pieces. Melina stood still and just hoped that somehow she would manage to survive. Now she realized that she needed to run away as soon as possible while there was such a chance. But now it turns out they made a big mistake. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when she heard Jin-hyuk's voice, who noted that they had successfully sorted out her situation. So he decided to offer her to move straight to the conversation. Before that, he activated the greedy eye. But to Jin-hyuk's great regret, the system notified him that the skill's effect was cancelled due to the difference in levels, which upset him, because even the skill Luck didn't help this time. In any case, he did not despair and still decided to talk to the girl. Only this time he warned her that she must answer his questions sincerely. Otherwise, the same thing awaits her as her friend. Jin-hyuk decided to start by telling the girl that he had heard about the mains, but he couldn't understand their motives. His question was that if they didn't climb the tower, then humanity would disappear. And the gist of the question was that he simply didn't understand why they were bothering the players at all. The girl was about to answer when suddenly she was interrupted by Richao, who reminded her that she had no right to say this and that it would be better for her to die than to tell about this, and that immediately after this act, punishment awaited him. The statue literally crushed the guy in front of the girl, and Jin-hyuk immediately after that told her that she should be true to the idea to the end, and if she is, then it's cool. But he still asked her to think about what time is best to do this, and, most importantly, in what place. In other words, Jin-hyuk asked her to remember that he does not leave alive those who attempt on his life. Only if she tells him the necessary information, then he will spare her life. She hardly believed it, but the guy assured her that information was expensive, and at the moment he could equate it to the girl's life. The girl fell for it and nevertheless began to tell him that she actually did not know the real names of those who sent them here, because they call them Lancelots. In addition, according to the girl, there is another group of 11 people, but she is in the group of hired exterminators, so she knows little about this. These words were true because Jin-hyuk was still able to use a greedy look, which showed that the girl was telling the truth, so he asked her to continue. She started talking about how if they collected the 12 cursed relics of the tower, then even if humanity disappeared, they would still be able to survive, and, moreover, they would have to receive a large reward for it. This is where her story ended because she convinced the guy that, unfortunately, she didn't know anything else, and this was also true. She really didn't know anything else. Jin-hyuk was thinking at this moment that he had managed to get too little information. But even based on this, he was now sure that these people were just crazy, and they were much worse than he could have imagined. He understood that the main's goal was to summon the devil. By doing this, they were confident that they could survive even if humanity disappeared. This gave him the understanding that they were crazy, and now he would act based on this information. After these thoughts, he thanked the girl and said that her information was quite useful for him, and then she was glad that she could finally leave. But the guy immediately upset her by saying that this was not entirely true, which caused the girl to panic, because he clearly told her that he would leave her alive if she told him everything she knew. He began to smoothly approach her, and along the way, tell her that she shouldn't worry, because he's not one of those people who doesn't keep his promises. But there was one thing. He was ready to let her go only after they signed an agreement, after which the guy used a skill called the Soul Brand. After signing this agreement, she would be obliged to obey him. She immediately understood what this could mean for her, and if she was right, then it was 100 times worse than simply dying. The next day, Jin-hyuk successfully reached the very place where the boss of the 3rd floor lived, although it seemed like there was an absolutely ordinary settlement around here. And at that very moment, he needed to use the very key that he was able to obtain during the last test. When Jin-hyuk used the key as intended, a purple flash appeared in front of him, which meant that the guy was doing everything correctly. A few seconds later, the guy received a notification from the system, which informed him that the boss of the 3rd floor was responding to his call. The gates gradually began to open, and later body parts slowly began to appear from them. And then a huge stone statue appeared, along with its small army. But that was not the end, because as soon as these statues finished coming out, a man came out through this small portal who wanted to know who dared to disturb his peace. Jin-hyuk immediately activated his greedy gaze to see who this person was. Luckily, this time the skill compensated for the difference in levels, and Jin-hyuk learned that this was the boss of the 3rd floor, and his name was Mukon. But the main problem was that due to the huge difference in levels, copying was simply impossible. Mukon interrupted his thoughts when he began to tell about how many tried to fight against his army. But only he summoned him using the key. Only he couldn't understand one thing. Where was the guy's army? He wouldn't fight alone against Mukon's 100,000-strong army. Hearing this question, Jin-hyuk of course smiled and decided to show Mukon his army using the first chessboard. In doing so, he summoned almost 3,000 chess pieces, but it was too obvious that these were not simple pieces. Mukon smiled and noted that this was actually an interesting idea. With this method, it seemed to him that one could become a replacement for an entire army, but it seemed to him that this little thing would not be able to do anything against his huge army. Although Jin-hyuk interrupted him and asked him to wait a little, because he was not finished yet and he would still show what his army was really capable of. After which he used the same amount of enhancement pills as his soldiers had, and applied them to each of the soldiers. This was already more interesting for Mukon, and he wanted to watch what would happen next. Long before this, the old man, who was an excellent fire handler, asked his assistant to prepare a few more pieces without him, because his joints were hurting very badly. Yuri was very angry about this because they didn't even have a goal, which made her very angry. She would at least understand how much time they had left, but as it is, they just make sculptures until they are told that it's enough. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was saying that he was very pleased that his opponent, the boss of the 3rd floor, recognized him so quickly, because hearing recognition from someone who was just sitting on his 3rd floor and hiding behind the servants was very honorable. Although all these words were sarcasm, and Jin-hyuk made it clear to him that he did not consider him a strong enemy. Mukon heard such words addressed to him for the first time. He was always considered a strong boss and was always feared, But this guy clearly doesn't think so. Jin-hyuk continued to tell him that since Mukon had defeated weak players a couple of times, it didn't mean that he was strong, but the fact that he was stuck on the third floor could only mean that he didn't have the ability to go higher. The guy knew very well that the monsters of the test tower guard each of their floors, and using the energy of this floor, moreover, not only players but also bosses can climb the tower and increase their strength. These words eventually caused Mukon to burst into laughter. He praised Jin-hyuk for his humor, and told the guy that he was a good guy if he thought that Mukon couldn't go higher than the fourth floor just because he didn't have enough strength. Jin-hyuk didn't quite understand why he was laughing, but he confirmed this information once again. Mukon did not argue with him and told the guy that he could think whatever he wanted. But in Mukon's opinion, the guy's main plan was to piss off his opponent. Only now, he asked the guy not to forget that the difference in the size of the army and the level of tactics was obvious, so he was almost certain that the guy simply would not be able to win. After these words, he simply sent the 1st Battalion, which had about 1,000 statues in the vanguard, and then Jin-hyuk understood perfectly well that, in this way, Mukon wanted to see how he would react. But the guy did not retreat, but on the contrary was ready to accept this fight, and for this he used a skill called the first chessboard. Then, as an experienced chess player, he began to control his army, ordering them to move according to the rules of chess. The battle began, and Mukon's soldiers began to actively attack Jin-hyuk's chess army, but the guy forbade them to move and ordered them to stand still and not let them pass. And after some time, he himself began to attack with the help of the rook chess pieces, which used a hail of arrows. In this way, he was able to inflict quite a lot of damage on the soldiers of Mukon's army. But this was only the beginning, because then his figures began to use the fire skill, which allowed the guy to deal with the first detachment of Mukon's army. The boss continued to smile, although he was surprised that the guy was able to deal with the advance group so quickly. But he did not wait, and immediately sent the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions into battle, which, in his opinion, should have finished this battle. Jin-hyuk also did not remain idle and ordered his knight figures to activate a wedge formation, with which he intended to break through their formation faster than lightning. At first glance, everything worked out for him, and Mukon's other battalions also began to disintegrate into small pieces. The smile on the boss's face began to disappear, and thoughts began to appear in his head that this guy was quite skilled in managing an army, timely switching to attack or defense, precise and timely orders. All this allowed the guy to fight quite successfully. But still, at one point he noticed that there was a hole in the guy's formation, which looked too appetizing to him, but on the other hand, he understood that it could be a poisoned treat that the guy had prepared especially for him. So, in order to avoid getting into trouble, Mukon decided to activate a skill called weakness detection. The system gave him the result, which was that if he destroyed the crown, then the figures stop moving. The crown can only be a king or a queen. Based on this, he understood that if he managed to destroy the crown, then victory would be in his hands. So at some point he started laughing and literally screaming that this was too obvious a trick. Now it became clear to him that this guy was making a mistake that even beginners don't make. In any case, now he knows his enemy's plan and immediately orders his warriors to break through. But Jin-hyuk decides to ignore this and orders his soldiers to advance further, because now his enemy has 3,000 soldiers less. Although Mukon understood the guy's plan perfectly well, in his opinion, he specially lured him by opening the center and showing the bait in the form of a crown. But, in the end, he still figured out the guy and was now more than ready to finish this fight. But before that, he wanted to tell Jin-hyuk that the guy had come far enough and it was worthy of praise, because he still managed to get to him while having such a small army. Jin-hyuk asked him not to talk nonsense because he actually knows that Mukon left that passage on purpose. Mukon asked him to stop the battle because for him everything was already too obvious. He gave the crown to this little girl and got through to him with such small forces, but he would not allow the guy to achieve more. After which, he decided to use one of his skills, and thus end the fight on that note. His skill was that he used 2 huge statues that were supposed to destroy both the guy and his army along with him. These statues could speak, and they found it a little funny that in the whole world there were no better warriors, and they decided to send this little one, who, in their opinion, was completely unsuitable in proportions as a strong man. But all these words and actions of Jinhek's opponent made the guy laugh, which irritated Muzan even more. Sometime before this, Alice couldn't believe her ears that the guy was actually going to go there alone. He joked that she must be really worried since she was saying that. But she was probably really worried about the guy, and that's why she wanted to remind Jin-hyuk that he wasn't the guardian of the third floor for nothing. Jin-hyuk noted that this was the first time she said that she considered someone strong. Was she really afraid of this boss, which angered the girl, because the guy dared to compare the Lord of the Night with this lazy guy? In any case, she was more than sure that if he had not imprisoned her then, she would clearly have been a real queen. But now, she can only play this role in the chess game that Jin-hyuk created. She was more than confident that, even in the state she was in, she would still be able to deal with a dozen of these stone soldiers. And so it happened. She activated her blood spear skill and successfully began to destroy one monster after another. These statues apparently had no idea who they were currently fighting, but Alice was completely ready to smash them. Literally a few minutes later, absolutely nothing was left of Muzan's soldiers, which made him simply burst with anger because he did not understand how such a fragile girl could have such strength. But for Jin-hyuk, all this was only to his advantage, because while Muzan was thinking that he would now defeat the queen and thereby win, he unfortunately made a mistake and let Jin-hyuk get even closer to him. Now that everyone knew what was coming next, Jin-hyuk focused and simply delivered the final attack on his opponent, using a new type of attack. Because of this, the warriors of Muzan began to fight among themselves and destroy each other. The boss himself could not believe that his army, tactics, and everything that he had developed over the years could be ruined by just one person who came to him with such a small army of chess pieces. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk interrupted his panic and asked him to finally pull himself together because he looked pretty pathetic when he was worried like this, after which the guy used ice magic, thanks to which he was able to cut off the rear. But Muzan didn't quite understand why the guy was doing this at all. However, after a few minutes, he finally realized what was happening here, so he immediately began ordering his warriors to stop this guy. Jin-hyuk did not retreat, but on the contrary began to attack even more. Using the mandala skill, he thought that as soon as it smelled like something was going to get fried, Muzan immediately decided to leave everything to his servants and tried to escape. But there was only a smile on his face because he was finally able to use two of his favorite skills at the same time, which worked in unison, thanks to which, in the end, he still managed to checkmate, destroying the boss of the third floor, leaving him no chance. A few seconds after that very blow from the guy, the system notified him that Muzan, the boss of the third floor, was defeated, thanks to which the entrance to the fourth floor was opened, the time for conquering which was 3 months. After defeating the boss, Jin-hyuk, without thinking twice, invested all the points he had received back into developing his mana, after which he decided to look at the drop he had received. The treasures that can be obtained after eliminating a monster are divided into ranks by color. From the first 10 floors, only red ones drop, and this is the lowest rank. But this time, the guy's surprise knew no bounds, because he came across an orange box, which usually begins to appear to players after the 10th level. He guessed that it might be due to the effect of the Monopolize skill that was triggered when he received a reward alone. In any case, he hurried and opened the box, which contained a pink diamond, a primary right, soft grain, living water, a sunseed, and a snail that could breathe fire. The guy definitely didn't expect to see such a number of items, so he was happy. But as it turned out later, this was not the end, because at the very bottom of this box there was something else that would clearly be useful to the guy in the future. His face was crazy because he was sure that, thanks to this item, he would be able to pass the fourth floor quite easily. But Alice at that moment once again caught herself thinking that she still couldn't get used to this expression. The guild leaders gathered together again to discuss the fact that the masked guy actually managed to do it despite all the doubts. But this couldn't help but make them happy, because in addition to the fact that they received the birth of a new hero, Now they have as many as 90 days to prepare for the next floor, during which time they will need to have time to pump up as hard as possible. However, as it turned out later, not everyone was happy about this. One of the guild leaders stood up and started shouting that they were idiots if they thought that this raid would benefit them. And all because the guy got all the items and points, and they didn't get anything out of it. Laurencia couldn't stand it, so she immediately intervened in this conversation and reminded the gentlemen that they were so desperate that they almost united with the mains. But thanks to this guy, humanity got another 90 days without involving the mains. So she just didn't understand how he could say such a thing after the guy helped them cope with such a crisis. She even asked Beck and Maria to tell him something, but at that moment they seemed to swallow their tongues and just listened silently. Laurencia couldn't believe it. She thought they were on her side, but apparently they agreed with him. The girl simply didn't want to believe that everyone thought the same way as Teng Wei. Their silence meant consent, so she decided that she simply had no other choice, and therefore she announced that she was immediately leaving this organization. Maria immediately started yelling at her and asking her to say that it was a stupid joke, and if not, then she asked her to think about it. After all, she had done so much so that she could join here. The Titan leader also noted that their associations are not a walk-through yard where you can't just enter or leave. Only people who can really protect humanity receive an invitation, so the elite is gathered here. And so he wanted to warn her that if she suddenly decided to leave them, then she would no longer be able to return. Besides, it seemed stupid to them to trust their lives to this man. But this angered Laurencia even more. And without a drop of regret, she opened the doors and left, telling them along the way that she would trust him again, as she had already done once. Meanwhile, Jin-Yuk was walking along the beach after the raid and thinking that he had money to spare, so he decided that it was time for him to rent a good hotel and have a good rest. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a call from Yan Hua, although in fact she had called more than once, but the guy could not pick up the phone because he was in the tower. She called the guy to tell him that her grandfather unfortunately does not open his eyes. Jin-Hyuk tensed up and immediately wanted to ask her where she was at the moment. Yeon Hwa, aka Fire Fist, is the granddaughter of the legendary martial artist Yu Chung-yeon, a great master in the field of Korean martial arts, and she was so similar to her grandfather because she was just as steadfast, active, and cheerful. But when the guy saw her in the hospital, he immediately noted that it was the first time he saw her in such a state. He immediately came closer to her and asked her to slowly tell him what happened here. Yeon Hwa started her story by saying that it started around the time of the appearance of the test tower, or more precisely during the Incheon incident. But at that time Jin Hyuk was in the labyrinth with Hannah. Anyway, according to Yeon Hwa, her grandfather was there at the time. If the stories are to be believed, then the grandfather defeated the monsters that awakened after the outbreak but ended up getting seriously injured, and by this time he was never able to recover. But that's not the worst of it, because now he's getting even worse, and every day his condition is getting worse and worse. Looking at this big guy, the guy couldn't believe that this was the same Yu Chun-young who was always considered the strongest man in Korea. In any case, Jin-Yuk did not wait long, and at the first opportunity decided to copy his skill, but for this he would have to save his life. But what is most interesting is that the man allegedly has never been to the tower, although he has skills. At that moment, the old man's attending physician entered the room, and the first thing he wanted to know from Yang Hua was what was going on here. It was an A-rank doctor who wanted to immediately warn Jin-Yuk that even an S-rank person would not be able to help here. The guy immediately noticed that this doctor was somehow hostile towards him, so he decided to answer him in the same manner, saying that he came here to help his old friend. After these words, the doctor asked the guy for forgiveness for the misunderstanding because he was embarrassed, thinking that he, the famous Jin-Hyuk, who decided to become a brilliant doctor. Then the girl intervened in their dialogue again, reminding the doctor that the best local specialists in this field were here, but for some reason her grandfather still had not recovered. The doctor assured her that they were doing everything they could, but even with the help of modern equipment, they were not able to study the diseases that appeared due to the influence of the tower, and he could only hope that they would be able to understand that they were doing everything they could, that it depended on them. She realized that she had attacked the doctor in vain. So she had to ask him for forgiveness because, in fact, she had simply given in to her emotions. Yanhua decided to ask her friend Jin Hyuk to leave so as not to disturb the doctors, but suddenly she noticed that something was clearly wrong with him. The guy was incredibly angry at that moment. It was clear that he was ready to destroy someone. And the whole thing was that he used his skill, which allowed him to read minds and began to hear how these so-called doctors only pretended to treat the old man, although in fact they didn't care about him at all, and they wanted Jin Hyuk to leave as soon as possible because he only interfered with them doing nothing. The doctor at this point explained to Yanhua that due to the conflict of energy between his techniques and the tower's magic, he fell into a coma. He also added that they wanted to use the method of healing with magic stones, which they are currently researching, but the price of the raw materials is high. Yanhua immediately assured them that there was no need to worry about money, because she was ready to do anything. But she would get the money and the rest did not matter to her, as long as her grandfather was healthy. But before the doctor could respond to these words, Jin Hyuk intervened in their conversation, who simply could not stand the fact that this doctor was talking all this nonsense and was also extorting money. Other doctors came to the defense of this alleged doctor, asking Jin Hyuk to watch his words, because accusations of extortion are a very serious crime. The doctor himself thought that all this was complete nonsense, and he also asked him not to forget that since he was God's guest, he could not say whatever he wanted. And at that moment, he himself was thinking that Jin Hyuk was most likely bluffing, because he definitely couldn't find out anything. But on the other hand, even if they were caught, he still wouldn't be able to find their accounts for cryptocurrency wallets registered under fake names. But apparently this guy didn't even imagine that Jin Hyuk was reading all his thoughts, but he realized it right after Jin Hyuk publicly started repeating every thought of the guy, including fake accounts, noting the fact that apparently the doctor went too far. For a long time, Yanhua couldn't understand what they were talking about and what kind of fake accounts they were. But the doctor was not going to give up and immediately demanded proof from Jin Hyuk, because such accusations cannot be thrown out just like that. At the same time, this doctor continued to panic, and there was a war of opinions inside him. He could not understand who this Jin Hyuk was and how he found out about their affairs. But at one point, the doctor's thoughts went in the wrong direction, and he began to fear that Jin Hyuk knew that the Black Luck Guild had contact with the inhabitant. Fear immediately appeared inside Jin Hyuk because he did not believe that the inhabitant had even made contact with people. Jin Hyuk still can't get his head around the fact that Hong Dok Pyo had contact with an inhabitant, because for the tower's inhabitants, people are a serious external threat, but then the guy will have to understand what they are thinking at all. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when Grandpa Yanhua became even worse, causing the medical equipment to start beeping. Yanhua, for obvious reasons, was afraid for her grandfather and began screaming for him to be saved. That same doctor jumped up and started running away because he understood what would happen to him if this old man suddenly died. But before he could run out, the doors closed right in front of him, and Yanhua did it with her foot, after which she wanted to ask him where he was going. Besides, she could assume that since he started running away so quickly, he really did have something to hide and something to worry about. Without waiting for an answer from him, she immediately warned him that if her grandfather died, he would hardly leave here alive. She was interrupted in time by Jin Hyuk, who reminded her that the most important thing at the moment was treating her grandfather. This doctor immediately began to say that he was just about to go get the necessary medicines. But what should he do now if they simply do not let him do it? Besides, he asked not to forget that, only thanks to them, Yu Chunyong is somehow holding on. Jin Hyuk reminded him that he had already been caught and it was time to stop talking nonsense, and to make sure he got it, he asked Yanhua to hit him on the head once, which she did happily, and made it clear that it would be better for this doctor to remain silent until he was told to speak. While she was doing this, Jin Hyuk stood next to the man and thought about how the overflow of mana made this case incredibly difficult. He also understood that an ordinary person would have long since gone to the next world. But in any case, the guy was convinced that he simply could not leave him to die like this. That's why he decided to use the same elixir that Alex had once foolishly given him. The guy wanted to use it in a particularly important case, but he has known Yang Hua for a long time, and besides, he simply cannot miss such a chance and not copy the skill of a person like Yu Chunyong. As soon as he poured this elixir on the man, the system immediately notified the guy that he began to be absorbed by the patient. After a few seconds, the old man's body returned to normal and his indicators stabilized. Yanhua couldn't believe her eyes, but in any case, she was incredibly happy that her friend helped her save her grandfather. She was so happy to see that everything was okay with her grandfather that she couldn't hold back her tears, although it wasn't quite like her. While she was crying, the system notified the guy that he had managed to fulfill the copying conditions, and now he possessed the technique of cultivating the heavenly flower. This technique can absorb the magic that is in the atmosphere. When using it, the speed of mana recovery will increase by 30%. The non-doctor at that moment simply could not believe his eyes. Could the old man really be cured? Which was simply impossible for him. In any case, he immediately realized that he had to leave as soon as possible. But before he could do this, Jin Hyuk helped him a little with this. He pushed him out of the room and immediately said that they would talk to him separately. The guy immediately wanted to know from Jin Hyuk what he was going to do with him, destroy him. Jin Hyuk immediately calmed him down and said that he was not going to destroy him just because he had appropriated some money, but he would only let him go after he returned the money that he had managed to steal during this time. The guy thought that this was a pretty good offer, especially since he would explain everything to Yang Hui himself. This little doctor didn't really believe that the guy would just let him go. For him, it was all quite suspicious. Jin Hyuk interrupted his thoughts and asked the question again, but this time at the end, he added a clarification. Does he want to live? But the guy decided to listen to Jin Hyuk and did everything the guy told him, after which he really let him go, and this little doctor started running away from this hospital at breakneck speed. At least it seemed that way at first glance, but in fact, Jin Hyuk let him go, and Alice asked him to follow him because Jin Hyuk was very interested to know where this guy was in such a hurry. Alice couldn't believe that Jin Hyuk ended up letting this guy go on purpose. He explained to her that in reality, even if they had put pressure on this guy, they still wouldn't have gotten much information. So he decided to find out where their base was, as well as where their leaders were. Now it dawned on her why the guy had done this, after which she immediately flew off to follow the little doctor. Jin Hyuk himself decided to return to the old man's room to check how the elixir had been absorbed, and Yeonhwa asked to leave. And as soon as everyone left, Jin Hyuk turned to the man and told him that everyone had already left and he could wake up. Right after this phrase, the man opened his eyes and told the guy that he was quite surprised that the guy found out that he had been pretending all this time, because it seemed to him that he was doing it perfectly. Although Jin Hyuk noted that he did indeed do everything perfectly, he just used his own methods that helped him figure out the old man. In any case, the guy assured the man that he understood him perfectly. He appeared so suddenly and cured him. So being on guard is exactly what is needed in this situation. He himself would have treated himself with suspicion. These words made the old man laugh incredibly hard. He literally started to burst out laughing and talking about how the guy understands people incredibly well. So much so that he guessed all his thoughts, that he didn't even have anything to add. Jin Hyuk was glad that he was completely okay, because Yeonhwa was so worried about him. So much so that she even asked for help, although she usually never does that. But now he is sitting with him to ask him one question that has been bothering him for a long time, and the man was ready to answer any question, if of course he knows the answer. Jin Hyuk didn't think for long and immediately wanted to know what happened during that explosion. The man started telling him that he was on his way to a conference when it all started. Then the tower showed itself for the first time and monsters were everywhere. The police tried to resist and fight back, but against such monsters, ordinary weapons clearly did not work. That's why Grandpa Yang Hua had to join the fight. It's not for nothing that he is considered the strongest man in Korea. That day he decided that he would take on the monsters himself, and he asked the police to evacuate people while he dealt with the monsters. But he didn't take into account the fact that at the head of these monsters was a man who said with a smile that it was rare to meet a worthy person in this world. The old man already at that moment understood perfectly well that he would somehow cope with these huge guys. But he didn't understand what to do with this character who appeared unexpectedly. Before he had time to think about it, he immediately received a rather strong attack that dealt an incredibly huge amount of damage. Grandfather was already ready to say goodbye to his life, because his body no longer obeyed him. This is the last thing he remembers. Then he woke up in the hospital. But what he can say with absolute certainty is that he has never seen a person in his life who is capable of controlling a speed sword like that. Given everything his grandfather had told him, Jin-hyuk could only assume that this meant that the Murim forces that dominated the 21st floor had begun to behave extremely unpredictably. They were quite persistent guys who used any possible means and methods to achieve their goals. Even when Jin-hyuk was just playing the tower, it was quite difficult because of them. But at the moment, he was most interested in the question in which he wanted to know what they wanted to achieve when they got out into the outside world. Jin-hyuk thought for a bit and decided to tell the old man that the one who attacked him was actually a resident of the tower. But he didn't think that they would get out of the tower, which is why it now seems to him that the situation could become seriously complicated. Grandfather seemed not to hear him, and instead of an adequate answer, he decided to offer Jin-hyuk to marry his granddaughter, since they were such good friends, but Jin-hyuk immediately assured him that they were not in such a relationship. The man continued the dialogue and began to say that perhaps he was not very smart. But with age, he began to understand many things quite well. For example, people. He was often told that to become skilled in any field, you need to spend at least 10 hours in it, and he actually believed that there was some truth in these words. Jin-hyuk understood what this man was getting at, but the guy had more than 50,000 hours of playing the tower behind him, so he had already become a professional 5 times. But the old man continued to talk about how the tower had only appeared a few months ago, and that the awakened, who were considered experts, were often overestimated. But looking at the guy, for some reason he was sure that he was completely different. It seemed to him that the guy had already been through this millions of times. The bitter taste of defeats and deserved victories. The experience gained through all sorts of trials and how much effort he put in to achieve such results. Jin-hyuk immediately assured him that the man was exaggerating his achievements. But in the old man's opinion, this only emphasized once again that he was right, and also added that the guy was modest. In any case, no matter what, he would like to repay the one who ultimately saved his life, so he wanted to ask the guy how he could be useful to him. Jin-hyuk smiled, knowing that he had just received the opportunity to receive gratitude from Korea's most prestigious martial artist. The man assured the boy that he could feel free to ask him for anything he wanted. A few minutes later, Jin-hyuk came out of the room and Yeon-hwa immediately ran up to him wanting to know how her grandfather was doing. Jin-hyuk immediately told her that the elixir had entered his body and was starting to work, and in a few days he would be completely healthy. Upon hearing this, she immediately wanted to somehow thank the guy, but he assured her that there was no point in worrying because her grandfather had fully compensated for all the losses. Meanwhile, the man, sitting in his room, shed a tear, and all this was because the guy asked him for a rather unusual thing. After that, the guy went to the nearest hotel and booked the best room possible, which once again confirmed the fact that money is still a good thing. Besides, he felt like he had come to a good place where he could safely spend this money, for example, on a wonderful dinner, which Jin-hyuk had ordered for himself. He couldn't believe that just a few months ago he was eating whatever he could find, often instant ramen, and now his life had changed dramatically. While he was eating, he decided to turn on the TV, where a show called Through the Tower was just on, to which the most famous experts in this field were invited. And today's guest was Jang Hoon-seok. According to the host, he was a ranker of the Dangun Guild. They began to ask him what is the most important thing in conquering the tower, to which the guy confidently stated that the most important thing in conquering the tower is the ability to become stronger as quickly as possible. To do this, you can use 2 methods. The first method is the most common and well-known. That is, to raise your level and skill level. The second method was to use coins that only work in the tower. In other words, the second method was to buy useful items, and this is in his opinion the best way for players at the moment. He continued to assure everyone that previously the dominant currency was the dollar, but now the main currency is the coins that are in the tower. At this point, Jin-hyuk stopped watching the show and simply left, but Alice picked up a bottle of wine and continued listening. Jang-seok moved on to another topic, where he talked about how whoever cleared the third floor would be among the first to get to the fourth. The guy also decided to make a special emphasis on the fact that this dungeon is special, because it has 100 attack waves, which are not so easy to withstand, so the key to clearing and capturing is holding the base. The problem was that if the player who entered was unable to defend the stronghold, the fourth floor would be completely blocked for 20 days. According to him, there is a huge risk that something irreparable will happen if the floor is not cleared within 90 days. So it seemed to him that even an unknown person would not act rashly. The host of this show also wanted to know if humanity could disappear after 90 days, to which the guy answered quite directly, saying that it was quite possible because the tower is now the supreme ruler of the world. After the broadcast ended, the host decided to talk a little more with Jin-sook, who told her that out of the allotted 90 days, at least a month should be allocated for preparation. And since they had already met her, the guy simply couldn't help but offer her a month's vacation together, to which she quickly agreed. But as soon as they got into the car and started driving, Jin-seok received a notification from the system that an unknown person had announced the start of passing the fourth floor. The system also asked all players who plan to participate in the passage of this dungeon to prepare, because the first wave will begin in 8 hours. Without thinking twice, he jumped up and immediately started driving to the base, ordering all the players to gather together because an emergency had occurred. Jin-sook simply didn't understand why they had to start getting over this hangover so quickly, because they weren't ready at all, and there were only 8 hours left. The next morning, Jin-hyuk woke up and noted to himself that he had slept like a baby that night and was now more than ready to start a new adventure. The fourth floor of the testing tower was special because it had the so-called 100 waves, consisting of ordinary and special zombies. Players could defend them in 2 ways, but to do this they needed to prepare different types of defensive towers. But on the other hand, there was another option, which was that they could choose a base where they could effectively hold the defense, and usually players choose this option. But Jin-hyuk didn't know yet what he should choose. But even in that case, he decided to enter the fourth floor, which other players would only be able to get to in 20 minutes, and he himself couldn't help but notice that it was creepy here, as always. Anyway, he only had 20 minutes, so he had to hurry to get into position, so he arrived at the World Cup Stadium. It was in this place that he decided to exercise his right to establish a base. Immediately after this, the guy used his soft grains and also applied living water, which allowed him to grow some plants in this area. At this point, his preparations were complete, and he could finally return. While he was doing this, there were already players in the starting area, and there were quite a lot of them, because everyone wanted to pump up their abilities as quickly as possible. Jin-hyuk watched them from above, and immediately noticed that all the famous guilds had sent their players. Laurentia and his friends also came here, but they certainly didn't expect to see Laurentia here, who seemed to hold a good position in the council. Jin-hyuk immediately asked them for forgiveness for this confusion, because according to him, he had to act quickly. But they were not angry with him at all, and were only glad that he called them. The only reason the guys were worried was that they weren't sure that they were well prepared, because the zombies that live here are so strong that they always make you sick at some point. Jin-hyuk tried to calm them down by saying that in reality, if it was too easy, it wouldn't be fun at all. And besides, he specifically chose the stadium as a base. But from their reaction, it was clear that they were not entirely happy about this and asked the guy to say that he was just joking, because they understood perfectly well that in order to hold such territory, at least 100 people would be needed. They didn't understand how this could be fun at all, because it was definitely not a game anymore, and if they died, they would not be able to be reborn again. Laurentia, listening to all this, began to think that Jin-hyuk was just a pervert, since he decided that all this was just fun. Although at that moment he continued to convince them that there was simply no point in killing themselves like that because it seemed to him that the stadium was the best place to destroy hordes of opponents, But suddenly his speech was interrupted by Laurencia, who really wanted to ask him one question. But before that, she reminded the guy that 5 people would be needed to protect the base, and as you can see, there were only 4 of them here. Jin-hyuk smiled in response to this question and assured the girl that there was no point in worrying because the 5th player would soon arrive here. Almost immediately after these words, another strange player appeared. It was Jin-hyuk's old friend who was so angry at him that he dreamed of destroying him again. A few hours before this moment, the guy was just training with his sword, when suddenly he received a notification from the system, which contained a message from Jin-hyuk, who invited him to come to the start of the 4th dungeon. It was a little funny to the guy because it seemed so stupid to him that Jin-hyuk thought that he would come just because he called him. But then he saw the continuation of this message, in which Jin-hyuk informed him that if he came, he would fight him and would not use his left hand and right leg. However, even after these words, he thought that this was a stupid provocation that even a child would hardly fall for. But he had such thoughts also because he understood that if he fell for the bait, then Jin-hyuk would most likely twist his nose again. But Jin-hyuk seemed to know that he would have such a reaction, so he added that he could also close his eyes, and after that it would be harder to endure. But he still continued to force himself to endure, because he was sure that anger would be fuel for his future revenge. Jin-hyuk realized that he definitely wouldn't be able to get to him this way. So he had to say that apparently Yu-sung was just scared, and the guy couldn't stand it anymore. That's why he came here, to show how wrong Jin-hyuk was when he said such words to him. As soon as Jin-hyuk saw it, he immediately thought that the attribute sword is an item that is capable of conducting elemental magic, and also allows you to eliminate the main weakness of swordsmen, which is long-range combat. Meanwhile, Yu-sung was boiling with anger even more, because Jin-hyuk called him a coward and he came here solely to show him here, and now, who he really is. Jin-hyuk immediately answered him and said that this was all very well, of course, but he would like to remind him that the guy was still walking around with an unfinished sword. Yu-sung didn't really understand what Jin-hyuk was talking about and asked him to explain what it meant. Without thinking twice, Jin-hyuk said that this is what it means. The attribute sword, according to him, is certainly not a bad thing, but only in its finished state does it fully reveal itself as a weapon. He also immediately added that the random drop on this floor contains an item that will complement the sword, and as far as Jin-hyuk knows, the guy just needs the fire attribute. After these words, Yu-sung began to yell at him even more, because he could not stand another bluff from Jin-hyuk, because he knew that a random bluff is random for a reason, because no one could ever know what would fall out of it. But Jin-hyuk reminded Yu-sung that he had his own methods of getting what he wanted, and so he gave a small hint to Yu-sung that if he joined the defense of the base, he would give him an item with which he could upgrade his sword enough, and then they could fight. As much as he didn't want to, the desire to become stronger and defeat Jin-hyuk still outweighed his anger, and he had to put away his sword and agree to this offer. In this way, Jin-hyuk was able to gather a minimum number of players to defend the base. Laurencia was still a little worried about this because it seemed to her that Yu-sung was, to put it mildly, not in a good mood. But Jin-hyuk calmed her down and assured her that, as long as the agreement was in effect, he would definitely not betray them. Although he made a terrible impression on the other guys, everyone considered him a man of honor. Manhwa suddenly interrupted this situation when she took out the swords that she was asked to give to him. These swords were called the Twin Dragon Swords, and Jin-hyuk understood perfectly well that because of the test tower, the ancient relics received magical power comparable to the power of artifacts, and he was even a little scared to hold such things in his hands. Manhwa was surprised that her grandfather decided to give these swords after all because he treasured them so much, to which Jin-hyuk responded with a smile and assured her that he simply treated the guy well, so he did not feel sorry for anything for him. During these conversations, they came to their new base, which had previously been captured by Jin-hyuk. Seeing this stadium, they again began to worry about the fact that the 5 of them had to protect this huge place, so he again had to tell them that they should not worry about it because he had a plan. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by other players who were standing and thinking about who had chosen the stadium as their base. Jin-hyuk immediately noticed a distinctive pattern on the sword of one of them. He thought about the fact that first the Dark Fortune Guild, now the Triad. All this indicated to him that the inhabitants of the tower were really getting out, which could not frighten him. And the guy who had this sword with the special design was called Nam Gun Hyun. But before Nam Gun could finish speaking, Jin-hyuk interrupted him and said that he didn't even want to hear him, because he already knew him well enough. Nam Gun wasn't ready to hear that, so he asked the guy to explain what he meant. Laurencia also didn't understand anything and asked Jin-hyuk to explain what was going on and how they knew each other. At that moment, he was thinking about the fact that they were familiar. The clan of masters of the Murim world, the inhabitants of the 21st floor of the tower, elite warriors with simply incredible self-esteem. Nam Gun was clearly hurt by these words, so he began to boil with anger and already wanted to say everything he thought about Jin-hyuk. But the guy got ahead of him and started to twist his words, saying words that Nam Gun would most likely have said. After which he stopped and asked Nam Gun to skip this part, because he was already tired of these low-grade villainous phrases. Besides, as far as he knew, the Nam Gun clan still had pride that they were protecting, although this also seemed like a lie to him, because in his opinion, all they had left was their name, which angered Nam Gun even more. And at some point he couldn't hold back and started shouting that he didn't dare insult his clan. But since he has already done it, the guy is going to do everything possible to punish him for these words. Jin-hyuk was carefully reading the conditions for copying this guy's skill at this moment, where it said that he needed to find all the players of this clan who were hiding, then he would be able to copy their skills. Laurencia became even more worried because Jin-hyuk just stood there and kept quiet while these strange guys were trying to attack him. But at that moment, the only thought in his head was that he didn't really care what their task was. He was just going to copy all their skills and be done with it. Thus, the battle between the players began. Some of them were happy about it, like Manhwa, who could not wait for the moment when she could finally warm up properly. Jin-seok first decided to activate his skill called Machine King. His skill was famous for being able to summon mechanisms. At this moment, Manhwa activated a skill called No Step Back, which reduced damage taken by 15% until she stopped fighting. At that moment, Laurencia decided that she would do everything to cover her back, and Yoon Seong noted that he once again realized that Jin-hyuk did not care at all about the circumstances. Jin-hyuk didn't respond to these words, he just wanted to ask Yoon Sung to buy him 3 minutes of time. It sounded pretty strange to the guy, but he still promised to do it for him, although looking at their opponents, he understood that in fact, 2 would be enough for him to destroy them all. The battle began, and now the guys had to fight so intensely that there was no time even for a short break. Nam Gun watched these guys closely, and he immediately noticed that they were incredibly strong, and apparently it would not be easy to deal with them. He especially paid attention to that evil guy with a sword who instantly destroyed several of his guys at once. Therefore, he made a decision and entered into battle with Yoon Seong, who did not expect such resistance, because it seemed to him that only bugs had gathered here. After the first blow, Nam Gun noticed that Yoon Seong apparently knew something, but he immediately wanted to tell him that without knowing the basics, it was almost impossible to become a swordsman, and therefore he personally was going to show him what the art of the sword of a real master was like. Well, then followed a rather logical attack, before which he used a skill called the Imperial Sword. Hyun-sung immediately felt that this guy's punches were quite heavy and not so easy to block. However, he definitely wasn't going to give up, so he stood until the very end, even though Nam Gun's blows were close enough to destroy the guy. Laurencia noticed this, so she had to intervene in the fight and block one of Nam Gun's attacks. Right after that, Jin-hyuk was finally ready to join the fight, and he decided to use the fire element first. Nam Gun immediately stated that he definitely would not be able to defeat him with such simple magic, no matter how much he wanted it. Besides, he thought that Jin-hyuk was a fool who didn't understand that there was no way he could dodge his attack in that position. At least it seemed that way to him at first, but then he realized that everything was not as simple as it seemed to him, because his legs were chained to the ground with ice, which made him practically immobile. But Jin-hyuk at that moment continued his attack, simultaneously saying that people do not check what has already been checked, but it would be worth doing sometimes. And in order to finally end this fight, he used a skill called Daylight, which he used to deliver another attack. It seemed that Namgun's story would end there. But suddenly, out of nowhere, another mysterious player appeared and used a cross strike, thereby reflecting Jin Hyuk's Daylight. After which he turned to the guy and said that in fact it had exceeded his expectations. So he decided to appear personally, because he understood that his student would hardly be able to cope with such an enemy. This man stood and thought for some time about the fact that he could not even think that there was someone outside the tower who had so much internal energy, with which his girlfriend could not but agree, who, in fact, also saw such a thing for the first time. Jin-hyuk was so happy to see them because his main task from the very beginning was to make sure that this entire clan appeared in full force. In this way, he managed to find all the residents of the triad and fulfill the copying conditions. Now, he successfully mastered the endless step skill, which he immediately combined with the sword cemetery. After this unification, he was able to obtain a skill called Demonic Sword King Steps. Meanwhile, the triad members stood next to Namgun and joked a little about him, saying that he couldn't defeat some person, and they also didn't forget to point out that he was apparently out of shape. That's why at one point he simply couldn't hold back and started yelling at them, saying that he could actually handle it on his own and no one asked them to interfere. But according to them, they did not doubt his skills. They were rather here to remind him that the leader ordered them to reach an agreement and not to destroy everyone around. The girl who was with them noted that their brother Hwangbo was absolutely right, and also said that if the guy wanted to continue working with them, then he needed to create fewer conflicts. Nam-gun was angry that they were explaining everything to him like a child, although he wanted to explain to them that their enemy was not what they thought, because he came here already knowing that they were from the tower. It was clear from the faces of his friends that something had finally dawned on them. They certainly weren't expecting to hear something like this. So Namgun believed that no matter what their plans were, they literally had to destroy this guy, because he didn't like him at the very least. But he was stopped by Hwangbo, who wanted to tell the guy that he understood his feelings, but he asked him to gather his strength and go further. In addition, a wave of zombies was already approaching from the right side, which forced them even more to collect their things and leave immediately. Jin-hyuk intervened in their conversation to say that the stadium was their place, and it was time for them to leave, to which Hwangbo replied that they were already going to leave, because they would never have chosen such a terrible place as a base. According to him, their base was much better than this open stadium, and the only request that Hwangbo had was for them to survive until they returned after the first wave. Namgun also decided to tell Jin Hyuk before leaving that he was not really just lucky. Next time he would fight him with full force. They left, and Yan Hua was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, because she really didn't like the fact that they had to fight before the zombies even came. Jin Seok summoned several drones with his skills, and when he saw the number of these monsters, he doubted that they would be able to cope with this. They thought that he had again decided to choose a strange place in order to enjoy extreme sports, but he again repeated to them that there was no point in worrying about it. And apparently he knew what he was talking about, because literally a few minutes after his words, huge trees grew behind him, although the guy himself called them flowers, which, in his opinion, are much more useful than it might seem at first glance. After which he asked them to come closer to him so that he could explain to them the essence of their plan. The goal of defending the base is to prevent the flag from being captured, so he decided to place the flag right in the center so that it would always remain in sight. He also told them that their stadium has 4 entrances: north, west, east, and of course south. In front of each entrance he planted one large plant. In other words, he wanted to say that if they could save these plants, then they would be able to flood their base. Moreover, due to its size, they would be able to count on a reward for the maximum number of zombies destroyed. But still, the plants also had their limit. According to him, they will be able to clear almost the entire wave of zombies. But they also need to be given about half a minute to recharge, and just at this time the entire horde of zombies will have to be held back by them. Yu-sung was the first to make a decision and decided to take on the west, which Jin-hyuk agreed with, but still asked him to be extremely careful and not let the zombie bite him. After these words, anger was immediately felt on Yusun's part because he was angry that the guy thought that Yusun could defeat some pieces of rotten flesh. But Jin-hyuk spoke to him sincerely this time, and since Yusor was so confident, he decided to remind him that the guy had just almost lost to a guy from the Triad. In any case, the dialogue did not continue and Jin-hyuk switched to other members of their group. For example, he asked Tai-min to cover them in the center and simultaneously assess the situation. He also asked him not to forget to use drones and monitor all directions. Yeonhwa decided that she would go north, and Laurencia would not mind working in the southern direction. When they all took their positions, Jin-hyuk began to prepare to help them on all flanks, and he didn't like it, because finally he would be able to use his twin dragon swords. After a few minutes, the zombies began to advance and, as expected, there were an incredibly large number of them. The flowers that Jin-hyuk planted immediately began to perform their function, burning the zombies one after another. The guys definitely didn't expect these flowers to be so strong. They felt like they were definitely much stronger than regular defensive towers. After some time, the very moment came when the flowers could not perform their function, so Jin-hyuk informed the guys that from this second, the real battle began. After some time, the first wave of zombies came to an end, and people still managed to repel their attack. According to the system notification, the second wave should start in about 3 hours, and this was too fast for the players because most of them barely survived the first wave. The head of the Dangan Guild, Sun Jong-hwan, assured his guys that there was really nothing to worry about. It was important to gather their strength and get some rest, and while they were doing this, he suggested that they think about the items and experience that they could get for completing this level, after which he and his assistant assessed the base of the Triad Guild, who had chosen a supermarket for themselves. And it also became known recently that they had chosen a new type of defense that helps protect narrow passages, which made them even more vulnerable. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when his guys asked him to take a look at the team that had taken the stadium as their base, but they were more surprised by the fact that there were only 5 participants. Hearing this, he immediately decided to see how this was possible. He immediately saw huge flowers that were releasing fire, and the guy didn't even have a rough idea of what needed to be done with these flowers to make them so strong. But on the other hand, he simply couldn't help but turn his attention to the guys who were fighting there. It was immediately clear from the video that even the zombies, with their huge herd, couldn't crush them. All these guys were quite famous among the players because they were all famous newcomers. But Song Chong was most interested in another character, namely Laurencia, who was his ideal. As soon as he saw Mrs. Laurencia, who saved his life, he immediately went crazy and ordered all his people to vote for the video with him. After they finally got through and finished the battle with the zombies, Jin-hyuk calculated the energy of the sun, and this time he got almost 2,000 units of energy. And when the guys asked him what kind of energy it was, he told them that it can be obtained when you destroy zombies, and it is necessary to strengthen plants, and most likely, over time, it will become even easier for them to defend themselves. After these words, he gave the girls 2 more grains each, and asked them to plant 2 more flowers in the east and south. He gave the guys slightly different grains, and accordingly a completely different type of flower will come out of them, but they also received their seeds. Once all the seeds that the guy had were in 2, he still had 1 left in his hands with which he did not yet know what to do, but his thoughts were interrupted by Yeonhwa, who wanted to ask him if it was possible to simply plant these seeds in the ground. He immediately answered her that if they did that, it would not grow in the time they needed. The thing was that in order for them to grow quickly, they needed to use a special fertilizer that Jin-hyuk created with his magic. He literally fed these little monsters this fertilizer and begged them like crazy to grow as fast as possible. At one point, the guys began to think that Jin-hyuk was finally going crazy, and they became interested in finding out how long they would need to stay in the tower to turn into such a person. In other words, the guy wanted to convey to them that if you give these plants fertilizer, they will grow very quickly, but he also did not forget to ask them to take care of them until the next wave. While he was telling them all this, Laurencia immediately noticed that the guy was going somewhere, and she wanted to know where he was going. According to him, everything was quite simple. He needed to clean up a bit. Stepping outside the stadium, he immediately noticed that Almost all the players were busy collecting supplies, and this was not entirely surprising, since they were preparing for a long battle. But he still thought that they were doing it in vain, because in his opinion, only simpletons were preparing for a long battle, entering the very building where he had not been for a long time, if he was not mistaken. About 8 years had passed since the last time he was here. But no matter how dirty it was there, he still found it very pleasant to be there. Even the view from the window was preserved. However, he definitely didn't come here for the view from the window, but for something else, so as soon as he was ready, he immediately got down to business. Having entered this magic mirror from one side, he managed to come out from a completely different side, and in a completely different place. At that moment, Namgun was smashing all the walls around him and screaming about how incredibly badly he wanted to finish off Jin Hyuk. His sister usually doesn't agree with her brother's words, but this time she still agreed with him, because she didn't really like this guy either. While she understood that they needed to increase their influence, she also felt that it was not at all necessary to unite with someone who simply could not be controlled. Namgun couldn't believe his ears that his sister, for the first time in her life, decided to take his side and agreed with him. But his older brother, at that moment, was thinking about how they had secretly met with people outside many times. But unlike him, no one could expose them, so he was primarily interested in how this guy managed to expose their identities. The thought also wandered through his mind that perhaps if he were removed, as Hen had said, there would be no reason to worry. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a small earthquake that began so unexpectedly. One of the clan immediately ran out of the warehouse and said that a monster had appeared there. And after a while, Jin Hyuk came out of the warehouse, bringing with him a small gift in the form of a red gourmet flower. However, he immediately had to ask for forgiveness for the fact that this flower ate all the food that was in the warehouse. They immediately started yelling at him and saying that although they didn't yet know what he was planning, they asked him to stop immediately before things got even worse. Jin Hyuk immediately gave them a clear answer that he would not do this without a good reason, which made his older brother even more angry. So he continued to tell Jin Hyuk that he had no idea what he was getting himself into. The guy pretended not to hear him and asked him to repeat what he said about his queen. Although no one had told him about the queen, and the expressions on the boys' faces only made it clear, once again, that they didn't even roughly understand how he knew all this. Without waiting for them to tell him themselves, Jin Hyuk began to say that if a base defended by more than 200 people falls before the third wave, then the mistress of the fourth floor, nicknamed the Queen, will definitely appear. But what worried him more was thinking about how he could do so as to fulfill this condition. And then he realized that the entire Triad Guild had decided to help him by coming to this place. Namgun's sister pointed out that the Queen could not be defeated even by uniting. So she did not understand why someone who knew this very well wanted to summon her so much. Jin Hyuk told her that the answer to this question is quite simple. He is just too lazy to clear out the fucking zombies 100 times, so he would like to do everything as quickly as possible. Therefore, leaving his pet here, the guy immediately disappeared from the scene of the crime, finally wishing the guys to disappear from this world as soon as possible. After a fairly short amount of time, the system began to notify other players that the supermarket base had been destroyed. Ten saw, with the help of a drone, that the supermarket was being destroyed, which was a bit of a shock for the guys because they knew perfectly well that this was the base of those who were fighting them. Manhwa just wanted it to have nothing to do with Jin Hyuk, although Yu Sung was almost certain that it had something to do with him. The system also notified the guys that special conditions had been met, so from that second, a unique event would begin. In other words, the boss of the fourth floor, whose name was Padariel, was born, and she was not in the best mood. So she was going to punish the humans for making her wake up. The guys thought that it was just a system error because they didn't understand how the boss of the fourth floor could come to the battle so quickly, because they had just cleared the floor of zombies, so where did the boss come from? Yusung was the only one who didn't panic as much as the others, because he understood that Jin Hyuk was definitely involved in all of this. But the only thing he didn't understand was what he wanted to achieve when he called the boss of the fourth floor so quickly. The The guy himself, meanwhile, stood on one of the high-rise buildings and looked at this ruined city with the thought that this was once a beautiful place. In any case, now he has a completely different task, which he can only complete if he uses the item he received after destroying the boss of the 3rd floor, and this item was called the Solar Eclipse Stone. And the time has come for the guy to use it, which is what he actually did. Laurencia suddenly felt like her powers had literally been reduced by half, causing fear to appear inside her. But the skills with the darkness attribute, on the contrary, increased by 100%, which was a bit unexpected for the boss of the 4th floor. She immediately realized that one of the people was involved in this, who immediately seemed to her to be impudent, whom she wanted to find and destroy. After some time, the system notified the guy that the boss of the 4th floor was directing the entire attack to the Sanam Stadium. But given the guy's attitude, he believed that it would only benefit him. Almost all the players, having heard that the boss of the 4th floor was out hunting, immediately began to run away. At this time, Jin Hyuk managed to post a video where he talked about how he cleaned up after the triad. This video instantly gained a lot of views. His team members couldn't understand when he managed to film this video and how it managed to get so many views in such a short time. But the saddest thing is that they understood perfectly well that Jin Hyuk would most likely bring these monsters to their base, which they definitely did not like. Laurencia still hoped that the destruction of the Triad base was not their doing, but Jin Hyuk did not give her a final answer, which made her doubt even more. Yusong also wanted to ask the guy if he did it or not, because it was important for them to know. But without waiting for an answer from him, Yusong immediately wanted to ask the guy if he had a way to defeat the queen. He already had an answer to this question. According to him, he still has one way. Yusong expected to hear some other plan, but it was not at all as he thought, because at some point, Jin Hyuk simply pointed his finger at him and said that this time, the main role in all of this would be played by Yusong. While they were talking and discussing what they would do next, the queen slowly approached them. And when she finally came to the stadium, she immediately saw the very guy she had been looking for so long. So she immediately said that he was her target, and she ordered the rest to be destroyed. The guys immediately entered into battle with them and almost immediately realized that these were not the ordinary zombies that they destroyed in the first stage, but some special ones. The queen of this floor continued to attack until at one point she was stopped by a huge block of ice, inside which was the entire Jin Hyuk team. They were all frozen and therefore did not move. Looking around, she found a small diamond that she immediately liked, so she picked it up. Sometime before this, Yusung transferred 100,000 coins to Jin Hyuk's account and constantly repeated that Jin Hyuk would not live to see the end of the tower. With this money, he bought something that, in his opinion, would help them in destroying the boss, and he also warned the guys that from this second, they all became bait in his mini trap. And when the zombie queen finally picked up this crystal, it began to glow brightly, but this did not bother her. But when she finally realized that this was not normal, it was already too late. Thanks to this strange object, which the guy acquired a few minutes before her arrival, he was able to trap her and drive her into an icy prison. Although this stopped her for a while, she still had no intention of stopping there, so she used a skill called Plague. And as soon as she threw off the ice prison, she immediately went on the attack again. But her problem was that they were all in ice, and she couldn't just attack them. While the queen was trying to do all this, Jin Hyuk decided to use another skill of his, which was called Demonic Sword King's Steps, to attack her fortress. This is something the queen definitely did not want to allow, and she immediately chased after him. Pendarial, the womb of the dead, nicknamed the queen, her level, her skills, and especially her deadly poison attacks. The essence of passing the 4th floor is to protect the base, but this rule applies not only to players, but also to zombies. And now, since the queen is in the stadium, it means that the defense of her base is weakened. But considering that she was already chasing him, it could be said that she somehow figured out his plan too quickly. But in his opinion, it was already too late, because he had had a good time and he should have enough time to do everything he had planned. And as soon as he reached the queen's base, he immediately used the sword Graveyard skill. which destroyed the first defending zombies. The guy didn't really like this floor when he played the game because everything was disgusting here, so he wanted to finish everything as quickly as possible. Therefore, as soon as he saw the flag, he immediately started running towards it. But right in front of the flag itself, the one Jin-hyuk didn't want to see the most appeared, and he was a fairly well-known guard who protected the Queen's flag and was called the Butcher. Jin-hyuk felt even more disgusted by this place, so he hurried to deal with this big guy as quickly as possible. First, he used his swords to stop the Butcher's weapons, and then he took off to use fire magic, thanks to which he was supposed to finish off this monster. Of course, the guy wouldn't be able to destroy a monster with such a regeneration speed so quickly, so he decided that it would be better to limit its normal vision first. Because of this, the Butcher began to fight the guy blindly, which was only to Jin-hyuk's advantage, because now he was able to land a good blow one after another. Well, when he had prepared the ground to finish off this big guy, the guy finally used his skill called Mandala. This was Jin-hyuk's 31st victory, for which he received the scissors with a soul thirsty for revenge. And now that he had finally finished off this creature, he could finish this floor with a clear conscience. And to do this, he needed to capture the flag that was so close to him. But as he got closer to the flag, the system suddenly bombarded Jin-hyuk with notifications, which said that a certain black gansha was showing the guy its presence. A representative of the Egyptian gods was making him a business proposal. Jin-hyuk understood perfectly well that this name actually hid Anubis, who, in Jin-hyuk's opinion, should have sat quietly for some time after he spent his strength on the -1st floor. So he hugged the flag with his hand and shouted to the sky that he was listening to him. He appeared in the sky and let out a long howl that could mean many things. But the guy assumed that this could mean that this creature was very angry. And since he decided to do so, Jin-hyuk suggested that he simply take the flag and end the conversation. Anubis immediately became confused and began to ask the guy to calm down, and also told the guy that the Egyptian gods want to see the logical conclusion of the battle. Jin-hyuk understood what he meant, because those who guarded the floors above the current one, they simply could not accept that the clearing of the 4th floor would end without a boss fight. Or was there a second option in which these bosses could have simply hated Jin-hyuk and really wanted the 4th level boss to deal with him, so the guy decided to clarify why he should accept their offer? After all, he understands so much that he can win by simply taking this flag and move to the 5th floor with a calm soul. Immediately after these words, Anubis offered the guy a contract, by fulfilling which he would be able to receive quite a lot of useful things. For Jin-hyuk, this was too suspicious of generosity from the gods, so he thought about making his decision. During this time, the Queen managed to return to him, who was incredibly angry because she had been deceived. But when she returned to her base, she did not expect to see her flag in place. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when she heard the voice of a guy who spoke to her to tell her why he didn't take the flag and get an easy enough victory. According to him, someone simply forced him to fight her, and besides, he had already received an advance, so he simply could not take the flag until he defeated her. The Queen froze at these words because she did not understand at all what he was talking about and what advance he was talking about. Instead of words, the guy decided to give her an answer by showing his new sword, which was bigger than Jin-hyuk. According to him, this was that very advance. She didn't listen to him anymore and just started telling him that he would regret these words. Jin-hyuk didn't listen to her, and as soon as she finished speaking, he immediately activated a skill called Patronage of Heaven. Moreover, due to the influence of the solar eclipse stone, skills with the light attribute were weakened by 50%. The guy understood that even if the jump skill worked at full capacity, skills alone would not be enough to defeat this monster. Before the guy had time to think over his next plan, he felt a slight chill behind his back. The Queen had approached so unnoticed that he would have to take the necessary measures as soon as possible. However, this time he didn't manage to do it, and she managed to land a good blow on him. At least that's how it seemed at first, and a few seconds later she saw him come out of the shadows with wild eyes and let her know that everything would not be as simple as she thought. She was already incredibly angry, and simply did not understand what else she needed to do to finally kill him. Without waiting for his answer, she finally took off her mask and began to scream at the top of her voice, which gave her strength. Jin-hyuk didn't get flustered and first activated the Demonic Sword King's Steps skill, which allowed him to increase his movement speed by a whopping 70%. Then, in the classic manner, he decided to use Ice Creation to finish off the girl as quickly as possible. But she immediately made it clear to him that he couldn't just destroy her. Jin-hyuk himself knew very well that this was too weak for her. Therefore, when she once again went on the attack, he used the Ice Creation skill, with the help of which he was able to freeze her eyes. Afterwards, he accelerated and dealt her an incredible amount of damage to her eyes. This blow was the last straw for the queen's patience. I have never seen any human being so strong. But in any case, she thought that he made a big mistake when he decided to come here. Her attacks became even more intense and difficult to block, so Jin-hyuk was clearly having a hard time. At one point, she made a decision and activated a skill called Funeral March. Anubis watched this closely, and that's why he was happy, because it seemed to him that in a little while this bastard would finally be finished. Sometime before this battle, Anubis offered Jin-heku a Jackal Fang as an advance. This item is capable of increasing attack speed by 10%, but the force of the blow will be increased by 30%. But even such a rare item was not enough for Jin-hyuk, and according to him, he would only agree to this battle if Anubis agreed to one more of his conditions. The guy immediately calmed him down and said that in fact, he wasn't going to ask for anything special, he just knew that among the A-rank items there was an item called a White Branch, which Jin-hyuk asked to give him. The White Branch is used mainly for medicinal purposes. It is a very common item and can be easily obtained on the 10th floor. And for Anubis, who is on the 42nd floor, it seemed like worthless trash. So with a smile on her face, the Black Hound named Anubis happily accepted the boy's agreement, in which Jin-hyuk could not take the flag until he defeated the queen. But apparently Anubis didn't even think about how the guy could use this branch. He combined the jackal's fang, the scissors that he took from the butcher, and the last ingredient was this branch. Thanks to this connection, he got a scythe that can tear space. The system immediately intervened because a relic appeared that definitely did not correspond to the 4th floor, but the restriction was conditional, because the system allowed this relic to be used once. But this would definitely be enough for Jin-hyuk to finish off the queen. The 4th level boss was well aware that given this threat, it was almost impossible to evade this attack. Her thoughts turned out to be unfortunately true, because she really didn't manage to dodge, and Jin-hyuk delivered a direct blow to her body. After this blow, the guy smiled and told her that the boss of the 3rd floor, Muzan, was much weaker than her, and he also believed that she was just unlucky to be in this place. These were the last words the queen heard before she passed away. Thanks to this victory, the guy was able to raise his level quite a bit. The system also notified each member of Jin-hyuk's guild that they were able to defend their base, and therefore each of them received one random box. As a result, only 24 hours have passed since the opening of the 4th floor, and it will already pass, which was hard to believe for anyone who followed this event. But no one forgot who made it possible to achieve this victory. Now people could see the real strength of an S-rank player. The entire Jin-hyuk guild decided to celebrate the completion of this floor, and for this purpose they gathered in a local cafe. At this meeting, the guy decided to introduce another friend of his, and this friend was Alice, whose first words were that this place had a bit of a shabby setting for a banquet hall. But the guys immediately recognized Alice, whom they had already seen. Jin-hyuk noticed that one of his guild members was still missing, and it was about Laurencia, who, according to Yeonhwa, asked to start without her. After which, Jin-hyuk noticed that even Yu-sung came to this meeting, which surprised him even more. But the guy immediately asked him not to be so surprised, because he was here only to get the promised drop. Jin-hyuk didn't argue with him, but only asked him not to ruin the atmosphere and to have a few drinks with them. The arrival of guests did not stop there. Other guys also came to this place who essentially already work for Jin-hyuk. The first thing they did was bow to him and congratulate him on his successful clearing of the 4th floor. Jin-hyuk was very pleased to hear all this, so he told the guys that they could treat themselves and eat whatever they wanted. And he also knew very well that Alice, who had enough money, would pay for this party. After a while, Alice just couldn't believe that she could get so much food for just 2 coins. And in fact, she had tried meat many times, but this method of preparation seemed to her to be on a completely different level. That's why she didn't want anyone else to touch her food. She wanted to eat everything herself, and Jin-hyuk decided not to break this desire. Jin-hyuk, looking at Alice, couldn't even imagine that one of the most powerful creatures in the tower would eat wings with him like this. The guys were actively relaxing and eating meat, and also decided to talk about who they were before the tower appeared. Yoo-sung told everyone that he was a medical student, which was hard to believe. Their conversations and meal were interrupted at one point by Laurentia, who entered the cafe and first of all asked them for forgiveness for being late. Jin-hyuk couldn't help but smile because, looking at all the guys, he thought about how before he had to go through the tower only by himself. And now he is surrounded by friends who are always ready to lend him a shoulder and help him if he needs it. And he liked it incredibly much. After this small feast, Jin-hyuk, sitting alone, looked at his characteristics and thought that before it seemed to him that he was pumping up his character quite quickly, but now that he was doing it in real life, he realized that his pace had become even faster. Now it has become clear that the changes that have arisen after the game became a reality greatly affect the progress of the players, and so far this has played into their hands. But sooner or later, it will happen that everything will turn out the other way around, and then it will bring more harm than good. But in any case, this will be later. And now the guy decided that it was high time to see what reward he received for completing the 4th floor, and it was a scroll of high-quality enhancement. Jin-hyuk decided to use this scroll on the skill that he uses most often, and it was the ice creation skill, which he has been using quite often lately. Thanks to this scroll, the guy was able to improve his skill up to the 8th level. Then he opened a random A-rank box, but in fact it turned out to be a roulette, thanks to which the guy could get a random A-rank item. The system notified him that he needed to press the red button, which was located in the middle, and also that time was limited and the guy needed to do it as quickly as possible. But he understood perfectly well that all this was a cheap trick. If you do not stop the rotation, the loud sound and visual effects will begin to cause anxiety in a person. Therefore, due to this reason, most people panic and press the button, which is absolutely forbidden to do. And the guy found out about this when he was looking for various bugs, and since then he suspects that this function was specially added as a reward for patience. You had to spin the roulette 36 times, and on the 37th spin, the speed of the roulette would decrease by 99%, and thus you could get the desired A-rank item. But the most important thing is that Jin-hyuk gave Yoo-sung the opportunity to get the item he needed. But because of this method, a logical question arose about how much time Jin-hyuk spent in this game. In any case, Yoo-sung was incredibly happy about his new soul, because it seemed to him that now he could defeat absolutely anyone. Although Jin-hyuk decided to keep quiet and did not tell the guy that when receiving an item in this way, there is a small side effect, which is that the item can only be used for 1 week. Jin-hyuk liked to watch Yoo-sung's joy, but most of all he wanted to see the guy in a week, what he would say and think then. But Jin-hyuk himself, in turn, received a 3-colored medicine, and considering the fact that the item can only be used for 1 week, the guy thought that this was the best option with which he could clear the next floor. And finally, the last thing he will need in order to pass the next floor, and probably the most important, is a pass to the large library of magic. Thanks to this pass, he was still able to get into the great library, and as soon as he entered there, he immediately decided that it was high time to visit one old man. The man sat at his desk in the middle of this library and continued writing some documents. Suddenly he heard footsteps and immediately began to think that he, of course, was aware that the 4th floor had been cleared. But he did not even suspect that guests would come to him so quickly. But he didn't forget his manners, so he immediately stood up and introduced himself as the librarian, Rick Hennessy. Rick Hennessy is an influential middle-level manager who runs the magic library in the tower, and Jin-hyuk knew this very well, so he really wanted to meet someone from the manager, so he introduced himself in response. Rick Hennessy noted that today, in his opinion, a rather interesting and unusual event had happened, and now a man had come to his library, which was even more surprising. Although then, he was even more surprised when the guy in the huge labyrinth of the library was able to immediately find him, although he had come here for the first time. Jin-hyuk didn't tell him anything, but simply decided to point out that luck was always with him. Rick Hennessy told him after these words that the guy could take and look at any books, but there would not be a single one here that the guy could read. After all, according to the man, he needs to at least know the runic script. But Jin-hyuk suddenly interrupted him to say that he had information that the recommendation for entering the sixth circle was written by the court magician Telemos. Rick Hennessy didn't expect the guy to understand the runic language. The guy told the man that in his case there was no need to be surprised because he had been inquisitive all his life. So at the moment he knew a lot of things. Rick Hennessy saw for the first time a player who was only going to climb to the 5th floor, but already knew the runic language. Considering this information, Jin-hyuk wanted to ask the guy one question, in which he was interested to know if the guy had any special support. Jin-hyuk turned around and immediately activated Anubis's court, after which he added that, in truth, the Egyptian gods were behind him, and thanks to them he was able to come here and get information about the tower. Hennessy wasn't exactly sure if it was even possible, but on the other hand, he really did feel Anubis's energy. Jin-hyuk noted that they seemed to value him, which is why they shared some of their power. Rick Hennessy seemed to realize that he was not talking to a common man, so he decided to tell the guy that since he was a worthy person, he should be treated with dignity. So he took off his hat, bowed, and told the boy that he had misjudged the important guest, for which he was a little ashamed, and for which he would like to ask forgiveness. Jin-hyuk, listening to Rick Hennessy, couldn't stop thinking that if Anubis saw this, he would simply strangle himself from indignation. Meanwhile, Rick Hennessy decided to give the guy one of the books as a gift, to prove the sincerity of his apology. Jin-hyuk decided to ask the man if he could choose anything he wanted. Rick Hennessy immediately answered him that the guy could pick a book for himself, especially since the man would really like to offer a suitable book for an important guest. It didn't take Jin-hyuk much time to do this, and he quickly chose the book he needed. The man immediately asked the boy to think again, although he thought that it was a pretty good grimoire, but it seemed to him that he would only be able to read it when he mastered the ancient runic language. But Jin-hyuk thought that it wasn't as complicated as the man said, and he could read it without any problem, so he wanted to choose it. Rick Hennessy obviously smiled and laughed, and then remarked that he should have expected nothing less from a man who had received the blessing of the gods. Then he used his magic and noted, and before he was preparing to disappear, he noted that he would look forward to when he and the guy met again. It was just awful. The 5th floor seemed like the world of a lost civilization, a world in which someone had to be sacrificed all the time. That's why this place seemed like a huge mental hospital. The host of the daily show about the tower decided to say that if we talk about fanatics, then, at first glance, they do not seem so scary. So he wanted to know why he did not fight, but simply started to run away. The guy answered him pretty quickly. He told him that at the very beginning he tried to resist them using skills, but on the 5th floor there is an incredible and unpleasant condition, which was that you can't use skills there. The player, remembering this, almost immediately began to cry, because he could not even call up the inventory window, so he had to use the stone of return, which was in his pocket. Thus, he was barely able to save his life. Laurencia immediately showed this video to Jin-hyuk and then asked the guy to take her with him. He didn't think long and immediately answered her that he wouldn't do it, although she couldn't understand why he was so against it. Besides, according to Laurencia, she couldn't allow the mage to go to such a place alone. But Jin-hyuk didn't understand at all why the girl suddenly became so persistent. But he still told her that he wouldn't do it no matter how much she begged him, because he thought it would be much easier for him to sneak in unnoticed if he did it alone. So he asked her to back off from the idea. Jin-hyuk didn't have time to turn around and continue doing his business when suddenly the girl took him by the hand and stopped him. The thing was that she wanted the guy to promise that he wouldn't jump above his head. These words stuck in the guy's head for a long time. Even when he was already riding in a taxi, he still repeated these words. But suddenly his thoughts about this conversation were interrupted when he received a notification from the system, which informed the guy that he received a gift from Caladium. Jin-hyuk had heard this name before. He knew that Caladium was a kingdom and they were known to him as enemies of Murim. As a gift, the guy received a skill called Concealment of Smell. From the name, it was clear that this skill makes it possible to hide one's own smell, breath, and signs of presence. But the guy was more surprised by the fact that they went against the tower and gave him this gift. In other words, it was like they were starting to contact the players they were interested in, just like Murim did. And on top of that, the guy was confident that he would be able to put this skill to good use. With such thoughts, he entered the territory of the 5th floor, where the system immediately notified him that all skills were disabled. But immediately after that, it reminded Jin-hyuk that he was the owner of the ancient grimoire of Macedrian. So one of his skills was unlocked, and now he could use the greedy gaze. Now it was perfectly clear why Jin-hyuk had chosen this particular book in the library, but he certainly wouldn't stop using it there. The guy was going to save this book for future use. While the guy was thinking about this, other guys started arriving and found themselves at the same starting point. At this point, he decided to leave them and proceed to go through the floor. But suddenly he heard the system notify him that the tracking bracelet had been activated, which the guy did not expect to see. But when it happened, the guy quickly realized what was going on and who was behind it. A few seconds later, Laurencia appeared on this floor saying that she was more than sure that he would not keep his promise, so she decided to follow him. Jin-hyuk immediately started getting angry at her and saying that he seemed to have told her not to follow him under any circumstances. Laurencia thought that he would be glad to see her, so in response, she told him that he shouldn't scold someone who came because he was worried about him. But these words did not lift the guy's mood at all, and he still thought that he would have to change the plan, and apparently it would need to be done very quickly. At that moment, Laurencia noticed how all the people around her started to rummage through their pockets and say that something appeared in their pocket. She reached into her pocket where she found a flashlight, after which she turned to Jin-hyuk to find out what he had found. The guy was not entirely happy to hear this question because, unfortunately, he got a pen, which in Laurencia's opinion would definitely not be useful in this place. Although Jin-hyuk certainly didn't share this thought with her, he believed that his subject would be one of the most useful. The girl did not argue with him and wanted to turn on the flashlight so that they could see what was around them. But Jin-hyuk quickly stopped her. Other players didn't know what would happen if they turned on the flashlight in the wrong place. Therefore, a few seconds after they tried to illuminate this place for themselves, they were faced with the fact that a whole crowd of some inadequate people started running towards them. While they were trying to escape from them, Jin-hyuk and Laurencia took a completely different tactic, hiding nearby and watching everything closely. After a few minutes, Laurencia suggested that it would be a good idea for them to save those people. However, Jin-hyuk immediately decided to tell her that from this second on, she would have to follow him and listen only to him since she had already come here. The guy believed that in this place they needed to avoid unnecessary risks and especially to expose themselves, and all because at the moment they were definitely not ready for a direct combat clash. Laurencia found these words quite offensive, because it seemed to her that Jin-hyuk was considering her weak in this way, because she not only ran after him, but also made some preparations before entering this floor. Well, right after these words, she took out and showed him 2 stones of return, which, according to her, were so necessary on the 5th floor. However, from Jin-hyuk's reaction, it became clear to her that she had made a slight mistake and was unlikely to please him. The others, meanwhile, were fighting to keep these monsters from breaking into their room, and for this they needed the help of the guys who were standing behind. There stood a girl who, in all likelihood, was definitely not going to help them, because she took out the stone of return and screamed that she was not going to stay here anymore. At least that's what she thought, but then the stone literally cracked in her hands, which was definitely incredibly unexpected for her. Other guys also tried to use these stones, but unfortunately they also failed. As a result, the monsters of this floor managed to break into the room they were in, only this time these were not ordinary soldiers. This was a big guy who was able to open these doors single-handedly. The stones of return did not work, which is why people began to suspect that this was the end of their lives. Jin-hyuk also couldn't believe that Laurencia fell for this trick and bought stones that were simply advertised on TV. The girl already realized how much she screwed up, especially when she decided to buy 2 whole stones in order to give one to Jin-hyuk. Suddenly she felt a strange energy behind her, which made her incredibly scared. And a few seconds later, a madman jumped out at her who was going to do everything possible to sacrifice the girl to his god. However, Laurencia did not lose her composure, and she had more than enough skills to put this lunatic on his shoulder blades. But because of this, other crazy people discovered the guys and they had to give up their location. These animals began to actively approach the boys and with each step repeat the same phrase, which was that God requires new victims, and they must help the return of the ruler. At this moment, Jin-hyuk decided to use his item, which was given to him at the beginning of the passage of this floor. With the help of a simple pen, he was able to destroy one of these guys. And then a few more blows caused harm to other crazy people in these yellow suits. So the guy let them know that they had picked the wrong guy, and he was also very interested to know who else wanted to read him a confession. At that moment, the same big guy whom these people called their deputy appeared. While they were sorting things out there, Jin-hyuk suddenly asked Laurencia to remember how she played hide-and-seek as a child, because now this knowledge would be very useful for her. According to Jin-hyuk, that big guy definitely wants to play hide-and-seek with them, so for now, they have to do everything possible to make sure he can't find them. And as soon as he began to attack the boys with his huge weapon, they immediately decided to save themselves and run away. Meanwhile, one of these yellow guys came to the main one, to whom he told that they were currently going through the stage of catching strangers. But he was not satisfied, and repeated several times that God wanted more sacrifices, and therefore now, when the tower was opened, and so many fools were wandering in, they should not miss this moment and take as many as possible. In his opinion, the time has finally come for the great ruler to return to this world. He thought so until his assistant asked him to pay attention to something interesting. They showed him a video where 2 victims had been running away from the deputy for quite some time. But what's even stranger about this situation is that this is the first time they've seen the deputy suffer so much. And in his opinion, these victims are too agile for ordinary strangers. The one standing next to them suddenly said Jin-hyuk's name in a quiet voice. After which, he also noted that this particular guy would be their big problem, who could interfere with the execution of their plan. Meanwhile, Laurencia was doing everything she could to escape from the deputy, but she didn't understand how such a big guy could have such enormous speed, and therefore, for her, he was quite different from those other fanatics. Jin-hyuk advised her to ignore such things and continue running away, because he believed that for now they had no chance in a fight against the deputy. He asked her not to relax and to keep her distance. After some time, they still managed to break away from the chase, and in Jin-hyuk's opinion, this will give them some time to come up with a new strategy. Jin-heka immediately asked Laurencia to listen to him carefully, because he had an idea that should help them in this case. To begin with, he suggested that she lure this big guy, which was unexpected for Laurencia because they had just managed to get rid of him. The guy calmed her down and said that everything was fine, and in any case they would have to face him in order to pass the floor. And while he was distracting him, she would need to find other people and evacuate because he understood that everyone had relied on the Stone of Return and had come here. And now they couldn't get out of here. And he, in turn, will try to clear the 5th floor as quickly as possible, even though it has become more difficult. And at that moment, Laurencia finally realized that she had actually been in his way from the very beginning. When they finally discussed the plan, the guy took a small stone and immediately showed himself to the big guy, telling him that he was pretty bad at playing hide-and-seek. The deputy didn't think for long and immediately ran after the guy, and the first phase of their plan was successful. But before starting, Jin-hyuk gave her something and said that she could use this item, but she should do it when she felt it was necessary. She found a small hockey stick and immediately began to convince herself that when the time came, she would try to do everything possible not to let Jin-hyuk down. But first, she needed to save those people. At that moment, the guy had already run quite far from the place where the chase began, so he assumed that Laurencia had definitely begun to carry out her part of the plan. So he activated the greedy look, immediately after which the system notified him that an action had been detected that violated the existing rules of the 5th floor. He was also informed that the rotting heart was showing interest in the guy and was also offering him to change his occupation. In other words, the rotting heart offers to become his sword. By accepting this offer, Jin Hyuk will be able to become a Black Apostle. Rotting heart. This is one of the perfect creatures from the upper floors of the tower. Like Alice, it is also called the Demon King and the Devil. If, in a place like this floor, if you try to overcome the restrictions created by this creature, it will attract attention. Jin Hyuk also understood that the Black Apostle grants enormous power, but there is an equally enormous downside that one can spend one's whole life in subordination to the devil, and the guys from the main association probably agreed to this proposal. But Jin Hyuk didn't understand one thing. How could a tiger like him become a servant of such a bald dog as Rotting Heart? Therefore, without thinking twice, he refused this offer and continued his fight. The Rotting Heart, according to the system's messages, was furious, and therefore was going to do everything possible to finish off the guy and do it as soon as possible. So, after a few seconds, Jin Hyuk received the devil's curse for refusing his offer. In other words, the guy became a target for all demons. This curse will haunt him for the rest of his life. Of course, it was incredibly painful for him from all of this, but he just didn't understand why these guys were just standing there and continuing to look at him. Didn't they really want to finally start attacking him? These strange guys immediately decided to fix this and started running towards him. Meanwhile, Laurencia continued to actively carry out her part of the plan, and the time had come to finally start attacking these madmen. She freed one girl, whom she asked to free the other boys so that they could escape. But she had very serious mental problems. She just didn't understand why she should do this if they would die anyway. Laurencia understood that everything would not be as simple as she had assumed, because all these guys were clearly very scared. But she also had no right to be distracted, so she again took her hockey stick as tightly as she could and again entered into resistance with these madmen. So far, she's managed to hold off the onslaught, but without her skills and against such a large number of monsters, she definitely won't be able to hold out for too long. Therefore, she once again turned to the girl, whom she asked not to give up and gather her strength because only together they could get out of here. Besides, they have weapons now, and her comrade is currently actively clearing this floor. Sitting in a prison cell, two guys were talking about how they definitely shouldn't have gone to that horrible place, but they just wanted to make a little money and come back with the help of that ball. One of the guards immediately decided to shut their mouths, so he ordered them to close their mouths, otherwise he would start torturing them. After which he turned to the main ones and said that he had calmed them all down, and now they could calmly continue their conversation. For the first time, they saw in person that same Jin Hyuk, about whom, even in the tower, there were already rumors. The guy himself at that moment thought that this magical power that emanated from this creature definitely belonged to a person, and it didn't take him long to understand that he was probably Main, since he was working together with the boss of the 5th floor. Therefore, he decided to activate his greedy gaze and take another look at it, but unfortunately he was unable to do so because the object was using a high-level mental barrier that did not allow his status to be revealed. The guy had to go to extreme measures. He wanted to use it during the fight with the top, but nothing can be done, so he will have to use this item right now. He used a white pill that doubled one of his stats for a full 10 minutes. Thus, he was able to break through the man's defense and still look into his status, where he saw that his name was Hosenbelt. He was a knight of the Round Table, which meant that he was the important person in the main association that Melina had spoken of, and he was a much more important person than he could have initially assumed. After looking at the skills that this person possessed, Jin Hyuk immediately realized that his goal was to obtain a mental barrier, because in the future, this skill would be very useful in the fight against deities. But when he decided to look at the copying conditions, he froze a little on the spot because he needed to make the target say his knightly name. And also, until he found out the name, he needed to behave like a schoolboy with 8th grader syndrome. Every time he sees these conditions, he becomes more and more interested in finding out which patient attributes these conditions to the tower system. His thoughts were interrupted at one point by Hosenbelt, who wanted to know from the boy whether he really had nothing that he could tell him. Jin-hyuk, at this moment, was trying to collect his thoughts and still turn into an 8th grader, so he answered the man that he had just suppressed the great darkness within himself. So he was busy with this and could not answer him. This caused a rather expected reaction from them, or to be more precise, the silence that arose between them described the situation exactly. One of them decided to make sure once again that this was the man Hosenbelt had told him about because at first glance he seemed incredibly strange to them. Alice sat inside the amulet and was simply bursting with laughter, and Jin-hyuk hid his face because he was actually ready to fall through the ground from his words, and he wanted to finish everything that was happening here as quickly as possible. Hosenbelt decided to tell the guy that he apparently didn't understand the situation yet, so he decided to remind him that he had just been captured to be sacrificed. Jin-hyuk continued to talk like a retard, saying that this pathetic cage could not contain his madness that was bursting out. This caused even more awkwardness between them. Hosenbelt couldn't even imagine what had happened to this guy, that he was behaving like this. He of course understood that he could be hiding some kind of trump card, and it was quite possible that he would still show himself. The man, despite his words, still continued to say that he knew perfectly well that the guy had a lot of strength. But he also did not forget to remind the guy that he would hardly be able to survive in a place where his skills did not work. Suddenly his words were interrupted by a terrible scream coming from the neighboring cell. The man, without thinking twice, used this chance to scare the boys once again, telling them that these were the screams of a victim and that soon they would all feel it for themselves. According to him, a painful and terrible death awaits them, which is almost impossible to endure in a sane mind. But he had a proposal on this matter, which was that if the guy told him everything he knew about the unknown, then he would give him the key. Jin-hyuk continued to speak like a schoolboy, which made him feel very bad, but the essence of his words was that he would only tell the true name of the unknown person if his interlocutor told him his name. Hosenbelt understood that his name would soon cease to exist anyway, and so for him it was a fairly equal exchange, and without thinking twice he introduced himself and called himself Lancelot. Jin-hyuk immediately received a notification that he had managed to fulfill the copying conditions, and now he had access to the mental barrier skill, which protects the guy's consciousness from being read. And when he did this, the man expected that now the guy would do the same and finally name the name of the unknown person. The boy smiled and said that he would only say that name once, so he asked Hosenbelt to listen carefully. Immediately after the boy kept his promise and said the name, the man threw him the key and stated that he also wanted to keep his promise. After that, he put on a mask, and all he could wish for the guy in the end was an easy death. While they were talking, one of the prisoners picked up the key and immediately tried to open the cage. But his disappointment knew no bounds when he realized that, in fact, this key did not fit this lock. And at that moment, Jin-hyuk decided to lie down a little and rest because it was clear to him from the very beginning that this was a common trick. The guy was more worried about Laurencia. He tried to believe that everything was okay with her. Meanwhile, the girl found herself in a similar situation to Jin-hyuk. She was also put in a cell and forced to wait until she was taken away for sacrifice. Although these creatures who managed to catch her did not even think that there were such people with whom it would be so difficult, because this girl defeated no less than 24 people. But on the other hand, this is good because she obviously has a lot of life force, and God will most likely be pleased with this. When she came to, the first thing she saw was other prisoners fighting among themselves and blaming each other for being the only ones who got there. She immediately jumped up from her seat and ordered them to stop immediately. The same girl who was the first to receive a chance for salvation decided to tell the saint that she had no idea who she was protecting. According to her, at the moment, she is protecting the man who lives in this tower. Laurencia immediately turned around to look at the girl and saw a small child who was just as scared as the others. The players all believed that if it weren't for people like her, then the tower wouldn't exist at all, and accordingly, they wouldn't have ended up here either. But Laurencia certainly didn't think so, so she grabbed the girl's hand and said that it really didn't matter whether she was a resident of the tower or not. Here they were all equal, since they were destined to be victims. After such a tense conversation, the guys finally calmed down and Laurencia decided to talk a little with this girl and find out her name, and also promised that while she was next to her, no one would harm her. She definitely didn't have to worry about that. Having heard these words, the girl nevertheless accepted these words and said her name. Her name was Andrea. Laurencia told her with a smile that the girl had a very beautiful name, and then introduced herself. The little girl told how one day these believers came to their village and said that if they sacrificed one person, they would save the lives of the rest of the people. Hearing this, the villagers almost immediately decided to choose Adria, and their main argument in this case was that she had no parents and no one would be sad for her. They also stated that this was a good deed on her part, and that she had thus saved many lives, and they, in turn, would always be grateful to her. Laurencia decided to hug the girl and told her that she understood perfectly well that she must have been very lonely since she had gone through something like that. At that moment, the girl had a thought in her head that even though Andrea was a resident of the tower, she was still no different from ordinary people. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a conversation between two guards who were discussing the fact that they already needed to prepare people for the next sacrifice, and they were planning to take one person from each cell. One of them noted that if they themselves could not choose who would go, then they would send everyone, so he advised the prisoners to do everything possible to save their lives and live a few more minutes. Most of them, of course, started to panic from such words. It was quite obvious that they didn't want to die. But suddenly, the realization came to them that they could give away this little girl, whom no one considered a human being anyway. Laurencia immediately stood up for her and asked her to understand that there was no point in rushing yet. The guard who was watching all this was only glad that they were arguing among themselves, because that way God would be even more pleased. In the cell where Jin Hyuk was, everything was quite simple. The guy himself put forward his candidacy and no one really argued with it. Everyone who was chosen for sacrifice this time had their hands tied and were sent to a room where it was unclear what awaited them. But Jin Hyuk wasn't at all scared by this, and on the way all he did was swallow one of the pills that he managed to get at the previous stage. And when he finally did this, then all the preparations were completed and he could begin to act. The guy understood perfectly well that Laurencia had most likely already been caught and that she would also be in a cage. And given her character, she would definitely be the first to volunteer, and this in this case would play into the guy's hands. He thought that this part was the first time that it was going according to such a scenario. But it seemed that everything was going well so far. As planned, he received a hidden quest. This quest was that fanatics who take the lives of others become villains, and when a villain is eliminated, the villain's characteristics increase by 1 unit, and when the leader is destroyed, by as many as 30 units, which clearly interested Jin Hyuk. When they finally entered the hall where the sacrifices were taking place, the first thing he noticed was that there were too many of these creatures here. The other players couldn't calmly watch all this, so they felt sick, although it seemed to Jin Hyuk that everything here wasn't so bad that it made him feel sick. But suddenly, Jin Hyuk's satisfied face changed to a surprised one, because he saw what he feared most. The host of this event announced that the next victim would be the girl who decided to sacrifice herself, protecting a girl she did not know at all. And this was Laurencia, who, judging by her appearance, felt very, very bad. The host continued to shout at the top of his voice into his microphone that the blood of this excellent victim would grace today's sacrificial ritual. Jin Hyuk immediately decided to take action, although he initially wanted to just get some small stat boosts and be done with this floor. But apparently he won't be able to do everything so simply. He decided to immediately end this torment, and for this, he used the ancient grimoire of Macedrian. In this way, he was able to free himself from the power of the 5th floor master, and all the skills that were sealed due to restrictions were once again available. The first thing he did was use the element of fire to slightly warm up the very tablet that he threw into the water stream of that place. Because of this action, constant explosions began to occur around this entire arena. All these people who were hunting and bringing new victims immediately began to run away, while thinking about how it was even possible that the guy was able to use his skills, because in this place they are limited by the will of God. Next, Jin Hyuk successfully freed Laurencia, who, even after the shackles were removed, did not come to her senses. The girl's condition was very bad, which made the guy even more angry. He absolutely didn't care about all the improvements in characteristics and similar things for which he came here. Now he has a new goal, which was that he was going to simply destroy them all. And for this, he used a dark pill, the effect of which was not fully known. But immediately after that, a huge smokescreen appeared around the entire arena. Jin-hyuk specifically created such an invisible dome so that these guys could not even try to escape or dodge his attacks. And in order to do this much faster, he decided to use a skill called the Sword Graveyard. Some of them tried to fight back, but most just fell to their knees and began to pray for their god to help them. But considering that they saw the energy of demons with their own eyes, it gave them an understanding that prayers were unlikely to help them today. After a few seconds, Jin-hyuk began to destroy them one by one, increasing his stats in the process. A few hours before, the players tried to take the child away from Laurencia in order to give her up to be torn apart. But they didn't even imagine that Laurencia would be able to fight back, because her skills were unavailable, and this was their main mistake. Laurencia immediately made it clear to them that she was capable of defeating them even if they attacked at the same time. They realized that it would probably be Laurencia who would choose the victim. After they calmed down a bit, she turned to Andrea and told the girl not to worry and just stay here for a bit because she would soon return and take her with her. This was the last thing Laurencia remembered. And when she regained consciousness, she saw Jin-hyuk in front of her, who declared that apparently the only one here who tried to jump above her head was Laurencia. She didn't argue with him. Jin-hyuk freed her and immediately began to develop a plan on how he would deal with the boss of this floor. Laurencia interrupted his thoughts when she told him that she urgently needed to look somewhere. A few minutes later, they were already in the section where the prison cells were, and Laurencia was still able to fulfill her promise and return to pick up Andrea, who was waiting for her impatiently. Jin-hyuk, looking at this picture, did not quite understand what was going on here. Laurencia tried to explain to him that the girl was a resident of the tower, and she was captured by fanatics so that she would become a victim. The guy wasn't entirely happy that he was wasting his precious 10 minutes on such things because the grimoire wouldn't last forever, and he still needed to destroy the boss. But suddenly a perfect thought came into his head when he realized that this girl was a resident of the tower. Then a lot changed for the guy. To begin with, Jin-hyuk decided to ask the girl why she did not become a believer, because the locals ardently believe in their god. Andrea thought for a bit, and still answered him that she did not want to believe that such a god existed. According to her, the villagers sold her because she had no parents who could protect her. So now she thought that if God really exists, then he is the creator of a real hell, in which there is only despair. And if God had such plans for her life from the start, then she considered him a complete bastard. After these words, Jin-hyuk decided to tell her that perhaps this would not completely console her, but according to him, his story was similar. Immediately after birth, he was left in an orphanage and had to survive alone. So he knows better than anyone that it is very difficult to live without parents. This was the first time Laurencia had seen Jin-hyuk share his personal life with someone. Meanwhile, he continued to convince the girl that in the end, she still needed to move on with her life, because nothing would change, even if she hated everything and suffered. Adria actually thought about this herself often, but she believed that she would not be able to live normally as long as the cult leader was alive. Jin-hyuk agreed with her and noted that as long as he was alive, nothing would change. But the guy, in turn, was going to make this place a little cleaner. He promised the girl that he would try to make sure that she tried to live in a world that would be freed from the oppression of this scoundrel's will. And to do this, he activated a skill called the Brand of Destruction and told her that in exchange she should become his subordinate. Adria was not against such a deal because in this case she saw only advantages for herself. And when the guy performed his ritual, he noticed that now he and the girl were one and would try to do everything together. Laurencia watched this closely and was happy at first, but then it suddenly dawned on her that Jin-hyuk hadn't done anything like that to her. At this point, they ended their conversations and began searching for the boss of the 5th floor. And also at this point, Jin-hyuk's grimoire expired, and now all his skills were blocked again. According to Jin-hyuk, their leader is very different from ordinary fanatics, although he cannot use skills like them, but in terms of strength he is definitely not inferior to the destroyer. Hearing this, Laurencia immediately assumed that the guy would then be able to suppress his skills, just like he did in the last battle, and that was what the guy had originally planned to do. But unfortunately, this option can no longer be used because the time when he could use the skills has passed. Jin-hyuk, of course, understood that he could easily try to attack himself, but the relic that the boss possessed was very dangerous, so he himself was unlikely to cope with him. If Jin-hyuk is not mistaken, then this relic is called a pot that can absorb evil spirits, a relic that can be ordered to destroy a chosen target. Laurencia, hearing this, realized that things were not going well for them and that things would clearly be tough for them. But Jin-hyuk still thought it was worth trying, for the reason that the relic has a cooldown before reuse and its role in this case is very important. The guy asked her to get to him while the relic was on recharge and destroy it. While they were discussing this plan, they came rather quietly to the place where they were already expected. Before entering, the guy asked them to remember everything he told them, and he also noted that if they remember all this, then most likely they will be able to win. As soon as Jin-hyuk saw the one he came for, the first thing he did was to ask him where his friend was, who went with him everywhere, to which he received a rather short answer. The man told him that he got his and left. This made the guy a little angry, because he wanted to destroy them both in one place, but apparently he would have to wait a little longer before he could get to that guy. Jin-hyuk didn't have much time to think because this madman threw off his robe and shouted that although he didn't know how the guy managed to use his skills here, he would still do everything possible to sacrifice the guy and make him repent for all his evil deeds. Laurencia, meanwhile, noticed the very relic that Jin-hyuk had told her about. The guy didn't just stand there and decided to start attacking first. Meanwhile, Laurencia also did not stand still, and having come up from behind, she tied his mouth. But unfortunately, the girl did not have enough strength to hold back this monster, and in the end, he simply threw her away. Afterwards, he turned around and directed all his strength at Jin-hyuk, who was running towards him at that moment. However, everything was definitely not as simple as it might have seemed to the boss, because Jin-hyuk easily dodged the attack and delivered his blow quite accurately. After such a successful attack, Jin-hyuk noted that he had destroyed monsters with these hands that were 10 times his size, so he was confident that this time too, he would be able to handle it without any problems. Apparently, this inadequate person didn't think so because he immediately started laughing at Jin-hyuk's words and telling him that it was a good blow. But unfortunately for him, it was the last successful blow. He took his relic in his hands and declared that the boy would become his first victim and apparently the most pleasant. He used his relic in the hopes that he would be able to destroy the guy. Laurencia was collected at this moment because she understood that this was the very moment that Jin-hyuk mentioned. At that moment he shouted and decided to remind her that she should not forget his words and remember that this relic has a fairly long recharge before reuse. He also added to her that it would be a good idea if she watched the pot's eyes closely, so that she could determine when the order to reload was given. And when he finally finished the whole plan and all the important points, he was finally ready to tell her that from this moment on, he was leaving everything to her. At first, it was not entirely clear what he was talking about, but then these magical shadows pierced the guy right into the body. She immediately jumped up and ran to help Jin-hyuk, who had fallen unconscious. At this point, the system notified Jin-hyuk that he had died, and since he was now in this state, the devil's curse was disappearing. Meanwhile, this demon was so happy that he managed to get such a fresh victim, and now he was more than sure that the Great One would definitely be very happy with her. Laurencia continued to ask Jin-hyuk to open his eyes and show some signs of life. But this inadequate guy apparently enjoyed his victory because he really liked seeing how the girl suffered when she saw the death of her comrade. But when she raised her gaze to him, he immediately added that if she didn't have enough torment, then he was simply obliged to add it to her. Adria became too scared because in her eyes everything was very bad. Because she started crying, she was seen by a man in a mask, who was not averse to profiting from another small victim who came to him. But he did not take into account the fact that Laurencia could not be destroyed so easily, and that she was still capable of continuing the fight. And when she finally landed a successful blow on this creature, she immediately told him that he could not even count on getting Adria into his hands. Although this madman was only glad that the victim still had strength because this way he could play with her a little more. Laurencia finally realized that it would be very difficult for her to defeat this monster without her skills. While she was making a plan of action, she had to dodge all the attacks for as long as possible, and so far she was doing quite well at it. At one point, a very interesting thought came into her head. But first, she needed to turn off the light, which she did with the help of the shards. The madman still thought that the girl was trying in vain because it wouldn't help her anyway. Laurencia found a place where she could rest a little until she figured out what to do next. She also thought that after this, his view should be greatly reduced. She understood that first she had to take his artifact from him, because if he used it again, then she definitely wouldn't have a chance of success. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted when he began to attack her again, and she barely managed to dodge while simply not understanding how he was able to find her so quickly. The big guy noted that she was actually quite agile, but he also asked her not to forget that if he got her, then it would definitely be the end for her. But still, he considered himself not so bad. So he decided to give her a hint, saying that her golden hair really caught his eye, which is why he found her so easily several times. She didn't answer him a word, but he continued to actively talk about how he was going to knock her out first and then go look for the hiding girl. And when she finally wakes up, he will show her how the girl becomes a beautiful victim. Laurencia was prepared for this blow, so she was able to dodge it and then continued to run away from him. But every time she dodged and withstood his blows, this madman became even more happy and thought only about how his god would be very happy when he finally sacrificed her. The only thought in the girl's head was that she simply couldn't waste the precious time that Jin-hyuk had bought for her. She understood that if she lost, she would most likely drag Jin-hyuk and Adria down with her, which would be a disaster. But a rescue plan was born on its own when she saw a small fragment from some vase. The madman did not stop talking, and at that moment continued to tell her that she also had a second option, which was that if she suddenly decided to surrender, then he would do everything possible to save her life. He thought that being a demon saint was wonderful, so he continued to persuade her to go out and take the child with her. Otherwise, he would destroy her himself. At least that's what he thought when he saw her hair, but as soon as he looked around the corner, he saw that it was a cut strand of hair that Laurencia had used to distract him. The girl was more than sure that compared to Jin-hyuk's sacrifice, a strand of hair was nothing at all, so she cut it off. But this boss was not simple. His reaction speed was at an especially high level, so he managed to react and was already ready to finish off the girl once and for all. Suddenly his blow hit some vase instead of Laurencia. The culprit of this was Adria, who also decided to take part in this battle and help Laurencia a little. Thanks to this, she was still able to snatch the relic from the hands of this monster. Although he found it very funny because he had absolutely no idea what she was going to do with it. Was she really going to sacrifice someone? Before they came to this creature, Jin-hyuk asked her to remember something else. It was a spell with which this artifact could be activated. But he didn't tell her this, but only asked her not to forget about it because if she needed it, she herself would understand when to use this phrase. Now Laurencia realized that the very time that Jin-hyuk had spoken of had finally come. She said the spell that Jin-hyuk told her, and immediately after that, this artifact was activated. The madman simply couldn't imagine how the girl could possibly know this ancient language. Laurencia didn't tell him about it because she believed that he didn't need this information at all, because he himself would soon be gone. He begged her to stop and think again because he so badly did not want to die. She didn't listen to him, so after a few seconds, she received a notification from the system that she had managed to defeat the leader of the culture, namely the boss of the 5th floor. After which, she immediately ran to Jin-hyuk and began to ask him to get up, because she did everything as he asked, and everything worked out for her. But he did not react to her words, so she began to cry and beg him to get up, and also promised that she would never make such mistakes again. Suddenly, the system notified them both that due to the absence of the boss, the restrictions imposed by the devil had disappeared, and the block on the use of skills had also been lifted. Immediately after this message, Jin-hyuk activated the skill of Heavenly Patronage, thanks to which he was able to return to life. All he could say after he came to was that dying was quite painful, and he would not recommend it to anyone. As soon as he came to his senses and understood what was going on, Laurencia decided to show him that the boss of the 5th floor had been defeated, but she didn't understand why there was no message about the opening of the next floor. Jin-hyuk noted that there were slightly different rules on this floor, such as the fact that the main condition for clearing it was escaping from it, meaning that the conditions would be met the moment they walked out that door. But he wasn't finished with the features yet, and he wanted to note that this floor had one more feature. It was that the status of the boss of the 5th floor should continue to exist, or in other words, should be transferred to another player or person from the tower. According to him, this happened precisely because eliminating the boss is not a condition of the cleansing, and whoever picks up this pot becomes the new owner of the 5th floor. And this place of the ruler, the guy quite unexpectedly wanted to give to Adria. Of course, such a decision was quite surprising, both for Laurencia and for Adria herself. But the guy reminded the girl that he once gave her a promise that she would be able to live without the bodybuilders and their leader. And Jin-hyuk thought that the time had come to fulfill his promise to her. So the only thing he asked her was to live the way she wanted, because from now on, no one could make her unhappy. The position of the floor master has been officially handed over, and the body of the status bearer is being rebuilt to match the power received. After a few seconds, Adria's body became twice as big. She grew and felt much stronger than before. She was so grateful to Jin-hyuk for helping her get such a title that she decided to fall on her knees before him. Thus, Jin-hyuk became the first player to whom the boss swore an oath of allegiance, which meant that his achievement was worthy of the Hall of Fame. Jin-hyuk was glad that she liked this title, and now he wanted her to live freely and enjoy every day she lived. After that, she decided to hug Laurencia and ask her to visit her as often as possible. As soon as Jin-hyuk and Laurencia left the 5th floor, the system immediately notified all players that the 6th floor was officially open, and now they had 90 days to clear the new floor. While everyone was rejoicing that the 5th floor was officially cleared, Yu-sung was sitting in his room and only thought about how Jin-hyuk was doing everything in his power to prevent Yu-sung from getting even a little closer. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when someone knocked down the door to his room. Yu-sung immediately jumped up, took his sword, and wanted to find out from this man who he was and what he wanted from him. It was a strange guy in a mask who introduced himself as Gawain. Immediately after this, he noticed that this house was too small for the one they called Unknown, and he himself expected to see something of higher quality and more expensive. From the expression on Yu-sung's face, it was clear that he had absolutely no idea what was being discussed and why he was being called Unknown. He didn't yet know that the culprit of this celebration was Jin-hyuk, who said a little too much. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk himself was with Alice, who decided to enter the jewelry store and buy up everything they had in stock. As payment for Andrea's education, he allowed Alice to enjoy life to the fullest. But as it turned out later, it was mostly spending on everything. In return, Alice taught Adria how to properly live as a boss, what position a boss should have, how to properly create a boss's schedule. In general, all the things that Adria should know to become a real owner of the floor. And Jin-hyuk was glad that his characteristics had increased by several levels, and thanks to the 5th floor, he was able to raise his adaptation to 78 units. The guilds that raised rankers thanks to the dungeon have now pumped them up to about level 30, but it will be impossible to find a player with better characteristics than Jin-hyuk. And the items obtained from clearing the 5th floor were quite rare, so much so that the guy didn't even suspect that he could get such rare items. One of these items was a barrier-piercing mirror capable of connecting Jin-hyuk to a desired location, which is located on the first 10 floors of the tower. Jin-hyuk knew that he now had a lot to prepare before he entered the next floor. So he decided to call his old friend, Kim, who picked up the phone immediately and was ready to listen to Jin-hyuk. The guy was glad that Kim was so responsible in his position, so he immediately went on to tell Kim that he had one request for him. Before the guy told him the essence of his request, Kim decided to tell him that he became so famous that there is no channel where he is not shown. Also, many want to join his guild, and all this thanks to his popularity. According to Kim, about 100 people come every day, but that's not the most important thing now. He first wanted to know how he could help Jin-hyuk. The guy told him that first he would send him some kind of list, according to which he would have to book everything that was listed there, which was a little strange for Kim. Jin-hyuk assured him that there was nothing difficult and he would definitely cope with this task. But that was not all. He also wanted Kim to arrange a meeting for him with representatives of one guild. A few hours later, Kim Gi-tae, who was a member of the Fathers of Fighting Guild, was already sitting in front of Jin-hyuk, and, according to him, he had been waiting for his message for quite a long time. Jin-hyuk told him that their first meeting after that test was indeed delayed, but he thought that there was nothing wrong with that and they would try to make the most of it. The guy, looking at his interlocutor, could not help but think that this big guy had since become such an authoritative man. But in any case, it played into his hands. Jin-hyuk first decided to ask Geet to forgive him for the incident with the mandrake, because he was too busy clearing the tower. Geet assured him that he understood all this perfectly well, so he asked the guy not to worry about it. But the guy actually came here to ask him for forgiveness, and as an apology, he would like to offer him to change the terms of the contract, because as far as he knows, his guild owns about 10 A-rank dungeons on the 3rd floor. And when the man confirmed this information, Jin-hyuk noted that in that case he would only like to receive 1 dungeon. Geet clearly started to get angry, because the guy ended up asking for 1 A-rank dungeon on the 3rd floor instead of 10 dungeons on the 1st floor. And he started to get so angry because the guy wouldn't tell the promised recipe for the antidote, but at the same time would increase the price that Geet's side would have to pay. Jin-hyuk didn't hide it and confirmed everything that Geet had just told him. Geet was slightly shocked by such impudence, but he still really wanted to know the reason why Jin-hyuk eventually changed the conditions. The guy was prepared for this question, so he immediately said that everything depended on the fact that the cost of raw materials had begun to rise sharply. Inflation had also increased, and of course wages had increased. Geet began to get even more angry, and therefore told the guy that they were not actually a charity organization, and he did not come here to listen to such incomprehensible demands. After these words, he got up from the table and told the guy that he apparently came here only to waste time, and it would be easier for him to pretend that this conversation simply did not happen. And as soon as he finished speaking, Jin-hyuk told him that the Grey Temple, the labyrinth of the 3rd floor, which he owns, but they can't cope with its passage. Geet had to stop and ask the guy where he even got access to such information. Jin-hyuk smiled and reminded the man that he was also a guild master, and that he could get this kind of information quite easily. The guy started to tell about what he knows about the fact that they have already tried several times to pass the Grey Temple, which they monopolized, but they were never able to achieve success, so their reputation suffers because of failed raids. And all this, as we know, puts a man in a dangerous position, both him and his entire guild. Jin-hyuk said all this in order to finally tell Gita that he was ready to go through this labyrinth instead of him and thus solve all their problems. That same evening, Jin-hyuk and Alice decided to attend an orchestra performance that was taking place in Austria, where Alice was simply overwhelmed with feelings that she could not describe in words. Alice, of course, was not against it, but still, at one point, she decided to ask Jin-hyuk why they were having fun with him so calmly. The guy answered her that it was all because everything was going according to plan, so they had the opportunity to have fun in peace and not think about anything. The Elven Forest, that was the name of the 6th floor of the tower. The elves protect this beautiful forest, and if you just live there for 90 days, the door to the next floor will open. Most players focus on leveling up and simply check in on the 6th floor and move on to leveling up on the next floor. But Jin-hyuk was the only one who didn't forget that each floor had its own goals and opportunities, so he prepared for something before entering that floor. The next day, thanks to teleportation magic, he got to the place he had wanted to go to for a long time. The Temple of Career Choice is located on the 3rd floor. The first public place for choosing a profession attracts many people. Many come to meet with a mentor before changing professions and do not even suspect the existence of a terrible labyrinth somewhere beneath them. Geet and his guys came to the meeting on time because, according to him, this is an incredibly serious matter for them and they want most of all for everything to go smoothly. According to him, all members of today's raid are present here. One of the players and guild members immediately wanted to tell Jin Hyuk that meeting him is an honor for him, and his name is Lien. He is the captain of the second group of the raid. He also didn't forget to tell Jin Hyuk that he watched all of his videos and didn't miss a single one. And at that moment, Jin Hyuk understood that this guy was the most famous commander from the Guild of the Fathers of the Fight. But he wasn't the only one who was a fan of Jin Hyuk. There were many players who watched absolutely all of Jin Hyuk's videos and were therefore incredibly happy that they were able to see him with their own eyes. Geet already regretted taking them all because it seemed to him that they were going on a raid and not to Jin Hyuk's fan meeting. But on the other hand, he understood that even the best guys from his guild were fans of Jin Hyuk, and this only once again confirmed his great strength. Therefore, he decided to say that although Lien was formally the leader, Jin Hyuk would still exercise overall command, and he also informed him that he had the right to take whatever he liked from the spoils. According to him, only one thing was important to him: he wanted them to win. Jin Hyuk was glad that Geet said that, because he thought he would kill him if he suddenly lied, but in reality there was no need for that anymore. He gave them 30 minutes to do some preparation, and also asked them to gather at the entrance so that they would not delay it. The guy himself went to the abbot of the first place of choosing a profession, who, as soon as she saw Jin Hyuk, immediately told him that in order to become stronger, he needed a profession. But before that, she wanted to ask him one question in which she wanted to know what he was striving for. Popular professions, he had already tried everything when he played through an additional character, so Jin Hyuk didn't even know what he was striving for. And in order to choose, he decided to sort these professions by popularity, and also to show them from the end, and from this list, he wanted to choose unpopular and difficult to comprehend professions. The choice was not as long as it might seem, and in the end, the guy accepted the quest of a profession called Barrier Master. While Jin Hyuk was busy choosing a profession, he noticed that there were too many people gathered downstairs who definitely didn't come here with good intentions. It was the Samurai Guild who came to talk to Geet. As soon as the man saw them, he immediately came out of the crowd to find out what they were doing and why they had come, because last time he had already told them that they would not allow them to participate in the capture of the Grey Temple. One of the samurai decided to ask him, or does he know how many people are disappointed that he still hasn't been able to get through the labyrinth? Without waiting for an answer to his question, he decided to tell him that instead of beating his head against a wall that he could not overcome, it seemed to him that it would be better for the good of humanity to do it together. The Samurai Guild has been growing rapidly lately, and all this is due to the excellent organization and competent collection of information. So they are strengthening at a tremendous speed, and most likely they will be able to cope with the Grey Temple, which cannot be said about the Geet Guild. But the man himself certainly didn't think so, because he understood perfectly well that these guys were very skillful in taking advantage of the mood in society. But for him, the situation was, in any case, quite unpleasant, and he didn't know what to do next until Jin Hyuk appeared. The head of the samurai knew very well who this guy was, but he was more worried that he might be somehow connected to the Guild of the Fathers of Fighting. The first thing the guy decided to say was that he was standing there listening to them and could not understand the samurai. They say that the fathers of the struggle have weak strategies, and because of this they cannot pass this labyrinth. But as far as Jin Hyuk understands, the samurai themselves are no different from them. One of the samurai was about to teach this impudent man a lesson, but he was stopped in time by the leader, who reminded him that they were currently talking to a man who had an S rank. He decided to calmly talk to Jin Hyuk and find out what these words meant, whether it was that they simply did not have enough strength, to which he gave them an answer, saying that it meant that they did not even reach normal standards. Lien, listening to this, was a little shocked, because at first he was glad that Jin Hyuk stood up for them, but then he realized that they were the same weaklings as the samurai. The head of the samurai decided not to argue with Jin Hyuk and immediately told him that his guild absolutely didn't care what the guy was talking about, because according to him, they had a power that couldn't compare to his. And if we believe his words, then this power was that they had a master who rose to the 30th floor of the tower, an absolute master. This couldn't help but interest Jin Hyuk, because before he thought that such people simply didn't exist. These words flew around, and after a few seconds all the people around were discussing it. Now each of them understood why they had so confidently burst into the top guilds. In addition, the leader of the samurai said that they have detailed information about territories that no one has even reached yet. And no matter what traps and troubles they encounter along the way, they are able to prepare for them in advance. He believed that if they could use this information wisely, they would become the first heroes to save humanity from the tower. Well, of course, they certainly wouldn't be against becoming a little richer in the process of all this. Jin Hyuk didn't argue with him. He just wanted to know if this man was telling the truth, and for this he decided to use a greedy look. The system notified the guy that the target's words were true, which means that he at least believes in his words. But this does not mean that it is true, so the guy decided to find the one who is spreading this nonsense. Over time, he managed to find a strange man named Yamamoto. The strange thing about this guy was that he had an ability called partial foresight, which, depending on a person's experience, allowed him to look at the floors above. Learning about this was a pleasant surprise for Jin Hyuk, and now he is more than happy that everything turned out this way. No one knows that his ability is not a full vision of the future, so Yamamoto thought that if his ability is disguised as something else, then in this way he can get an even better attitude towards himself. At least the guy was sure of this. He hoped that no one would ever find out about this, and then it would even be possible to consider that it was not such a lie. Only now, he is far from sure of his plans because he sincerely did not understand why that guy was looking at him like that. At this moment, Jin Hyuk said with a smile that although he doesn't know who he is, he climbed all the way to the 30th floor. It's amazing. Besides, if you believe the rumors, there are no people who know about the information about what is above the 10th floor. The samurai leader believed that Jin Hyuk was very knowledgeable, and in their time, having the necessary information was a huge advantage. So he wanted to ask Jin Hyuk for permission to take them along on the raid. Geet had to intervene in time and assure the samurai that he would definitely never believe it. But he was stopped in time by Jin Hyuk, who noted that they should have told him about this earlier, and then they wouldn't have had to talk so much. In other words, he quickly agreed to go with them. The head of the samurai was expecting a slightly different answer. He believed to the end that they would have to fight to enter this labyrinth. But surprisingly, the guy agreed so easily. But in any case, he was very glad that finally there was a person with whom he could have a conversation. As for Commander Geit, he asked him to relax, because when they finish the raid, their reputation will finally rise. After these words, Geit immediately came closer to Jin Hyuk to find out what was going on and for what reason the guy decided to let them enter the labyrinth with them. Jin Hyuk turned slightly towards him and asked him to calm down first, after which he decided to ask him if Jin Hyuk had not agreed to let them into the labyrinth. Then he would have continued to resist, just so that the samurai would not enter. Geet confirmed this and added that he would never let them in, after which Jin Hyuk told him that this cannot be done, because they really want to become heroes of humanity. And so he believed that they should help them with this. In other words, he wanted to do everything to give these guys a chance to test the difficulty of passing this labyrinth. Geet, looking at Jin Hyuk's satisfied face, realized that the guy had apparently planned something and that his plan was most likely not aimed at helping the samurai. Lien suddenly interrupted the leader's thoughts and said that they should also enter this labyrinth already, because the samurai had already entered. As soon as they entered this labyrinth, the first thing they did was turn their attention to the statues that were here. In all likelihood, these were the players who were here before them. Everyone felt quite sorry for them, and they would like to help these guys, but unfortunately they will not be able to turn back time. And they were also a little worried that they could become the same victims. However, the head of the samurai told them that there was no need to worry about this, because they had already foreseen this moment. So they had time to prepare. Jin Hyuk, seeing this shield, immediately realized that they had to spend quite a lot, although it seemed to him that they did not even know how to properly use this item. Suddenly the system interrupted his thoughts when it sent him a message that a new task had appeared for him, as the person who had first passed the tower. It was quite unexpected for the guy that he received the task at such a moment, and apparently the fact that he took the profession quest before starting the passage became a trigger for the quest, and as soon as he accepted the conditions, he received the Lunar Seal skill. This skill starts to work after completing the first part of the job quest. This skill allowed to reduce the activation time of all barriers by 20%, and if you master all forgotten languages perfectly, you can get the skill of Nameless Barriers. Jin-hyuk understood perfectly well what was being discussed because he saw these symbols when he passed the tower, but he was never able to decipher them. Now it dawned on him that this was a reward that was given to the one who passed the tower first. But the most important thing for him was that in this place, there were still things that were unknown to him, and this could not but please him. Meanwhile, Yamamoto whispered something to the head of the samurai for a very long time, and after their little conversation, he shouted that they needed to immediately prepare for battle. And he didn't say this for nothing, because a few seconds later, a giant cobra appeared in front of them. The head of the samurai was very happy that his advisor was right again, and they managed to prepare for the fight with this monster. Now, nothing prevents them from destroying this monster. He immediately ordered the main damage dealers and mages to attack, and the cobra, who considered people easy prey, received quite a lot of damage. Well then, he himself entered into an attack with this monster in order to deal her the final, crushing blow. And he still managed to do it. After a few minutes, the cobra was defeated, and the samurai rejoiced at another victory. Lien was even a little confused when he saw how good the samurai were, so he didn't even know what to do next. Jin-hyuk, looking at them, understood that these guys had a very long way ahead, although this guy was already depressed, considering that he essentially didn't see anything like that. Moreover, he was sure that even Alice would have laid them all down here in 1 minute. Alice, meanwhile, was on the 5th floor and was still teaching Adria all the features of the floor boss. At the moment, she was teaching the girl how to give orders correctly, so that everyone around her would listen to her. Adria wasn't very good at it, which couldn't be said about Alice, who had been practicing it for many years. After defeating the cobra, the leader of the samurai decided to ask his advisor where to go next. Yamamoto thought about the fact that the light part of the entrance seemed safe. On the other hand, there was a right side where the presence of an ambush would not be a surprise. So it was quite difficult for him to choose where to go. And when he chose the left side, Jin-hyuk immediately began to tell him that he was a great guy, and he expected such a choice from a veteran, because ordinary players, in his opinion, thinking that this was a psychological trap, would choose the right side, which at first glance seems dangerous. But now Jin-hyuk was sure that the guy seemed to know that those who have such beliefs are sent to hell by this labyrinth. So Jin-hyuk was ready to trust him and follow him. As they walked, Jin-hyuk realized that apparently the accuracy of his prediction was not so great, and all because the guy doubted which way they should go. Because in reality, no matter where they went, both sides would lead them to hell. As soon as he thought about it, they immediately reached the very place where the trap begins to work. But Yamamoto immediately calmed them down and said that this was just a small trap that they had to avoid, and that no one should worry about it. However, these lasers were not a simple trap that could be bypassed and forgotten, but the guys still used a skill called mana release and started moving forward. Their defenses ultimately weren't strong enough to withstand something like that. The leader immediately decided to take action and ordered his guys to immediately pour in as much mana as possible to strengthen the defense, although deep down, he knew that this was unlikely to help them. Yamamoto understood that he was mistaken, only because Jin-hyuk was nearby, although the guy sincerely did not understand what Jin-hyuk himself had achieved in this case, if he too was in danger. But the answer to this question quickly came because Jin-hyuk finally entered the passage of this labyrinth, and in order to safely pass this trap, he used an imperfect physical barrier, and thus he was able to fulfill the first condition of the quest. Everyone around was shocked by this skill because it was the first time they saw such a skill. Jin-hyuk understood that until he received a profession, this skill would not be as strong as he would like. Although on the other hand, the task of the quest was simply to activate this barrier, so it did not matter how strong it should be. He told everyone who followed him that they should stay under this barrier and then nothing would happen to them. He, in turn, began to leave this barrier, and he did this in order to go and pick up the items. According to him, if you dodge the lasers about 300 times, then you can get quite rare items that are not on other floors, and he immediately invited several guys to follow him, because according to him, it was not as difficult as it might seem to them. He simply felt the rhythm of these lasers, so he easily dodged each of them. He did it so easily that everyone else thought it was just a walk in the park for him. Watching all this, it seemed to the guys that it was simply impossible, because the guys from the Samurai Guild tried so hard to walk a few meters without hurting themselves and still found themselves in such a difficult situation. And Jin-hyuk, in turn, goes through this labyrinth incredibly easily and still manages to smile. Before they entered the labyrinth, Leon approached Gait to ask him if it was a mistake to give such great powers to Jin-hyuk. The man gave him a short and clear answer, in which he told the guy that he was too young, so he did not quite understand that there are times when you need to accept the situation, even if you have to suffer losses. And if a guy is not sure that he can withstand it, then he will have to step back and give in to others. Now the guy understood perfectly why the head of his guild gave so much authority to Jin-hyuk, because this guy is just a madman who is capable of anything. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was able to dodge the lasers the required number of times, thereby completing the secret quest that the system offered him. For completing this quest, he received a burning flame, and he was very happy that the reward for his efforts turned out to be wonderful. But the samurai were not as lucky as Jin-hyuk, and many of them suffered serious losses. Many guys received injuries that were incompatible with life. Therefore, the head of this guild ordered them all to immediately rise and count the number of wounded and dead in order to more accurately assess their situation. Jin-hyuk, seeing that they were having such problems, decided to anger the samurai leader even more, so he told him that there was a limited number of places in his barrier, and he could no longer recruit people there. This obviously made the man even more angry, which is why he immediately ran up to the guy and started telling him that he was a scoundrel because they were all safe and sound, which is why it seemed to him that they knew long before that there would be a trap further on. Jin-hyuk, to the surprise of the samurai leader, answered quite calmly that he really knew that there would be a trap next, but he didn't quite understand what the problem was. The guy also decided to point out that no one pulled his tongue when he was talking some nonsense about a master who had climbed all the way to the 30th floor. So he agreed to go together, because they had straightened up so much and considered themselves much stronger. And now they have something against him, so Jin-hyuk asked him to think again and not shift the blame from the sick head to the healthy one. Besides, no one forced them to go with them. In response to these words, the man again began to insult the guy and tell him that their guild would definitely never forget such an act on his part, but apparently he did not understand that Jin-hyuk absolutely did not care about them. Besides, according to the guy, they are not in a good position to say such things now, but Jin-hyuk, in the meantime, managed to fulfill special conditions, which consisted of more than half of the raid group dying due to traps. Right after that, Jin-hyuk asked them not to relax, because the most interesting part was just beginning, and if they have something else to say, they will be able to do it only after they survive, if, of course, they manage to do it. A few seconds later, a huge snake appeared in front of them, which was enveloped in fire, and defeating it like a cobra would not be easy, because physical attacks would not cause damage to it. The leader of the samurai immediately realized that they had big problems because they didn't even have time to regroup, and the enemy was much stronger than the one who was before. Jin-hyuk at this point decided to suggest that they give him the reins of power if they finally realized that they would not be able to cope in this case. He also wanted the samurai to give him the shield he was holding in his hands, because in Jin-hyuk's opinion, he didn't know how to use it at all, and it would be better if Jin-hyuk was in charge of it. The man immediately started yelling at him because he believed that no normal player would give away such an artifact just like that. Jin-hyuk didn't insist, he just smiled and said that he would still take this shield from him, but apparently he would have to do it when the samurai died. The fire-eating snake activated a furious stream that was going to burn everything around it, including all the players. The leader of the samurai understood perfectly well that they were essentially in a tunnel, and there was simply no point in hiding from this fire, because it would catch up with them anyway. So he gave his people over to be torn apart, and the only one he decided to protect was Yamamoto, whom he considered the most important member of their guild. But the flames were so strong that his body ended up simply fried, and even the legendary shield could not save his life. But Jin-hyuk wasn't particularly sad about this. On the contrary, he was glad that his new shield had finally come to him. Although he tried to help the samurai, they themselves didn't want it. He believed that even such a cool artifact in the hands of an ignoramus would not be able to reveal its power. The only one who managed to survive was Yamamoto, who only received a small burn. But he was least interested in this. At the moment, he only wanted to ask the guy about how he could act, as if he knew everything in advance. Jin-hyuk thought that he could not give him an answer to this question, because he himself could find out with the help of his skill, which amazed the guy, because he did not even imagine how Jin-hyuk could know about this. In any case, now he was very interested to find out from the guy what connects him with this tower, because the future connected with him is simply impossible to see. At one point, their conversation was interrupted by that same huge snake, which dealt another powerful stream of fire, so Jin-hyuk had to be distracted and block this blow with the help of ice magic. He then used the skill again to lock the snake in an ice prison. Now that he had dealt with the snake, Jin-hyuk answered the boy's question by saying what connects him to this tower. According to him, he can be called the god of this place, who was banished. Yamamoto thought that the guy was calling himself a deity, one of those beings that ruled the upper floors, because he simply had no other explanation. Besides, it was the only answer that explained why his skills were superior to those even unavailable to humans. These thoughts made him fall to his knees and start begging Jin-hyuk for forgiveness for making such a big mistake. Jin-hyuk inside was very amused by the fact that the guy took him for a deity, because if it were true, he would hardly have passed each floor. At the very least, he had made something like an elevator, but he did not say that to Yamamoto. He told him that he was now banished to a human body, which is why he appeared before them in this form. But he immediately wanted to assure him that when he goes to conquer the upper floors, it seems to him that Yamamoto will be very useful to him. The guy immediately began to thank him for being so generous and for appreciating him so highly. He also understood perfectly well that this was apparently the very chance that people get once in their lives, when the deity itself paid attention to him. Therefore, he did not think long before accepting this invitation and said that it would be a great honor for him. Jin-hyuk was happy about this, but before making a contract with this guy, he told him that he must accept this mark, which gives him a guarantee that the guy will always be faithful to him, otherwise she will simply burn him to ashes. From his reaction, it was immediately clear that he was not at all against it, and besides, he was ready to hide everything that he had just heard. In the end, the monster that simply swept away the Samurai Guild was defeated by one player, for which Liam was very grateful to Jin-hyuk. He was just a little annoyed that they weren't of any help. Jin-hyuk told him that their gratitude was, of course, good, but he also wanted to point out that it was still too early to say that everything was already over, because he understood that she definitely would not watch her beloved pet being destroyed. At first, Liam didn't understand what Jin-hyuk was talking about, but then it dawned on him, so he immediately ran to his guys to tell them that they needed to immediately prepare for battle, and under no circumstances should they look her in the eyes. But unfortunately, it was already too late, because one of them was already in the hands of this monster, who, with just one look, was able to make a person freeze in place. He screamed at the sight of her and then turned into a stone statue, thereby dying. She was very angry that they all broke into her castle, so she was ready to destroy each of them. Her name was Medusa, and she was the boss of the Grey Temple, which the guys just entered. Liam tried to get everyone to focus and concentrate because they actually came here for this moment. After saying these words, he activated a skill called General Command and ordered his guys to engage her in battle while closing his eyes. But Medusa was not going to play these games with them and immediately began to attack them, after which she said that she would not allow them to do whatever they wanted in her house. After several such attacks, she was able to destroy most of the squad. There was only one girl left who was trying to understand if everything was okay, but she didn't open her eyes, which allowed Medusa to sneak up from behind and strike. At least that's what it seemed to her, but at the last moment she felt a rather strong blow hit her face. It was Jin-hyuk with his new shield. He told the guys that they were clearly unnecessary in this battle, so he asked them to leave immediately, and he would deal with this lady himself. They didn't argue with him and immediately started running away from here. Medusa, looking at this guy, did not understand why he looked her straight in the eyes and did not turn into stone. The thing was that the guy used a greedy look, which gave him immunity from petrification, but he told her that she was too weak and such tricks simply would not work on him. It made her smile because she hadn't fought such a serious opponent for a long time. She was quite curious to know how strong this guy was, and for this she decided to use a skill called Gorgon's Territory. Thus, the speed of casting spells increases by 30%, and the speed of movement decreases by 15%. She decided to attack him with all her might, and at the same time told him that from this moment on he could not count on an easy death, because she was going to deal with him using the most brutal method that was known to her. Jin-hyuk also didn't intend to just stand still, and in order to somehow compensate for her skills, he used the Sword King's demonic steps, with his movement speed increasing by 70%. Medusa just didn't understand why she was using one of her most powerful skills but still couldn't destroy this guy. After all, she even used the Gorgon's Territory, but he still managed to escape from her blow. And while she was thinking about this, Jin-hyuk used a skill called Sealed Coffin and placed a seal right on her forehead. In this way, he was able to fulfill the final condition that needed to be met in order to become a barrier installer, which was to successfully enclose a boss monster in a barrier. But such a prison turned out to be too fragile for Medusa, and she was able to escape from it quite quickly. Out of the two of them, Jin-hyuk understood that all this wasn't to lock her away forever. It was just to complete part of the quest. Their fight continued, and the guy already roughly understood what he needed to do in order to end this fight prematurely. To do this, he needed the giant's hands, which he used to throw 2 huge stones at the jellyfish. She easily broke them and screamed that these were all stupid attacks that would never work on her. Medusa began to ask him to stop throwing stones and to come up with something better, but she did this exactly until the moment when she realized that he was actively attacking, but at the same time not putting force into these blows, as if he did not want to harm her. And just a few seconds later, a strange ball appeared around her, which enveloped her in strange energy due to which she was practically unable to move normally. It was all Jin-hyuk's plan to make her believe that she was stronger in this fight, but it was all in order to destroy her in the end. Using the bodies that had turned to ash, he distracted Medusa with throws to draw runes, which he needed in order to finally activate the 3rd level barrier and thereby close the jellyfish forever. It wasn't just a barrier, its pressure was so high that it instantly immobilized the victim and caused him to slowly suffocate. A smile appeared on the guy's face again, because now he was more than sure that this time she would hardly be able to break this barrier, because he tried hard enough. The 3rd condition of the quest for changing profession was successfully completed. The guy received such a notification after he sealed Medusa in her new home. Since neutralizing a living boss monster is quite a difficult task, usually they catch the goblin boss from the 1st floor, but the guy decided to check what would happen if he imprisoned a boss of a higher level. As a result, he received the highest class of barrier installer, Rune Interpreter. This skill allowed the guy to understand the essence of runes and the possibility of creating barriers that did not exist before, thanks to his new knowledge. At first, the guy didn't quite understand what had happened, but then it finally dawned on him that he had just received a secret profession. Now he was more than sure that if he fulfilled more difficult conditions, he could get a better reward, which meant that there were paths that even the guy himself did not know about, although he had completed this game. When he enjoyed his new power, he approached the jellyfish, who really wanted to know from him what he was going to do with her next. Jin-hyuk suggested that if you skin it, you could get some pretty good protective armor. In his head, he understood that usually monsters like her are destroyed. He himself would probably have to do the same with her, because that way he would be able to get experience points, various kinds of rewards, and items. But he, like no one else, knew that there are no rewards for destroying the jellyfish. Outside the temple, the jellyfish's head loses its ability to turn into a statue, and the snakeskin protection contains poison that poisons the owner. So Jin-hyuk began to think about what the real usefulness of jellyfish was. An idea came to mind, for the implementation of which the guy needed to create a substance that would help him establish a magical pentagram and connect with the secret temple. He got on the line with that same librarian who was quite surprised that the guy was able to get through to him at all. Jin-hyuk told him that he actually bought a couple of items, mixed them together, and this is what came out of it. Although the old man was definitely not one of those who believed in such coincidences, because he did not even share this contact with the deities and therefore he really wanted to find out how the guy managed to find out about him, Jin-hyuk decided to ignore his question and ask the man what this devilish beast was doing here. The guy knew perfectly well that this would definitely interest the old man, because he loves to collect everything related to Greek mythology, and of course he could not miss such a chance. So he specifically contacted the man and accidentally told him that he was just about to finish off the jellyfish, so he decided to offer the man to watch it. But before the guy could strike even one blow, the man immediately screamed and asked the guy to stop, because he could not allow such a treasure to be destroyed. He started talking about how he had nothing against the way the guy had found out his number. Moreover, since he had gotten such a thing, they would most likely be able to come to an agreement with him. And so that they could discuss everything thoroughly, he suggested that the guy open the passage. Just before that, he immediately wanted to warn the guy that this meeting could turn out in an interesting way. Jin-hyuk, of course, expected this proposal, but he didn't fully understand what that strange smile was at the end. But still, the old man opened the very passage he spoke of and asked the guy to quickly enter. And as soon as Jin-hyuk crossed this threshold, he immediately saw that he had arrived on the 42nd floor of the testing tower, which was called the City of the Ancient Gods of Egypt. And he was met by a man who was very happy to see him in the white oasis, although you couldn't tell from his face. Jin-hyuk couldn't even imagine that he would be able to get to the 42nd floor so quickly. And besides, he was meeting the gods for the first time, not having reached the 100th floor before. He decided to honestly admit to the professor that he thought he would go to the library and definitely did not expect to end up here. The man answered him that the guy had caught him at a rather inopportune time when he had come to this place for work. And, as strange as it may be to hear, but according to the man, this is where the gods of Egypt live, which Jin-hyuk most likely knows so well about. But that was not all, and if you believe the man's words, they just wanted to meet him. So in his opinion, such a change was even for the better. Jin-hyuk understood perfectly well that such a man could only say one thing, that his lie about protecting the gods of Egypt had been successfully exposed, and now they would want to punish him. Together with the man, they approached the place where the Sphinx had previously been, although now there was a large crater in that place. According to the man, he appeared after the guy decided to lie, hiding behind the name of Anubis. Jin-hyuk was very sorry to hear this because he knew that this statue had high artistic value. The man was surprised that the guy was not at all afraid to realize that he had touched these incredibly strong and absolute creatures that ruled the upper floors of the tower. Although Jin-hyuk didn't really understand the reason why he should be afraid of them at all, they weren't on the upper floors of the tower after all. This caused an incredible laugh from the man, because he understood how simple and true it sounded. After this conversation, they met Anubis and his friend Osiris, who was very angry because Jin-heka insulted him so much. The guy answered him that he had no intention of coming here at all, and that this uncle had brought him here. Rick Hennessy, in turn, introduced himself and bowed to the gods. This made Anubis even more angry, so he wanted to crush him, but his leg felt resistance, which did not allow him to do so, after which he heard words from the man, who assured Anubis that the guy really came here as his guest, and he would really hate to see Anubis break the laws of the tower in front of him, because then he would have to take measures that he would really hate to take. Anubis was torn apart with anger, because not only Jin-hyuk was laughing at him, but also his friend God. Rick Hennessy immediately noticed that Jin-hyuk didn't even flinch when such an attack was launched at him, as if he knew about the laws of the tower, and therefore understood perfectly well that Anubis would not be able to touch him. So Anubis decided that if he couldn't destroy the guy personally, he would try to do it according to the rules of the tower. And for this, he decided to call upon his warrior, who was incredibly huge in size. This was the strongest enemy that could be summoned against a player from the 6th floor. The man understood that with his current skills, Jinhyuk would never be able to win. Anubis, meanwhile, was talking to the guy about how if he could stand up to his warrior for 5 seconds, he would give him the opportunity to take one of the treasures of this temple. Jinhyuk smiled and asked Anubis again, or did he really only need to hold out for 5 seconds? After which the guy went into the coin exchange and chose an item called Royal Blood, for which he had to pay a whole 2 million coins. After which he activated his Heavenly Patronage skill, simultaneously creating Holy Royal Blood. Well, when he finished his preparation, he finally accepted the challenge to a duel that Anubis offered him. And as soon as he did this, the battle immediately began, and the guy activated the steps of the demonic sword, which increased his speed to incredible proportions. This whole combination of items and abilities allowed the guy to increase his damage to such a level that any blow he landed was fatal. Therefore, not even 5 seconds passed before the warrior chosen by Anubis fell. For both gods, this was an incredible surprise. They simply could not believe that the guy managed to do something like this because no one even thought that a person who was only on the 6th floor could defeat the warrior chosen by Anubis. Jinhyuk's face was full of smiles at this moment because he understood that now he could finally choose an item from the treasury. But Anubis immediately ordered him not to rush to do this because he believed that it was unfair, since one cannot attack immediately after accepting the duel. However, before Anubis could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Horus, the god of the sun, who noted that he himself had made the promise and no one had forced him to do so. And he also wanted to remind him of the consequences that awaited him if he suddenly decided to break the rules of the tower. Anubis could not stand this and left the room. And Horus asked them for forgiveness and asked Jinhek and his friend to follow him so that he could show them the treasury. The treasure trove was truly huge, and there was a huge selection of items to take for yourself. But before the guy chooses his treasure, Horus decided to tell him that since he got to this floor, the guy can choose one of them as a governor. In this case, according to Horus, the guy will receive not these jewels, but enormous power, which no other person in the world has ever possessed. Hennis understood that what Horus was saying was the same as choosing a patron, which could only be done once. In other words, he wanted to offer this to a person who had only reached the 6th floor. But on the other hand, it was very funny for him to watch how one of the people could receive God's patronage on such a small floor. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Jinhek's words, who assured Horus that such things did not interest him at all. The sun god certainly didn't expect to hear something like that and decided to ask again, but the guy gave him the same answer without thinking. He also added that he was going to rise much higher, and in that case he simply did not need this kind of help. It was quite bold for a human, but Horus liked it. After Jinhyuk chose an item for himself, Horus exited the treasury, where Anubis was already waiting for him, to whom he wanted to tell that his impulsiveness was causing him problems, but Anubis clearly didn't want to listen to all this. He was more interested in what Jinhyuk had chosen. According to Horus, he chose a black, ancient egg. Although he could not check whether the guy even knew how to use it, the only thing he was sure of was that depending on what he did with this egg, it could become a great disaster for humanity. When Alice saw what Jinhek had chosen, she immediately wanted to ask him why he needed it, because she was sure that he understood that if the incubation was done incorrectly, trouble would be inevitable. She allowed for the possibility that the guy would still manage to do it right, but she really doubted that the whole city wouldn't be destroyed because of this. Instead of answering her questions, Jinhyuk decided to call her back, which made her very angry, because she had already asked him 1,000 times not to do this without warning. But the guy needed peace of mind while he was dealing with this egg, so he made this decision. For the first time in a long time, Jinhyuk's hands shook before he did something. But this did not stop him, but on the contrary, encouraged him to continue doing it. The only thing he knows about the ancients is one phrase said by the strange adventurer Theseus. One day, this strange man said that the key to everything is delicious manna, And with such thoughts, the guy began his ritual. He activated all of his strongest skills that he had, and a few seconds later, the system notified the guy that the ancient egg had begun to absorb mana from the atmosphere. After enduring this for some time, the guy began to open the egg little by little, hoping that he had managed to do everything correctly. A few minutes later, there was already a small dragon on his table, looking for the mana that he had just fed on. Jin-hyuk decided to gather all the mana he had, materialize it, and thus feed the little one. He got a small ball, which he carefully brought under the baby's nose so that he could smell it and appreciate it. The smell was simply wonderful to him, so he ate the ball. He also really liked the taste, so this creature began to look at Jin-hyuk with loving eyes, and at that moment the system notified him that the guy was added to the Hall of Fame as the first one who was able to tame the ancient animal. The system also advised him to give the pet a name, so that they could strengthen the bond between them. Jin-hyuk thought for a bit and decided to name this miracle Sweet Potato, because he was black and his eyes were golden. However, the guy still had one problem. Although Sweet Potato was a very cute pet, feeding him was a big problem because the guy didn't have that much mana yet. The next day, Kang Ben-chan was sitting in front of Jin-hyuk. He was the manager of one of the most popular channels in the city, and he wanted to conduct a short interview with the guy. Jin-hyuk carefully sipped his coffee and read the script, after which he noted that he always thought that big shots definitely didn't do such things. Kang Byung-chan assured him that he actually came here personally because it was very important for their channel, because they wanted the guy to share with them some tips on how to get through it, which the viewers would probably be delighted with. Jin-hyuk knew that he was currently talking to one of the representatives of the channel that had risen in the ratings after the tower appeared. But the guy still didn't understand whether the man was pretending or whether he really had memory problems. How could he not recognize the guy at all? In any case, it wasn't that important, and the guy decided to talk about the most interesting thing, namely about payment. According to him, he wants to receive it in the form of magic stones. Kang Ben-chan assured him that this was not a problem at all, and that recently all players preferred to receive payments in this currency. Moreover, if we believe the words of this journalist, then for the sake of a star like Jin-hyuk, they can prepare a special unlimited offer. But on his part, there was one condition, which was that there was another person who would really like to shoot with the guy, and if he agreed to this, then they would provide him with a very large number of stones. Jin-hyuk was glad to hear this, but he still wanted to know who this person was. The day of filming arrived quite quickly, and director Hong Deok-pae arrived at the TV channel studio, who would apparently be filming with Jin-hyuk, although no one officially announced this. But that was not all. A few seconds later, the player Ten Chow, who had an S rank, came out of the car. Well, a few minutes later, Jin-hyuk arrived on the scene, and all possible reporters immediately pounced on him. Jin-hyuk decided to approach the man and ask him how he had been doing all this time, to which Duk-hyun replied that he had been doing well. Thanks to the guy, he had been busy restoring his image and reputation. Jin-hyuk immediately noticed that the man decided to invite two of his friends to show how many connections he had, and according to the man, he simply couldn't do otherwise. But apparently, Jin-hyuk also decided to take a few friends with him so as not to be alone. So a few minutes later, Laurencia arrived on the scene, and behind her was the famous martial arts master, who was known throughout Korea, Yoo Chung-yeon. Well, after these famous personalities, the sword master Young Yu-seong appeared. Most of the reporters turned their attention to Yu-sung because they knew that he had refused all offers to join the guild, but accepted Jin-hyuk's offer, and so they wanted to know the reason for this decision. He ignored all the questions until someone suggested that they were just friends, and then Yu-sung couldn't take it anymore, and he ended up turning around and shouting that they were definitely not comrades, and his main reason was that he wanted to defeat Jin-hyuk, and he was willing to do a lot to do that. Dong-hyun and his friends, whom he called, were a little shocked to see such people in front of them. How suddenly, the guys whom Dong-hyun called turned around and started to leave, and he quickly wanted to know the reason for such departure. The S-rank player turned around and told him that they had fulfilled all the conditions, so now they were not obliged to follow him, especially since such characters had appeared. Jin-hyuk immediately noticed this and decided to tell the man that if he wanted to brag about his connections, he could have prepared much better. The man could not believe that this was really happening, because he had worked so hard to get this chance, and now everyone had turned away from him again, so he tried to fix everything. But all the journalists, even those he pestered, ran away from him because they wanted to spend as much time as possible interviewing Jin Hyuk. When the boys entered, Yu Sung decided to ask Jin Hyuk if he liked watching Hong Deok's disappointment. Jin Hyuk was, of course, very grateful to him, but he immediately asked Yu Sun not to interfere in his personal life, which angered the guy even more, because he did not understand at all what his personal life had to do with it. And he also remembered that because of Jin Hyuk, his house was destroyed. That's what he called his personal life. He had already forgotten that he had told Mainam that Yu Song was the unknown person, but he began to tell the guy that he actually didn't understand at all what he was talking about. Yu Sung was sure that Jin Hyuk was pretending, because if you look at the 16 videos he had filmed of him, it would immediately become clear that the unknown person was him. Jin Hyuk didn't expect that Yu Sung was so quick-witted, but he still decided to suggest that they postpone this conversation, because now they have more important things to do. But before that, he wanted to ask Yu Sung what he thought about the main association. Yu Sung told him that the man who came to him, his name was Gawain, and he was incredibly strong, although at first glance you can't tell for sure. But if Yu Sung were to compare with Jin Hyuk, that guy would be much weaker. That was all he could say to him, but those words were enough to lift Jin Hyuk's spirits a little. Meanwhile, Yeonhwa's grandfather decided to talk to Laurencia and find out from her how she feels about Jin Hyuk. She blushed a little before answering this question, but in the end, she still said that he was a loyal comrade to her, on whom she could always rely. These conversations smoothly moved into the studio, where the first part of the release will be recorded, and this channel managed to gather special guests in a program called Climbing the Test Tower. The host of this program was a girl who decided to start by noticing that the player Jin Hyuk was gaining popularity due to the huge speed of completing the tower, and therefore she wanted to ask him if he had any advice for other players. The guy thought for a bit and still said that he had one piece of advice, which was that you just need to try again and again, and only in this case, a person will be able to achieve success. The presenter immediately noticed that the guy was answering quite accurately and succinctly, which was something she couldn't help but like, after which she began asking questions about specific floors. According to the guy, on the 3rd floor, you just need to avoid everything. As for the 4th floor, the guy recommends simply learning to hide well. This entire episode was shown to Jin Hyuk in a recording by the same manager who found Jin Hyuk and offered him such a job. But now that they filmed the episode, it became clear that he would only suffer losses. But as for Jin Hyuk himself, he didn't care at all. He came for his reward with a calm soul. But since the man was so unhappy with what they ended up with, Jin Hyuk decided to point out that he had answered the questions as it was written in the contract, and therefore he believed that he had fulfilled all his conditions absolutely well. But the man still continued to press the guy and tell him that they had definitely not agreed on that. Jin Hyuk couldn't stand this attitude towards himself, so he decided to come closer to him and remind him of one name, Lee Jung-soo. The guy believed that a man simply had to remember this name. From the expression on the man's face, it was immediately clear that he remembered everything perfectly well, because this name belonged to his brother. He could be said to be a colleague who held the position of director of the streamer's agency, and together with him, they forced streamers to broadcast under slave contracts. And one time the streamers came to protest and get their way, and if you believe Jin Hyuk's words, he was also among those people that day. That's why the guy, like no one else, remembers that, thanks to him, he understood a lot about this life, for example. In order not to suddenly become a homeless person, you need to not be a weakling, whom no one takes into account in this world. Because of the unclear contract terms they used, they had to suffer so much. Jin Hyuk told all this very impulsively, and when he finished, he finally wanted to find out from the man what he thought now. In his opinion, was he still thinking too naively? Their conversation ended with the man taking the guy to their warehouse with stones, which immediately amazed Jin Hyuk, because he had never seen such a quantity of stones. According to the man, following the agreement, he gives him the opportunity to use these supplies without limit for 2 hours. Jin Hyuk didn't like this last phrase at all, So he decided to ask the man again if he was sure that 2 hours was right. He realized that arguing with Jin-hyuk was dangerous for his life. So he made a decision and told him that he could use these stones as he wished, but he still asked him to remember that the stones had anti-theft protection, so they could not be sent to the player's inventory. Jin-hyuk understood that in this case the only option was to absorb precious stones. But the problem was that even a low-level stone required an average of 5 minutes. The owner of the channel understood perfectly well that no matter how many stones the guy used, very few would be spent in just 2 hours. So he wasn't particularly worried about it. So he told the guy with a smile that if he needed anything, he could contact their staff. Jin-hyuk understood that these guys were not stupid and had thought of everything long ago, and if he just tried to take out these stones by force, they would most likely ruin his reputation. But he still decided to take advantage of this offer, even if it was limited in time. The man did not argue with him and began to quickly leave and, along the way, tell the guy that they would meet him in 2 hours. When he was left alone with the man's workers, Jin-hyuk suggested that they put on a little show. The owner of the TV channel, meanwhile, returned to his office, where he took the photo with Young-soo and threw it in the trash. Of course, he was always sorry that he died in the accident, but he was irritated by the fact that even after his death, he managed to interfere with him. But in his head, the plan he came up with was almost perfect, because he managed to minimize the waste of stones and all that was left for him to do was get rid of Jin-hyuk. But he doesn't yet know how best to do this. He had one idea, which was to set as many journalists on this guy as possible and blow up a small scandal. But he would have to think about this when the guy came out of the storage facility. In the meantime, he needed to check how he was doing. So he entered the storage with a smile and asked how Jin-hyuk was doing. But his smile quickly disappeared from his face when he saw that all the shelves were empty, where a pile of stones used to lie. And the girls he left behind played with his pet sweet potato, who ate all the stones. The man certainly did not expect to see anything like this. He was confident until the very end that he would be able to save the number of stones. Jin-hyuk understood perfectly well that the man still did not know how to conduct business correctly, and therefore was trying to pull off something like this. But Jin-hyuk had long ago set himself the task of tormenting this scoundrel for so long, until he felt how much harm he had brought to other people. As for Jin-hyuk's new pet, the guy was sure that Batat was strong enough, but his mana was clearly not enough for a normal battle with him. He realized that if he called his pet into battle, he would not last even 5 minutes, and all this only made him understand once again that he would have to develop even faster. The same S-rank player who came to the meeting on Park Hyun's side spoke with his boss, to whom he reported that the target they were hunting had already formed an alliance with the major players. It was clear that he was reacting aggressively, but at the same time he was responding to the call, so they eventually came to the conclusion that he was on Jin-hyuk's side. Their conversation eventually came to the conclusion that, unfortunately, nothing could be done about this, and they would all have to be added to the red list. After all, if they are not with them, then they all automatically become enemies of the China Guild. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk bragged to Yu-sung about his new item, which was called a barrier-breaking mirror, which when used, could connect to a desired location from the 1st to the 10th floor. At the moment, they were on the 6th floor of the tower and Yu-sung didn't give a damn about this mirror. He came here first of all to become stronger, and Jin-hyuk promised to help him with this. But for now, he doesn't understand at all why Jin-hyuk called him if he was just going to go up to the floor above. And besides, in his opinion, he can easily handle it himself. Jin-hyuk answered him that the thing here is that he also cares about Yu-sung, because he also wants his friend to become stronger so that later he can challenge Jin-hyuk to a fight again, and so he decided to show him how this mirror works and finally use it. They both entered the portal that was created after Jin-hyuk used the mirror. They eventually ended up on the 10th floor, which was called the Quiet Haven. But given the situation that was there, it was hard to call it a haven. There were 21 warriors protecting the boss, and Jin-hyuk especially took Yu-sung to this place because it seemed to him that the guy could try to destroy them on his own and finally show everyone his true strength. Yu-sung was not at all against such an experiment, although he immediately noted that he was ready to do something like this, if only he did not have to fight the boss of the 10th floor in the end, who was in a deep sleep at that moment. Jin-hyuk agreed with him and added that if Yu-sung could handle the warriors and hold out against the boss for 1 minute, then he would provide him with one serious duel. Hearing these words, the guy immediately took out his sword and rushed to attack. And as soon as Yu-sung took an extra step towards these big guys, they immediately began to stand up and tell him that the guy crossed the border and ended up in a place where all the warriors rest, for which they were going to punish him. According to them, only worthy people can get here, and they are just going to check whether the guy is worthy or not. Yu-sung didn't even hear what they were saying to him, he just started attacking them, thus showing that he was more than worthy. At this point, Laurencia decided to go for a walk around the shops, where she was successfully recognized by one of the players. The girl also recognized him because he was the commander of her first raid in the tower, when they went together to those ruins and called him Son Yung-hwa, if the girl is not mistaken, of course. Laurencia came to the beauty salon to use her instant hair restoration coupon that she shared with Song Jung-hwa. Even though it was very expensive, she still thought that instant hair restoration was definitely worth it. And the guy burst into tears, because he hadn't seen a single hair on his head for so long. But his joy did not last long, because the system quickly brought him down to earth when it informed him that the curse was still affecting him and his hair would completely fall out no matter how much he restored it. He was once again convinced that nothing could help his hair. But Laurencia believed that he should not despair because a person does not live by hair alone. Song Jung-hwa believed that this curse was his punishment for all the sins he had committed throughout his life. In his opinion, this is a punishment for what he did as the commander of that raid in the ruins. He was too greedy, wanted to achieve success and rewards, because of which many suffered because of his actions. He even thinks that baldness is too light a punishment for him. Laurencia agreed with him that if others suffered because of his greed, then it was definitely not very good. But she still asked him not to forget that such a strong desire, for which a person is ready to risk his life, the presence of something like this, for some reason, seems wonderful to her. The guy definitely didn't expect to hear such words in response to his confession, but in any case he was very pleased, and he was so glad that she supported him after all. Yu-sung got too into character and therefore miscalculated the strength with which he approached this battle. He was able to deal with all the warriors that were around the boss, and when he did that, he basically only had to hold out for 1 minute against this big guy. Yu-sung didn't forget that if he could only last 1 minute against this big guy, he would eventually be able to fight Jin-hyuk. That's why he didn't think long before risking his life and trying to destroy this boss. But as soon as he got closer to him and looked into his eyes, it became obvious that everything would not be as simple as Yu-sung might have thought. This was the last thing the boy saw before ending up in a hospital bed. For a long time he did not understand what was happening, until he saw a girl next to him who told him that he was in the hospital, and there was no point in worrying so much. Yoo-seon immediately recognized her because she was one of Jin-hyuk's servants, to which the girl reacted ambiguously because she believed that she was unworthy of even being a servant. In any case, the director gave her the order to take the guy to the hospital, so she brought him here, and if you believe her words, his condition was just terrible. After she finished telling him what happened to him, she decided to take out from her backpack what Jin-hyuk asked her to give him when he woke up. She handed him some kind of stone, and at first Yu-sung didn't understand at all what it was, and why Jin-hyuk had given it to him. But then he began to remember that he had fought with the boss of the 10th floor, in a fight with whom he had not been able to last more than a minute, as Jin-hyuk had demanded of him. Moreover, Yu-sung was unable to land a single blow, and both physical and magical attacks failed to reach their target, and his elemental sword broke during the battle. And Jin-hyuk used this moment only to mock Yu-sung, and tell him that he was only able to hold out for 21 seconds, which was clearly not enough to even get a little closer to him. After these words, he himself entered into battle with this big guy, and was able to dodge all the attacks, and he did it with incredible ease. But the giant was not going to just stand still, and decided to also enter the battle, using his skill called Sanctuary, with which he was able to increase the gravity in the specified area by 500%. It was an incredible pressure that Yu-sung felt immediately, He was almost certain that under such pressure Jin Hyuk would hardly be able to dodge, and he was very interested to know what he would do in such a situation. When he thought that Jin Hyuk was finished, Jin Hyuk activated a first-level barrier that enhances magic and increases the power of spells in the area of effect every second in proportion to its area. In other words, he was going to turn the giant into an ordinary pile of stones. Yu-sung looked at all this and only thought that Jin Hyuk seemed to be bragging to him that he was able to destroy the boss so quickly, and Yu-sung himself could not hold out even for 1 minute. This is the last moment that Yu-sung remembers. Jin Hyuk was able to destroy the boss of the 10th floor, and thus fulfilled the conditions of copying and mastered the skill called invincibility. Yu-sung, holding this stone in his hands, understood that Jin Hyuk was mocking him again, and this time it was much more offensive. Jin Hyuk walked around the 6th floor of the tower and looked at what he had received from defeating the boss. Among these items was the giant's sword and his shield. These items were incredibly strong and would most likely make the guy's life easier. He understood that for this reason, he simply could not give up the tower, and even though he had not posted a video on behalf of an unknown person for a long time, he would still be able to replenish the coins he had lost during the battle with Anubis. His plan from the beginning was for Yu-seong to eliminate all the small fry and all of the boss's defenders so that he could finally focus on that very expensive barrier. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Alice, who decided to tell him that some person had been following them for quite a long time. But according to Jin Hyuk, he was aware, and it was not time to reveal it yet. Alice didn't understand what the point was if he knew he was being followed, but didn't do anything about it. According to him, it was all pretty simple. They were just going to a place that didn't accept outsiders, and they wouldn't get anything out of fighting this guy. So he didn't mind having someone following him further. This unknown creature was watching Jin Hyuk and reporting his every move to his superiors. Meanwhile, in Beijing, the 3 guys were kneeling and listening to the boss of the China Guild scold them because Jin Hyuk was able to destroy the boss of the 10th floor, and they couldn't even clear the 5th floor yet. Among them was Liko Chan, who took the brunt of the blow, the leader cutting off his ear with 1 blow. He had to endure this pain and continue to listen in silence that they could not do any serious work. He was already very tired of personally getting involved in all the affairs and solving problems for them that they should not create for him at all. And this man's name was Nam Gun Chan, and he was the head of the China Guild. The doctor of their guild immediately tried to heal the boy and not leave him without an ear, but the leader, Nam Gun, ordered to leave him alone and stop treating him. He also added to the guy that next time he would definitely not pay with just an ear. Moreover, he wanted the guy to remember this every time she looked at the wound. Now that he had resolved the issue with him, Nam Gun decided to go to Jin Hyuk, who for some unknown reason remained on the 6th floor, but this was only to their advantage. At least that's what Nam Gun thought. His order was quite radical. He ordered his men to immediately go to that forest and burn it to the ground, and all witnesses too. The Elven Forest is located on the 6th floor of the tower and is one of the best places to relax in the tower. Since the 7th floor opens in 90 days anyway, many people visit this place for the purpose of relaxation. But people did not forget that they should stay away from the territory of the elves, because no matter how friendly they were, they do not like people at all. So if you enter their territory, you can instantly get an arrow in the head. The same thing happened with the spy who was following Jinhek. One of the elf warriors simply destroyed him. But after that, she became very interested in finding out who the guy was that they were following him. After all, in her opinion, it didn't look like he had any specific goal. It looked more like he had simply lost his way. Besides, no one forgot that only an experienced person can navigate in this forest. So if this guy doesn't stop wandering like this, then most likely he will get lost and won't be able to get out. But the girl changed her mind when she saw how the guy determined the direction of his movement by smell, because she understood that in order to determine the road like that, you need to spend a long time in the forest. Now she wanted to find out as soon as possible where this man even knew about this road detection technique, but on the other hand, she understood that they had both already approached the Veil of Illusions, and if they got into this barrier, then the person would end up simply walking in circles in endless hallucinations, and would eventually fall from lack of strength. So she decided not to touch him for now, and when what had to happen happened, she was just going to carry out his body. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk approached the very trap that the girl was thinking about, and he immediately found the root. Moreover, in his opinion, this trap was created incredibly poorly, and the spell itself was written with grammatical errors. The elf couldn't believe her eyes, and she was also offended that her trap was criticized like that. Jin-hyuk actually did this on purpose because he knew perfectly well that an elf was after him, and most likely it was this elf who created this trap. But this was only the beginning of the provocations that Jin-hyuk wanted to carry out. And for the next one, he decided to use a skill called the Table of Another World. This skill was not at all combat-oriented. With its help, he decided to cook himself a small dinner. The elf watched him now with even greater interest, because in her opinion, people who know how to cook are a great rarity. So at that moment, she decided to come down from her tree and address the guy directly, to ask him how he even dared to do such things in the sacred elven forest. According to her, it is forbidden to cook meat in their forest. But the guy immediately calmed her down and assured her that, in fact, it was not meat, but only a soy product. Well, if she didn't believe him, then he wouldn't mind if she came up and tried it herself. She continued to yell at him and say that he was most likely lying to her because, in appearance, it looked just like meat. But the smell made her take a closer look, and after a few seconds, she realized that she was wrong, and it really was a soy product. And Jin-hyuk, at that moment, thought that the elves in this forest loved cooking and music the most. So he was able to easily attract the attention of this elf to himself. But among them, there was a strict ban on animal meat products. They were a kind of vegetarians. So an idea came to Jin-hyuk's mind. He thought about what would happen if he let the elf try his food. He was almost certain that such creatures would simply not be able to contain their curiosity, and would most likely try what he had managed to prepare. The elf picked up a fork and decided to check with the guy again if it was definitely not meat. Jin-hyuk made a serious face and made it clear to her that he would not allow her to insult his food, because according to him, he would never lie or use any tricks when it came to food. She took a small bite of this soy meat, and from her facial expression it was immediately clear that she liked it incredibly much, and therefore she wanted to know how he achieved such a taste. She never thought that any person would be able to introduce such a new dish, so she put away her bow and introduced herself. Her name was Sylvia. According to her, she was a ranger of this forest. She also decided to ask for forgiveness for her behavior, because she realized that she was wrong. And as an apology, she asked the guy to tell her what she had to do to make him forgive her. Jin-hyuk was waiting for this the most. Because the request and the task were already ready, he wanted her to take him to the elf village. As it turned out, it wasn't such a big problem after a while. The guy was already standing in front of the head of the elves, who seemed quite hospitable and was glad to see the guy. His name was Penheim. But the politeness ended there, because immediately after that, several elves pointed their bows at the guy and began to tell him that he was a stranger and that no one would greet him with hugs here. Teslan, that was the name of one of the main warriors, and he immediately told the guy that they, people, had no right to be in this sacred forest, but Jin-hyuk heard everything. These were the conditions of copying, which consisted in the fact that he needed to hit the target from a greater distance than Teslan would do. The guy knew very well who Teslan was and how much he hated people, but he also suspected that perhaps if he behaved a little differently, his attitude would change. So he started talking about how he had received an invitation from Sylvia, and that was why he was here, but before he could finish speaking, an arrow flew at him. Jin-hyuk successfully blocked the attack with his sword, and then added with a smile that Teslan was treating the guests too badly, and he clearly needed to work on that. In response to the guy's words, the elf noted that his reaction was too good for a human, but he still asked him not to relax because he was going to stick the next arrow right between the guy's eyes. Sylvia immediately tried to stop him and tell him that this guy was a guest, whom she invited to the village as an apology for her mistake. Instead of having a normal dialogue, he ordered Sylvia to shut her mouth because he believed that inviting a stranger into the village was the last thing she should do, so she would also answer for her actions. But she was not going to give up and immediately told Teslan that this guy was a very talented cook, and it was not worth just kicking him out, or worse, destroying him. And most importantly, she believed that this guy was capable of cooking dishes that they had never tried before. From the expression on his face, it was clear that he definitely didn't expect to hear something like that. But then, he came to his senses and declared that even after these words he would not change his decision. His screams finally ended when the head of the elves ordered him to stop, because the man was also apparently interested in trying what the guy was cooking, which clearly didn't please Teslan, and he immediately asked the head to change his decision. The fig that grows in the forest near the elven village is a special fruit. Like magic stones, it has mana, so by eating it, you can become stronger in a magical way. The day when the elves gather the harvest and express their gratitude to the forest is called the Moonlight Festival. And that's why Jin-hyuk was here today. He also wanted to attend this event. And for this, he activated a skill called Another World's Cuisine. This skill in terms of cooking was incredibly strong, so the guy managed to prepare enough portions of food to treat every elf in the village. The elves were not proud and immediately began to eat. They bit piece after piece and enjoyed Jin-hyuk's food. Even Tesla wanted to try what Jin-hyuk had prepared, because the aroma wafted throughout the entire area. But apparently today he won't be able to do it because Jin-hyuk noticed this guy's desire in time. So he immediately came up and took the food from him, reminding him that some time ago he was going to shoot him, and now he wants to eat. He simply couldn't allow that. The head of the elves did not stay aside, and also tried Jin-hyuk's food, and judging by his reaction and words, he liked it incredibly much. Moreover, he simply did not understand how the stranger managed to give them such joy. After these words, he went out to his subjects and announced the beginning of the Moonlight Festival. It was more like a party, so loud that all the people who were relaxing in the forest at that moment heard the elves doing something, and they actually wanted to see what was going on there, but they were afraid to do it, because the elves were too aggressive towards them. They understood that they couldn't even think about it, because the elves have an incredibly bad character, and if you get too close, they start talking about how they will destroy them. Besides, one of them was sure that, even though they were not on the land of the elves, they were still doing well and could have a good time without them. Suddenly, his speech was interrupted by some unknown guys, from whose appearance it was immediately clear that they clearly did not come here with good intentions. In the end, all these guys were simply destroyed, without even explaining what they did wrong. And the main one among them once again reminded his guys that they should not forget that they do not leave witnesses. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was sitting with the head of the elves and enjoying the festival, and along the way the guy started talking about how he heard that elves have an innate talent for archery, and according to the head, they already consider this to be the norm, so they don't pay too much attention to it. The man wanted to find out more from the guy how he liked the festival and the general situation in this place. After all, if you believe his words, strangers are rarely present at the Moonlight Festival, and the more they learn about the figs that grow in the forest, the more they want to attack them, so they have no choice but to close the borders and not let anyone in. But the leader was sure that elves love music, and cooking no less than others, and no less than others, elves love peace and quiet. Jin-hyuk, in response to these words, could only say one thing, that the philosophy of the elves cannot fail to impress. But before he could finish speaking, Tesla intervened in their conversation, believing that the guy knew nothing about their people, and therefore had no right to say anything about them. Ji-hyuk, instead of responding to these words, noted that the guy was apparently simply offended that they didn't share food with him. Tesla believed that this had nothing to do with it because, in his opinion, no matter how well he cooked, Jin-hyuk still remained a human, and his presence here desecrated the holy elven forest. Jin-hyuk couldn't take it anymore, so he started insulting him back, saying that his face was better suited to desecrate his people. But then he calmed down and decided to offer this guy a peaceful solution to their dispute. So, as not to spoil the festival, he offered him an archery competition, and whoever loses will leave this place. This made Tesla laugh, because he couldn't believe that the guy was going to compete with him in what he does best in this life. But in any case, he did not refuse, and therefore asked his people to prepare targets. As soon as the other elves heard that there was going to be an archery competition, they immediately started running towards it to watch it. All the elves, oddly enough, supported their hero, Tesla, who, according to rumors, was the best archer in the history of the elves. For Jin-hyuk, it was a little offensive that no one supported him, but he was not upset. But for Tesla, it was another reason to remind the guy that he was an outsider here. So it was not at all surprising that no one supported him here. The guy was a little hurt by these words, so he decided to call for support too, and for this he used his subspace inventory. A few seconds later, Sweet Potato appeared. He was so happy because he thought that he would be fed now. Tesla, seeing this little animal, immediately thought that the guy had a pretty cute pet. But it still didn't mean anything to him, so he asked Jin-hyuk to shoot first. He said to hit that target on the tree. Jin-hyuk completed the task with ease, hitting the target. Tesla certainly laughed at him, considering that he didn't hit the center, but for a human, he thought the guy did a good job. It just seemed to him that the guy was still far from his skills, and so he was going to show how it was done. However, everything will not be as simple as Tesla assumed, because at that moment, right before his shot, Betot appeared, which activated fear. This effect causes the target to become fearful for 3 seconds, and the target in this case was Tesla. In the end, his arrow didn't even reach its target, and this could only mean one thing. Tesla lost, and Jin-hyuk couldn't help but be happy, because he believed that victory was victory, and there were no special prohibitions, and at that moment the system notified him that all the conditions had been successfully met, and he had managed to copy Tesla's skill. But the elf obviously didn't like this at all, and he started yelling at the guy. But Jin-hyuk decided to punish Betot in an illustrative manner so that no one would think that the guy did it on purpose. However, in any case, he fed him and promised everyone that his little pet would not do that again. Tesla, however, was sure that Jin-hyuk had specifically summoned this little creature in order to pull this off, which is why he believed that the guy had absolutely no honor. But he definitely didn't expect Jin-hyuk to agree with this so easily. Moreover, he added that he was just a vile little human, although he was mentally glad that he finally managed to obtain Tesla's skill. However, the elf was not going to accept this kind of victory, and therefore demanded to fight again, to which Jin-hyuk nevertheless agreed, telling him that if the elf so wanted, they could shoot again. But before they played the second round, the elf warned the guy that if he cheated again, he would definitely not let it go. Tesla drew his arrow again, then activated the bullseye skill, and finally he made his shot. This time, the arrow hit the bullseye just as the elf had hoped. After such a shot, Sylvia decided to turn to Jin-hyuk to tell him that it was not too late, and he could ask for forgiveness from Teslan so as not to be expelled from the village. She also didn't forget to add that Teslan was the best ranger among them, so she was more than sure that a human would not be able to defeat him in an archery competition. But Jin-hyuk didn't listen to her, but only smiled and said that since he was the best among them, it further fueled his interest. After which he used the ice creation skill and threw her into the air. Tesla didn't understand why the guy was doing this at all. But Jin-hyuk's answer was that the answer to this question was quite obvious, and he just wanted to increase the difficulty to match his level, while he combined 2 skills, Blood Rage Energy and his new skill that he copied from Teslan. In doing so, he was able to create a completely new skill, which was known as the Crimson Magic Projectile, which consisted of using destructive black flames to incredibly greatly increase the power of shots, and when concentrated for 2.5 seconds, it increased accuracy by 110%. Teslan immediately noticed that in this short time something had definitely changed. Now he was almost sure that the guy's skills had become much better than they had been before. This won't change anything anyway, because Jin-hyuk was able to deliver such a precise shot that it literally pierced Tesla's arrow and destroyed the target. Nobody could believe what was happening because they made it out of fig wood, so they thought it just couldn't break, and some guy just took and split in half the Tesla arrow that was in the center of the target and broke the target itself. And while everyone was surprised, Jin-hyuk decided to ask how Teslan felt now. what was it like to lose to an impudent person? In response to this question, the elf told him that he could not lose the remains of his honor, so according to the terms of their agreement, he would leave the village and never return here. A forest ranger must always keep his promises. Although now he probably no longer belongs to those guys, these words clearly upset the other elves who loved him so much, and they certainly would not want him to leave. Jin-hyuk broke this morning when he extended his hand and asked the long-eared elf to stop. Tesler didn't understand what else this man wanted. He assumed that the guy just wanted to humiliate him. But to his surprise, Jin-hyuk told him that there was a festival going on now, and if he just left like that, he would inevitably ruin the festival. Therefore, he would like to propose to him to change the terms of the contract. After they talked, Tesler became even angrier, and now he regretted that he did not leave immediately. And Jin-hyuk asked him not to get so angry, because according to him, where he lives, only truly strong-spirited people can wear something like that. Instead of banishing him, Jin-hyuk decided to tease Tesler a little by dressing him in a suit that he himself called a veteran's outfit. In the end, this caused a great reaction. The elves around laughed and mocked Tesler, and Jin-hyuk stood aside and thought about how he was able to punish this guy. Although in reality he understood that subjecting the best ranger of the elves to this was not the best thing to do. But he was not going to torture this guy for long. The leader half agreed with the guy. He believed that it was high time for Tesler to feel the taste of defeat, because his desire to protect the forest began to turn into an obsession and weigh him down. So if you look at it from that angle, he's pretty happy that Tesler ended up facing Jin-hyuk in battle. The guy didn't answer these words. He just thought that the head of the elves was actually a pretty smart and wise elf. And since he liked this punishment so much, Jin-hyuk simply could not help but offer the man to extend this punishment, and the headman absolutely agreed, because he had long wanted to knock all his confidence off him a little, and since such an opportunity presented itself, he saw no reason not to take advantage of it. Suddenly, their sarcastic conversation was interrupted by an elf who appeared out of nowhere and started shouting, but they paid attention to him not because of the shouting. The whole point was that this elf was in a terrible state, but what was most terrible was that someone cut off his hand. This elf's name was Lucian, and he was a member of the outer garrison. According to him, there was an invasion, and the invaders captured his garrison. He said that out of nowhere, some people in masks suddenly appeared and began to attack them. The village rangers immediately engaged them in battle, but were unable to defeat them. According to the elf's words, they were very strong, so much so that even high-ranking rangers could not stop them. Sylvia immediately ran up to him and asked him to speak more slowly and conserve his strength, because in his condition this was quite important. The leader could not tolerate such an attitude and immediately shouted that they should all prepare for battle. He ordered to do everything very quickly, because he was sure that the invaders had already surrounded the forest and would soon come to the village. Jin-hyuk stood among these elves and literally boiled with anger. Now he was incredibly interested to find out who dared to do such a thing. The invaders spared absolutely no one. They even destroyed the players who came their way. All they did was kill everyone, and they kept saying that they shouldn't leave any witnesses. Their main goal was to make sure that everyone in that forest disappeared. But at one point, they did encounter resistance when several invaders were hit by an arrow, and a few seconds later, the head of the elves and his subjects came out to them. On the way, he saw many elves who were mercilessly destroyed, which made him even more angry. He could only ask them for forgiveness for not being able to protect them in time. Tesler was the leader of one of the squads, to whom he gave a direct order that if they encountered survivors, they would need to evacuate them to the center of the village, because there were enough of their forces there to provide protection. As for their enemy, he ordered them, upon discovering the enemy, to destroy them without hesitation or mercy. And now, when he had given all the orders, he shouted that they must, in the name of the forest, avenge their fallen brothers and sisters. And as soon as he finished speaking, Jin-hyuk intervened in their conversation, noting that revenge is of course good, but he offered them a plan, thanks to which they would definitely succeed. One of the invaders realized that the elves seemed to have started to act, so he decided to report it. So, as soon as this happened, all units were ordered to go into combat readiness. and they were also reminded that their main target was Jin Hyuk. The entire forest was covered with a signal jamming barrier, which would prevent Jin Hyuk from calling for help from outside. One of the main people in this detachment ordered her people to immediately establish surveillance, and then they were to comb the forest and the village until they found the target. Their forces numbered about 150 players, among whom were even several S-rank guys, so they were confident that they would be able to surround the forest and begin advancing deeper, and the squad that managed to find Jin Hyuk first would detain him and report the coordinates to the others. Once the target has been found and all forces have been gathered, it is time to attack. They believed that no matter how strong the guy was, he still wouldn't be able to stand up to 3 S-rank players. So one of them was more than sure that her main enemy named Jin Hyuk would simply disappear and not even a memory of him would remain. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted when she suddenly received a blow to the head. They immediately landed on the ground and looked up where Jin Hyuk stood, who was saying that he was wondering who could have come to this place and done something like this, but now he understands. Jin Hyuk named each of them with precision, and also noted that the China Guild made a big mistake when they decided to act in this way. In any case, the guy could only hope that they were ready to answer for having interfered with him. The girl took off her mask, behind which a smile was hidden, because she actually didn't even suspect that the guy was coming across to her. But no matter how happy she was, she still decided to inform all the other squads that she was able to find Jin Hyuk, and therefore all the other squads had to immediately move towards them. At least that's what they were going to do until they started to come under attack. It was Tesler and his squad who were definitely not going to let the strangers go for what they did to their brothers and sisters. While they were dealing with the other squads, Jin Hyuk decided to use his strongest skills and started to destroy these guys one by one. The leader of this squad immediately realized that this guy was much stronger than she could have imagined, and she also clearly saw that if this continued, they would most likely be destroyed before help could arrive. The thought occurred to her that, in this case, she needed to somehow drag out the time. So she turned to Jink and told him that she certainly didn't know why he had come here, but she was sure that he needed something valuable. The guy immediately cut off this dialogue when he told her that they shouldn't worry about it. The best thing they could do now was attack. But she decided to continue talking to him and telling him that they were simultaneously narrowing the encirclement, and while he would fight here, the rest would reach the center of the village. And when the entire village is destroyed, he simply won't be able to take possession of what he wanted so much. The girl said this consciously and so confidently because she believed that the guy needed to be in the village to get what he needed so much, so he would most likely return to protect her. And when he does this, it will give their groups the opportunity to unite for an attack. But the smile on Jin Hyuk's face made him doubt the correctness of his thoughts, especially after he said that he roughly understood what they had planned and took some measures. Besides, he thought that their plans were actually incredibly ridiculous, and they needed to prepare much better, and the guys from the China clan who arrived in the village already realized this. After all, they saw Alice there, who first of all told them that she really didn't care at all what would happen to the elves, but they had just interfered with her contractor's plans. So she just couldn't leave it like that. And in order to stop them, she decided to activate the blood spear skill, and she was convinced that it would be enough to destroy them all. They didn't have time to react before the girl dealt them her blow, and as she had expected, she simply wiped them off the face of the earth with just one spell. Immediately after this, the system notified the leader of the squad that Jin Hyuk had met that the player to whom it had addressed the request simply did not exist. After Alice's attack, most of the guys from the China Guild tried to call for help, but their injuries were so severe that they could barely say 2 words. For Alice, this fight was incredibly boring, because it seemed like she had just started and the fight was already over. She landed on the ground and saw elves hiding nearby. Alice thought for a bit and decided to ask them if elves make alcohol. Meanwhile, the leader of the last detachment, who was still alive, simply could not believe that the main forces had come to an end, and she was the last one left alive. She just couldn't comprehend what Jin Hyuk had done to make all of her people die so quickly, before they could even begin to carry out their plan. But she wasn't going to give up just like that, and still made a decision and ordered all her warriors to create a blood demon circle, which they did quite quickly, after which she also entered the battle, activating her skill called Psychotropic Poison Injection. Thanks to the effects of the poison used, her troops gained resistance to fear. Their facial expressions immediately changed, and a little madness could be seen in their eyes, after which they immediately began to attack Jin-hyuk. Although the guy did not feel any strengthening on their part, he still dealt with them just as easily. She watched everything carefully, because she did all this only to buy time a little while she waited for Ten Chao, whose help would clearly not be superfluous. Tesler, meanwhile, had destroyed another enemy squad and was already aiming his arrow at the head of this squad, telling him that they should not have come here and done such things. But when he decided to end it, everything turned out to be different from what he thought. The enemy activated a skill called Chi Defense Barrier and was thus able to block all of his arrows. Then the system notified him that Jin-hyuk had been discovered, and he understood that he had nothing to do here now and needed to go to Shehuo as soon as possible. But first he will have to deal with the elves who attacked him. After some time, Teslan and Sylvia realized that they would not be able to defeat this guy just like that, because he had more than enough strength for the two of them. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk killed the entire squad of warriors who tried to fight him and asked the girl to finally show herself. At that moment, she realized that they had not managed to hold out until the others arrived. So she came out and accepted the fact that there really was no point in hiding any longer. Jin-hyuk first read the conditions of copying, which consisted of him having to become the one that Shihua was able to poison, which couldn't help but anger him, because it was quite a task. And while he was thinking about this, the girl was already running to attack and shouting along the way that, although he was strong, he still would not be able to withstand the effects of her poison. Jin-hyuk easily dodged each blow from the girl and at the same time prepared himself for the fact that sooner or later he would still have to take this blow, because he understood that it would be very painful. But, on the other hand, he really wanted to master such a skill. Therefore, at one point, he finally made up his mind and got closer to her so that she could finally strike her blow. Shihua, at this moment, used her defensive barrier skill and thought that, thanks to this, she would be able to withstand most of the physical damage. But her calculations were wrong, and the guy broke through her barrier, dealing a very strong blow. She knew that all she had to do was hold out until Ten Chao arrived, and then she would be able to survive. So she got back on her feet and went on the attack, thinking along the way that she really needed to inflict a lot of damage. Jin-hyuk tried to react in time and strike at her, but she ended up dodging it. And he raised his hand, and at one moment he realized that she had done it on purpose, in order to inflict a stealthy attack on him with her poison. She was incredibly happy that she had managed to catch him after all, and now she was more than confident of her victory. At that moment, the system immediately notified the guy that his body had been poisoned by the poison, and now his mana circulation was disrupted. Immediately after she managed to poison the guy, she began to boast that now, thanks to her, more than 1,000 poisons were flowing through his vessels, poisoning him more and more with every second. And since it acts through mana, she decided to remind him that in this case, there is simply no antidote to such poison, so she could advise him to prepare for a slow and terrible death. Jin-hyuk responded to these words by activating a skill called the Heavenly Flower Cultivation Technique, which caused his mana to recover 30% faster. Well, after that, he looked at her with crazy eyes and wanted to know why she even decided that she needed this antidote, because he was capable of simply suppressing the poisoning with the help of his mana. Shihua was smiling, but she had the understanding that she would probably die here anyway, but she was going to do everything possible to take Jin-hyuk with her before that. However, all of her attacks were too obvious for the guy because not only did he block them, but he also managed to launch a rather serious counterattack. It seemed that now Jin-hyuk would finally finish with her, and that would be the end of this girl's story. But right before the blow and Jin-hyuk appeared, the one the girl was waiting for the most, Ten Chao did not let the guy finish what he should have done a long time ago. Jin-hyuk was very unhappy to see this guy here. The main reason was that since this guy was here, it meant that Teslan's squad was killed. In any case, Jin Hyuk decided that he would have to deal with them first and then return to Teslan. But before that, he read the conditions of the copy, which was that Jin Hyuk had to defeat this guy without a single scratch. The guy again began to think about what this system is and why it conveys the conditions so accurately, and also knows about the feelings of the players. These thoughts were apparently unnecessary because immediately after this, Jin Hyuk's body began to seem to disappear. Ten Chao and Shu Hua immediately noticed that something was wrong with the guy, so they decided that this was their chance to attack. She wanted to know what happened to the others, but he was forced to tell her that the others had died and that they were the only ones left. Shu Hua smiled and asked him to listen carefully, because she realized something while exchanging blows with this guy. According to her, even if their troops were here in full force, they still would not have been able to defeat him. Ten Chao couldn't believe that this guy was so strong, and if that was the case, then they simply had no choice, because they wouldn't be able to return to the guild without victory. This is what Shu Hua wanted to convey. In her opinion, the only thing they can do now is to try to defeat this guy at any cost. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was clearly not feeling well and was trying to pull himself together. While he was doing this, Shu Hua and Ten Chao, thanks to the kiss, activated a special type of poison that practically took away the fear from each of them, and now they were ready to finally carry out this mission. Jin Hyuk, noticing this, realized that they were apparently finally ready for a real fight. And since this was so, he simply could not help but fight them, using the sword graveyard, which increased his sword skills by 500%. In the end, their fight ended quite predictably. Jin Hyuk was able to finish the fight without a single scratch, which could not be said about Ten Chao. But Jin Hyuk was clearly doing much better, because he managed to copy 1,000 poisons, as well as a skill called Source Detection. At this point, he decided to finish off the guys, but not their guild. He still promised to return and deal with them. Thus, the attempt to destroy it failed. But at the same time, a quarter of the elven forest fell into flames, and many elves lost their lives. Teslan lost the battle with Ten Chao and was seriously injured. Only thanks to the fact that Sylvia was nearby, he was able to survive. Perhaps the head of the village was in shock, but all he did was give commands, and didn't even think about leaving the house. After her spectacular performance, Alice became an idol for many little elves, but she didn't really like it. She preferred to drink. And Jin Hyuk, as the hidden and main reason why this tragedy happened, decided to protect the village population once and for all. And for this, he created a barrier that was supposed to protect everyone. Vice Guild leader China couldn't believe that a group of 150 people were simply wiped out, including a few S-rank players. He thought that their S-rank players were capable of resisting Jin Hyuk, since they had more than 10,000 magical power, but even they couldn't stop him. But his assistant couldn't help but tell him that the ranking had not yet been perfected, and everyone who had more than 10,000 magical power was considered S-rank. What she wanted to say was that at the moment, it was simply impossible to put ordinary S-rank players on the same level as Jin Hyuk. Another guy listened to the girl and immediately decided to suggest that they send destroyers who belong to the liquidation squad and have a power of more than 20,000. But his idea was immediately rejected by other members of the guild, because they believed that thanks to this, a war could arise and the risk was not worth it. The vice chief of the guild, listening to all this, understood, like no one else, that Namgun would definitely not sit quietly, and therefore he urgently needed to do something. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the inhabitant of Murim, the 21st floor, and the head of the Soen Guild, Mo Yan, who entered the conference room. He sat down carefully at the table and first of all reminded them that assessing the enemy's strength is the foundation of the foundations, which they apparently forgot. Or maybe they just don't understand them, but in any case, he believed that if they don't do what's needed, then they'll most likely lose. And he also believed that it would be better for him and his guild to take on the elimination of Jin Hyuk. Vice Guildmaster China tried to say something about this, but the old man immediately ordered him to shut his mouth and listen only to what he was telling him and not to interrupt under any circumstances. After all, at that moment he was trying to convey to him that if he hadn't understood yet, then they definitely didn't have enough strength to deal with this guy. The old man thought so, if only because the technique shown at the end of the video was definitely the 8th form of one art. He understood that this was a sword dance technique, and people who mastered this technique were hard to find even in Murim. And he was an outsider who managed to master this technique, and although it scared him, he was still confident that they still had a chance to deal with the guy. The leader of the elves came out on stage in front of all the elves to say a few words to them, but first he would like to remind them that this invasion had brought them much pain, and despite the dedication and sacrifices of the rangers, many had died. But he asked them not to despair, and not to think that this was the end, according to him. Now they must gather all their strength into a fist and continue to move only forward, and all this for the sake of restoring their home, so that the elves could continue to prosper in the depths of this beautiful forest. And in order to honor the memory of the dead and give everyone hope that everything will be fine, the head decided to continue the Moonlight Festival. This time the festival was not as cheerful as usual. People drank to their friends who were forever laid to rest in the great forest, and also reminded themselves how important their lives are. At this moment, Jin Hyuk decided to please his beloved elves again, and therefore prepared them a lot of different food. At that moment, Sylvia was standing near the head and talking to him about how she was still surprised that a stranger, whom she accidentally met in the forest, would provide them with such help. But no matter how deliciously Jin Hyuk cooked, some elves still didn't have the proper mood or appetite. He understood that most likely this was connected with what had happened. Many had simply not yet recovered from what had happened. But suddenly everyone forgot about what happened, and it was all because they were interrupted by another shocking factor, which was performed by Teslan, who decided to come to the new festival in a rather strange image, with the help of which he drew everyone's attention to himself. Jin Hyuk was also surprised at first, but then he decided to point out that apparently the guy liked the clothes since he put them on again, although no one asked him to. But Teslan assured him that this was not really the case, after which he decided to tell him that he had thought all his life that strangers were dangerous to the forest, because he believed that they were attacking the forest to get their secrets, and especially these fruits. But in the end, the invasion of strangers was not connected with the fig. It was more like a massacre for the sake of a massacre, and most of all to repel an attack. This time, it was not he who did it. This time, according to him, Jin Hyuk, who listened to all of this, helped them a lot. Tesla added that although he had to put on this outfit because he lost the argument, now he put it on of his own free will because he wanted to show respect in this way to the stranger who had become one of them. Jin Hyuk, hearing this, was even a little upset, because he did not expect that the guy would give up so quickly. It seemed to him that they would fight a little more. His thoughts were interrupted by Alice, who saw such a strange outfit on an elf for the first time, and it made her laugh incredibly hard. She laughed so hard that she couldn't even stay on her feet, just from the thought that it turns out that elves also have clowns. This attracted the attention of other elves, who also decided to see what was going on and which made them laugh. This added a little positive note to this dubious festival. Even Tesla stopped being angry. He was also glad that he was able to finally cheer up his friends. While everyone was laughing, the head of the elves approached Jin Hyuk and asked the boy to give him a few minutes of his time. They packed some things and headed to a fairly new place for the guy. According to the head, this was an ancient warehouse where the village's treasures were stored, and no one could enter without his permission. Jin Hyuk didn't know about this place, so he didn't expect the boss to invite him to such a place. The leader brought him to this place in order to hand him a Descartes, a musical instrument of the elves, playing which can enhance the effects imposed. He stated that this was his gift to the boy. In gratitude for saving the forest, according to him, they will remember him forever. Jin Hyuk was, of course, incredibly grateful to him for this gift, but still, he immediately decided to tell the man that, in fact, he did not really need this harp, and if they already wanted to give him a gift, then he would not be against picking something from the items that were on the shelf nearby. The guy pointed to the place where Pentagris's fang and tooth were kept. These items are the legacy of their ancestors, which they pass on through worship, a gift received by their ancestors for treating a powerful being. But the chief still handed the harp to the guy and said that if it were up to him he would gladly give the guy those items, but even he, being the chief, did not have the right to do so. All he could tell Jin-hyuk was that according to the prophecy, the artifacts would pass into the hands of someone worthy of them. And this already interested the guy, because he actually didn't even know that these artifacts were here. Alice, meanwhile, continued to drink the wine that the elves made and tell them that if she ever took over this place, she would definitely do everything possible to keep them alive so that they could continue to make such wonderful wine. The fun continued. Jin-hyuk and the leader returned to all the elves. The chief thought that he had pleased the guy and was glad to drink with him for it. The guy pretended that he was also pleased, although in his head he was only thinking about the objects that the leader showed him. So at night, when everyone was asleep, the guy returned to that warehouse again, because he believed that there was only a second-level barrier there which he should easily bypass. A few minutes passed, and the guy came out of this storage with 2 new items, and now he had a sincere smile on his face. Meanwhile, in the testing tower on the 3rd floor, in the Temple of Hatred, the mains gathered, discussing the situation, which was not the most pleasant for them, because at the moment, without the permission of the unknown, they cannot even enter the 10th floor. And if this continues, they risk missing out on all the relics that will be available for the first 10 days after the floor opens, which irritated their leader even more, because they were already having a hard time because of Jin-hyuk, and now this unknown person is constantly getting in the way. Melina suddenly jumped up from her seat and started to leave, and when she was asked where she was going, the girl answered rather rudely that she urgently needed to rest. The thing was, she was angry because she was surrounded by all these idiots who still didn't realize that Jin-hyuk was the unknown person. Because of such thoughts, Jin-hyuk's brand immediately burned in her, which brought her incredible pain. But it gave her the understanding that if she suddenly told about this, she would most likely die. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when she realized that she was surrounded by creatures unknown to her. So she took out her knife and was in full combat readiness. After a few minutes, Melina was already in a very bad condition, and she could only watch how her enemy would behave. One of them was incredibly similar to an elf, who said that as bad as a person is, so is his blood. The girlfriend of this strange creature immediately told him that he should control his desire to taste everything, because in reality, people with tasty blood are rare. Melina was still recovering from the shock at this moment, because she had just encountered enemies whose speed was incredibly huge. Her gaze simply could not keep up with them, so she rather wanted to know who they were. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by this monster, who decided that the time had come to taste the blood of this girl. But they were suddenly interrupted by Lancelot, who appeared so unexpectedly. He immediately assumed a pose in which he began to ask forgiveness from his guests, telling them that they had not intentionally received them so inappropriately. And now that they seemed to have gotten to know each other, he would like to know what the grateful night that had come to him suddenly needed. The girl finally took off her hood and smiled, because she believed that finally someone had appeared with whom they could find a common language. 90 days after the opening of the Elven Forest on the 6th floor, the 7th floor opened automatically, and preparations began to explore the new territories. The girl stood at that moment and thought that she only had a year left, and then she would finally be able to graduate, although she did not dismiss the fact that by that time the world could collapse. Suddenly, the system decided to notify the girl that a general meeting of shareholders of the Veteran Corporation was planned, which everyone had been waiting for so long. The message said that all employees should gather near the Moon Lake on the 1st floor at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In case of being late or absent, the players would come in person, which made the girl very angry. And so she started shouting to the whole area that she was tired of Jin-hyuk, and she was already incredibly dreaming about him leaving her alone. As a result, everyone arrived at the Moon Lake without delay, where Jin-hyuk was already there. But most of the guys were clearly unhappy, because they had been making those chess pieces all night, and it seemed to them that it was time for the guy to let them go. Jin-hyuk immediately told them that if they were so unhappy, then they could officially quit. And as soon as he said this, they immediately started lining up to quit. The guy was ready to do it, but before that, he took out his new blade and told them that in the event of their death, they were entitled to a cash payment, so he asked to give him their bank account numbers. The guys understood his hint, so they immediately decided to change their minds and started telling him that it was quite difficult to find a job at the moment, and besides, they now had a fairly stable position, which was better not to change. And when the desire to quit disappeared for the majority, Jin-hyuk wanted to move on to the main part of their gathering, which was supposed to begin with everyone telling a little about themselves, since they were not yet familiar with each other, and he also asked to report on what had been happening to them all this time. Kim was the first to start, telling that instead of the company's director, he manages the Black Raven Guild. Hannah continued and told that she carries out various assignments for the director. Kim further stated that he had information that Zhang Seok from the second raid group of the Tangan Guild had begun clearing the 7th floor, and according to an inside source, he was trying to get some kind of feather. If you go through the entire 7th floor from start to finish, the path to the next one will open, but due to the harsh environmental conditions, the floor has a bad reputation and requires a lot of time to prepare raids. But Jin-hyuk understood this perfectly well, because behind all this bad weather there was a phoenix feather, having received which one can safely count on the blessing of the flame, and this will certainly help to pass the 7th floor. Hana, in turn, said that young Yu-sung had recovered from his wounds and was discharged from the hospital, and he also asked to convey a message to Jin-hyuk, in which he wanted to convey to him that he would soon come for him and destroy him. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk immediately believed that Yu-sung had truly recovered, because only he could say that. Next up was Takeshi from the Samurai Guild, and he was honored to see Jin-hyuk again. And he came here to tell the guy that he stole the item for him that he asked to take from the Temple of Medusa. And he also couldn't help but tell him that at the moment, everyone was going crazy because the national treasure was missing. Although Jin-hyuk was grateful to him for this, he mentally understood that he already had an elven weapon, and he didn't really need it. So he decided that it would be better to exchange it for something useful later. Next came Andrea, who introduced herself as being responsible for the 5th floor. She decided to tell that the distribution of power on the 5th floor has ended. There are practically no players coming to the 5th floor, but just in case, she still continues to increase the number of soldiers. Everyone immediately turned their attention to her because they didn't quite understand what it meant that she was responsible for the 5th floor. Jin-hyuk came closer to her to introduce the new boss of the 5th floor, Andrea, and he also praised the girl for doing well, although he knew very well how hard it was for the girl. The rest of the guys immediately started to panic because they realized that they were talking to the boss of the test tower, which made them incredibly scared. They immediately started to run away in all directions, and Jin-hyuk thought only about the fact that Andrea had grown a lot during this time and, as it seemed to him, this was the result of training with Alice. The next employee of Jin-hyuk's small company was Melina, who works for the main association, which further shocked the other participants of this gathering. Jin-hyuk didn't like that she was silent for so long, so he immediately asked her to quickly report, and the girl still had to tell that something serious had happened. According to her, the faction from the upper floors encountered them and they introduced themselves as members of the Dekasis family, who were standing next to Mr. Amulam. They came to tell Lancelot that if he helped them, they would help him get what he wanted, and in their opinion, they needed the relic from the 11th floor. Lancelot immediately told them that these were rather intriguing words, and he wanted to quickly find out what they wanted to get from them. They began to talk about how a prisoner, whom they had imprisoned in the ruins on the 1st floor, had escaped, and they had to help find this fugitive and return him to his place. From this whole story, Jin-hyuk only wanted to know about this or was the condition of the deal to receive the traitor's bracelet, which is on the 11th floor. And as soon as Milana confirmed the fact that her superiors were incredibly eager to obtain this item, Alice began to spew incredible energy, and Jin-hyuk noticed it. He dismissed everyone and said that the meeting was over for today, after which he released Alice and she immediately began to get angry at the Dekasis, because according to her, they betrayed her, which is why she so badly wanted to make sure that they never existed again. She was literally ready to find each one and tear these scumbags apart, and then she suddenly calmed down because she remembered that Jin-hyuk had once promised to help her take the revenge that she had been dreaming about for so long. She felt like this was the perfect chance for something like this, so she really hoped that Jin-hyuk would help her. And after thinking for a bit, he told her that if he promised to help her take revenge for her betrayal, then he would fulfill this promise no matter what happened, and she definitely didn't have to worry about it. Only now, he believed that they should be more reasonable, which Alice certainly did not expect to hear. According to the guy, at the moment he doesn't have enough mana to embody it with full force, so he thought that at this stage, appearing in front of them and exposing himself to their attack was quite dangerous and unwise. In other words, he wanted to tell her that she would sit in the ring for some time and not appear at all. She tried to tell him something, of course, but Jin-hyuk interrupted her and with a smile asked her to trust her contractor. Alice knew that the guy was actually right, so she accepted his offer, and all she wanted at the moment was to eat as many chicken wings as possible, which Jin-hyuk could do very easily. Although in his mind he kept thinking that even though he had calmed her down for a while, he still needed to prepare in advance. The 7th floor of the testing tower, or tundra as players commonly called it, brought with it incredibly bad weather conditions that were very difficult to be in. The East Sea is frozen, there are many glaciers that you can't even walk through, and the temperature is so low that it's hard to even start a fire. Also, every player throughout this entire floor faced a problem when they could not decide where to go at all, because due to the snowstorm, it was impossible to establish a route. John Seok, the leader of the 2nd raid group of the Tangun Guild, found himself in approximately the same situation. All his people did was complain that it was hard to move forward in such a state. Because of this, he constantly had to tell them that there was no point in talking, it didn't work. Instead, he asked them to find another way, because he believed that even if they all froze, they should still go first. Suddenly, one of his subjects entered the tent where Yan Sok was and asked the chief to come out and see who had come to see them. And as soon as he opened the tent, he saw Jin-hyuk there, according to whom he came here exclusively to go through the 7th floor. Jang Seok immediately decided to tell him that they didn't need his help, because he was more than confident that they could get through this floor on their own. Jin-hyuk pretended that he didn't understand at all what the guy was talking about, because according to him, he didn't come here to help them. He also added that he came here only because he was interested in the phoenix feather, and he ended up here only because he was passing by. But Jack-suk immediately decided to tell him that their guild controlled this path, and if Jin-hyuk continued to follow it, it would mean that he literally invaded their territory. Jin-hyuk immediately started laughing at this because he thought that the guy was probably joking. And if not, then he immediately reminded him that the Tangon Guild definitely does not own the entire 7th floor, so he can go where he wants, and no one can stop him. Jin-suk immediately started yelling at Jin-hyuk and telling the guy that he was just provoking them into a conflict. Jin-hyuk didn't respond to his shout and simply noted that this was actually a fair competition. Besides, if they really didn't want the guy to be here, they could always stop him by force if they could do it, of course. After walking a little more, Jin-hyuk came across other players who immediately recognized him, and one of them even told him that he was a fan of Jin-hyuk, and he wanted to ask the guy what he was doing in such a cold place. Jin-hyuk told them that some business awaited him in the forest, and as soon as the guys heard this, they immediately decided to tell him that they cannot go into the forest, because it is very dangerous there because they are not blocking the entrance to the forest for no reason. But he didn't listen to them, but simply walked past, thanking them for their concern and also adding that they didn't have to worry about him because he was more than sure that he would be okay. The guys didn't stop him because they understood that he was an S-rank player who knew exactly what he was doing and where he was going. However, a few minutes later, one of them received a call from Jin Seok, who ordered them to gather a small group and follow Jin-hyuk, because he said that he came here to get the feather. That is, if they follow him, they will be able to find out the way to get it. That's why he wanted his guys to follow the guy and find out everything, and this is not just a request from him. This is an order from the head of the guild. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk reached the place where he saw small traces of human blood and immediately assumed that the guys from the Tangun Guild were here, although he did not see the body, which confused him a little. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he saw several guys from the Tangun Guild following him, and as soon as he saw them, he decided to ask them why they followed him, because they themselves said that it was dangerous here. They told him that the reason was simply that they simply could not leave the guy alone in this place, so they immediately went after him, and they also assumed that he would need an escort and support in this place. Looking at these poor players, Jin-hyuk wasn't sure that they would be the ones to accompany him. Rather, he would have to take care of these guys' lives. First, he decided to warm these guys up, and for this he created a small shelter from the ice, and then used fire magic to start a fire. They immediately felt comfortable and remarked that it was simply wonderful to have an S-rank player in the party. Jin-hyuk activated his greedy gaze, and he had never seen such boring windows with characteristics on anyone before. When they warmed up a little, Jin-hyuk decided to bring them to clean water and find out if it was John Seok who ordered them to follow him, and everything was clear from their faces, although they tried to say that it was not so. He could only give them one piece of advice, which was that if they suddenly couldn't lie, then they better not do it, because Jin-hyuk was more than sure that the leader had sent them to find out how to obtain the phoenix feather. Jin-hyuk even knew that they told the leader that it was dangerous here, but they were still forced to follow him, and it is clear that they simply had no other choice, and they had to do it. But he also wanted to tell them that he didn't really blame them anyway, because he knew that now they would have to deal with something much worse than getting a pen. After that, he drew the boys' attention to a large rock outside, on which was a sign that ice trolls wore. One of them heard about it. These are the strongest mid-level monsters that are on the 7th floor, and the sign that was engraved on the rock meant that the strongest trolls of the Frostblade family lived here. The guys thought that the guy meant that this was their territory, but he immediately told them that this was not so, because they were usually in the mountains to the west. But this is even worse because, according to him, the fact that they are here already means that it is unnatural and very dangerous. In his mind, Jin-hyuk understood that this place was the only road that led to the island where the phoenix feather was located. The trolls were resistant to the cold and apparently wanted to get this feather as well. But he had never seen such a desire in them, so for him it was all incredibly strange. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt that someone was starting to attack them. A few seconds later, the shelter they were sitting in collapsed, and the boys started running away as fast as they could. While the boys were hiding, Jin-hyuk decided to see who was the culprit of this mess and who decided to attack him in the first place. However, the attacks still continued, so the guy had to continue to dodge. But it was too easy, so he asked his opponent to finally understand that his spears were simply useless in this case. After these words, they finally showed up. They were the same guys who came to Lancelot. Jin-hyuk realized this even before he used the greedy gaze because Alice began to release too much energy. Because of the big difference in levels, even looking at the stat window with a greedy glance requires so much mana. The copying conditions were too difficult, and Jin-hyuk didn't like it because with each floor, copying became more and more difficult for him. In any case, he understood that now was not the best time for such thoughts. So he asked his new friend to take their comrades and leave here as soon as possible. And as soon as they got out of the forest, he asked them to immediately request support from the guild. The guy didn't want to leave Jin-hyuk here alone. Moreover, he didn't want to believe that Jin-hyuk was going to confront them alone. But he immediately assured the guy that everything was actually fine. He just wanted them to drink some beer with him after all this horror. As much as the guy didn't want to, he still had to leave, and Jin-hyuk, meanwhile, read the new copying conditions, which consisted of him having to raise more than 4 flags and still survive. But there was a peculiarity, which was that with each flag raised, the ability was blocked. After some time, Jin-hyuk had already entered into battle with the local monsters, which were much stronger compared to the monsters of other floors. Looking at all this, they enjoyed themselves, because they believed that things were taking an even more interesting turn. But at one point, his battle was interrupted when Liord Bertillon, who represented the de Caus family, approached him. He also told him that he heard about the guy from the mains, and for a human, he is quite strong, and next to him was Ophelia, who also belongs to this family. Jin-hyuk didn't introduce himself or tell anything about himself. He just wanted to find out from them if it was their doing, to call the trolls and start kidnapping people. Ophelia began to smile even more because the guy immediately got to the point and was not at all surprised when he saw them. But in any case, she answered his question by saying that it was indeed some kind of trap. According to her, this trap was designed from the very beginning for someone who would be able to pay attention to unusual phenomena in the tundra, created to catch exactly such a very capable person. Then they began to talk to him about the fact that the mains revealed to them the names of the survivors in the abode of the fallen, that is, on the first floor, which were Laurencia, some unknown person, Chan Song, and also a simple porter who showed incredible strength. They hinted to Jin Hyuk that he was the person who helped Alice Vonatarsky escape, and that he was the first one to come to this place, and they were most interested in how such a coincidence was even possible. Lionord also decided to add that the guy could not wait for help from the outside, because the mains should have already come out to clear them out. Well, when they finally told the guy about all this, they were going to move on to the most interesting part, namely, to ask him a few questions, the first of which they wanted to know, "Where is Alice?" Jin Hyuk took out his blade and answered them with a smile that he had no idea who this Alice was. But it was as if they were waiting to hear this answer, because their smiles became even bigger, and they were glad that since he had already decided to pretend that he did not understand what they were talking about, they simply had no other choice. They took off their outer clothing, took out their blades, and began to tell him that they would simply have to take this information by force. Jin Hyuk immediately felt that these guys' attacks were quite serious, and it was quite difficult to block each of them. Oliver kept reminding her brother every second that this guy couldn't be accidentally destroyed because they needed him alive. He knew this very well himself, but the thing was that the understanding came into his head that getting this guy was not as easy as they thought, and since everything was so complicated, Bertien decided to activate a skill called Blood Blockade. This skill was used to block the victim's vision for 30 seconds. At that moment, Jin Hyuk found himself in some completely different world, in which he saw only red balls. But it was too predictable, so as soon as he used the fire skill, he immediately blocked this skill and began to see perfectly again. Oliver, seeing this, realized that the rumors that this guy was too strong for a human were not just circulating throughout the tower, but even with such knowledge, she did not expect that he would be able to fight on equal terms with Bertien. However, all these thoughts, more and more, led her to the conclusion that apparently this was the same guy who helped Alice escape. At this point, Bertien decided to talk a little with Jinhek and tell the guy that he was holding up quite well. But still, in his opinion, the guy looked very much like a rat. In response to these words, Jin Hyuk said that since they shared an interesting story with him, he also wouldn't mind telling them something interesting, and he began by saying that he knew before their meeting that they would want to make contact with him. Meanwhile, the mains decided to attack the guild, and one of the sentries reported this. But since Jin Hyuk knew that such a development of events was possible, he decided to call for help from the guild, his guys, led by Laurencia, who arrived at the scene and immediately activated the Holy Blessing skill, which strengthened the entire army by 20%. And she also asked everyone to line up so that she could provide them with assistance. But before the troops had time to reach the guild army, they were suddenly subjected to a powerful attack. And the culprit of this was Yu Song, who even felt sorry to use this sword against such worthless people as mains. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk continued to tell his new friends about how he prepared for this meeting. The battle was clearly in favor of Jin Hyuk's friends, who confidently destroyed the mains one after another. But they certainly weren't going to stop there, and Laurencia continued to bestow her powers on everyone, and so far it was working just fine. At one point, Lancelot's assistants advised him to retreat, since they risked losing the bulk of their army. Oliver, meanwhile, continued to watch the fight between Jinhek and her brother, but she was more worried about the fact that there was a very unpleasant feeling inside her, and it reminded her very much of holy powers. She immediately tried to tell Bertien everything, but he immediately turned to her and shouted that he himself felt the holy energy. So he decided that he needed to finish off Jin Hyuk as soon as possible, and to do so, he used the blood sphere. Oliver began to tell him at this point that the appearance of the paladin had confused all their plans, but Berlion decided that it would be a good idea for them to retreat first, since they would not be able to resolve this for now. Jin Hyuk, meanwhile, once again destroyed the sphere that Berlion created, and reminded them that he had already said that it would not work against him. But when he looked up, He realized that his new friends were running away somewhere so quickly that he felt a little awkward. So the guy decided to hold them back a little because he really liked them and he just couldn't let them go so easily. And for this he used a skill called Daylight. After using this ability, he decided that he managed to deal with these guys and thus he was able to raise the second flag out of 4. But because of this, his fire element was blocked, and now this skill cannot be used. Alice was simply torn at this moment and wanted to get out of the ring as quickly as possible to also enter into a fight with these guys. But Jin-hyuk asked her to calm down because that time had not yet come. Meanwhile, the Tongan Guild camp was in a terrible state. Due to the long battle, it was literally destroyed. But the guys from the guild were still very grateful to Laurencia for helping them so much. After all, they understood perfectly well that if she had not come to their aid, they would hardly have remained alive, although she believed that it was her duty, and besides, she was always happy to help her friends. After which, she decided to talk to the head of the guild to find out from him what he was going to do next. Because the camp had suffered incredibly serious damage and this was far from the end, because the mains would most likely return again and continue to attack. And while he was silent, Laurencia decided to offer him her option, which was that they would retreat outside the tower. And while they were doing this, Laurencia and Jin-hyuk would take responsibility and cover them. But as soon as she mentioned Jin-hyuk, he immediately made a gloomy face and it immediately became clear that the guy simply did not want to hear this name. Before Laurencia could answer him, she suddenly saw Jin-hyuk in the distance, who was slowly approaching them. All his friends immediately started running to him, to whom he was very grateful for responding to his request and coming to his aid. Although they thought that this was what true friends should do, they still wanted to come to this floor in order to look for some new items. But then Jin-hyuk noticed Yu-sung, who was standing in the distance, and this was a real discovery for him because he didn't even think that the guy was capable of coming to them. Laurencia also came closer to him to tell him that they successfully resisted the main's attack, but they still did not know who was behind everything. So she believed that it was absolutely impossible to relax. Each of them understood that if the mains decided to attack such a large guild in the open, it definitely meant something. Jin-hyuk interrupted their thoughts to tell them that the highborn vampires from the upper floors of the testing tower had teamed up with the mains and needed something in the tundra. According to Jin-hyuk, based on the results of the investigation, it seemed to him that their goal was a breakthrough. He had this idea because ice trolls, who are resistant to cold, guard something called a phoenix feather, a feather known to give cold resistance. But also, by combining it with the required item, you can get a portal. Yu-sung listened attentively to Jin-hyuk, but he still didn't understand how all this was connected to the breakthrough. Jin-hyuk continued his story by saying that the members of the Tangun Guild were kidnapped, and apparently they want to use this feather and the people who were kidnapped in order to get out of their tower. Laurencia immediately began to tremble with fear because she was most afraid of a breakthrough in her life, because this had already happened once, and it happened in Amsterdam. But at that moment, Yu-sung approached her, put his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her that she didn't have to worry about it, because he was almost certain that this wouldn't happen, because he was sure that Jin-hyuk had a plan, since he was talking about it so openly. Given Jin-hyuk's smile, it was clear that he really did have a plan, and this further confirmed the fact that Yu-sung knew the guy quite well. Ophélie and Bertillon, meanwhile, were kneeling before their leader, who could not believe that they had failed to complete their task. He casually sipped his blood drink and simply couldn't believe the fact that Jin-hyuk was so strong, that even they, his two best warriors, could not cope with this task, which made him very disappointed. After all, he understood perfectly well that at this rate they would definitely not be able to find the escapee, which made Bertillon incredibly ashamed. But he still decided to say that their plans did not take this into account, and they really were not prepared for the guy to be so strong. Ophelia also added that when they met Jin-hyuk, he miraculously wasn't surprised when he saw them. Moreover, he fought on equal terms with Bertillon in battle. However, even in such a situation, they were able to find out something, although it was barely noticeable. But when he fought with Bertillon, the energy of Alice von Ataraxia was felt in his body. Hearing something like that was already good for him, because he understood that if it was really true, then they would most likely be able to find Alice much faster than they expected. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk decided that Tai Min and Yan Hua would remain in the forest in order to continue to distract the mains with the drones. Laurencia and Mr. Stalker, aka Yu Seong, separate from the main group to complete their mission. True, Yu Sung was very angry because Jin Hyuk did not tell them about his plans at all, and only said that he had no choice anyway. And he also could not understand why Yu Sung was snapping back if he would do everything anyway. The Tangan Guild gathered their things and began to gradually leave the broken camp and gradually head towards the exit of the tower. True, some of the guild still continued to stubbornly stand their ground and did not want to leave this place. Jin Hyuk wanted to ask Guildmaster Tangan what was the main reason why he decided to follow him. According to him, this floor is his area. This is the territory of his guild and he is responsible for it. So he will follow the guy, and since they have already started talking about it, he was quite interested in finding out from Jin Hyuk where they are going. Jin Hyuk wasn't entirely happy that he was going with him at all, so he answered these questions rather rudely, saying that since that's what he wanted, then they were going towards the Lake of Clean Water. The Lake of Pure Water is the area of the 7th floor with the highest concentration of mana. Whenever trouble befalls the tribe, the chief of the tribe, Blade of Frost, heads to this lake to stock up on mana, and he does all this only to turn defeat into victory. After some time, they still managed to reach this place. Young-suk at this moment held a white flag, although he did not understand at all why he was doing this at all. But Jin Hyuk did not explain anything to him, but only asked him a question in response, in which he wanted to know who else should do this. But no matter how angry he was, he still noticed the fact that the trolls, as Jin Hyuk said, were not attacking, and he found this quite strange because he did not believe that all this was because he was simply holding a white flag in his hands. In addition, Jin Hyuk added that in fact, ice trolls are not completely savages, and they actually value honor very highly, and they are also ready to do anything for their family. And that is why they show them this flag, to prove to them once again that they came to this place in peace. And that is why they do not attack. Although Young-suk didn't really believe Jin Hyuk's words, and it seemed to him that the words about these creatures valuing honor were complete nonsense. When they finally came to the boss of this dungeon, he immediately told the guy that he had heard a lot about him, because he managed to defeat his fellow tribesmen with his bare hands. Besides, according to his feelings, the guy was quite strong. So he still couldn't understand why the guy gave up so quickly and came to him. Looking at this troll, Jong-suk simply could not believe his eyes because he had never seen such huge monsters in his life. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when Jin Hyuk smiled and finally gave him an answer, saying that in fact he didn't intend to give up. According to him, he just pretended to give up so that he could pass without wasting any extra time. Cao Cao, that was the name of this big guy. And upon hearing these words, he became incredibly angry, because he could not believe that the guy could lie so brazenly. He started talking about how those for whom the honor of a warrior is nothing are the first to die, and he also simply did not understand how the guy could stand like that in front of him after he had done something like that. He heard nothing in response, so he told the guy that since he had no explanation for his actions, it meant he was obliged to make sure that the guy met his death with honor, to wash away this shame from him, but he wanted to do it according to tradition, so he challenged the guy to a duel. Jin Hyuk smiled and turned to Jin-suk to ask him if he would take responsibility for this. He didn't think long before immediately giving up on it, because he understood that against such a big guy, he simply had no chance. Jin Hyuk was glad that he finally realized this, so he asked him to move a little further away and just watch how Jin Hyuk dealt with this giant. Meanwhile, in the China Guild quarter, the vice leader was angry that an incredibly large number of people had already died, and 3 S-rank players as well, which was very difficult for him to bear. He also couldn't get the thought out of his head about how the old man told him that, in his opinion, they simply had no chance of dealing with Jin Hyuk, although he tried to ask the respected master for another chance. But in response, he heard only one thing. The old man wanted to know from the guy how many more times he needed to lose before he could admit defeat and simply continue moving forward. In other words, he wanted to say that they should stop there and not touch Jin-hyuk anymore. But this made him even more angry, which is why he literally banged his head against the wall and screamed that he would still get Jin-hyuk sooner or later and simply destroy him. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk continued to fight with the great troll leader, who was not just the strongest of his subjects because he managed to deliver blows that were quite difficult for the guy to block. That's why he couldn't get the thought out of his head that he was amazed every time at how strong he was for a troll. But in any case, even with such power, he still will not be able to cope with Jin-hyuk, and the guy decided to prove it right now, using his most powerful technique called ice creation. And when the troll weakened, because he couldn't block this attack fully, Jin-hyuk took out his blades and delivered the final blow using the sword graveyard skill. Not only Jong Seok could not believe this, but also the other trolls, who had not seen anyone stronger than their leader. Cao Cao admitted his defeat, because he had honor, and before departing to another world, he decided to ask the guy to fulfill his last wish. Jin-hyuk immediately answered him that he was not really very familiar with the concept of honor, but he did know something about the traditions of the ice trolls. And as far as he knows, the one who lost the duel is obliged to obey the winner, as they say, a sacred and inviolable rule. After which, Jin-hyuk told the troll that when he defeated him, he immediately thought that he was strong enough to defeat both the mains and the bloodsuckers Decasus, so he wanted to ask the big guy why he chose to obey them. The big guy immediately turned his head away because he realized that the guy was apparently talking about Ophelia and Berthion. Jin-hyuk knew this, but still wanted the giant to tell him about it himself, and Kalakal finally decided to tell them that he obeyed them not because he once lost to them in a duel, but according to him, he lost in a duel to someone, a much more powerful and serious opponent, so he was forced to obey. From the big guy's stories, it became clear that he lost to Mikhail, one of the elders of the Decasus family. In a confrontation with him, the big guy simply had no chance. Even if the whole tribe had helped him then, he still would not have been able to cope. Now, Kalakal believed that they had no more hope, so he would like to ask the boy to at least let him die with dignity. But in Jin-hyuk's head, there was only one thought, that in the Decasus family, there was someone so strong, and for him it was quite unexpected, because he didn't think that everything would turn out this way in the end. However, he decided to tell the troll to immediately throw these thoughts out of his head and get up, because they had a couple of things that they urgently needed to do. Jin-hyuk decided to help this big guy find a different path for his family, because he had to obey him anyway. And if the big guy doesn't believe him, then he's ready to leave Young-suk as a small deposit so that the giant is sure that the guy will return sooner or later anyway. At first, the head of the guild did not quite understand that they were talking about him, but when it finally dawned on him, he was, to put it mildly, frightened. Meanwhile, on the main side, Lancelot couldn't help but notice that they were able to detect the scout drones too easily. It always seemed to him that reconnaissance should be carried out more covertly, and such thoughts led him to the idea that something was clearly wrong here. Mikhail, sitting next to him, noted that Lancelot was quite smart for a human, after which he turned to Ophelia and ordered her to go to the lake of clean water to check the situation with the trolls. After all, he himself noticed that there had been no news from the Frostblade tribe lately, so it seemed to him that Jin-hyuk had changed them to his side, and those drones were most likely just a diversionary maneuver. That's why he asked Olivia that if she found anything suspicious, she would have to destroy everyone there without exception. But as for Berthion, he asked him to prepare that very thing. And when he finally gave all his commands, he decided that it was time for him to get rid of these annoying scouts. And to do this, he used a skill that allowed him to change the weather conditions, and this time he made them even worse. In this way, he was able to destroy absolutely all the drones, as reported by Teng Ming. Yan Hua, upon hearing this, immediately activated her technique called the Hwarang Soul Technique, because she believed that it was their time to prepare, since she knew very well that they would appear soon, so they also needed to prepare as quickly as possible. They set to work, and Taemin began to create a small army of robotic equipment. The mains at this point also began to approach closer, and when they were close enough, Lancelot ordered them to prepare for an attack. Meanwhile, Alethea was heading to the troll's lair and she couldn't get the thought out of her head that Jin-hyuk had decided to win over the ice trolls to his side in order to protect the phoenix feather, and as much as she didn't want to admit it, it was a pretty good idea. But when she finally got to the place where the trolls lived, she saw that they had already taken Jin-hyuk's side and were ready to fight him. However, she knew perfectly well what she needed to do in such a case. She activated a skill called Storm Magic in order to destroy them all together with just one blow. After she had delivered this blow, she began to smile and tell herself that she was even a little sorry that she had not been able to taste such wonderful blood. Jin-hyuk's friends, at that moment, noticed that a powerful explosion had occurred on the mountain where Jin-hyuk was, and so they began to worry that something could happen to him. But suddenly, literally out of nowhere, Jin-hyuk appeared behind Taemin and scared him incredibly when he said that he was okay. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be here. They didn't expect to see him here and immediately wanted to know when he had managed to return and asked him not to sneak up on them like that again in the future. Although later, another question came to their minds, which was that if the guy was here, then they were very interested to know who was there on the lake. And apparently Oliver could answer this question, having seen a picture that was incomprehensible to her, immediately after the fog cleared after the explosion. As it turned out, Jin-hyuk decided to use a second-level barrier called an illusion barrier, which helped him deceive her. For some time, she couldn't understand why he did it at all. Was it really just to stall for time? But all her questions disappeared when she saw Laurencia behind her, muttering under her breath that everything was going as Jin-hyuk had said. Therefore, she was incredibly confident in her actions. So much so that she suggested that Oliver lay down her arms and surrender. Then she would have a chance that she could continue to live. This only caused her to give a small sly smile, which could only mean that she definitely would not go for this deal. After which, she decided to enter into battle with Laurencia, because more than anything in her life, she hated saints. Meanwhile, Yeonhwa decided that it was time for them to start, so she activated her skill and immediately rushed into the attack. Lancelot immediately raised the alarm, because he believed that even if there was only one against, they still should not lose their vigilance. After which he activated a skill called Darkness Projection. But judging by how Yeonhwa dodged all the attacks, she didn't care at all. Besides, she was definitely not alone here. There was a whole army of machines behind her which Taemin had created. For Lancelot, this fight was just a trifle, but he still admitted that the guys were quite brave, since they decided to go against an enemy that clearly surpassed them in numbers and strength. Oliver's words angered Laurencia, so she decided to punish her for it, using all possible force. But the vampire didn't care at all. She kept repeating that she simply hated saints and especially paladins like Laurencia. And as soon as all this began, the leader of the trolls ordered his people to start moving immediately, because they had very little time left and a very long way ahead. He also asked all his people to collect their thoughts, because in his opinion, a big war was approaching that could not be abandoned, and the only thing they could do was prepare. Laurencia's strength was clearly enough to destroy an entire army, and Oliver realized this for herself. But apparently she was not going to change her mind, and to the end she kept saying that the paladins really irritated her, but Laurencia especially irritated her. However, this time she also decided to add that while they were fighting here, her friends were being attacked by a whole army there. She clearly wanted to hurt Laurencia so that she would think that it would be right to immediately run away to help her friends. But Laurencia smiled back at her and assured her opponent that she was not such a weak friend, and she certainly could not count on it. And in some ways, she was absolutely right, because Yeonhwa was so strong for the mains that they very quickly began to beg her to save them. Lancelot watched her closely and immediately realized that she was the main problem at the moment. He saw her as a monster who was capable of fighting so many opponents and didn't even think about retreating. Only this time he didn't see Laurencia next to them, so he was more than confident that they would be able to win, no matter how hard it was for them. Yeonhwa herself admitted that being with Laurencia and her improvements made it much easier to fight, but now it's becoming quite difficult for her. So she screamed and asked for help from Taemin, who brought out a huge number of drones into the sky, the sight of which was terrifying. Well, after not a ring of seconds, each of these drones turned into a small laser, which dealt a huge amount of damage to the mains. At that moment, Yanhua decided to pretend that she was retreating, and as soon as Lancelot noticed this, he immediately shouted that they had to catch her, no matter what. But suddenly Lancelot heard the voice of his comrade who told him that he was stupid because he did not understand that she was simply leading them into a trap. Immediately after these words, he instantly stopped all his warriors and ordered them not to click to stop the pursuit. Taimin and Yeonhua immediately noticed that their army was retreating, and thus their plan did not quite work out. After all, in their opinion, they should have fallen into this trap, and then the battle would have gone in a completely different direction. Jin-hyuk didn't believe that they themselves were able to figure out about the traps, and the mines that were installed with such difficulty turned out to be useless. Suddenly, an understanding of what was happening came into his head, and he immediately ordered his guys to retreat to the ridge of the mountain. He gave them this command quite timely, so they managed to escape before the blow that Taemin's cars took over them. However, they certainly won't end there because the mains immediately saw that the boys were running away into the mountains, so they immediately decided to run after them. Lancelot was sure that they would not be able to escape through the snowy forest from their wolves. And apparently he was right, because literally a few minutes later, the mains were able to catch up with the guys. But suddenly the thoughts of victory that were inside Lancelot were interrupted when he saw what he feared most. Ahead, his eyes fell on an unknown person, whom he certainly did not expect to see here. Sometime before this, the entrance doors of the China Guild exploded, and when the fog cleared, they saw the outlines of the unknown, who stood right in front of them, took out a small piece of paper and began to tell them that since they call themselves a strong guild, they must live up to this title, because at the moment he only sees that they are harming others, for which he will gladly punish them. And as someone who has enough power in his hands, he takes the sign from the guild, so they don't even dare to catch his eye. Vice Guild leader China didn't quite understand why he was just reading the text from the picture and what was going on here, but the guy didn't let him finish because he wanted to finish that if they had become so brave, then they should go up to the salsa floor of the test tower. According to him, he and the great and unique Jin-hyuk will be waiting there, and there they will be able to resolve their differences. At this point he finished reading and threw away the paper, but given the reaction of the guild leader, he was not entirely pleased to hear this. Lancelot did not fully understand where such an army came from and why he was not informed in advance that the unknown person had united with someone. Nam Gun-chun thought that in front of him was Jin-hyuk's army, which he had summoned, although the stranger had told him that they would be here only together. Coming closer to Yu Sung, who was pretending to be an unknown person, he immediately heard that the guy didn't like giving such a stupid and big speech, so he really wanted to destroy Jin-hyuk. But that will have to wait until they both finish their work. Nam Gun, seeing this scene, immediately ordered his entire army to attack and destroy everyone they saw. A similar order was given by Lancelot, who did not wait long after Jin-hyuk and Yu Sung separated. So a few small misunderstandings created by the veteran forced Maynov and the China Guild to fight, who did not even understand the reasons for what was happening. And this, of course, changed the balance of power, which couldn't help but amuse Jin-hyuk. Lancelot was most involved in this battle because he saw the unknown, so at the moment he wanted nothing more than to destroy him. But first he would have to clear out everyone who stood in his way. Namgun also saw no obstacles in front of him, because he, in turn, most of all, wanted to punish Jin-hyuk, who destroyed his guild. Jin-hyuk and his friends just kept running away at that moment, and the guy watched as these blockheads fought among themselves. While they were fighting there, the guys got to that secret place that Jin-hyuk told them about. According to him, he is the only one who knows about it, so they can safely stay here to warm up a little and discuss their further strategy. But it will probably be a little difficult for the guys to relax, because as soon as they entered inside, they saw a huge troll there, who was really waiting for them. Jin-hyuk immediately tried to calm his friends down, so he told them that they didn't have to worry about the ice trolls, because they had already agreed to cooperate with them in exchange for their release. Yu Sung couldn't help but notice that Jin-hyuk had been making allies too easily lately. They also noticed that Jang Seok, whom Jin-hyuk had left as collateral, was there, Among the trolls, Jin-hyuk also found his friend Laurencia, who first asked the guy for forgiveness because she unfortunately missed Ophelia. But Jin-hyuk didn't expect that Laurencia would be able to take her alive, because he, like no one else, understood that taking her was quite a difficult task. So he still told her that she was a great girl. In any case, now the guys wanted to ask the guy what to do next, because everything had become much more complicated than they had expected. Jin-hyuk began to tell them that the opponents, in order to get out, would head to the island with the phoenix feather. But, if you believe the guy's words, they had already taken possession of this place, therefore they were in a more advantageous position. But he immediately decided to warn them that a lot would have to be done before their opponents got here. After these words, Jin-hyuk approached the head of the trolls to give them a small ball, which, according to the troll, carried a large amount of energy, which they managed to collect in order to defeat Michael in the future. The system notified Jin-hyuk that this energy could be used for 2 hours, but the troll asked the guy not to forget that they had risked a lot by building a camp near the lake to collect this energy, and since he was giving Jin-hyuk this item, it only meant that he trusted him as much as possible. Jin-hyuk immediately remembered that this item appears in the game when you capture another tribe. Now he understood how it actually happened. Kalakal also added that they made this decision after seeing Jin-hyuk fighting for him, risking his life, although Jin-hyuk himself believed that the troll was quite mistaken. But most of all, he wanted to emerge from this war as a free tribe that would not be dependent on anyone at all. After some time, Jin-hyuk met with Michael, who was amazed by the guy's courage, because he was the first to decide to reveal his position. After which, he decided to talk about how he heard how the guy managed to make the mains fight with other people who did not understand what was happening at all. And he also wanted to ask the guy how he managed to lure Kalakal to his side. Therefore, he believed that the guy was smart enough to be able to do something like that, but he still didn't understand why he made such a mistake and came to him first. Without any explanation, Jin-hyuk took out the very same ball that the troll had given him, and the system immediately notified him that his mana level had doubled, after which he decided to activate the greedy gaze and see how strong his opponent was, but this time he again saw the same notification that activation was impossible due to the difference in levels. So he decided to find out everything on his own, and started by assuming that Mikhail was standing in front of him, who in his opinion wanted to get out of the test tower with the help of the phoenix feather. Mikhail smiled because he definitely didn't expect Jin-hyuk to be able to understand even this. So now he was more than confident that with this kind of knowledge, Jin-hyuk could definitely help Alice. Hearing this name again, the guy again pretended that he had no idea who this Alice was, and why they were constantly talking about her. This didn't work on the vampire, so he immediately told the guy that he didn't have to pretend, because he believed that the guy had gone from being a suspect in organizing Alice's escape to being the culprit. And when they finally figured it out, the vampire really wanted to know where she was, and if he did give away Alice's location, he would think about saving his life. To make it more convincing, he decided to add that Ophelia just wanted to try the guy's blood, which sounded both creepy and funny to him. In any case, his answer remained the same. He was not going to tell anything, and at the moment he wanted to know only one thing. Why did the vampire want to get out of the tower so much? Michael smiled and seemed to be waiting for this question from the guy. After that, some kind of earthquake started around, which made Jin-hyuk tense up a little. And after a few seconds, Michael continued to talk about the fact that he uses the so-called blood port. This is a technique that consists in the fact that the owner can use it to create creatures from human blood. In addition, the victims always came to him themselves, so there were never any particular problems with this. Michael called these creatures ghouls because they had no intelligence and they didn't look particularly attractive. Well, finally, he started talking about how they needed a phoenix feather to gather these guys and release them outside and thus collect even more human blood. And when all this gains momentum, then they will be able to create these ghouls without stopping until they get an army with which they can take over the entire tower. Jin-hyuk was a little surprised because this was the first time he encountered such a scheme. He understood that the existence of people outside the tower is the main thing they want to get. While the guy was thinking about this, Michael sent his monsters on a new mission, in which they would be required to bring him a phoenix feather. Jin-hyuk, hearing this, could only say that Michael had created some rather problematic and unusual beasts. But then the guy assured him that he actually had no intention of just giving away the phoenix feather and that he had to call his friends to do so. Michael tried to take a closer look and see what the guy had left in the forest that didn't make him nervous at all. But Jin-hyuk didn't explain anything to him but only dealt him a test blow, and then gave Michael advice, in which he told him that it would be better for him to focus on the guy, and not on what was in the forest. Michael responded to these words by saying that they would fight, until Jin-hyuk begged for mercy. A few minutes later, these bloody monsters were everywhere and the guys simply could not understand where so many of them came from because, during the briefing, they said that there would not be so many of them. Although some clearly enjoyed fighting this way, for example, Grandpa felt much younger, they still needed another 20 minutes. Laurencia, looking around, understood that everyone was giving it their all. But she also understood that if this was not enough, then there would definitely be a breakthrough. And so she was going to do everything she could to prevent that from happening. Michael was fighting for fun at this point because he thought he was much stronger than Jin-hyuk. But even so, he was incredibly strong. But Jin-hyuk is not an easy player either, so their fight was incredibly interesting, and on equal terms. At one point in the fight, Michael couldn't help but notice that since Jin-hyuk was using holy power, he was definitely not normal. Besides, he felt a little uneasy that Jin-hyuk was happy that his attack didn't work. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that his pawns had returned, and so he decided to order them to get ready, because now they would attack together. Bertian and Oliver were ready and were only waiting for the command from their leader. It seemed like Jin-hyuk should be at least a little scared, but his smile made one clearly doubt it, although he still noticed that 3 against 1 was clearly unfair. Michael immediately saw that Jin-hyuk apparently liked it since he was smiling like that. In any case, he decided to give the guy one last chance. He needed to tell where Alice was, and then they would leave him alive. But Jin-hyuk assured them that he really didn't know who she was or where she was. Immediately after this, there was a blow, which the guy successfully blocked, not allowing himself to be deceived. After that, Michael's pawns began to attack him, and this time their attacks were clearly stronger, and at the same time they asked him, "Where is Alice?" Jin-hyuk is already tired of repeating to them that he doesn't know where she is and doesn't understand at all who they are talking about. But it felt like Michael liked it. Like he wanted the guy to keep quiet and he would eventually force this information out of him. The fight continued until a strange purple stripe appeared on the ground. And then it dawned on them that they were in the center of a 4th-level barrier which was called the edge of that world. But the most important question was how the guy managed to build such a big barrier. Well, when it finally happened, Jin-hyuk picked up Raham's ring and invited them to finally see that very Alice they had been talking about so much. And while he was calling her, he decided to point out that she was very angry, but they could still try to negotiate with her. At that moment, Alice understood that this time she appeared with much greater power than the previous times, and so it was, Jin-hyuk removed the barrier, and now her power was about 20% of her main power. And when she realized this, she was finally able to throw out all the anger that I had accumulated during this time. They couldn't believe that she had been locked in the ruins for so long, but still managed to retain so much strength. In response to these words, she told these guys that she was Alice von Ataraxia, who had lost too much while being trapped in the endless darkness, and they will be the ones to be punished for all this. She was convinced that they were the only ones to blame for everything. While Alice was talking to her old friends, Jin-hyuk decided to call Jang Seok to tell him that it was time to brighten up his useless existence. Such words made the guy very angry. Jin-hyuk immediately said that it was a joke, although he definitely didn't think so. But in any case, he wanted to ask the guy, together with Kalikal, to find the magic stone, which is the basis of the technique, and it needed to be destroyed, but he asked them to do it as soon as possible. At first it was not entirely clear why Jin-hyuk made this decision, but when they saw those very blood monsters, everything became perfectly clear. In order to destroy them, he decided to activate a weapon called the White Predator, and the system immediately notified him that the weapon he was using had received the effect of doom. He defeated a few monsters and assured Jang Seok that they really needed to hurry and that he actually had a couple of places they should check. Jang Seok didn't care about this because he didn't understand at all why he had to go with this monster, and Kalikal thought that he needed to do everything possible to protect Jang Seok, because he was the only one who could maintain contact with Jin Hyuk. Alice, meanwhile, rose high into the sky and used her skill called Bloody Territory. A few seconds later, a huge chain descended from the sky, destroying most of these bloody monsters. The impact was so strong that the blast wave even reached Yang Hua and Tai Min. Laurencia immediately realized that this blast wave was coming from the place where Jin Hyuk was currently fighting, and so she was incredibly interested in finding out what was going on there. With one such attack, Alice was able to wipe out most of the monsters, and so Michael noticed that she was clearly in good shape. Jin Hyuk at this point turned to Alice to tell her that he felt like they had a lot to discuss. So he asked her to take over Mikhail, and he would join her as soon as he could finish with the other little things that were getting in the way. Alice didn't quite understand why the guy would even want to fight with her, since she was capable of handling it on her own. But the guy offered her this solely so that she wouldn't think that he was dumping all the work on her, and besides, they were partners who should support each other in everything. He also promised to tell her something, but he would do it when all this was over. After these words, Jin Hyuk pointed his finger at Bertian and Olafur, telling them that he would take on these servants of Mikhail. Mikhail did not argue with him and immediately sent his assistants to Jinhek, and he himself slowly approached Alice to ask her how she spent all this time and what she did. Instead of answering this question, she went on the attack and shouted at him along the way. She believed that he had no right to even pronounce her name with his dirty mouth. But he covered himself in blood and began to tell the girl that she really shouldn't have chosen from that place. After all, he believed that she was the one who was called the strongest. But now, she has turned into the one who, due to the limitations of the tower, cannot resist someone like him. He literally cried, and at the same time spoke with a smile about how they met face to face in battle when she was so weak. And that is why it is so sad for him to watch how reality shatters someone's dreams. But these words only made Alice angrier, and she literally boiled. So she began to shout at him in response, so that he could go far away with his sentimentality, because she believed that at the moment she could easily resist him. And in order to prove this, she decided to use a bloody explosion, which she launched directly at him. But not even a few seconds passed before the fog began to clear and she heard his voice again. Mikhail was talking about how maintaining the balance of the tower was so important, but he still wanted to ask her the reason. Was she doing this because she regretted the past? Besides, he asked her not to forget that she possessed the power with which she could rise much higher. So he simply did not understand why she became attached to this meaningless idea of peace and balance throughout the world. Although on the other hand, it seemed to him that this had always been her main problem, and when he finally finished speaking, he decided to show the girl all of himself, what he had been able to achieve during the time they had not seen each other. Jin Hyuk stood in front of Mikhail's two pawns at that moment and listened as they told him that this time their battle would be completely different. It was a bit funny for the guy because they were talking as if they had given in to him before. Bertian assured the guy that this was the case, because according to him, they had deliberately left him alive so that the guy would bring them as much information as possible. But now they believed that they did not need him and therefore were not going to keep him alive. This made the guy laugh even more, and he decided that since they wanted it that way, he would also show them his true strength. After all, if you believe his words, then he showed them no more than 20% of his total strength. And when he finally said those words, he was able to raise the fourth flag, which he needed in order to copy the mana absorption skill, which works when the guy lands a successful attack, and thus he is able to steal the opponent's mana. Jin Hyuk immediately thought that he had actually suffered a lot while trying to obtain this skill, but he was sure that it was not in vain because he simply needed this skill in order to be on equal terms during the battle with vampires. But the guy didn't stop there. He went further and decided to check what would happen if he tried to combine this skill with the Saint. When he finally did this, the system notified him that he was able to create a new skill called soul absorption, which would work when the guy would make a successful attack. Then he would be able to steal part of the enemy's mana, and if he could successfully carry out a series of attacks, he would receive a special life force. The vampires immediately saw that the guy had started using energy that only the vampire race could use, so they simply did not understand how he managed to do it. Jin-hyuk decided to interrupt their thoughts when he went on the attack, and along the way told them that they would rather try his attacks for taste, and not just stand and watch. With just one attack, the guy was able to get 3 units of mana, but the vampire accordingly had 3 units less. Life Force is a kind of synergy with other player characteristics. Thanks to this skill, you can strengthen your body. This is a secret skill that Jin-hyuk discovered after about 62,000 experiments with different variations of the combination. In other words, it could be said that the guy now essentially has no growth limit and his body can become stronger and stronger with each of his attacks. He delivered an incredible number of attacks to his opponents, and most importantly, they remained unanswered. Although Ophelia tried to use all her strength and skills to try to stop the guy, but Jin-hyuk didn't care at all. His speed was so great that he was able to dodge all of their attacks. However, at one point he was still a little distracted when he saw a huge bloody cloud in the sky, and so he immediately thought that apparently Alice was not fully coping with her incomplete strength, and he needed to return to her as soon as possible. So he took his blade in his hands and told his enemies that he had no time for them, and therefore asked them to tell him about Mikhail's plans. After all, if they do this, then he will think about saving their lives. They immediately realized that the guy had really been hiding some strange magic inside himself all this time. But still, they were not going to tell him anything, because they thought that he was lying to them and just bluffing. However, before Bartzion could finish speaking, his head suddenly fell from his shoulders. Oliver looked at Jin-hyuk, who was already talking only with Oliver about the fact that, in fact, one of them was enough for him to get information. Jin-hyuk believed that the time had come for Ophelia to speak to him frankly and not hide anything. Alice was really losing at this point, and her strength was not yet enough to defeat Mikhail. At that moment, she understood that she was losing, but she also had the confidence that she actually just didn't have enough mana. But Mikhail felt just great and was more than ready to destroy her once and for all. The leader of the trolls at this moment continued to fight stubbornly, and he consciously understood that in order to win this battle he needed to destroy the magic stone. But getting to it would not be so easy, because these monsters were pressing on him and not giving him a pass. Therefore, he decided to ask for help from Jang Sok, who, at his request, had to get to the stone and destroy it while he would clear the territory for him. But Jang was not prepared for this because he did not even imagine what he needed to do in order to clear the territory and destroy this stone. After all, he believed that the troll at least had a reason to go into battle. He needed to fight for his family. But as for Jang Sok, he just wanted to be popular with girls. For this, he even created a guild. He just wanted to become successful all this time, so he doesn't even understand how it all came to this. The troll asked him not to complicate life for everyone around him, because he believed that the meaning of life was much simpler and clearer than it seemed to him, and according to him, it consisted in the fact that you need to do what can be done right now. It seemed to him that after these words, the guy would finally come to his senses and do what he had been asking him to do for so long. At this moment, a memory flashed in Jang Song's mind when he was congratulated for taking such a high position in the Tangun Guild. According to his teacher, there is no more prestigious job at the moment because he will be able to get money, fame, a lover, absolutely everything that most people dream of. Jang Sok was incredibly happy at that moment because it seemed to him that he was finally able to achieve the very success that everyone around him was talking about. These thoughts became the motivation for him that allowed him to do what was really important, and a few seconds later he struck, after which the system notified everyone that the source of mana for the bloody port had been destroyed. Thanks to this, the magic circle gradually began to disappear, which was very important for the implementation of the plan that Jin-hyuk came up with. At that moment, Mikhail realized that he had apparently just run into big problems. Jin-hyuk was a little surprised because he didn't fully believe that the guys would be able to cope, but they still did it. But in any case, he was still trying to get information out of Oliver, who didn't want to talk, although he had been bathing her in ice water for quite some time. In the end, she couldn't stand it and finally admitted that what the guy needed was on the 29th floor, or rather, they wanted to get to the 29th floor. Jin-hyuk didn't expect to hear such information because the forces of the Empire are on the 29th floor, and he didn't understand at all why they needed to go there. But Oliver knew little about this, only that Mikhail once told them that he wanted to get some balmung that the Empire owned. But she knew nothing more. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk finally understood Mikhail's rough plans, after which he threw Oliver away because he didn't want to hear anything more from her. As experienced players knew, balmung is the best sword for destroying dragons, and apparently Mikhail wants to get this item in order to destroy the dragon on the 48th floor. But before he went to help Alice, Jin-hyuk decided to talk to Ophelia and find out from her what she wanted more, to live or to die. She was already a little hysterical, so she responded by screaming and telling the guy that, in fact, the answer was already clear because she always wanted to live. Thus he obtained consent and was able to apply the brand of destruction, after which he was finally able to go to Mikhail. And at the end, he told her that he was already looking forward to the results of their cooperation. Meanwhile, Mikhail had already tormented Alice quite a bit, telling her that she had actually already enjoyed her freedom enough. Now he is here to finally return her to her place of confinement and remind her of where she really belongs. But his words and thoughts were interrupted in an instant when Jin-hyuk used the sword graveyard and rushed into this battle, freeing Alice in the process. This was quite unexpected for Mikhail because he did not expect that his skill, which had withstood even Alice's attacks, would fall so quickly from one blow from some person. Alice was so happy to see him, and Jin-hyuk asked her to be silent because he thought that she was already a great girl and had done a great job with her duties, and now she should rest a little. After which, Ji-hyuk stood in front of Mikhail to tell him that he was now his opponent. Alice watched Jin-hyuk's fight and how he fought closely, and she really couldn't believe that Jin-hyuk was always so strong, because he delivered attacks that she had never seen from him before. But she understood that it was far from impossible that he had thought it all through, and during this time had managed to become much stronger. However, Mikhail was also very different from all the opponents that Jin-hyuk had during this time, because his strength was enormous. Although apparently it only seemed that way against the backdrop of weak opponents, because at one point, Jin-hyuk activated his true power and began to deliver attacks that Mikhail simply was not able to repel. At least that's what Jin-hyuk thought until he saw the vampire use a skill called mana barrier. And this meant that Jin-hyuk essentially does not cause damage due to the large difference in mana levels, and with the absorption of souls, he will catch up with him in the best case in a few years. Meanwhile, Zhang Sok from Tamgun stood next to a huge number of bodies of bloody monsters and did not know what to do next. After all, the head of the trolls was in very bad shape, and he was about to die, so the guy asked someone to help him. Laurentia immediately rushed to the rescue, using the sacred healing skill, and the big guy immediately felt much better. Laurentia was too exhausted, so her strength ran out immediately after she finished the treatment. Yu-sung knew that things weren't going well for them, so he wanted Jin-hyuk to get over it as soon as possible and come back to them, because they were all already at their limit. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk used all his new skills just to activate the Eye of Gluttony, and he still managed to find out the conditions for copying. He just needed to survive the fight with Mikhail, and then the guy would get a chance to copy his skill. The vampire immediately noticed that Jin-hyuk was smiling again, and this couldn't help but amuse him, because it seemed to him that the guy was doing this in vain, because he would soon finish him off. And in order to do this, he decided to use a skill called Nails, hidden in the moon. But before that, he told the guy that now they would check together how long he could smile like that. In response to this, Jin-hyuk activated the sword graveyard, with which he was able to easily block this attack. But apparently it was just a trick that he fell for, because after a few minutes he noticed that his swords, along with his hands, were blocked by Mikhail. Mikhail Buell was so happy that he finally managed to catch Jin-hyuk, and when he finally did it, he was going to pull out the guy's teeth. Although Jin-hyuk certainly didn't think so, because without further thought he let go of his swords and picked up his bow. Due to such an unexpected change of weapon, Mikhail simply couldn't dodge, so he had to accept the attack. Although it was a very successful attack, he liked it, and he simply couldn't help but notice that the guy had a lot of tricks, which made this fight even more interesting. But this time, he had already decided finally that he would finish with the guy and then continue with Alice. And in order to make this come true, he decided to use a skill called Hellfire of World Destruction. Alice immediately stood up and shouted at Jin-hyuk to leave immediately, because she understood perfectly well that if Mikhail got hit, the guy would definitely not be able to survive. But the guy had another smile on his face, and he answered Alice that, in fact, he needed to take this blow in order to survive. Alice decided that he was completely out of his mind and didn't even know what he was doing, so she continued to yell at him to leave immediately. Instead, he simply activated Perseus's shield and gave it to Alice so she could watch the show in safety. After a few seconds, Mikhail spent all his energy on this blow. He was so exhausted, but on the other hand, he was very happy because he was sure that he finally managed to finish off Jin-hyuk. And he also noted that for the first time he had to use all his mana against a person. This deserves respect for him as an opponent. And since he finished fighting with Jin-hyuk, he can finally continue his communication with Alice. At least it would have been good for him, but when he looked up, he realized that everything was not going according to his plan. After all, there was Jin-hyuk, who could still participate in the battle, unlike Mikhail. A few seconds before the collision, Jin-hyuk used his new skill, which used up a huge amount of mana, and was called the skill of 1 second invulnerability. In this way, he was able to dodge Mikhail's attack, and then return to the fight and finally destroy this vampire.